Chapter 151. The battle is over. All members are promoted. Chao Xing's level soared directly to level 17, and he was very excited. At this time, he found that there were only 2 drops of moon condensation dew left in his backpack. Damn, I'm almost out of magic. He used the last 2 drops for emergency, and he couldn't use them all. Thinking of this, Chao Xing looked at the other people on the battlefield. In addition to Chao Xing, the attacking movements of Assam, Andrew and others also slowed down a bit. After all, they are not robots, and they can't fight for several hours in a row with high intensity. Moreover, even robots will suffer from metal fatigue. Not only that, as more and more ice nest monsters appeared, Chao Xing's men could no longer be completely flawless. Some of the ice nest monsters had already rushed to the bottom of the city wall and began to attack the wall. The elemental arrow tower was constantly shooting arrows to attack. Chao Xing knew that he had to destroy some of the ice nests. Otherwise, in a few hours, there would be thousands of monsters attacking at the same time every minute. He was about to rush back to kill the ice nest monsters under the city wall first. But I saw a figure more than 2 meters tall, carrying a huge axe on his back, falling from the sky. Boom! She chopped down with an axe, and directly chopped up 5 or 6 ice nest monsters. It was the newly joined Put Anna, and she also joined the battle. This woman has the strength of a level 17 elite, which is still very strong. Chao Xing glanced at her, and then nodded. Sarah, go and blow up those ice nests. Andrew, switch to bear form, and hold on for a while. Dubai, you also follow me. After saying that, Chao Xing led his men and rushed to the place where hundreds of ice nests fell. Soon, they attacked the ice nests. Bang! The ice nests had a durability of 2,000 points. Chao Xing had to throw 2 or 3 balls of evil fire to destroy an ice nest. And at the same time, he had to take into account the attacks of the ice nest monsters, which made him look a little flustered. However, as Dubai and Sarah joined the battlefield, they blew up the ice nests in large numbers. Bang! One by one, the ice nests were directly destroyed by Chao Xing. The number of ice nest monsters hatched in each wave gradually decreased. The pressure on Assam and others suddenly eased a lot. The 4th hour after the battle began, the group of Ascalon soldiers, after resting for an hour, almost recovered their strength. They rushed out again to join the battle. This battle, from the nightfall, lasted until late at night. At the same time, near Chao Xing's territory, other survivors, after no ice nest fell in the previous hour, realized something. They also saw the announcement in the chat channel and the reminders of other survivors. Feeling lucky, he quickly dispatched the polar people to mine resources in the dark, or they went out to kill monsters and replenish the territory's supplies. Although the temperature at night was very low, they knew that this was a rare opportunity. Late at night, as the last ice nest was destroyed by Chao Xing, his and Lu Mushua's levels were raised again, and both of them had reached level 18, including other territory members. Those Ascalon soldiers were all raised to level 10, which was the maximum level of the first stage. Assam, Andrew, Rennies and other members of the first echelon all reached level 20. The second level, Hilda, Braum and others, have also reached level 16 or 17. Although this battle was very tiring, there is no doubt that the harvest was also quite terrifying. And the most important thing is that Chao Xing saw materials all over the ground. Those were all ice dragon marks. Glacier fragments. I'm rich. I'm rich. I wonder how much materials I can harvest this time. Chao Xing suppressed his joy, and then withdrew from the demon transformation state. Everyone, the battle tonight is over. You are all the bravest warriors. Hearing this, Assam responded first. You are also the most versatile lord I have ever seen. Not only do you have strong command capabilities, but you also have strong combat power. Other soldiers responded one after another. Yes, you are a great lord, and we are proud of you. Chao Xing smiled. Our logistics staff has prepared the post-war meal. You all go back to the cafeteria to eat, replenish your energy, and then go back to rest. You can leave this to others. After hearing this, Assam and others nodded one after another, and then returned to the territory. They were indeed hungry. Then, Chao Xing looked at the group of polar people. De Zhuang, bring people to clean up the battlefield, collect everything. Okay, Lord, I'll be there right away. Hearing the order, De Zhuang slid down from the wall, and then led a group of polar people to clean up the battlefield. Before long, the battlefield within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers in the territory was completely cleaned up. A group of polar people piled up a large number of materials such as ice dragon marks and glacier fragments into small hills, waiting for Chao Xing to collect them. Chao Xing walked over and collected all the materials on the ground. System prompts kept appearing. Then, Chao Xing looked at his harvest. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark * 43167. Obtained, Glacier Fragment * 23731. More than 40,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Chao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy. It's worthy of the double explosion rate. This wave of Ice Dragon Marks alone is enough for me to exchange for more than 40 hearts of power. If I do it again, I can even exchange for a gold treasure chest. And in the gold treasure chest, there is a high probability that you can get gold equipment exclusive to the Ice Dragon series. Chao Xing even wanted to do it again on the spot. Of course, after such a high-intensity battle, he also needed to take a break. Moreover, Chao Xing did not have any more Ice Dragon horns in his hand. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Lu Muxue next to him. At this moment, she had experienced several hours of fighting, killed countless ice nest monsters, and her whole person was a bit heroic. In addition, her beautiful facial features and knight's dress. She had a heroic taste. Chao Xing said, "Let's go, Muxue. Let's go back to sleep." Lu Muxue heard Chao Xing's voice, and also withdrew from that fighting state. Well, okay. Then, the two returned to the Lord's hut together. In the familiar room, waves of warm air floated in. Polar Man Duan had installed magic water purification devices in each room. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue took a hot bath happily. Then, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Nothing happened in the second half of the night. Because of the high-intensity battle in the first half of the night, everyone felt exhausted. Even with the beauty in his arms, he seemed powerless. The next day, Chao Xing held the sweet and soft Lu Muxue in his arms, and slept until 8 o'clock the next day. A system prompt appeared. Attention survivors, you have passed the second day of the official period, and the level of the ice nest monster has increased slightly. Weather forecast. In the evening, the snowy plain will have a moderate snowfall. Please work together to arrange the travel time. The two opened their eyes at the same time, with smiles on their faces. After a night's rest, they have swept away the fatigue of last night, and become full of energy. After a simple wash, Chao Xing led Lu Muxue out of the Lord's hut. At this moment, most of the people in the territory have already started working. Some are laying brick and stone floors, and some are repairing the city wall that was attacked by the ice nest monster yesterday. And the resident Chao Yi has already started to lead people to repair the railroad tracks outside the territory. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. These days, the people in the territory have adapted to the development rhythm of the territory. Now they don't need my instructions. They also know what to do today. At this time, Lu Muxue whispered, asking, "Are we going to stay in the territory today?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "We are going out today. We are going to the witch forest to find ice phoenix flowers." Ice phoenix flowers? Chao Xing chuckled, "Yes. This is a magical plant, which is more important to me." Lu Muxue nodded lightly. Just when Chao Xing was about to call all the combatants to gather, the dwarf herald took the initiative to come over. He looked at Chao Xing and said respectfully, "Lord, please start arranging work for me. My wife and I can see that this is a strong and equal territory. We also want to contribute to the development of the territory." Chao Xing looked at Harold's loyalty, which had reached 76. It seems that last night's battle should have increased Harold's loyalty. "Mr. Harold, thank you for your help. I believe that with your joining, our territory will definitely become more prosperous." Harold straightened up immediately. Then, Chao Xing brought the dwarf blacksmith to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop has now been upgraded to level 3, and can even mass-produce fine iron equipment. That is, blue-quality equipment. But he didn't have the blueprints for blue equipment, so he could only make green equipment for the soldiers first. However, although it was only green equipment, it was much better than the white equipment on the soldiers. Then, Chao Xing took out a large number of wolf bones, wild boar bones, and wolf teeth. Clatter! So many bones were piled up on the ground into a small mountain. "Mr. Harold, use these materials to make new armor for our soldiers. As for these fangs, see if you can sharpen them and make them into arrows. We don't have enough arrows in our territory." Hearing this, Harold patted his chest and promised, "No problem. Lord, these equipment are just a piece of cake for me. I can finish them all before dark. By the way, Lord, just call me Harold." Chao Xing's face showed joy after hearing this. This efficiency is really high. It's worthy of being an intermediate forging master. Then, Chao Xing took out hundreds of big fangs of the ice and snow bomb rabbit that he got last time. "Harold, what can you do with this?" Harold picked up the big tooth that was polished to a shine, thought for a moment, and said, "This kind of rabbit tooth is quite hard. The common method is to sharpen it and make it into a gun head, but my suggestion is to splice it together and make it into a set of armor." Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this. "Oh, this can also be made into armor?" After all, the system introduction of this material only said that it can be used to make gun heads or sold to merchants. Harold nodded. "Yes, using the manufacturing process of fish scale armor, and then improving it. The defense should be good." Chao Xing nodded suddenly. Indeed, he had some preconceived ideas and thought that what the system said was absolute. Since the update, this world seems more real. Many things can jump out of the system framework and use imagination to study more functions. Chao Xing was inspired by Harold. Then, he took out the sharp claw, green, and sharp claw, blue, that exploded from the Soul Eater. Then he asked, "Harold, what can these two things be used for?" Harold held the Soul Eater's claw, looked at it carefully and said, "My lord, this kind of claw has been finalized, and its conventional use is to make a rope hook or to make a trap. But before, I saw a method in a book that can improve a conventional rope hook and make it into a catapult hook." "Catapult hook?" Harold nodded and said, "Yes, when using it, it can be instantly ejected, hooking the enemy more than 10 meters away, or even dozens of meters away, and controlling the opponent." Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh my god! This is a good thing. If each soldier has one, and the rope of the hook is strong enough, it can even forcibly control some large beasts." He was surprised and said, "Harold, you are really a wise blacksmith." Harold shook his head and said modestly, "Practice makes perfect. Lord, I am just talking about it. Moreover, in order to ensure the toughness of the hook, some tough and lightweight materials are needed to replace the rope." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, I know. I will pay attention to it when I go out today." Then, he took out the large hook, purple, that the Soul Eater leader exploded. "Harold, what can this do?" Looking at this huge claw that is more than 70 centimeters long, Harold's eyes also showed a slight surprise. What a hard material. And it is also very sharp. Just based on the sharpness of this material, as long as the force is enough, it can even easily cut the skin of a third-level creature. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes also showed admiration. Harold was right. These large claws burst out from the third-level boss monster, and they are very sharp and hard. Harold seemed to be thinking about what to make with these claws. After a moment, Harold said, "My idea is to make it into a sickle." "Sickle?" "Yes." Harold nodded and said, "Using the sharpness of this claw, we can make a sickle with great lethality. Give it to those soldiers, and it can greatly increase their destructive power on the battlefield." Chao Xing seemed to have thought of this. The shape of this large claw is indeed very similar to a sickle, and he only has 8 large hooks in his hand. It can barely form a sickle team. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Then do as you say, Harold." "Okay, Lord." Harold continued, "However, this kind of high-grade material requires a long time to forge. Maybe only 3 or 4 can be forged a day." Chao Xing nodded. "It's okay. Harold, take your time. Usually when you are tired of forging, take a rest, read a book or something. It is also important to combine work and rest." Hearing this, Harold also had a gentle smile in his eyes. "Thank you for your concern. You are really a considerate lord." Chao Xing patted his shoulder, and then walked out of the blacksmith shop. After arriving outside the territory, Chao Xing shouted again, "Fighters, assemble!" After hearing Chao Xing's order, more than 100 people gathered. Assam and others, and 102 Ascalon soldiers, are all looking at Chao Xing with a firm gaze, waiting for his order at any time. Chao Xing nodded, and then said, "Today, we are going out for a trip. Work in the territory continues as usual. Assam, Andrew, Braun, Hilda, Ronis, Sarah, Blot. The 7 of you will go out with me today." The 7 people named by Chao Xing are all the backbones of his territory. The people he named had joyful looks in their eyes. and seemed to feel honored to go out with Chao Xing to fight. Especially the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, who was a little resentful because he didn't take him with him a few days ago. Now, Blot's eyes were full of excitement. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It is my honor to fight for you, respected lord." Of course. Only the arrogant Zierda was dismissive. Chao Xing nodded and looked at the two centaurs again. "Can't tell. Kandao. Your task today is to lead 20 Ascalon soldiers each, divided into 2 teams, to explore the resource points or monsters within 10 kilometers around our territory. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, remember to escape immediately. If you kill some beasts, bring their bodies back to the territory and wait for me to come back to deal with them." The two centaurs said respectfully, "Yes, powerful lord. We will complete the task you assigned." Then Chao Xing looked at Ailina again. "Ailina, today you have to lead 20 Ascalon soldiers, and Blitz and others, to protect our people in the wild while they mine resources. We cannot let them be attacked by other beasts or ice nest monsters." The beautiful snake girl spit out her tongue, and said with resentment in her eyes, "Lord, can't you take Ailina with you to fight?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "There are enough people outside. Compared to that, the territory needs you more. This way you can help me better. Do you understand, Ailina?" Hearing this, Ailina smiled happily. She raised the trident in her hand and said, "Okay, dear lord. I will protect those polar people." Chao Xing nodded, and then looked at the archer next to him. Little Elisa, hearing Chao Xing's voice. Elisa, who was in a trance, suddenly brightened up. "Lord." Elisa did not steal the milk of the cloud yak. It was the milk that slipped into my mouth at night. Woo woo woo. Don't punish Elisa. Chao Xing rolled his eyes. He didn't even ask. But Elisa confessed on her own initiative. Come to think of it, if she hadn't said it, Chao Xing wouldn't have known that this little girl actually went to drink milk secretly at night. Chao Xing said speechlessly, "Okay, I won't pursue the matter of you drinking milk secretly. Today you will bring your own archer team, and the other 40 Ascalon warriors, and then I will give you Ellie and Sylvia to command. Your mission is to kill the ice nest monsters that landed near the territory, and don't let any monsters attack our city walls. If you do well, I will give you a reward when you come back in the evening." Hearing the reward, Elisa's eyes lit up immediately. She said excitedly, "Wow! Another reward? Great! Don't worry, Lord. Elisa promises to complete the task, and will not let an ice nest monster come to the foot of our city wall." Chao Xing also laughed, and then said, "Okay, let's take action, do as I say." More than 100 people, divided into several teams and dispersed. At this time, Xia Yani took Tong Chu Chu to the side and whispered, "Lord, the furs you gave me have been processed. Do you need us to do anything else?" Tong Chu Chu took Volibear and said excitedly, "Big brother, please give us tasks too." Chao Xing shook his head, with a gentle smile on his face. "You have worked hard. I know that these days, you have been staying up late to rush to make that batch of furs. Now you can go and have a rest." Chapter 152 set off, encounter a strange village on the way. You have worked hard, go take a rest today. However, when Xia Yani heard Chao Xing ask her to take a rest, her face showed some uneasiness, her 2 legs were tense, and she looked a little embarrassed. Chao Xing knew that this weak woman lacked a sense of security. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "If you don't want to rest, you can follow Elisa and the others, go out and fight those ice nest monsters, and adapt to the rhythm of the battle." Hearing this, Xia Yani raised her head, and the uneasiness on her face gradually dissipated, although she was a little scared to go out to fight. Xia Yani also knew that she really needed to adapt. Xia Yani nodded lightly. "Yes. Okay. Sir." Behind her, Tong Chu Chu seemed eager to try. "Great. Chu Chu can also go to fight. Look at Chu Chu summoning robots to blow up all these ice nest monsters." Chao Xing smiled. Everything was ready. Then, he gave a direct order, "Now, follow me." Dong dong dong. Dabai stepped on his elephant hooves and walked out of the territory. Andrew and his group followed behind. When Chao Xing and his group arrived at the gate of the territory, they saw a woman over 2 meters tall, carrying a huge axe, waiting there. Putena said, "I heard that you were going out to fight. As we said yesterday, take me with you." As a second-level elite creature, this half-giant woman is still very strong. Chao Xing thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay. You can come too. Mu Shui, Ailina, Yani and Chu Chu, give her a bless." After hearing Chao Xing's order, The 4 women came over and spent about 3 minutes to fill Putana's status. Her strength has been terribly improved. After Putana felt the power in her body, like everyone else, she showed respect to Chao Xing, and her loyalty increased to 78 points. Chao Xing nodded. With her joining, Chao Xing's team has reached 10 people. And none of them is below level 15, and except Putana, they are all the lowest boss level creatures, so powerful that it's terrifying. Moo. Dubai swung his trunk, and began to run all the way with Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. Boom boom boom. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. Others followed behind. Soon, they ran for nearly 20 kilometers. On the way, Chao Xing sent a message to Chiu Yiting. I'm leaving. How far is your territory from the forest? A moment later, Chiu Yiting sent a message back. Boss Chao Xing, we are very close to the forest. If we rush over now, it will take more than an hour to arrive. Chao Xing replied, then you can leave now. We will arrive at the witch forest in more than an hour. It seemed that no one expected Chao Xing's action to be so fast, and the other party was a little surprised. After a while, Chiu Yiting sent a message. Okay. Both parties hung up the call. Chao Xing led the team forward at a high speed. The surrounding scene quickly retreated. Crossed the Lady River. Past the Snow Wolf Valley. Soon, they came to an area they had never been to before. Looking at the map location, it was about 30 kilometers away from the witch forest. In the distance, Chao Xing saw a village. The scale of this village is quite good, with hundreds of houses scattered here and there, and an estimated permanent population of thousands. There are several watchtowers at the entrance of the village, and on each watchtower stand 2 militiamen holding bows and arrows. The defense is not weak. He turned his head, looked at Rennies and asked, Rennies, is this the village where you investigated yesterday? Rennie shook her head and said, no. The village I found is in another direction. Chao Xing nodded. Then, looking at the watchtowers on both sides of the village, he thought to himself, there are still many archers in this village. Should we purchase a batch of arrows or other supplies? After all, Harold is making equipment now, and there is no time to make a large number of arrows. Moreover, the production of arrows requires the basic resource iron. It is good to save some resources with crowns. Just as Chao Xing was about to lead his men closer, he suddenly saw a naked human with various horrible scars rushing out of the village. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 militiamen following him. As he ran, he exclaimed, hurry! Hurry up! Hurry to Duolin Lake City, and tell those soldiers that Amu Daria village has been captured by the Church of Light. This is a trap. At this moment, the militiamen patrolling on the village watchtower also showed an ugly look. Damn it! How did this guy escape? What do those guys from Kano do? Quick, we can't let this guy get away. After saying that, these archers pulled their bowstrings. At the same time, a large number of militiamen quickly rushed out of the village, with anxiety and murderous intent in their eyes, madly chasing the naked human. Chao Xing also heard his cry for help. Just when he wanted to ask someone to rescue this human, and at this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Swish, swish, swish. -733. -654. -831. The arrow hit the man's broken body, piercing through him directly, killing him instantly. On the snowy ground at the entrance of the village, the man fell down, and blood flowed out, staining the white snow red. Chao Xing frowned. Let's go over. He was just about to lead people to approach the body. And at this moment, the group of militiamen who rushed out of the village suddenly shouted, What do you want to do? Stop right there. Chao Xing ignored these guys and walked straight towards them. The militiamen rushed over quickly, holding their weapons, and stopped Chao Xing and the others. But they did not take action immediately, as they seemed to realize that Chao Xing and his group were not easy to deal with. The leading militiaman said, Ladies and gentlemen, this is Amu Daria village, one of the territories of Baron Carol. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Chao Xing frowned and asked, The Baron's territory? What's wrong with this human? The militia captain explained, This is a madman in our village. When he was young, he saw the snow demon eat his mother's heart with his own eyes. After that day, he began to become mentally confused, talking nonsense all day long, and attacking others crazily. Then his father used an iron chain to lock him at home. I don't know what happened today, but he actually ran away. I'm sorry for scaring you. Chao Xing nodded. Although the militia captain's words were vivid and sounded like that, he would not really believe them. If he was just a lunatic in the village, why were they so eager to kill him? Chao Xing silently glanced at their attributes. However, he got a bunch of question marks. He could not even find out the names and identities of these people. However, in Chao Xing's perception, these militiamen did not give him the feeling of being invincible. This means that the opponent should not be much lower in level than me. So strange. Chao Xing looked puzzled. At the same time, he quietly opened his backpack and secretly glanced at the hunter map. However, he also did not find the sun sign near this village. Chao Xing thought to himself, is what these militiamen said true? This is really not the hunter camp. And that man is just a lunatic. But he still had some doubts. So, Chao Xing quietly stretched out his hand and gestured to Sarah in the dark. Sarah understood what he meant and left quietly. She had sneaked into the village. At this time, Chao Xing also found some abnormalities in the village. He saw that apart from these militiamen, there was not even a single villager in the village. Chao Xing got straight to the point. I want to ask, where did all the villagers in this village go? Hearing this question, the other militiamen's faces changed slightly, and only the militia captain remained calm. He explained calmly, my friend, as I told you before, this is one of Baron Carroll's territories. All the villagers of Amu Daria village go to the nearby Belay mountain mine during the day to dig ore for the Baron. By night, those villagers are almost back. Chao Xing nodded. This reason was reasonable. So, he changed the question and continued to ask, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go to the village to buy a batch of supplies. I wonder if we can go in. Chao Xing didn't have to go in. Of course. His main purpose was to buy time for Sarah. Once she came out, he would know what was going on inside. Hearing this, the militia captain showed an embarrassment in his eyes. He shook his head and said, I'm really sorry. Friends, our Amu Daria village is just an ordinary village. And there is nothing to trade. The villagers are also very simple. They have nothing to do except working for the Baron every day. Chao Xing asked in confusion. Such a big village. Doesn't it have food and drinks? We are just doing a normal transaction. And we will pay the corresponding kronor. After hearing this, the other party looked even more embarrassed. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of a battle coming from the village. Clang! 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 Then, there was a cry of surprise. Damn it! An assassin sneaked into the village. It seems to be in the same group as those people outside. Quickly capture her. At this moment, the militia captain who was talking to Chao Xing had a cold look in his eyes. My friend, it seems that your men are a little dishonest. Trespassing into the Baron's territory is a serious crime. The other militia quickly dispersed, as if they wanted to surround Chao Xing and his men, including several archers on the sentry tower. They also aimed their arrows at them. Seeing this, Chao Xing also smiled, because he had determined that there was something wrong with this village. Chao Xing slowly raised his right hand, and then pressed it down directly. Andrew, Assam and others understood his gesture, and made an attacking move instantly. Swish! A frost wolf sword swept past. Andrew also instantly entered the owl beast form, and then cast the moonfire spell. Bang! Sudden attack. These militiamen had more than a dozen damage numbers on their heads. Minus 1,284. Minus 853. Minus 791. Minus 843. Minus 974. These militiamen were stunned. Seemingly they did not expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to attack. The next moment, the militia captain reacted. He shouted, damn it! Catch them! Archers, shoot! Following his command, the militiamen instantly raised their weapons and rushed out. Swish! 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 Several arrows flew towards them. Chao Xing took Lu Mushua leisurely and jumped off to Bai's back. Then, he looked over. This time, Chao Xing finally saw their attributes. Hunter Captain LV-28. Level, 3rd level elite creature. HP, 16112/17020. Attack power, 943 to 987. Skills, thrust, 3-stage/sweep. Talent, none. Hunter Warrior LV-18. Level, 2nd level ordinary creature. HP, 4332/5560. Attack power, 411 to 425. Skills, basic swordsmanship, upward blow. Talent, none. A curve appeared at the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. Are they really hunters? It seems that these guys have used some means to hide their own aura, which makes it impossible for me to detect them. But after being attacked once, this method is ineffective. Knowing this, Chao Xing became even more unscrupulous. He directly ordered, "Kill all these guys." After saying this, the half-giant put and raised the giant axe and slammed it down. Bang! The violent collision sound directly knocked one of the 18th level hunter warriors away. And Hilda hatched a large number of blood spiders on the spot, and rushed over to self-destruct crazily. Blot also raised his staff, condensed black smoke to attack the enemy. Puff puff puff. The sound of blood spiders self-destructing continued to be heard. Starfire and Moonfire continued to explode. These dozen second and third level hunters, plus a third level elite hunter captain, fought with Assam and the others. At this moment, there were constant shouts and screams from the village. It should be Sarah fighting with the hunters inside. Chao Xing believed in Sarah's strength and survivability, and there shouldn't be any accidents. They don't have to worry at all. These hunters are not that strong. Assam Gabron can block all their attacks. Others just need to be responsible for output. However, the archers on the distant watchtowers are a bit annoying. Their arrows blew up the holy shields on Chao Xing and others, and also caused damage to Andrew and Rennie's. -312. -325. -358. These archers' damage is not bad. After being weakened multiple times, they can still cause such high damage. However, green numbers +237. +237 immediately appeared above Andrew and Rennie's heads. In the blink of an eye, their health points were restored. Seeing this, Chao Xing's face showed joy again. The attacks of these archers could not suppress Rennie's health points at all. The next moment, Chao Xing gave an order directly. "Dabai, you also go up. Go and destroy their sentry tower first." Moo. After hearing Chao Xing's order, Dabai activated Furious Charge and rushed to the sentry tower at the entrance of the village. When the archers saw Dabai rushing over, they shifted their firepower and began to attack the mammoth. Arrows flew out. Crack! Crack! After a series of cracking sounds, Dabai's 3 layers of shields were all broken. It also took advantage of this time to rush over quickly. When the hunter archers heard the sound of Dabai running wildly, their pupils shrank suddenly. They exclaimed, "God of Light! This mammoth's speed is so terrifying." In their horrified eyes, the mammoth directly crashed into one of the sentry towers. Boom! The violent impact caused the sentry tower to shake, and the hunter archers on it lost their balance. One of them even fell down. After landing heavily on the ground, a large fall damage appeared on his head. -1156. At this time, Dabai turned into a demolition mode and began to attack the sentry tower frantically. Boom! Boom! The first sentry tower was directly knocked down by Dabai. Damn it! Attack quickly! Kill this mammoth! Swish! 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 One arrow after another fell on Dabai, causing a lot of damage. -289. -312. -336. -374. Like before, these attacks caused 200 or 300 damage. However, Dabai has now reached level 22, and his health has reached an astonishing 32,480. The damage they inflicted is not worth mentioning at all to Dabai. And immediately, Ice Healing began to restore Dabai's health. Moo. After being attacked, Dabai began to attack the archers and sentry towers more violently. It raised its front hooves, and then stepped down heavily. Boom! A hunter archer's head was crushed, killed instantly. This scene made the group of archers feel a chill on their backs. At the same time, Chao Xing also raised his staff, released a rain of ice arrows and a large ice spear, attacked the hunter in front of him. He is now at least a level 18 Frost Mage. With a set of good quality equipment, the damage is not bad. A large number of ice cones suddenly appeared above the heads of the group of hunters, and a wave of cold appeared. Then, these ice cones began to fall. Crash! Dense damage appeared. -473. -466. -412. -481. At the same time, the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, when seeing Chao Xing cast a group attack magic, also instantly released a black smoke storm. Instantly, 7 or 8 hunters were enveloped. The two group attack magics cooperated with each other, making it difficult for the hunters inside to move. Whoosh whoosh. The wind was howling. In addition, Assam raised the sword of justice and slashed towards the black smoke storm area. Swish. 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 The area was covered by various attacks, and immediately triggered a dense number of damage numbers. At the same time, at least 5 or 6 kill prompts appeared in Chao Xing's ears. Your territory member, Assam killed the Hunter Warrior LV-23, gained experience value, 460. Combatant gained experience value, 230. You killed the Hunter LV-19, gained experience value, 190. Combatant gained experience value, 95. The Hunter captain who was accused in the black smoke storm, saw his companions die one after another, and an angry look appeared in his eyes. These damn pagans, the Lord of Light will punish them. Let's retreat to the village. After knowing that he was no match for Chao Xing and others, the Hunter captain took the remaining 7 or 8 hunters and rushed back to the village. But Chao Xing smiled and said, "Can we leave?" Chapter 153 Special Equipment. Shadow Cloak. Can you get away? Chao Xing smiled. With the help of the Queen's will, his men moved much faster than the hunters. They had just rushed out of the black smoke storm. Andrew and Hilda, who had transformed into giant bears, stopped the hunters. At the same time, Chao Xing was still directing them to attack. Blot. The third hunter on the left is dying. Throw a black smoke attack. Renes. The second one on the right. Shoot 2 arrows at him. Andrew. Slap the hunter in front of you. He is already at low health. Hearing Chao Xing's order, the 3 of them executed it without hesitation. Swish. Bang. Attack after attack. The 3 hunters looked at the wounds on their bodies, and finally their health points were reduced to 0, and they fell down. Your territory member, Blot Sulfur Stone killed the hunter follower LV-27, gained experience points, 540. Combatants gained experience points, 270. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye killed the hunter follower LV-28, gained experience points, 560. Combatants gained experience points, 280. The 3 looked at Chao Xing, with admiration in their eyes. While fighting, Blot sighed, "Lord, your command is still so timely." But the group of hunters hated Chao Xing. They looked at him with resentful eyes. Of course, Chao Xing ignored these eyes. As the battle progressed, most of the hunters were killed or injured, including the captain of the hunters. He was beaten by everyone and only had the last 1/3 of his health left. You know, it has been less than 2 minutes since the battle started. At this moment, the leader of the Rangers took a breath of cold air. He realized that he had run into a tough guy this time. He shouted, "Come out quickly. I need support here." He heard his cry for help. Among the Rangers fighting with Sarah in the village, a middle-aged man's voice came. "Go a group of people to support Eli. Others, follow me to capture this dark elf woman." The next moment, more than 30 Rangers dressed as militia rushed out quickly, and there were 2 elite-level auras among them. In addition, the hunters in the village who were fighting with Sarah. The number of 2nd and 3rd level hunters in this village, probably more than 100. Chao Xing nodded secretly and said, "These guys actually sent so many hunters to garrison here. It seems that this village is very important to them. And the most important thing is that the location of this village is not marked on the hunter map. This means there are 2 possibilities. Either this village was occupied by hunters later, or this village is more important. No matter which one, it doesn't prevent Chao Xing from deciding to take down this village." Puff, puff, puff. Big ice spears and ice cones shot out one by one, causing considerable damage. -573. -632. At this moment, Chao Xing's 7 generals, plus a mammoth, were also besieged by this group of hunters. However, their attacks hit Assam and others, after multiple weakenings, finally only caused 200 or 300 damages. And the next moment, a ridiculous recovery number of +237. +237 appeared above Assam and others' heads. No matter how they fought, their health could not be suppressed at all. The hunters had a blank look in their eyes, which was very unbelievable. Damn it! Are these guys all immortal monsters? No, our attacks have no effect on them. The leader of the hunters asked, "Where is our assassin team?" "They are fighting the dark elf inside with the priest." The hunter leader's eyes were full of confusion. "A dark elf held back so many of you, and even the priest couldn't take her down?" "Yes, this dark elf woman is very strong. Even the priest was suppressed by her." Hearing this, Chao Xing laughed. She is indeed the best fighter under his command. Sarah is so strong, an assassin, she is suppressing a group of second and third level hunters. Among them is a hunter priest whose specific strength is unknown. She is really too powerful. At this moment, Chao Xing's battlefield is also very relaxed. Even in the face of siege, Assam and others are not panicked at all, and they kill the hunters one by one under his sword. Puff puff puff. The corpses on the ground gradually increase. Watching, the number of hunters around is gradually decreasing. Anxiety appeared in the eyes of the group of hunters again. It seemed that the hunters inside also noticed the bad situation outside. 4 or 5 figures rushed out from inside. Chao Xing took a glance and found that it was the hunter-killer team that he had encountered once before in Fanglong camp. They had the strength of the third-level elite. When the leader of the hunters saw the reinforcements, there was a look of hope in his eyes. He said, "Send a few killers to kill the lord of the other world." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 elite killers rushed towards Chao Xing. At this moment, Zilda threw her belly directly, and a net firmly trapped a killer. Assam was about to give up the enemy in front of him, and ran to protect Chao Xing. But Chao Xing said, "Let them come, and let us deal with them." After hearing Chao Xing's order, although the recruited creatures still felt a little uneasy, they still faithfully executed the order. The 2 hunter-killers showed disdain in their eyes. They could sense the strength of Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. They were all second-level creatures. There was also a fragile mage among them. They dared to let 2 third-level elite assassins get close to them. They were simply courting death. They didn't hesitate at all, and pounced on the 2 like a cheetah. One in front and one behind, one attacked Lu Muxue, and the other attacked Chao Xing. 2 cold rays flashed. But Chao Xing did not dodge, and let the assassin's attack fall on him. However, this attack only broke a layer of holy shield of Chao Xing and others. Crack! Lu Muxue was also very calm, and slashed down with a sword. -378. Although the damage was weak, it successfully forced the opponent back. When another hunter-killer saw the holy shield on Chao Xing, he showed surprise in his eyes. But he quickly reacted and snorted, "Humph! See how many layers of shield you have." But his short knife chopped down again without hesitation. And at this moment, Chao Xing's mouth showed an arc. "Although the holy shield doesn't have many layers, I have something else. Let me show you, my big baby." The next moment, a black metal rod suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the ancient weapon, the mastiff shotgun, that he had obtained from the treasure chest the day before yesterday. Bang! Chao Xing pulled the trigger without hesitation. The hunter-killer only felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen. The next moment, a terrifying impact came, and he flew backwards. -115. -117. -153. -132. 8 damage numbers floated up. At close range, the mastiff shotgun caused full damage. The hunter-killer fell on the snow a few meters away. With a blank look in his eyes, he touched his stomach and found that it was already bloody. If it weren't for the amazing physique of the extraordinary people in this world, just the shot, his stomach would have been blown up on the spot. Chao Xing held the shotgun, blew the hot air from the muzzle, and then made a provocative gesture towards the hunter. The hunter was immediately furious, and then rushed towards Chao Xing again. "Humph! Holding a weird thing. Do you think you are invincible? Today, I will show you what a real assassin is." At this moment, the hunter-killer's eyes were as sharp as arrows, shooting out a shocking cold light. He disappeared in the shadows, and only a cold voice sounded. "Swinging the sword every day for decades, the sword has cut the throats of countless prey. Only by stepping on countless blood and bones can you become the true king of killers. Let me show you my strongest attack." In the snow, suddenly, a cold light burst out silently, and at lightning speed, it instantly attacked Chao Xing. Fast. Extremely fast. This knife even made Assam and others look sideways. And at this moment, a gunshot. Bang! The cold light suddenly stopped, and the next moment, the killer in the shadow flew backwards. The killer, a blank look appeared in his eyes. Chao Xing said speechlessly, "What is the Killer King? Do you know a sentence, within 7 steps? The gun is fast and accurate." 8 damage numbers appeared on the head of the hunter-killer. He suffered heavy damage on the spot. Seeing this scene, Assam and others also felt relieved. They knew that, with Chao Xing's strength, he could easily deal with this level of killer. Not only that, since the mastiff shotgun only has a 1-second attack interval. When Chao Xing was repelling the hunter-killer, He could also repel the killers around Lu Muxue. Then, the two killers launched surprise attacks again and again, with a frustrated look on their faces. Whenever they wanted to assassinate Chao Xing would shoot them. Although there were occasional misses, they would be blocked by Lu Muxue's shield. In this way, the two hunter killers could not get close to Chao Xing at all. Not only that, the battle at the entrance of the village was also coming to an end. The bodies of the hunters kept falling. Only the last few elite hunter killers and the hunter captain were left, still struggling to hold on. At this moment, the two killers who were entangled with Chao Xing also saw that the situation was not good. They were about to rush back to support. A black shadow also rushed out of the village quickly. It was Sarah. Behind Sarah followed a large group of hunters, among whom there was a black-robed priest wearing a mask. The black-robed priest said in a dull voice, "Catch this dark elf woman. She was hit by my poison flying knife and is injured." Hearing this, Chao Xing quickly looked at Sarah's condition. -114. -127. -163 plus 273. Negative damage numbers kept appearing above her head, and then a recovery number of plus 273 would appear. And Sarah's health had already reached 1/3. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing directly ordered Dubai, "Stop these hunters and support Sarah." Moo. After hearing the order, Dubai rushed out directly. Boom, boom, boom. The violent mammoth instantly arrived at the side of the group of hunters. Then it raised its front hooves and trampled them. Boom. After a terrifying collision, a dizzy sign appeared on the heads of the group of hunters. Sarah also seized the opportunity and quickly returned to the team. Without Chao Xing saying anything, Lu Muxue cast a purification spell and a holy healing spell. Plus 855. A healing number that almost broke 1,000 appeared. It is worth mentioning that, after adding the buff, Chao Xing had traded the Kingdom Holy Ring to Lu Muxue for her to equip. That's why the healing amount was so high. At the same time, Sarah's negative status disappeared, and her health was instantly restored. Next, it won't be long before she can get back to full health. Sarah said apologetically, "Sorry, Lord. I accidentally stepped into the trap set by the hunters." Chao Xing shook his head. He did not blame Sarah. As an assassin who was not good at frontal combat, she was able to hold back dozens of hunters for such a long time by herself, which was already very good. Sarah, who had recovered, took a deep breath and pounced out like a tiger again. Swish. This time, she directly targeted the black-robed priest. The shadow blade in her hand kept slashing down. The black-robed priest raised his long sword and resisted with difficulty. Ding ding ding. The sound of the short knife and the long sword colliding was heard. The black-robed priest kept retreating, being unilaterally suppressed by Sarah. The situation on other battlefields was the same. Even if the number of enemies was several times that of Assam and others, it was useless. The group of hunters could only watch the number of their teammates decreasing. After a while, the black-robed priest resisted Sarah's attack while cursing, "Damn it! If the high priest hadn't gone out for something, none of you guys would have escaped." Chao Xing said speechlessly, "Then you should let him come back." After that, he directly entered the demon transformation state. Andrew also entered the owl beast form. They both transformed into long-range bombers. Fire of evil thoughts, Moonfire and Starfire bombed one after another. Bang! -754. -781. -802. -653. -542. Andrew's damage is much higher than Chao Xing's. The level of this druid has also reached the maximum level of 20. Compared to the Tomb of Ascalon, the damage has been qualitatively improved. As the two exerted their strength, the group of hunters died faster. 3 minutes later, only the hunter priest and 2 elite killers were still struggling. However, their blood volume had reached a dangerous level. As Rennie shot an arrow, one of the elite killers died suddenly. Then, another elite killer was also killed by Hilda's blood poison. A group of people slowly walked over and surrounded the black-robed priest. He also knew that he had no chance. "You guys, wait for the high priest to come back. He won't let you go." Chao Xing didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly let Sarah kill the other person with a knife. "Your territory member, Sarah." The mission successfully killed the hunter black-robed priest LV30, the 3rd level boss creature, and gained experience points, 3,000. Combatants gained experience points, 1,500. You destroyed a hunter hidden camp. Reputation points plus 500. Not bad. Not bad. There is also a 500 reputation point reward. Chao Xing clapped his hands and said, clean up the battlefield. And then follow me into the village. After hearing this, everyone took action. A few minutes later, Assam and the others collected all the things on the ground and handed them to Chao Xing. First, there was a wave of equipment. Obtained, fighter dagger, purple. Obtained, hunter priest mask, purple. Obtained, intermediate power heart asterisk 2. Obtained, primary power heart asterisk 5. Obtained, hunter elite soul asterisk 3. Obtained, silk inscription backpack, blue, asterisk 1. Obtained, cunning dagger, blue, asterisk 5. Obtained, black rock great sword, blue, asterisk 2. Obtained, standard soldier dagger, green, asterisk 56. Obtained, standard soldier longbow, green, asterisk 7. Obtained, arrows, white, asterisk 372. Obtained, shadow cloak, special equipment, asterisk 47. Obtained, coins asterisk 5317. In addition, there are 7 or 8 small and medium-sized attribute books. Chao Xing nodded. Not bad. All the equipment on these guys exploded. In addition to a blue backpack, there are 2 intermediate power hearts. But it's a bit regrettable that the black-robed priest didn't explode his soul. But it doesn't matter. The things that exploded on these hunters are already very good. After all, just 2 intermediate power hearts can make at least 2 of his full-level creatures break through to the 3rd level. And their strength will increase dramatically. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and gave the 2 intermediate power hearts to Andrew and Assam respectively. They were Chao Xing's first batch of summoned creatures, and they had all reached the level of diehards. The 2 of them solemnly took the palm-sized heart of power, and expressed their gratitude to Chao Xing. Then, they crushed the heart of power. A powerful force surged into their bodies. The transformation from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage was not as fast as from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. So the 2 of them still needed some time. During this time, Chao Xing checked the properties of the purple equipment he had obtained. Fighter dagger LV20, purple. Quality, rare. Attack power, 273 to 298. Additional special effect 1, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Additional special effect 2, combat stance. When entering combat, increases blocking probability by 20%. Additional special effect 3, fighter. When both parties engage in a weapon confrontation, there is a 30% chance of disarming the enemy. Equipment introduction. Aim at the right time, knock off the enemy's weapon, and then pierce his heart. Fighter, Willy Bachman. Chao Xing thought to himself, this weapon is more suitable for combat melee professions, but Assam already has an ancient rapier. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing gave this weapon to Lu Muxue. Although, the above attributes are not suitable for her, but it is much stronger than the level 10 ice crystal sword blue in her hand. Then, Chao Xing looked at the attributes of the blue backpack again. In this world, space props are relatively rare things. Generally, they can only be opened in treasure chests, and the probability is very low. So far, Chao Xing has only exploded a noble backpack, which has a capacity of 40 grids. Silk inscription backpack blue. Backpack capacity, 80 grids. Additional special effects, strength plus 5. Agility plus 5. Equipment introduction, a backpack engraved with magic inscriptions, with a gorgeous appearance. Has a slight attribute increase. It actually has a capacity of 80 grids. Chao Xing was delighted. Although his backpack capacity is almost enough now. Who would complain that their space capacity is too much? So, he equipped it directly. Since each survivor lord can only equip 1 backpack, he gave the eliminated noble backpack to Lu Muxue. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. As for other equipment, such as cunning dagger and black rock great sword, they are all blue equipment, so there is no need to look at them, because no one under Chao Xing can use these weapons. Those green quality standard short swords and longbows are all level 15 to 20 equipment. When the Ascalon soldiers level up in the future, they can be equipped. At this time, Chao Xing noticed a new equipment. The Shadow Cloak. In the system notes, this is a special equipment. Check the properties of this thing. Shadow Cloak, special equipment. Quality, none. Properties, none. Equipment effect, after equipping, you can hide your breath. so that non-friendly units cannot detect your strength. The effect disappears after being attacked, and it is ineffective against beings 10 levels higher than yourself. Equipment Introduction: a cloak developed by the Church of Light to hide your identity, which gives the red-robed bishop a weak power. Chapter 154: Looting the Village, discovering the underground prison. Seeing the effect of this thing, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy, so this is why I couldn't detect the strength of those hunters. This is a good thing, and it doesn't have any level. So Chao Xing gave one to each of his men. Instantly Chao Xing felt that their auras became more obscure and difficult to detect. Especially the phantom assassin Sarah. She was standing there now, also giving people a sense of illusion, and it was easy to be ignored. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. With this cloak, other survivors will not be able to easily detect my strength. At the same time, Andrew and Assam also completed their transformation. A powerful force rose from their bodies. Chao Xing could even feel that the size of the two big men increased by 2 or 3 centimeters again. 2 system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully advanced to a 3rd level leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Assam, has successfully advanced to a 3rd level leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Chao Xing was overjoyed. Great. 2 more 3rd level generals under my command. You know, a few days ago, Assam was only a 1st level creature of level 10, and Andrew was only level 15. He broke through to the 3rd level so quickly. His development speed is really fast and terrifying. The two of them also walked over with joy on their faces. Assam said respectfully, "Thank you for the gift from the Lord. Assam has become a 3rd level knight." Andrew also said devoutly, "You and the power of nature, protect me at the same time." Chao Xing nodded, and encouraged him as usual. Then he looked at their attributes. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam. Race, human. Level 20/100000. 3rd level boss level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Icefield Druid, Andrew. Race, Druid. Level 20/100000. 3rd level boss level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Seeing their attributes, Chao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. 2 fears. Their attack power all exceeded 1500. Their health points were also more terrifying than each other. Although, compared with the 3rd level Dabai of the same level, their attributes were a little worse. But Dabai, as a mammoth, a sacred creature, naturally has its advantages. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, let's go to the village." "Yes." Assam drew his sword first and walked towards the village. Soon, they came to the inside of the village. As soon as they entered, the scene inside was in a mess. Sarah's battle with the hunters in the village destroyed many houses. There were also several bodies of hunters on the ground. In addition to the signs of the battle, there was dried blood on the walls of the houses. Sarah appeared beside Chao Xing and reported, "I have explored here before, and there is no one left in this village." Chao Xing nodded. He probably guessed it. It can be seen from the fact that the hunters were hiding and did not let Chao Xing enter the village. Sarah continued, however, "I found a gate to an underground passage in one of the houses, and that's where I was discovered by the hunters. That place should be very important to them." After listening, Chao Xing held his chin and thought for a moment. The gate to the underground passage? It seems that under that gate, the secrets of the hunters in this village should be hidden. But he didn't go over immediately, but looked at the surrounding houses. Then, Chao Xing pushed open a house. Some simple facilities were seen inside. A stove, a few tables, chairs and benches. In addition, there was a kitchen area and a bedroom. Chao Xing first entered the kitchen area. Then, he found a wooden cabinet hanging on the wall. He opened the cabinet door, and suddenly some bottles and jars appeared inside, all of which were used seasonings. Oh! And pepper? These daily necessities, for Chao Xing's territory, are still relatively rare. He collected them all. Get 1 bottle of coarse salt. Get 1 bottle of leftover soy sauce. Get 2 bottles of inferior wine. Get 1 bottle of pepper. Then, Chao Xing came to the bedroom area again. There was only a bed in the bedroom, and a blackened quilt. Under the bed, Chao Xing also found a hidden cabinet. Creaky. He opened the cabinet, and found a few simple cotton clothes and a small bag of coins. Chao Xing put them away. Obtained, linen cotton clothes *3. Obtained, coins *102. Obtained, silver rings *2. These are some unexpected gains. After all, these cotton clothes and coins are relatively important supplies. Especially the cotton clothes, if they are taken to the trading market, they will be enough to cause the survivors to scramble for them. Chao Xing continued to search the bedroom with a look of joy on his face. After not finding anything valuable, he walked out of the house. Chao Xing clapped his hands, then looked at his men and said, "Go and search the houses of those villagers. No, go and look for any supplies that can be brought back to the territory. This village has been occupied by hunters. We can't let these supplies fall into the hands of hunters," Chao Xing said righteously. Assam and the others straightened up immediately after hearing this. And then, they all started to move. Chao Xing himself also pushed open the doors of the villagers one by one and searched carefully. He first searched the living room, then went to the kitchen, and finally went to the bedroom, taking away all the supplies that could be used. System prompts kept appearing. Get dry cheese *2. Get poor quality wine *1. Get egg *12. Get chanterelle *5. Get raw buckwheat honey *2. Get linen cotton clothes *3. Get gingerbread *1. Get coins *723. Get. Although they were just some low-value supplies, Chao Xing enjoyed it. How to describe this feeling? It's as if this whole village belongs to you, and everything in it is free for you to take. Moreover, this village is quite large, with hundreds of houses of all sizes. If you can collect all these supplies, it will be a big gain. Of course, it will take some time. But Chao Xing has a lot of people, so it won't take long. After searching more than a dozen villagers' houses, Chao Xing came to a 2-story building in the village. That was the tavern in the village. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of blood came from inside. It was obvious that a battle must have taken place here. But in order to disguise their identities, these hunters had cleared away all signs of the battle. The tables, chairs and benches in the tavern were neatly placed together. Chao Xing ignored it and went straight to the counter of the tavern. His eyes were fixed on the wine cabinet at the back. Creak! The cabinet door opened. Dozens of bottles of wine suddenly appeared inside. Oh my god! So many red and white wines, I'm going to make a fortune this time. Chao Xing, with an excited look on his face, collected them all directly. Obtained, crafted rum *24. Obtained, Jixta dry liquor *6. Obtained, local pepper vodka *8. Obtained, Vizima champion liquor *6. Obtained, Kedwin dark beer *7. Haha, this is really cool. The tavern in my territory can get a new batch of wine. Then, he opened the bar again, and a large pile of coins suddenly appeared inside. Chao Xing's eyes were almost full of stars. Take it all away. Get coins *4724. After searching the bar, Chao Xing went to the second floor of the tavern. There were several small houses inside. Pushing open the door of one of the rooms, there lay a naked female corpse, whose skin was frozen white. In these small houses, Chao Xing did not find anything valuable. He shook his head. He walked down from the second floor again, and continued to search in the tavern. Strange, why can't I find the wine cellar of the tavern? Did they transport the wine from somewhere else? You know, even Chao Xing built a basement under the tavern in his territory, which was used to store wine and other things. He didn't give up, and searched again. At this time, Chao Xing came to the bottom of the stairs, and found a loose wooden door. Looking closely, the information of the wooden door appeared in front of him. Tavern underground wine cellar door. Armor, 10. Durability, 200. Haha, found it. Chao Xing looked happy, then raised his staff, and threw an ice ball down. Bang! The door of the wine cellar was smashed open, revealing a wide basement. A strong aroma of wine came from inside. Oh my god! What a nice smell. There should be a lot of wine stored in it. Chao Xing jumped down directly. In the basement, Chao Xing saw more than a dozen round wooden barrels. Glancing at it, he saw the system prompt. Rum *100 liters. Wine *100 liters. Tequila *100 liters. It's all wine in here. One barrel is 100 liters. There are 13 barrels here. That's a full 1,300 liters. I'm rich now. Chao Xing was overjoyed, and directly collected all the rum. Obtained, 300 liters of rum. Obtained, 200 liters of rose wine. Obtained, 500 liters of tequila. Obtained, 200 liters of wine. Obtained, 100 liters of Redania beer. 13 barrels, occupying 2 spaces of his backpack. Chao Xing was satisfied. And when he put away all the barrels, he also saw a storage box in the corner. When he approached, a system message appeared. Discover the storage box of Drake's Tavern, Blue. Do you want to open it? Open. Open successfully. Obtain. Intermediate basement construction blueprint. Obtain. Fine rum recipe *1. Obtain. Coin *27133. Obtain. Vicky Anita Bello / Ulrika's indentures *4. Obtain. Drake's Tavern account book *1. Fine rum recipe? An intermediate basement blueprint? Chao Xing looked at the properties. Intermediate basement construction blueprint. Expand the primary basement, make it 8 meters long *8 meters wide *5 meters high, for storing supplies, or serving as a temporary shelter. Armor, 100. Durability, 4500/4500. Space, 320 cubic meters. Materials required for construction. Primary basement, wood *500, stone *300, iron *100, primary element crystal *5. Construction time, 12 hours and 54 minutes. More advanced basements not only have larger space, but also have good defensive capabilities. Crafted rum recipe. Materials required for brewing, primary brewing workshop, rum, sap, honey. Note, the taste is more mellow than ordinary rum, and it is deeply loved by those warriors. Chao Xing thought, do I need a brewery to start brewing? It seems that I have to kidnap one, no, find a brewer to join my territory. Put everything away. At this point, Chao Xing had searched the basement completely. He walked up with satisfaction. At the same time, Assam and others had almost searched the village completely. They handed all kinds of supplies to Chao Xing. Remove those miscellaneous things. Chao Xing had accumulated a lot of gains. Coins *26310. Linen cotton clothes *273 sets. Coarse salt *154 bottles. Soy sauce *164 bottles. Black pepper *72 bottles. Honey *6 bottles. Dried cheese *324. Black bread *5324. White bread *253. Not bad. Chao Xing exclaimed. This wave of looting directly enriched the basic supplies in his territory. At this time, Chao Xing looked at the phantom assassin next to him and said, Sarah, take me to the basement you mentioned. Sarah nodded. Then, under her leadership, everyone came to an inconspicuous small room. However, as a second-level frost mage, Chao Xing could also feel something wrong here. There seemed to be some magical fluctuations in the room. Not only that, outside the room, there were also some explosive traps, rope traps, spike traps, etc. This shows that the hunters valued this room. Fortunately, these traps had been removed by Sarah. After pushing open the door, the facilities inside were also very ordinary. Sarah went straight to the corner of the room, pointed to a wooden board and said, This is it. Chao Xing looked over. Underground passage wooden door with blasting rune. Armor, 50 points. Durability, 1000 points. Additional special effect, self-destruction. If the door is opened forcibly, it will cause the fire rune to self-destruct, causing 500 points of self-destruction damage to nearby creatures. Chao Xing thought for a moment. The self-detonation can only cause 500 points of damage, which is not a problem for them at all. So he said directly, Sarah, open it. Hearing Chao Xing's order, Sarah slashed it directly. Bang! The durability of this wooden door is reset to 0. Then, a scorching flame rose up. Boom! After the explosion, everyone was unharmed. But only one layer of their holy shield was blown off. At the same time, the door of the underground passage opened, revealing a deep staircase inside. Assam drew out his sword. Lord, let me lead the way. Chao Xing nodded. Go ahead. Knight Assam. Then, everyone followed Assam and walked down. The stairs were deep and long. Tap, tap. As they went deeper, only the sound of everyone's footsteps echoed. After almost 100 meters, Chao Xing found that they came to a wide space. You have discovered the hidden area, the underground prison in Amu Daria village. Oh! Is this an underground prison? Chao Xing had a puzzled look in his eyes. Then he took out the magic torch. As the torch glowed with a faint orchid light, the scene in the prison was also presented to everyone. In front of him, there was also a passage, and on both sides were small rooms sealed with iron bars. Chao Xing walked to the door of one of the rooms, and then shone the magic torch. He saw a human who was the same as the one who ran out of the village, who was also half-dressed, and covered with various wounds. However, the other party did not seem to be dead, and was still breathing a little. The opponent's attributes appeared in front of him. Kingdom Soldier, Guillermo. Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level 24, Level 3 Ordinary Creature. HP, 1194/11250. Attack Power, None. Skills, Intermediate Sword Mastery, 3-stage / jumping /. Status, Severely Injured, Hungry, Internal Injury, Cold, Frostbite. Ice Crystal Kingdom Soldier, why is he here? Chao Xing had a puzzled look in his eyes. He wanted to ask for some information, but the naked man was in a daze. No matter what Chao Xing said, he just stayed in the corner without moving. Obviously, he had been tortured to the point of insanity by the hunters. This could be seen from his many negative states. Even if he had a third-level physique, he would not be able to withstand the long-term torture by the hunters. Coupled with a low temperature of more than 40 degrees below zero in the underground prison, even an Iron Man could not bear it. The soldier was able to survive until now, probably because the hunters deliberately kept him alive. Let's go! Chao Xing shook his head, and continued to lead his men to the depths of the underground prison. They advanced along this passage for about 500 meters. They found more than 30 rooms in total. Some of the rooms were empty, and in other rooms, there was a soldier of the kingdom who was tortured to death. Their state was the same as the first soldier, confused and unconscious. Chao Xing walked all the way to the innermost part of the prison. There appeared a room closed by a thick iron door. The person imprisoned inside seems to be an important person. He raised the torch and shone it inside. A disheveled, naked man huddled in a corner. Chao Xing also glanced at his attributes. Lieutenant, Declan Noble. Affiliation, Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level 28, Level 3 Boss Level Creature. HP, 1713/25300. Attack Power, None. Skills, Intermediate Imperial Swordsmanship, 5-segment / Sword Chi Burst, Frenzy. Talent, None. Status, Severely Injured, Internal Injuries, Hungry, Cold, Frostbite. Good guy, a lieutenant at the boss level? Chao Xing's eyes were filled with surprise. Moreover, he also found that the lieutenant in front of him was different from other prisoners. He still retained the last bit of consciousness. Chao Xing asked directly, "Are you the lieutenant of the Ice Crystal Kingdom? How did you get here?" The lieutenant looked at Chao Xing, and a terrifying smile gradually appeared at the corners of his dry mouth. Chapter 155, Exposing the Conspiracy of the Church of Light. The corners of the lieutenant's dry mouth gradually showed a terrifying smile. He looked at Chao Xing and others, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. "Oh, you have changed a new trick today, trying to get information from me? Heh, you cultists. Give up. No matter what means you use, I will not surrender to you. I know your purpose. Don't you just want me to join the Church of Light, and then use my position to pass on information to you? I tell you, don't even think about it," the lieutenant said loudly. After hearing this, Chao Xing said happily, "You can speak so loudly. It seems that you still have a lot of strength." The lieutenant said disdainfully, "Heh? Do you think I am as weak as you cultists? You guys, just wait. His Majesty the King will definitely discover your conspiracy. At that time, the Knights and Expeditionary Force of the Ice Crystal Kingdom will destroy your strongholds one by one, and the bodies of you cultists will all be hung on the city wall." Chao Xing asked with interest, "Are the Knights and Expeditionary Force strong?" The lieutenant sneered, "Of course. The King's Knights are all at least 4th-level strongmen, and there are even more powerful heavy-armored knights and sword knights among them. Add the Expeditionary Force, and you cultists can be wiped out in one fell swoop." After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, we are not hunters. We have killed all those guys outside." Hearing this, the lieutenant snorted coldly, "Do you think I will believe your lies? You guys, I have seen you use any means to get me to reveal information." Chao Xing was speechless. It seems that during the time he was captured, the group of hunters used various means on him. He also knew that this lieutenant was very cautious. Then, he looked at the lock on the iron gate, looked at Assam and said, "Cut the lock on it." Assam obeyed the order, then raised the ancient rapier at his hand, and slashed it fiercely. Clang! After a metal collision, the chain was cut directly. Seeing this scene, although the lieutenant was a little surprised, he still maintained a strong vigilance. Chao Xing said, "Okay, whether we are hunters or not, you will know if you come out and take a look. The bodies of those guys are still piled up at the entrance of the village." Speaking of this, Chao Xing suddenly remembered something. He took out a bunch of hunter masks, including 2 masks of black-robed priests. These were taken from the hunters. The lieutenant stared at the masks on the ground, some of which had sword marks on them. He asked with some hesitation, "You said you are not hunters. Then why are you here?" Chao Xing replied, "I am a lord, and these people are my men. We went out to do something this time, and just passed by here. Then I saw a person like you, wearing nothing, running out to call for help, which made me realize the identity of these hunters. Then, I killed the guys in this village." Hearing this, the suspicion in the lieutenant's eyes faded a lot again. After seeing the druid and half-giant put Anna next to Chao Xing, the lieutenant's eyes suddenly became clear. "I believe you are the lord. These crazy cultists are not capable of getting the guardian druids to cooperate in the show." Andrew next to him said devoutly, "God of nature, you are right. We druids have our own beliefs." Chao Xing laughed after hearing this. He didn't expect that it was because of Andrew that he dispelled the lieutenant's suspicion. At this time, the lieutenant said solemnly, "Lieutenant of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, Declan Noble, thank you for the rescue of this young lord." Chao Xing nodded. "Lord Chao Xing. Lieutenant Declan, how did you get here? And how did you get caught by these hunters?" Chao Xing asked straight to the point. Lieutenant Declan acted decisively, and after no longer doubting Chao Xing, he replied directly, "This matter is related to some confidential information of our kingdom. According to the information we received, the hunter branch in the snowstorm area is organizing a terrorist action. But we don't know the specific content of the action. So General Tashet sent our reconnaissance team to investigate the snowstorm. Then we investigated in the snowstorm for many days, and finally found a gathering place for hunters. So, we found a way to sneak into the inside of this cult. After a period of dormancy, we found that the power of the hunters in the snowstorm has developed to a very terrifying level. Their organization has a large number of fanatical believers. And there are even strong people above the 5th level. More importantly, we learned the purpose of this group of hunters. They want to hold a certain ceremony to summon the army of White Walkers and sweep across the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom." At this point, Lieutenant Declan's eyes showed a look of horror. White Walkers are mysterious and vicious creatures. They have extremely terrifying freezing abilities. Any targets they attack, whether they are flesh or walls, will be instantly frozen into ice cubes and then shattered. City walls have no effect on them. They can also turn all dead creatures into whites and let these corpses fight for them. An army of White Walkers can easily destroy a human city. If this group of cultists really summons an army of White Walkers, it will be a terrible disaster for the entire Ice Kingdom. Chao Xing fell into thought again after hearing this. If what the lieutenant said is true, then the army of the aliens is indeed quite terrifying, and can almost be seen as a different kind of natural disaster. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Then how were you captured?" Hearing this question, the lieutenant seemed very angry, because there was a traitor among us, and the soldier was completely brainwashed by the hunters. He betrayed the king and chose to join the Church of Light, and betrayed us. Then, we were captured." Chao Xing was stunned. And he could actually let a soldier betray his kingdom and faith. Is the brainwashing of the Church of Light so strong? After thinking about it, it seems normal. After all, the Church of Light has been able to develop in the Ice Crystal Kingdom for so long, and has such a huge influence, it must be quite capable. Lieutenant Declan looked at Chao Xing solemnly. "Lord Chao Xing, the Church of Light is a group of troubles. If possible, please go to the main city of Everfrost as soon as possible and tell Captain Umberto the news. The hunters' actions have begun. It won't be long before the army of aliens arrives, and they will destroy everything. Lieutenant Declan issues a commission to you. Go to the main city of Everfrost and expose the conspiracy of the hunters. Do you accept?" Seeing this system prompt, Chao Xing did not accept it immediately. Through the conversation with the lieutenant, he learned a lot of information, including the strength of the hunters in the snowstorm, and their next plans and goals. And Chao Xing's territory is nearby. In other words, the hunters' conspiracy will also sweep them, the survivors, into it. After a moment, Chao Xing shook his head and said, "I think you should take this news back yourself. My territory is not far from here, and there is a dragon disaster recently. I can't leave the territory for a long time." He refused the task. Hearing this, The lieutenant was also stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, I can't do it either. I have too many internal injuries, and can't mobilize my strength. Now I can't even hold a weapon. In my current state, let alone returning to Yongchuan City, I can't run more than 10 kilometers, and I will be frozen to death on the road. At this point, a lonely look appeared in his eyes. Chaoxing thought for a moment, and took out a bottle of cloud yak milk from his backpack. The system said that cloud yak milk can recover some internal injuries or hidden diseases. I wonder if this stuff will work on this drink. Looking at the milk handed over by Chaoxing, Lieutenant Drank was surprised. This is, Chaoxing explained, milk from a sacred creature, which has the effect of healing wounds. You try it? If it doesn't work, it's also good to drink it to restore some physical strength. I think you should be hungry. Lieutenant Drank did not refuse. He took the small bottle of milk from Chaoxing's hand, raised his head and drank it. Then, a green recovery number of plus 250 appeared above his head. Not only that, Drank clearly felt that, after drinking this bottle of milk, a warm current surged in his stomach. Then this warm current flowed throughout his body, even relieving the pain in his body a lot. He said in surprise, Gods, the effect of this milk is really magical. I feel that part of the injury in my body is recovering. It seems to be really working. Because you rescued Rank Noble, the other party's attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, stranger. Hearing the system prompt, Chaoxing also smiled. In fact, if this Lieutenant Drank was a friendly unit, Chaoxing could quickly restore him to health by casting an ice therapy spell and a purification spell. However, because the other party already had his own forces, Chaoxing could not recruit him. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing took out another liter, which was 10 portions of cloud yak milk, and 3 bottles of life secret medicine, small. Lieutenant Drank, I still have a few portions of milk here. Used with the life secret medicine, it should be able to speed up your recovery process. Although I can't go to Yongchuan City, I also don't want to see the hunter's plan succeed. In addition to the above reasons, there is another reason why Chaoxing was willing to take out so many supplies at once. Through previous experiences, he has tasted the benefits of building good relations with these big forces. In the area where Chaoxing is located, the biggest force is undoubtedly the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Therefore, this is also equivalent to an investment. Lieutenant Drank's eyes showed excitement. So many life secret medicines and milk are enough to recover most of my injuries. And then I can absorb the power and slowly recover myself. Great. This way, I will have the strength to return to the main city of Yongchuan and expose the conspiracy of these hunters to the general. Chaoxing nodded. This is also the way for the strong in this world to recover. After they leave the battle, they will absorb a kind of energy to restore the injuries in their bodies. In the eyes of the survivors, it is to restore blood volume. However, unless they are those with strong vitality, the recovery speed is very slow. Lieutenant Durank solemnly took the milk and secret medicine, and said gratefully, You are a powerful and kind lord. The gods will bless you. Due to your generous gift, Durank Noble, the other party's attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, familiar. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chaoxing's mouth. Then, Drank began to use these secret medicines and milk to recover. A few minutes later, Chaoxing saw that his health had returned to more than 4,000. And the internal injuries, hunger, and frost status on the status bar had also been cleared. Not only that, green numbers +5 were still appearing above Drank's head. Although it was very slow, this meant that he was recovering. It wouldn't be long before he could recover to his peak strength. Drank opened his eyes again, his muscles bulged horribly, and his aura was like a tiger out of a cage. But facing Chaoxing, he quickly restrained this momentum. Drank said solemnly, Lord Chaoxing, your milk is very effective. I will be able to recover to my peak condition soon. But now, I have another request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Chaoxing was stunned. What request? Can you lend me a weapon, so that I can rescue the soldiers first? When I return to Yongchuan City, I will definitely repay you many times over. Hearing that he would repay you many times over, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. He even wanted to give him the ancient sword Magdel. On the spot. At that time, if the other party returns a few legendary weapons to him, he will be rich. Chaoxing thought happily. Of course he also knew that this was impossible. So, he took out the Black Rock Great Sword Blue from his backpack and handed it to the lieutenant. Then he took out more than a dozen sets of cotton clothes from his backpack and more than a dozen standard long swords. And some bread and milk from the cloud yak were placed on the ground. These cotton clothes and bread were naturally searched from the rooms of those villagers. Those long swords were also green weapons dropped by the hunters. For Chao Xing, these things are not valuable, but they can quickly make the lieutenant and other soldiers capable of fighting. Looking at the pile of weapons and supplies in front of him, D rank was stunned for a moment. This resolute soldier showed a touching look on his face, and then bowed solemnly to Chao Xing. Everything is self-evident. You gave Declan noble supplies, and his attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, friendly. Chao Xing smiled. Sure enough, helping others is the most effective way to help others. This favorability really soared. The lieutenant stood up, quickly put on his clothes, and held the black rock great sword. He came to the iron gates, and cut off all the locks one by one. Clang! Clang! The locks fell. The group of soldiers still looked at Lieutenant Declan with numb faces. And Lieutenant Declan also knew the status of these soldiers. Soldiers, the group of crazy hunters have been killed by this young lord. We are saved. Now, put on your clothes, pick up your weapons. Let's go back to Yongshuang City and report this to the general. Then, launch the most fierce revenge on these hunters. Hearing this, the soldiers in the cage, their eyes lit up. The word revenge seemed to have ignited a fire in their hearts. At this moment, these soldiers, who were like zombies, actually gathered their last bit of strength and came to the outside of the prison. Then, they saw a pile of dry bread on the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying light flashed in their eyes. They rushed over and devoured it like a group of hungry wolves. The lieutenant did not stop them. He knew that these soldiers were starving. A few minutes later, the group of soldiers ate all the dozens of breads on the ground in one breath and drank the milk next to them. They seemed to have regained some strength. Then, they stood up again, put on their clothes, picked up their weapons. Lieutenant Drank nodded. No need to say more. Now, let's go out first and leave this damn place. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Drank. Then, Drank led the dozen soldiers and left the underground prison together. Chao Xing continued to scan the basement. He did not find anything special, not even a bronze treasure chest. Shaking his head, Chao Xing also led his men out of the underground prison. At this moment, Lieutenant Drank had already brought his soldiers to the village entrance. Just as Chao Xing said, the bodies of the hunters had been piled together. After seeing the bodies of the hunters, the soldiers' eyes flashed with a terrifying light. They had expressions of pleasure or anger on their faces. After seeing Chao Xing coming, all the soldiers expressed their sincere gratitude to Chao Xing. Through the lieutenant's narration, they already knew that it was this young lord who saved them. For a moment, the soldiers' favorability soared. The relationship changed from cold to familiar. Chao Xing nodded. At this time, Lieutenant Delank came to Chao Xing. He frowned and said, Lord Chao Xing, I looked, and there is no body of the white-robed priest here. White-robed priest? Lieutenant Delan nodded. Yes, the cult organization of the hunters also has different levels of status. From the black-robed priest, to the white-robed high priest, and then to the red-robed bishop. The higher you go, the stronger your strength will be. And the white-robed high priest here is a guy with the strength of a 4th-level leader. We fell into his hands. Chao Xing nodded suddenly. Then do you know where this guy went? The existence of the 4th-level leader. Although it is very terrifying. But Chao Xing was not weak. All his subordinates can fight across levels. Even if he can't win, Chao Xing still has a trump card. When the time comes, he will directly use Book of the Dead of Ascalon and summon the undead to push forward. Lieutenant Drank thought for a moment and said, A few days ago, the white-robed priest came to me once, and he asked me about the news of the Witch Forest. But obviously, they asked the wrong person. I don't know the legend of the Witch Forest at all. Later, the white-robed priest saw that he couldn't get anything out of me, so he knocked me out. And in a coma, I vaguely heard them say that they would take people to the Witch Forest in the near future, which was related to a certain plan. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. Because next, they were going to the Witch Forest. When the time comes, maybe they will meet this white-robed priest. Chapter 156. Reunion, entering the Witch Forest. Okay, I understand, Lieutenant Drank. Chao Xing replied. Drank said solemnly, Thank you again, Lord Chao Xing. Now, we must hurry back to Yongshuang City and report this to the captain. Chao Xing reminded. Lieutenant Drank, Before going to Yongchuan City, I suggest you go to Dwelluan Lake City first. The lieutenant's eyes showed doubt. Dwelluan Lake City? This city is on the way to Yongchuan City. Is there any problem? Chaoxing replied, according to the information I received before, the group of hunters will hold a blood sacrifice ceremony in the near future. They will sacrifice all the creatures in Dwelluan Lake City. I suspect that this is related to the plan of the Church of Light you mentioned. After hearing this news, the lieutenant also realized the seriousness of the matter. So that's it. This is the ritual that these hunters are talking about. He nodded solemnly and said, I understand. Lord Chaoxing, I will go to Dwelluan Lake City as quickly as possible, and then report this to their city lord. Then, Lieutenant Durank led his team and quickly disappeared in the snow. Chaoxing nodded, the message had been delivered, and he could not take care of the rest. After all, whether it was Dwelluan Lake City or Yongchuan City, they were too far away for him. Then, Chaoxing looked at the pile of corpses and gave an order. Andrew, cast the Moonfire spell to burn these corpses. The druid nodded. Then he directly entered the form of an owl beast and threw a ball of fire down. Hiss! After a while, a blazing flame rose up, carrying thick black smoke, and rushed into the air. Let's go. Let's continue. After seeing that the bodies of the hunters were all burned, Chaoxing led the team and quickly left the village. Then, according to the coordinates set by Chiu Yuting, we moved forward. On the way, Chaoxing thought to himself, it's unlucky for these hunters to run into me. I've been in this world for a few days, and I've destroyed many of their camps. And now I've revealed their plans in the snowstorm. If these crazy cultists knew, they would probably want to kill me. Thinking of this, Chaoxing's eyes suddenly moved. No. With the huge power of this cult, maybe they have noticed me. Or, they have already noticed us survivors from another world. You know, the Church of Light is not like those level 7 or 8 monsters in the ice nest. That group of hunters is a headache for the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The white-robed high priest has the strength of a 4th level leader. And the higher-level red-robed bishop is probably even more powerful. However, such a powerful existence should not personally deal with a small Karami like Chaoxing. But this also reminded Chaoxing. It seems that in addition to defending the ice nest, I have to find a way to guard against this group of hunters. Even if it is not exposed now, we must take precautions before it happens, lest the matter be exposed one day. These guys will lead people to attack my territory and catch me off guard. Thinking of this, Chaoxing became more determined to quickly develop the territory and enhance his own strength. The team continued to move forward. 10 minutes later, they had arrived near the coordinates. Ahead, a forest covered with ice and snow appeared faintly. This forest was very large, and it also occupied a large area on the map. After walking for another kilometer or two, Chaoxing sat on the back of the mammoth and saw a group of human survivors appear in the snow ahead. That should be Chiu Yuting and others. This time, Chaoxing was delayed for almost an hour because of the group of soldiers he met on the road. So Chiu Yuting and the others had arrived early. At this moment, a group of young-looking survivors, a dozen people, gathered together. Their levels were roughly between 7 and 9. They were young, their faces were tender, and full of youthful vibes. Several little girls gathered together. Some of them were still wearing the school uniforms of Shinzhou High School. On the other side, several boys gathered together. At this time, a survivor named Su Haoxing had an impatient look on his face. Why hasn't Chaoxing come yet? Isn't he too proud? Even if he is the first on the list, it's too much to make so many of us wait for so long. Hearing this, the other boys nodded. Indeed, in this icy and snowy place, waiting for a few minutes will make you numb. We have been waiting here for almost an hour. A boy wearing a green submariner watch said with contempt on his face. I think he did it on purpose. This Chaoxing was probably a member of the lower class when he was on Blue Star. It's not easy to become the first in this world. So he wants to show off his power. I have seen many people like this. Hearing this, no one else dared to agree. At this time, a young woman with delicate features and dignified temperament stood up and said, Okay. Stop talking. Boss Chaoxing has sent me a message and will be here soon. Talk about what you just said in the back. When Boss Chaoxing comes, don't say it in front of him. I won't care if something goes wrong. After hearing this, the others nodded. Only Su Haoxing and the man wearing the green submariner watch still had a dissatisfied look on their faces. At this moment, a little girl wrapped in a cotton coat and with two ponytails pointed to the snow in the distance and said, "Sister Yuting, there seems to be a group of people there. Can you see if it's them?" Xiao Yuting frowned slightly, shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. Let's wait until they get closer." Not long after, they saw a group of figures approaching slowly. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps were heard. Then, a huge monster with a body of 5 meters and 2 curved fangs suddenly appeared. And next to this mammoth, there was also a group of creatures with a terrifying aura. At this moment, the survivors below level 1 were stunned by the terrifying creatures, and their faces turned pale. Xiao Yuting and the other girls hugged each other, looking at the creatures with horror. The boys were so scared that they dared not breathe. Then, they saw a man on the back of the mammoth with a sharp gaze. Everyone present, including the 2 boys who had strong opinions, lowered their heads subconsciously when they met his gaze, because they all had a feeling that the aura of this man was very terrifying. He could easily kill them all. Fortunately, the other party did not take action, but slowly spoke. "I am Chao Xing. Who among you is Xiao Yuting?" Hearing this, a girl with a dignified appearance and outstanding temperament slowly stood up. She replied with a trembling voice, "Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Chao Xing." Chao Xing looked over. There was still fear on Xiao Yuting's delicate face. She was tall, about 1.7 meters tall. She wore a rabbit fur coat on the outside, and a student uniform on the inside. He glanced at her information. Xiao Yuting LV9. Chao Xing nodded. This Xiao Yuting had already reached level 9, which was quite fast. It wouldn't be long before she could reach level 10, and then advance to a second-level creature. He glanced at the others. Chen Husu LV8. Su Haoqing LV9. Han Wan LV7. Their levels were between 7 and 9, which was pretty good. This also shows that most of the survivors have reached this level. Chao Xing said, "I'm sorry. I just encountered something on the road and was delayed for a while." Hearing Chao Xing's apology, the high school students looked at each other with surprise in their eyes, because he was not a villain as the boy said, but was very peaceful to them. The fear on everyone's face gradually dissipated. Xiao Yuting also had a gentle smile on her face. "Master Chao Xing, you are too polite. We just arrived not long ago." The other survivors were also very curious about the legendary Chao Xing, and they all agreed. "Yes, Master Chao Xing is really modest. Master Chao Xing, you are so amazing. You can even use such a powerful mammoth as a mount. It's okay to wait a little longer to see the legendary Master Chao Xing." Only the 2 boys stood there with a suffocated look on their faces. For Chao Xing, he was indeed at the bottom of the Blue Star Society before, but he also made a living with his own hands. Years of social experience have taught Chao Xing that the higher you jump, the faster you die. So there is no need to show off. In fact, including most of the lower-class people in this society, after gaining power or wealth, they will not show off their power as those people say, but will first think about how to cover it up. Chao Xing smiled, and then said straight to the point, "According to the information you have obtained, the Iceland flower grows in this forest, right?" "Yes," Xiao Yuting replied softly. Chao Xing nodded, and continued to ask, "I think this forest is quite large. Do you know the exact location where the ice phoenix grows?" Xiao Yuting's face froze. Then, she shook her head and said, "No, I don't know." She seemed a little scared, afraid that Chao Xing would suddenly bring this up. If the other party gets upset, this mammoth alone can kill them all. Chao Xing fell into thought after hearing this. As mentioned before, this forest is at least tens of kilometers deep and covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. In such a large area, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the Iceland flower. However, if there are enough Iceland flowers growing in this area, the difficulty of searching will be much lower. While Chao Xing was thinking, his men stood silently by and waited, and the other survivors did not dare to speak. Although Chao Xing seemed very peaceful, the aura they exuded invisibly still put great pressure on these survivors. After a moment, Chao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Then, according to our agreement, I just need to take you into the forest, right? Even if there is no specific location, Chao Xing is ready to enter the forest to explore." After all, he was also very interested in the legend of this witch. Xiao Yuting breathed a sigh of relief, and then nodded. "Yes, Boss Chao Xing. Chao Xing continued to ask, I want to know. Why don't you go in by yourself? Or is there any danger in this witch forest if you force your way in? Qiu Yuting nodded and said, the villagers told me that there is a terrible monster in the witch forest, and they will attack all creatures that enter. They also said that even those powerful second-level knights will be swallowed by the monsters inside after entering. So, I don't know what the danger is inside. At this point, Qiu Yuting looked at Chao Xing with a guilty conscience. Chao Xing didn't say much, but nodded again. Okay, I got it. You guys follow me. I'll take you in. After that, he controlled Dubai and walked straight into the forest. And several melee units such as Braum and Assam have already started to clear the way ahead. The action was quite decisive and fast. The group of survivors were still standing there in a daze. Qiu Yuting said, let's follow them. Boom, boom, boom. Dubai continued to move forward carrying Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. Behind them, the dozen high school students had strong curiosity in their eyes. The group of little girls were discussing in a low voice. Wow! I didn't expect this to be Chao Xing. I've always heard his name in the chat channel before. And this time, I finally saw him in person. Yes, Chao Xing looks easy to talk to. Those people from the Three Heroes Society have been saying that he is extremely vicious and murderous. I thought it was true. Yes. It turns out that what those people from the Three Heroes Society say is unreliable. Just then, a boy said in the chat channel, have you noticed that we can't seem to see the level of Chao Xing and the strength of his recruited creatures? Hearing this, the other survivors also cast their eyes over. However, what they got was a bunch of question marks. Question marks without even seeing their names and levels. The girls had surprised looks on their faces. It's actually true, I can't see their information either. How strange. I can't even see their names. Could it be that Boss Chao Xing is already more than 20 levels ahead of us? Next to him, a boy shook his head and said, it shouldn't be that fast. Right? Boss Chao Xing just reached level 10 4 days ago. It's impossible to reach level 30 in just 4 days. Right? Yes, this is simply impossible. The girls chatted again and asked, what's going on? The chat channel was silent, and no one could answer this question. Of course, they didn't know what was going on, because Chao Xing equipped his subordinates and himself with Shadow Cloak. As long as the level of these survivors did not reach level 30, they would not be able to see through his strength. And this was exactly Chao Xing's purpose, to prevent these survivors from spreading their own level and the level of their subordinates. However, although they could not see Chao Xing's attributes, some of the survivors still used the system's built-in camera function. They kept taking pictures of Chao Xing's back and the group of recruited creatures around him. At this time, the boys were chatting in the team privately. Did you see that woman on the back of the mammoth? It's really Goddess Mu Shui. Of course I saw it. Goddess Mu Shui is so beautiful. I noticed her when she came over. I'm so envious. I've never heard of Chao Xing before. I didn't expect that he could sit with Goddess Mu Shui. Goddess Mu Shui seems to have a close relationship with Chao Xing. Do you think they have? The boys shook their heads and said, impossible. Goddess Mu Shui is not that kind of person. Whoa. I won't admit it. At this time, Su Haoqing said, by the way, Yushin Wu, didn't you say that you had dinner with Goddess Mu Shui before? Why does she seem to not know you? Yushin Wu, the boy wearing the green submariner watch. Hearing this question, his face froze. And then he answered with a stiff face, maybe it's because Goddess Mu Shui saw that there are too many people here. And she was embarrassed. The other boys looked at Yushin Wu with strange faces. As they chatted, the team had already reached the edge of the forest. When they were about to step in, Chao Xing, who was sitting on the back of the mammoth, ordered Braun, switch to a defensive posture. Assam, put Anna, follow Braun. Hearing Chao Xing's voice, the three of them replied at the same time, yes, Lord. After that, Braun raised his shield and walked at the front of the team. Assam and Put Anna followed him on both sides. As they went deeper into the forest, the temperature began to drop. They looked at the temperature above their heads. -49°C, -50°C, -51°C. They looked around and found themselves in a white forest in a dream. The dense branches and leaves above their heads were frozen into frost, like glass that would break at the touch. This forest was decorated like a crystal forest in a fairy tale, full of cold beauty, including the branches and fallen leaves on the ground. They were also frozen stiff. When you stepped on them, they made a cracking sound. Everyone remained alert. After going about 200 meters deep, they were not attacked by any monsters. In the team behind them, Su Hao said in the team channel, Squad Leader Yuting, did you make a mistake? Is it possible that there are no monsters in this forest at all? And those natives made it sound so scary that we dared not come in. The other Yushengwu also echoed, yes. In fact, we don't need to ask Chaoxing for help. We can also enter the forest. Just as they were speaking, one of the trees that looked ordinary suddenly moved. Whoosh! A branch came with a sound of breaking through the air, and at an extremely terrifying speed, attacked a boy at the back of the team. At this moment, the boy only felt a terrifying sense of crisis. It has been almost 10 days since they came to this world, and the cruel experiences during this period have also given them a good sense of combat. His body subconsciously moved half a body position, and then a sharp pain came from his shoulder. Puff! The sound of flesh being penetrated came. Chapter 157. The human face tree is full of treasures. Puff! The branch pierced the boy's shoulder. -674. A damage number appeared. The boy took a breath, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. In an instant, his health was reduced to only a few dozen points. If he hadn't avoided the vital points at the last moment, he would have died on the spot. And at this moment, the second sound of wind appeared. The boy immediately shouted in fear, Save me. At the critical moment, Rena shot an arrow. Swish! The arrow hit the branch accurately, and interrupted the attack. The strange thing was that everyone actually heard a hoarse cry of pain from a human. Ah! Before they could react. The next moment, all the trees in this area moved. Clatter. The branches were flying. The ground, which had been frozen into permafrost, was also rising continuously, as if something was moving underground. Then, the trees slowly turned around. They were horrified to find that on the trunks of these trees, there was actually a pale human face. Those faces slowly spoke. This is our territory. Intruders, die! The next moment, dense branches shot towards them, and the group of survivors at the back of the team had no power to stop them at all. According to the agreement with Qiu Yuting, Chaoxing had to lead them into the forest. So Chaoxing shouted, Braun, block it! After hearing this, Braun leaped over and rushed to the back of the crowd. Then he raised his shield and blocked the branches. Bang! 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 Most of the branches' attacks were blocked by Braum's shield, and the other branches were intercepted by Rene's arrows. The group of survivors escaped the disaster and stood there in a daze. Braun turned his head and smiled. Little guys, don't just stand there. Move quickly. Hearing this, they finally reacted, and then hid behind Braum, or took a defensive posture. At this moment, Assam and others were also fighting against the attacks of these branches. What surprised Chaoxing was that the toughness of these branches was beyond imagination. With the attack power of Assam's third-level boss, he didn't cut it off directly with one sword, but only repelled it briefly. Chaoxing glanced at the properties of this group of human-faced trees. Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree LV27. Race, Human-Faced Tree. HP, 17640/17640. Attack power, 652 to 681. Skills, Tough Branches. The human-faced tree has tough branches, which will launch entanglement and piercing attacks on the enemy. Touch of Extreme Cold. The human-faced tree swings its branches, attacks the enemy, causes damage of attack power *133%, and puts it into a blood-freezing state for 1 to 5 seconds. Reduces its ability to move by 50%, and has a cooling time of 60 seconds. Extreme Cold Dance, waving thousands of branches, madly attacking all enemies. Cooling time 5 minutes. Talent 1. Longevity, long life. Talent 2. Vitality, 30% extra HP. Bond, human-faced tree. When the number of human-faced trees acting at the same time reaches 5, attack speed plus 10%, 10, HP increased by 20%, 20, attack power increased by 20%, activated. Introduction. A monster produced after an alchemical experiment, grows in the Witch Forest, will attack all creatures that enter the forest. What a strong third-level creature, Chaoxing commented. The number of human-faced trees that appeared here at the same time reached more than 20, and their bonds were activated, which was far more powerful than ordinary third-level creatures. The next moment, more than a dozen branches attacked everyone under the attack of this third-level creature. The attributes of these first-level survivors could not keep up with the reaction speed of the human-faced trees. For other teams, even if it was a third-level team, it would be wiped out if it encountered so many human-faced trees. However, the attacks of these human-faced trees fell on Chao Xing's men, and only shattered 1 or 2 layers of holy shields. It didn't even cause any harm to them. Seeing this, Chao Xing was relieved, and then ordered, "Go all out, kill these human-faced trees." At the same time, he and Lu Muxue jumped off the back of the mammoth. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Assam and others each used their own methods. The sword of justice swept across. The storm of arrows began to rage, and Dabai began to run wildly in the forest. Then he slammed into one of the human-faced trees. Bang! Minus 1973. A terrifying collision damage appeared. After Dabai broke through to the third level, he was also blessed by Lu Muxue's Aurora Blessing and Courage Blessing. The damage was very terrifying. Then it trampled, directly stunning 7 or 8 human-faced trees around. The new member Put Anna raised the giant axe high and slashed at one of the human-faced trees. Bang! Minus 518. As a newcomer, Put Anna is a second-level elite creature, and this damage is pretty good. And Brown, after becoming a boss, he even held off the attacks of 3 or 4 human-faced trees by himself. Come and attack Brown. Let me show you what a watertight defense is. Compared to the day before yesterday in the tomb of Ascalon, the strength of everyone on the field has improved significantly. It was no problem to deal with monsters of this level. At this moment, the group of survivors stood behind, trembling as they watched their battle. The floating damage numbers made them tremble. The most terrifying thing was that they saw Chao Xing's attack. This man, with a random spell attack, dealt 400 to 500 damage. In other words, to deal with these survivors with only 600 to 700 HP, Chao Xing only needed 1 or 2 spells to take them away directly. Not only that, they also saw that Lu Muxue, who was as beautiful as a goddess, held a gorgeous shield and guarded Chao Xing. This scene made the boys look envious. A few minutes later, the battle on Chao Xing's side came to an end. Your territory member, Brawn Iron Wall, killed the Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree LV-28, gained experience value 560. Combatant gained experience value 280. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree LV-27, gained experience value 540. Combatant gained experience value 270. Your kill prompts kept appearing. When the health value of the last human-faced tree was 0, these strange trees seemed to have lost their strength and support, and their branches collapsed. The group of survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at the corpse of the human-faced tree around them with a look of relief. At this time, Chiu Yiting came out, bowed slightly to Chao Xing and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chao Xing." Others also expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chao Xing, for saving us." Chao Xing nodded, not caring. He was just fulfilling the agreement. Then, Chao Xing looked at the corpse of the human-faced tree. At the root of the tree, something seemed to have appeared. It seems to be the items they dropped after death. Chao Xing walked over and picked up all the things on the ground. The system prompt appeared. Obtained, Intermediate Element Crystal *1. Obtained, Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Heart, green *1. Obtained, Ancient Human-Faced Tree Bark, green *1. Obtained, Sap, green *3. Obtained, Intermediate Agility Book. Chao Xing had a puzzled look in his eyes. Huh? What is the human-faced tree heart? He suppressed his curiosity. Chao Xing decided to first collect all the materials dropped by the human-faced trees on the ground, and then check the properties of these things. Obtained, Intermediate Element Crystal *12. Obtained, Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Heart, green *21. Obtained, Sap, green *114. Obtained, Ancient Human-Faced Tree Bark, green *17. Obtained, Intermediate Chaos Book *3. Obtained, Intermediate Agility Book *2. Obtained, Intermediate Spirit Book *2. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then began to check the properties of these materials. Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Heart, green, a heart that contains pure vitality. Effect 1. After use, it can increase the upper limit of life by 300 points, can be effective up to 2 times. Effect 2. Allows magical plants to absorb the vitality contained in it, accelerating the growth cycle by 0.5 to 1 year. Oh my god! This thing seems to be the same type of thing as the snow demon heart. It can accelerate the growth of plants. Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. Because according to Juliet, the pale tree has now grown into a sapling. It will take another 1 or 2 years of growth cycle, and it will bring an amplification effect to the territory. According to the vitality contained in this human-faced tree heart, it should be able to accelerate the growth of the pale tree. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest just after entering. I'm lucky. Then, he began to check the second item. Sap, green sap with magical breath. Refreshing taste. After taking it, it can restore a certain amount of mental power. Cooling time 60 seconds. Ancient human-faced tree bark, green thick and tough bark. Making materials. Can be given to blacksmiths. Or made into high-quality armor or other items in sewing shops. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Huh? This sap can actually restore mental power. Isn't it similar to the effect of moon condensation dew? However, moon condensation dew is a blue quality recovery item, while sap is only green quality. So there is still a gap in the recovery ability of the two. But this does not prevent the amount of sap from being large. This time, he directly harvested more than 100 drops of sap, which can be used without worry. It just so happens that my moon condensed flower dew is running out. With so much sap, I can use the skill of demon transformation without restraint. Andrew can also use the owl beast form uninterruptedly. Chao Xing was delighted. And he remembered that when making crafted rum, sap was also needed. In addition, the bark of the ancient human-faced tree is also good, and can be made into excellent armor. After giving it to the dwarf herald, his troops will have new equipment. He nodded with satisfaction and said, I didn't expect to have such a good harvest just after entering this witch forest. It's really the right place to come. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at these human-faced trees that had lost their life characteristics. All their branches were like men who had climaxed, drooping limply on the ground. But Chao Xing remembered how tough this thing was. Harold said that making a catapult hook requires a very tough rope. I wonder if this thing can be used as a substitute? Chao Xing shook his head. No matter. Even if it can't be replaced, the toughness of these vines alone is a good thing. So, he ordered, cut down all the vines of these human-faced trees. After hearing Chao Xing's order, the group of recruited creatures took action. They either chopped with swords, or bit with teeth, and some directly tore with claws. They tore off branches one by one. Since the corpse of the human-faced tree could not be decomposed, they could only use this primitive method. It took a lot of effort to pull off all the vines. Chao Xing walked over and picked up one at random. Obtained. Tough vine of the human-faced tree, green, *1. Took a look at the properties. Tough vine of the human-faced tree, green, extremely tough vine. A tough material, which can be made into fishing nets or other props. Chao Xing showed joy on his face. Then, he collected all the vines on the ground. Obtained. Tough vines of the human-faced tree, green, *1574. Woohoo! More than 1,000 vines. A total of several thousand meters. This wave of harvest is really good. Xiao Yuting and other little girls looked at Chao Xing and his men in surprise. It seemed that they did not expect that they would not even let go of these vines. At this time, Chao Xing looked at Xiao Yuting and asked, how long do we have to go forward to enter the interior of the witch forest? Chao Xing did not want to lead this group of survivors all the time. After bringing them into the forest, he could search here without restraint. Xiao Yuting whispered, it should be, we still need to go forward about 1 or 2 kilometers. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, then let's keep going. Next, they all went forward. On the way, they encountered 2 or 3 attacks from human-faced trees, but they were all killed by Chao Xing and his team. When they saw that the mammoth Dabai charged and directly broke a human-faced tree, the survivors were stunned. So scary. Too strong. The strength shown by Chao Xing was completely beyond their imagination. At the same time, these survivors could not help but become more curious about his level. Chao Xing ignored their looks, walked over again, collected all the materials. After several battles, he accumulated Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Heart, green, *52. Tree Sap, green, *415. Ancient Human-Faced Tree Bark, green, *46. Tough Human-Faced Tree Vine, green, *3273. Intermediate Element Crystal, *35. Chao Xing picked them up, while his face was filled with joy. This human-faced tree is really full of treasures. At this moment, Rennie's who was in the hunting eye mode, came to Chao Xing. She pointed to a giant tree in the distance and said, "Lord, there are a few flowers over there, which seem to emit magic and the breath of life." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. He ignored the puzzled looks of Qiu Yiting and others, and left the team directly, and went straight to the place where Rennie said. There, he did find a few blue-green flowers with 7 petals. After a closer look, the properties of these flowers appeared before them. Ice 1 flower, Blue's special plant. After taking the petals, you can immediately recover 200 health points and restore a certain amount of mental strength. Plants that contain vitality only grow in places with sufficient vitality. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. That's it. In this forest, there are indeed Ice 1 flowers. Chao Xing took a look and found that there were 7 Ice 1 flowers here, with about 30 petals. In other words, it was enough for him to make more than 30 bottles of improved life secret medicine. Chao Xing was in a good mood. Not bad. Not bad. Thinking of this, he carefully took out a dagger and shoveled away all the soil around the Ice Phoenix flower. Then, he put it directly into his backpack. Obtained Ice Phoenix flower, Blue, *1. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this transplantation method is feasible. Then, he took down another 6 ice blue flowers one after another. After a while, Chao Xing returned to the team with a satisfied look on his face. Seeing his expression, Qiu Yiting seemed to understand something, and said with a smile on her face, "Congratulations, Mr. Chao Xing." The other survivors also knew that Chao Xing came out this time to find the Ice 1 flower. It seemed that he had found what he wanted, and they all had envious looks on their faces. Chao Xing nodded. "Let's go!" Next, they continued to go 1 or 2 kilometers deeper. The temperature here was getting lower and lower. There were more and more plants that they had never seen before. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "You have entered a special area, Witch Forest." Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. It seems that here, it is the inner area of Witch Forest. He looked at the students, and then said, "Okay. As agreed, the next step is up to you." Hearing this, the students' faces changed slightly. Along the way, they already knew how terrifying this forest was. Even the monsters that appeared on the periphery were no less than level 3. It can be imagined how terrifying the monsters inside were. If they, a group of first-level survivors, were to walk alone in such a forest, they would be dead in no time, let alone complete the mission. They finally realized how difficult the mission they had taken was. At this time, the boy named Su Haoqing came over and said with a fake smile, "Boss Chao Xing, we have heard of your name for a long time and have always admired you. See if you can be a good person to the end and help us complete this mission. We will thank you." After hearing this, Chao Xing glanced at him lightly and said, "Not interested. According to the agreement, I have nothing to do here." Hearing this, Su Haoqing's face froze, and he was about to speak. Qiu Yiting on the side interrupted him and said, "Su Haoqing, stop talking. Boss Chao Xing has something else to do. Let's not waste too much of his time." The other girls also tried to dissuade him. Su Haoqing seemed to want to say something, but he was afraid of Chao Xing's strength, so he swallowed his words back. Chao Xing ignored them, and turned around with his men and said, "Let's go. Let's go in another direction." The survivors wanted to say something, but they could only look at Chao Xing's back. Helpless. Chapter 158 Picking Ice 1 Flowers. Mammoth Transformation. After Chao Xing left, this Su Haoqing gritted his teeth and said, "It's really abominable. It was clearly us who gave him the information. Otherwise how could he find this forest? Damn. What a stinky boss. I think he is an ungrateful guy." Yu Shenwu is right. He is a villain who has gained power, relying on his own strength, pretending to be a master in front of us. The Yu Shenwu next to him laughed and said, "I know from his look. If he were in Blue Star, such a person would not even be qualified to be a security guard for my company. I guess he himself did not dare to continue to enter the forest, and found an excuse to leave." That's right. Qiu Yiting was about to tell them to shut up. At this moment, the mammoth came back. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps made everyone's face change. A moment later, Chao Xing came back to them. Sitting on the mammoth, Chao Xing squinted at the two guys. "Do you think I can't hear you? Or do you think I'm easy to talk to? So you can talk about me behind my back?" Chao Xing is now an 18th level Frost Mage, with extremely sharp hearing. And he also has Sarah, a 3rd level leader, under him. They naturally heard these guys talking about them. Seeing Chao Xing's figure, Su Haoqing and Yusheng Wu suddenly turned pale with fear. Chao. Boss Chao Xing. We were joking, I didn't mean that. I meant. Su Haoqing hadn't finished his words yet. The next moment, a flash of cold light flashed across his neck. Minus 5,793. Attack on the vital points. A terrifying damage number appeared. Su Haoqing's head tilted, and he died on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the survivor Su Haoqing. Then, Chao Xing looked at Yusheng Wu next to him. This boy with a proud expression originally had some dissatisfaction in his eyes. But now, after seeing Chao Xing kill Su Haoqing, he instantly realized that he was in danger of death. And he knew that Chao Xing killed Su Haoqing without hesitation, and his begging for mercy was useless. So Yusheng Wu turned around and ran away without hesitation. However, how could his speed be comparable to the attack speed of Chao Xing and others? Swish! A sound of breaking through the air appeared, and an arrow flew out instantly. Then, it directly hit the back of his head. Puff! Minus 1,224. Blood flowers floated, and this arrow directly blew his head. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed the survivor Yusheng Wu. Things changed too quickly, and they didn't expect Chao Xing to start fighting as soon as he said so. Looking at the two cold bodies on the ground, everyone on the field gasped. The eyes looking at Chao Xing were also full of fear. Chao Xing said nonchalantly, "This forest is very dangerous. If you stay with such people, you will be dragged to death by them sooner or later. Not everyone can be recruited into the team." Chao Xing's last sentence was said to Qiu Yuting, which was a kind of advice. After saying that, Chao Xing led his men and turned around and left again. It was not until a few minutes later that the group of survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Qiu Yuting had a complicated expression, and she knew in her heart that what Chao Xing said made sense. These two people had always been the cancer in their team. But because of the friendship between classmates and the lack of strength, Qiu Yuting had no way to drive them away. Now, Chao Xing killed them, which made Qiu Yuting feel fortunate. A little girl in the team looked at Qiu Yuting with a pale face. Squad leader, Su Haoqing, and Yusheng Wu are dead, killed by boss Chao Xing. After a moment, Qiu Yuting took a deep breath. I know. These two idiots, I told them that their mouths would cause trouble, and they deserve their death. Boss Chao Xing is right. People who can't see the situation clearly will die sooner or later, and they may even drag us down. Hearing this, several other survivors nodded. That's right, these two guys are too stupid, although boss Chao Xing is easy to talk to, but he can survive in this world, and develop so well, he must not be as kind as he looks. That's right, they deserve their death. But fortunately, boss Chao Xing didn't implicate us. The group of survivors gradually calmed down. After all, in this world, death is too normal. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't say rude things to Chao Xing like these two idiots. Another girl next to them said, "Class monitor, what should we do now?" Qiu Yuting said, "What can we do? Either we bite the bullet and continue to move forward, or we return the same way." The girl hurriedly said, "Let's go back now. It's too dangerous here." Qiu Yuting was about to nod. At this time, another girl raised an objection. "How can we go back? We finally got here. That native said that as long as we can complete the task, he will give us an epic item." Hearing this, the other survivors seemed to hesitate. After all, epic items are orange items, which are not seen in the entire trading channel. The temptation is too great. The girl struck while the iron was hot and said, "Through what happened just now. Don't you understand? In this world, having power means having everything. If we don't fight, we will soon be like Su Haoqing and the others, dying worthlessly in this world." The girl next to him retorted, "Epic items are powerful, but you have to be alive to get them. I don't agree to move forward." Seeing this, the two sides started arguing. Qiu Yuting's eyes showed helplessness again. This is the disadvantage of having more than a dozen lords in a territory. Speaking of which, they are all 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls. Qiu Yuting was made the captain of this team because of her status as a squad leader. But now, it is obvious that they do not agree with Qiu Yuting's status as the captain. In desperation, Qiu Yuting can only let them vote whether to continue moving forward or return to the original place. At this moment, Chao Xing continued to walk in the forest. As mentioned before, the lives and deaths of the survivors had nothing to do with him after the agreement was fulfilled. It was just that he cleaned up some idiots. This incident did not cause any psychological fluctuations for them, including Lu Muxue behind him, who was also looking around vigilantly. They continued to search in the forest. At this time, Renes pointed to the front and said, "Lord, there are also a few ice phoenix flowers there." Chao Xing immediately perked up and followed the direction Renes pointed, and really saw a few ice phoenix flowers growing next to a giant tree. This giant tree was bigger than any they had seen before, and below, there were at least a dozen ice phoenix flowers growing. Just when Chao Xing was about to approach, a thick branch suddenly shot over. The previous few waves of battles had given everyone experience. Instantly realized that there might be an ice crystal human-faced tree nearby. Braun used a leap guard and jumped directly in front of Chao Xing. Bang! The branch hit his shield directly, but it only broke a layer of holy shield. Braun laughed. "I'm here, don't think of hurting the Lord." The human-faced tree saw that it couldn't hit it, and its branches began to fly. Not only that, more human-faced trees awakened nearby. And Chao Xing also saw that the giant tree in front of him, which was several hundred meters high, slowly turned its body. Crack! Crack! The sound of branches breaking rang out one after another. On the trunk, a painful human face appeared. At the same time, others also quickly entered the battle state. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of this human-faced tree. Ice crystal human-faced tree guard. Race, human-faced tree. Level 28 third order elite creature. HP, 22150/22150. Attack power, 1132 to 1178. Skills, strong branches, touch of extreme cold, frozen dance, same attributes as above, blood-sucking vines, extend multiple vines, tightly bind the enemy for 1 to 20 seconds, and absorb 1% of the enemy's health per second through the vines, cooling time 5 minutes. Talent 1. Longevity. Talent 2. Vitality. Bond, human-faced tree, 20 activated. Elite level human-faced tree? Chao Xing's eyes lit up. No wonder this human-faced tree looks much taller, and its branches look thicker and tougher. An elite human-faced tree should be able to produce something more advanced. Right? Thinking of this, Chao Xing became excited. Then he gave the order, "Kill it." Following the order, Chao Xing's 8 generals and a mammoth all rushed up. As for himself, he entered the demon transformation state. He kept throwing out balls of evil fire, and then began to bombard. Bang! -554. -532. -517. After the defense of these human-faced trees was reduced, the damage was still considerable. When his mental strength was insufficient, Chao Xing took out a drop of sap and drank it. The cool taste instantly rushed to his head, making him full of energy again. And every time those branches tried to attack Chao Xing, they were either stopped by Lu Muxue, or they were blocked by the holy shield on Chao Xing's body, and they were not hurt at all. A few minutes later, the dozen human-faced trees here were all killed by Chao Xing and his men. Chao Xing exited the demon transformation state. He could not wait to come to the elite human-faced tree, and collected all the things on the ground. Obtained, elite human-faced tree heart, blue, *1. Obtained, elite human-faced tree bark, blue, *1. Obtained, medium quality tree sap, blue, *7. Obtained, intermediate element crystal *3. Obtained, medium-sized book of strength *1. As expected, the elite level human-faced tree, the materials dropped from it are also higher level. Chao Xing did not rush to check. Instead, he first collected all the ice flowers on the ground. As he shoveled down the ice flowers one by one along with the surrounding frozen soil, he put them all into his backpack. Get ice flowers, blue, *13. Chao Xing clapped his hands. He looked at his backpack, and found that the number of ice flowers in it had reached 27. This time the harvest was quite good. Then, Chao Xing asked Assam and others to cut down the vines of the elite human-faced tree first. Compared with ordinary human-faced trees, the vines of elite human-faced trees are indeed more resilient. Assam even needed 2 or 3 swords to cut off a vine. After a while, hundreds of vines fell to the ground. He walked forward and collected them all. Obtained, strong human-faced tree vines, blue, *87. Not bad. Not bad. These vines are thicker and longer. 87 vines. More than 1,000 meters long. Then, he began to check the properties of the materials he had just obtained. Elite Human Face Tree Heart. Blue, a tree heart containing a lot of vitality. Effect 1. After taking it, it can increase the upper limit of life by 500 points, which can take effect once at most. Effect 2. It can speed up the growth time of some magical plants or special creatures, ranging from 1 to 3 years. Elite Human Face Tree Bark. Blue, a tough material, which also contains some life breath of the human face tree. Can be used to make leather armor or other items of excellent quality, with a chance of adding special effects. Medium quality tree sap. Blue leaves with a little magic, with a clearer taste. After taking it, it can restore a medium amount of mental power. Tough Human Face Tree Vine. Blue, a tougher vine, with a hint of vitality. This vine contains the breath of life of the human face tree, and after being injured, it can slowly recover. After reading the properties of these materials, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. This human face tree heart can actually increase the growth cycle by 1 to 3 years, almost as good as a snow demon's heart. According to Juliet, the same item can be effective 3 times. If we bring back a few more human face tree hearts this time, maybe we can directly grow the pale tree. Not only that, other materials have different effects. What surprised Chao Xing was that the blue vines can actually heal themselves, which is amazing. And at this moment, Dubai looked at the pale human face tree heart in Chao Xing's hand, and his eyes showed a look of desire. Then, it came over and rubbed Chao Xing's arm with its head. Chao Xing was stunned. Dubai, do you want to eat this? Woo. Dubai nodded. Chao Xing grabbed the heart and fell into thought. Because according to the system's introduction, this kind of human face tree heart can be used for plants and special creatures. Does this special creature refer to creatures like Dubai? You know, although Dubai is now 5 meters tall, it is still in its growth stage. An adult mammoth can reach a length of more than 10 meters. So, Chao Xing threw the blue heart in his hand to Dubai. Dubai swallowed it in one gulp. The powerful vitality contained in the heart of the human face tree took effect in Dubai's body. After a while, Chao Xing could feel that the mammoth had grown in size again. From the original length of more than 5 meters, it grew to almost 6 meters. Its height also increased by a dozen centimeters. The system prompt appeared. Your pet Dubai has grown to a new stage. HP increased by 10%. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Oh my god. HP increased after growing to a new stage. This is too powerful. Including others. They also looked at Dubai's changes in surprise. Andrew said devoutly, the child of nature has grown up. Dubai himself seemed very happy, making a low woohoo sound. At this time, Chao Xing looked at his backpack. There were no blue-grade human face tree hearts left, but there were still many green-grade ones. When he took out the green-grade human face tree hearts, Dubai didn't seem to be interested in it. Chao Xing nodded and said, only blue-grade human face tree hearts can make a beast like Dubai grow? This also gave Chao Xing new inspiration, because in his territory, there is a little bear cub that is still growing. As long as Chao Xing brings back more blue-grade human face tree hearts, Volibear will soon be able to fight. Chao Xing was delighted. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Today's mission is nothing else. Just killing these human face trees will bring a huge improvement. They began to search in this vast witch forest. After advancing about 5 or 6 kilometers, they encountered 3 waves of ice crystal human face trees again. During this time, there was also an attack by wolves. The beasts in this forest seemed to have gradually noticed Chao Xing and his group of intruders. Among these 3 waves of ice crystal human face trees, 2 of them were elite level human face trees. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the monsters inside. However, for them, as long as they did not encounter 4th level creatures, they could deal with them at will. Then Chao Xing walked over and first picked up all the materials dropped by the elite human face tree on the ground. Obtained, strong human face tree vines, blue, *91. Obtained, elite human face tree heart, blue, *1. Obtained, elite human face tree bark, blue, *1. Obtained, medium quality sap, blue, *6. Obtained, medium-sized book of strength, *1. Looking at the human face tree heart in Chao Xing's hand, Dubai's eyes once again showed a look of desire. Chao Xing was also generous. He fed the second human face tree heart to Dubai. Dubai swallowed it directly like a snack. Gurgle. Gurgle. The vitality contained in the human-faced tree heart began to take effect in Dubai's body. The mammoth's body grew about half a meter again. The system prompt appeared. Your mammoth has grown to a new stage. And the maximum health value has increased by 5%. Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This time, only 5% of the health value was added. It's just like what Juliet said. The same thing has the best effect when used for the first time. It will gradually weaken later. Will it be completely ineffective after the fourth time? However, Chao Xing did not feel sorry. After all, the elite-level human-faced tree heart is ineffective. But aren't there still boss-level and leader-level human-faced tree hearts? This forest is so big. So far, they are just wandering around the periphery. So, Chao Xing gave the third blue-grade human-faced tree heart to Dubai. Chao Xing is never stingy with his own people. After a while, the system prompt appeared again. Your mammoth has grown to a new stage. Maximum health plus 3%. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. 3 human-faced tree hearts, together, increased Dubai's maximum health by 18%. He looked at Dubai's current health. Health, 41480/41480. Haha. It's actually over 40,000. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Chapter 159 Kill the Demonized Wild Boar. Summon the warriors of the mysterious tribe. The mammoth's health exceeded 40,000, which surprised Chao Xing. At this time, although Dubai's height did not increase much, his body size was obviously much larger. The broad back, you can lie on it and sleep directly. And Dubai seemed very happy, constantly rubbing his head against Chao Xing. And he took the initiative to stretch out his trunk, wrapped around Chao Xing's waist, and put him on his back. Not bad. Not bad, what a good kid. Chao Xing touched its head, and then said, Dubai, take us forward. After hearing the order, Dubai stepped forward with his elephant hooves, and went deep into the jungle. Bang, bang, bang. All the branches and vines encountered along the way, as well as the weeds and traps on the ground, were all crushed by Dubai. Even some innocent small trees were rubbed by Dubai's huge body, and then collapsed. I don't know if it was because of their huge momentum. Along the way, they did not encounter any attacks from other jungle beasts. As they walked, they had almost penetrated more than 10 kilometers. At this moment, a look of alert appeared in Rennie's eyes. Lord, please be careful. We seem to have come to the territory of a group of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts? Rennie nodded. Yes, I smell a hint of something unusual here. As soon as the voice fell, Chao Xing saw. A pair of red eyes appeared in the surrounding woods. Gray hair like steel needles. Curved fangs. And a body that is 2 or 3 meters long. This is a group of forest wild boars. However, this group of wild boars seems a little strange. And there is a terrible black air on their bodies. Oh my god! So many pigs? After seeing Chao Xing and others, the wild boars made threatening sounds. Hee hee. However, they also realized the strength of Chao Xing and others, and did not approach rashly. While the two sides were confronting each other, Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of these wild boars. Forest boar corrupted by dark aura. Level, LV29, Level 3 ordinary creature. HP, 16550/16550. Attack power, 732 to 775. Skills, charge, forest boar charges the enemy, increasing the speed by 150% while running, and causing 177% knockback damage to the enemy, cooling time 1 minute. Tusk strike, forest boar uses its sharp tusks to penetrate the enemy's body, lifting it high, causing 2 by 188% damage, cooling time 2 minutes. Talent, cold resistance. Bond, pig herd, when the number of forest boars acting at the same time reaches 5, vitality plus 20%, 10, armor plus 20%, 20, running speed plus 20%, activated. Introduction. A group of powerful wild boars, originally the guardians of a mysterious tribe in this forest, but because of being infected with a certain dark aura, they have become unconscious and increasingly manic. Forest boar leader attacked by the dark aura. Level, LV29, 3rd level leader creature. HP, 45180/45180. Attack power, 2374 to 2421. Skills, charge, Fang assault, same attributes as above, Guardian's fury, forest boar enters angry state, attack power increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 30%, Each attack has 10% blood-sucking effect, lasts 30 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes. Talent 1. Cold resistance. Talent 2. Leader of the herd. Each time you lead a forest boar, maximum health plus 1%, up to 50%. Bonded herd. When the number of forest boars acting at the same time reaches 5, health plus 20%, 10, armor plus 20%, 20, running speed plus 20%, activated. Good fellows. A herd of third-level boars. Among them are 3 elites, plus a powerful boar leader. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. He was not surprised by the strength of these wild boars. Rather, he was thinking, if all of these wild boars were killed, how much meat could be decomposed? Also, can the meat of this leader-level wild boar increase its attributes? You know, even the elite-level snowstorm bears and bomb rabbits increase a lot of attributes. This leader-level beast, this was the first time he encountered it. Chao Xing was looking forward to it. At this moment, the wild boar leader seemed to have lost his patience. It made a pig cry. Hum hum. The next moment, it rushed towards the crowd like a small hill. And other elite wild boars, and ordinary wild boars, also rushed towards Chao Xing and others frantically. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly focused, and ordered, "Go, kill these wild boars." Assam and others immediately obeyed the order, and directly swung their weapons, attacked all the forest wild boars that rushed over. Assam's long sword collided with the tusks of an elite wild boar, and a spark burst out. Clang! A dull collision sound appeared. But the next moment, Assam showed the power of a third-level leader-level creature. "Ha!" he shouted. Assam swept the long sword in his hand. And in an instant, 2 or 3 wild boars were swept away, and Andrew transformed into a giant bear, and directly grabbed the tusks of an elite wild boar with his bare paw, and pressed the opponent firmly in place. Brown raised his shield, like a rock, and faced the impact of these wild boars head-on. Bang bang. Everyone started fighting with the pigs. As for the leader-level wild boar, Dubai stopped it directly and engaged in a one-on-one confrontation. At the same time, Chao Xing also directly entered the demon transformation state. He found that this state was really useful, but it consumed too much mental energy. However, with sap, and middle-grade sap, Chao Xing could use it without restraint. Bang bang. Groups of evil fire exploded. -642. -674. -593. Hum hum. The wild boars were blown up, and kept making pig noises. Especially the blood poison of Hilda, which made the wild boars feel the pain that penetrated their bones. For this level of battle, Chao Xing didn't need to command. He just needed to stand in the center and keep attacking. Sarah in the shadows kept sending out shadow blades, causing horrible damage. -2,754. -2,633. -4,416. The blood volume of the pigs was suppressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, several wild boars screamed, and then fell down. Your territory member, Assam killed the demonized forest boar LD28, gained experience points, 560. Combatants gained experience points, 280. Your territory member, Andrew killed the demonized forest boar LD29, gained experience points, 580. Combatants gained experience points, 290. Your kill information continued to appear. As everyone's attributes were greatly improved, these third-level monsters were no longer their opponents. The only thing worth paying attention to is the fight between Dubai and the wild boar leader. Moo. Hum. 2 giant beasts as big as a hill are fighting in the most primitive way. Clang. Clang. The wild boar leader's tusks collided with Dubai's tusks, making a series of collision sounds. The next moment, the wild boar leader was knocked away by Dubai, rolling more than 10 meters away. Although, the level of this wild boar is several levels higher than Dubai. But it is obvious that Dubai is still more powerful. Dubai, who has a powerful buff, is able to fight against a third-level leader alone. Boom! Boom! The mammoth pursued the victory. The wild boar leader also stood up quickly, and started to fight face to face. Crack! Crack! The battle between the 2 giant beasts broke more than a dozen giant trees around, and the momentum was amazing. Dubai kept using his tusks to poke bloody holes in the wild boar leader. And he used his trunk to slap the opponent again and again. Soon, the blood volume of this wild boar leader was suppressed by Dubai to less than half. Chao Xing took a look. The battle of the pigs here was almost coming to an end. So he said, Sarah, go help to buy, and end the battle quickly. Sarah in the shadows quickly jumped to the side of the wild boar leader. With Sarah's joining, the wild boar leader could only passively take the beating. The blood volume dropped sharply. Then, Sarah slashed a 5,000 damage with one knife. Humph. The forest wild boar leader let out a wail, and then fell on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the forest wild boar leader LV-29, and gained experience points, 2,900. Combatants gained experience points, 1,450. At the same time, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 19. Attributes upgraded during this upgrade, strength plus 3, agility plus 4, spirit plus 6, constitution plus 5. Upgraded again. These dozens of wild boars contributed a lot of experience, allowing Chao Xing to upgrade again. Then, he could not wait to come to the corpses of these forest wild boars, and first collected all the spoils that exploded on the ground. Obtain, demonized wild boar leader soul *1. Obtain, intermediate power heart *1. Obtain, tier 3 wild boar warrior recruitment scroll *3. Obtain, tier 3 elite wild boar warrior recruitment scroll *1. Obtain, intermediate element crystal *7. Obtain, medium power book *5. Obtain, large power book *1. Haha, another leader level soul, and a medium-sized power heart. This wave of harvest is not bad. Chao Xing did not check it immediately, but put these things into his backpack first, preparing to look at them later. Then, his eyes turned to the dozens of wild boar corpses on the ground, emitting black air. Looking at the black air emanating from the corpses, Chao Xing showed some worry in his eyes. Lu Muxua asked softly, axing, what's wrong? Chao Xing replied, these wild boars seem to be invaded by a dark air. I wonder if their meat can still be eaten. Lu Muxua was stunned, and then she also thought of this problem. Chao Xing shook his head and said, never mind, let's decompose it first. Then, he came to the corpse of an ordinary wild boar and decomposed it. Following the system prompt of successful decomposition, a pile of bright red flesh and bones, a pair of fangs, and a piece of wild boar leather suddenly appeared on the ground. Damaged wild boar leather, green, *1. Tough wild boar leather. Can be made into green armor, or tanned into leather. Wild boar meat invaded by the aura of darkness, green, *112. Beast meat with weak power. When eaten for the first time, can increase 2 points of strength, 1 point of agility, but it is eroded by the aura of darkness, and can no longer be eaten. If you find the wild boar tribe in the forest, you may be able to use the power of the beast statue to purify the dark aura on it. Wild boar bones, green, *52. Hard bones can be made into 3rd level light armor, or used to make soup. Wild boar tusks, green, *2. Sharp tusks can be sharpened and made into short knives or daggers. Seeing the system prompt on the wild boar meat, Chao Xing's eyes sank. Is it really impossible to eat it? But fortunately, the system prompt gave me a little hope. As long as you find the wild boar tribe, you can use the beast statue to purify the dark aura on the wild boar meat. Chao Xing put aside the disappointment in his heart. Then, decompose all the dozens of wild boar carcasses left on the ground. Among them, there are 3 elite wild boars, and 1 leader level wild boar. Chao Xing looked at the pile of meat and bones on the ground and collected them all. Obtained, forest boar meat, green, *4883. Obtained, elite boar meat, blue, *817. Beast meat with weak power, first time consumption, can increase 3 points of strength, 2 points of agility, eroded by the dark aura, can no longer be eaten. Obtained, leader level boar meat, purple, *383. Beast meat with some power, first time consumption, can increase 5 points of strength, 3 points of agility, eroded by the dark aura, can no longer be eaten. Oh my god! This purple level meat is really powerful. It can actually increase so many attributes at once. If this thing appears on the market, it is estimated that it will cause a rush for those power professions. Chao Xing showed joy on his face. Because in this way, even if the improved version of the secret medicine of life is not produced in a short time, Chao Xing will have other things to trade with the survivors. Although as the levels of others increase, some survivors also explode meat with added attributes, and the price has become lower. But Chao Xing's quantity is large. Moreover, this is purple grade beast meat that has never appeared in the trading channel. which can definitely be exchanged for a lot of supplies. But unfortunately, we need to find the beast god statue to purify the dark aura on it. But soon, Chao Xing's regret was diluted by other gains. Obtain wild boar bones, green, asterisk 1663. Obtain elite wild boar bones, blue, asterisk 275. Obtain leader wild boar bones, purple, asterisk 112. Obtain broken wild boar hide, green, asterisk 32. Obtain broken elite wild boar hide, blue, asterisk 3. Obtain broken strong wild boar hide, purple, asterisk 1. Obtain wild boar tusks, green, asterisk 63. Obtain sharp wild boar tusks, blue, asterisk 5. Obtain large wild boar tusks, purple, asterisk 2. A large harvest. There are also a large number of blue and purple bones, leather, tusks. These are all good raw materials, which can be used to make a large number of weapons and armor. Chao Xing said happily, "It seems that Harold will be busy this time when he returns." Ha ha. Then, he continued to check the properties of the new items. Demonized wild boar leader soul. Contains chaotic soul fluctuations. Can be used on an elite follower of level 3 or below. To make it evolve into a leader level creature. With a success rate of 15% to 30%. Note, after purifying it, the success rate can be increased. Chao Xing thought to himself, "Is it another item that needs to be purified?" Shaking his head, Chao Xing put the soul into his backpack. Then he took out 4 yellowed recruitment scrolls. Although the system was updated, the probability of recruiting scrolls was greatly reduced. But Chao Xing killed so many wild boars, and his luck value plus 10 attribute, he still got a lot of recruitment scrolls. Among them, there was even an elite level recruitment scroll. Chao Xing looked at the attributes. Level 3 Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll. You can use this scroll to recruit an ordinary Wild Boar Warrior with level 3 Strength. Level 3 Elite Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll. You can use this scroll to recruit an elite Wild Boar Warrior with level 3 Strength. There is one Wild Boar Warrior in Chao Xing's territory. The attributes are pretty good. Chao Xing thought, next, I will continue to fight in the forest. These 3rd level recruitment scrolls, the wild boars that appear are all above level 20, I can summon them first, to increase the combat power of my team. So, he directly clicked on these 4 scrolls to use. The next moment, the scrolls disappeared, and turned into 4 blue hexagram magic circles in front of Chao Xing. Buzz! As the magic circle burst into light, 4 figures holding double swords, and wearing feather crowns on their heads gradually emerged. We are the descendants of the beast god, and the most powerful jungle warriors. In the name of the beast god, tribal guardian, Rafael Lasca Rabino Lab. Reporting to you. Hearing the names of the 4 wild boar warriors, Chao Xing was happy. They all had their hair pulled up, which was easy to remember. At this moment, the 4 wild boar warriors knelt on one knee. Chao Xing took a look at their outfits. They were the same as the wild boar warrior Blaze. They were wearing gray-white feather clothes, which were not known to be the feathers of some bird. They looked very heavy, but they were actually very light. 3 of the wild boar warriors wore white feather crowns on their heads. The other elite wild boar warrior wore a red feather crown on his head, and his figure was also taller. The weapons of the wild boar warriors were double swords, which looked very lethal. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Welcome to join us. Let us build a powerful territory together." The 4 wild boar warriors looked at each other, and a simple smile appeared on their faces. One of the wild boar warriors, Raphael, said, "Lord, your men are so powerful. I feel any one of them can easily kill us." Chao Xing smiled and nodded. "Of course. They have such a strong aura because they have received my blessing. Only my subjects can enjoy this blessing." The elite wild boar warrior next to him, Lab, was immediately excited. "Oh, there is such a magical blessing. Lord, can you give us this blessing too?" Lab likes this feeling of being strong. Chao Xing smiled. "Of course." After that, he called Lu Mushua, and called Hilda and Blot over. A lot of buffs fell on the 4 wild boar warriors. They had surprise in their eyes. "Oh, I feel so strong. Great. Yes, great. I didn't expect that I would meet such a powerful lord just after coming out of the summoning space. Ha ha. I like to fight for such a lord." The group of wild boar warriors discussed excitedly. The next moment, 4 system prompts appeared. Because you helped the territory member, Raphael, to improve his strength, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 74. Because you helped the territory member lab to improve his strength, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 73. Because the loyalty of the 4 wild boar warriors has reached more than 70. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Then he checked their attributes. Boar tribe warrior, Raphael. Race, human. Level 217213/120000. Level 3 ordinary creature. HP, 9220/9220. Attack power, 784 to 811. Skills, dual blade, pig rush. Talent, beast bloodline, extra HP plus 10%. Bond, boar warrior. When the number of boar warriors acting at the same time reaches 10, attack speed plus 15%, movement speed plus 15% when 20, strength and agility plus 20% when 50, activate skill, special blood-sucking blade when 100. Satisfaction, 65. Loyalty, 74. Introduction, a warrior from a mysterious tribe, possessing good fighting ability. Wild boar tribe warrior, Rab. Race, human. Level 221162/140000. Level 3 elite creature. HP, 12340/12340. Attack power, 1124 to 1147. Skills, dual blade flow pig rush. Dual blade wheel dance, dual blades merge. Start to rotate at high speed. Cause continuous cutting damage to all enemies in front. Last 5 seconds. Cooling time 3 minutes. Talent, beast bloodline. Bond, wild boar warrior. Satisfaction, 63. Loyalty, 73. Introduction, a warrior from a mysterious tribe, with good fighting ability. The quality of this group of newcomers is good. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, let's keep moving forward. After that, they began to move deeper into the jungle. Not long after, they were attacked by a group of ice crystal human-faced trees again, including 2 elite human-faced trees. Swish! The branches all over the sky began to attack them crazily. Chao Xing and Lu Muxue jumped off Dubai slowly. Then, Dubai rushed up directly. In the surprised eyes of the 4 wild boar warriors, Dubai was like a raging beast, and instantly crashed into the face of a human-faced tree. Bang! After a dull sound of flesh, the face of the human-faced tree sunk, and then it let out a scream. Ah! But Dubai didn't bother to pay attention to its scream, and directly poked with its fangs, causing a terrible damage. Minus 2,374. Not only that, Assam, Andrew and others also kept swinging their swords, or performing the Moonfire and Starfire spells. Schwa! Bang! Minus 1,577. Minus 1,743. Minus 1,584. Minus 1899. One after another terrible damage appeared. Chao Xing's men began to crush the group of human-faced trees head-on. God of beasts! These new companions have such powerful strength. The elite wild boar warrior said, no. It's still the Lord's blessing that is so magical, which directly enhances their combat effectiveness by a large margin. But now we also have this magical blessing, brothers, follow me. With the addition of 4 third-level wild boar warriors, the blood volume of those human-faced trees decreased faster. Their sharp swords leapt after images, continuously chopping the trunk of the human-faced tree, causing damage one by one. Minus 754. Minus 781. Minus 812. Minus 1,145. The 4 third-level wild boar warriors dealt considerable damage, adding to their attack speed. The health of the ice crystal human-faced tree dropped rapidly. Not long after, the battle came to an end. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the first human-faced tree LV30, a third-level elite creature, gained experience value, 2,000. Combatants gained experience value, 1,000. Your pet, Dubai, killed the first human-faced tree LV30, a third-level elite creature, gained experience value, 2,000. Combatants gained experience value, 1,000. And Chao Xing also walked over again, and harvested 2 blue-quality human-faced tree hearts. Not bad. Not bad. These 2 human-faced tree hearts should be enough for the pale tree to grow. I just don't know if I can encounter a leader-level human-faced tree. Or a leader? Chao Xing thought with hope. Of course. If he really encounters a leader-level human-faced tree, Chao Xing is not sure if he can deal with it. After all, at this point, the level of these human-faced trees has reached level 30. If we go a little deeper, it is estimated that there is a high probability that a 4th level human face tree will appear. At that time, if he encounters a 4th level leader, without using his trump card, Chao Xing may not be the opponent of the opponent. Shaking his head, he collected all the fallen vines on the ground. Then he said, "Let's go, keep moving forward." Dong dong dong. The team continued to go deeper into this deep and mysterious witch forest. On the way, Chao Xing couldn't help thinking, "It's called the witch forest, but I haven't seen any information about witches so far, nor have I met the legendary witches." And Chao Xing still remembered that Lieutenant Declan said, the white-robed high priest among the hunters also led people into the witch forest. But Chao Xing did not encounter any hunters. After thinking about it, it was probably because they were now in the outer area of the witch forest. And the high priest of the hunters, it was probably in a deeper place. And at this moment, Lab suddenly looked forward and said, "My strong lord, I seem to have seen the totem belonging to our tribe." "Oh!" Chao Xing looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed saw a strange tree stump, with 2 feathers and a fong stuck on it. "Lab, what does this totem represent?" Lab said, "My lord, if there is a tribal totem here, it means that there may be a wild boar warrior tribe in this forest." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Chapter 160 Treasure Chest Wrapped in Vines, Discovering the Primitive Tribe. Chao Xing was immediately excited, because the several tons of wild boar meat in his backpack were invaded by the dark aura. And the system notes that it is necessary to find the wild boar warrior tribe, and then find the beast god statue to purify the dark aura on it. The meat can be eaten safely, and can also be traded with other survivors. "Lab, do you know how to find your tribe?" Lab nodded and said, "It should be possible. According to our custom, we will leave some hidden signposts on these totems to guide other tribesmen back to the tribe." "Very good. Then take us to find the wild boar warrior tribe in this forest now." Lab nodded and said, "Yes, my powerful lord." After that, Lab came to the totem and began to wander around, as if looking for some information. After a moment, he said excitedly, "I found the direction. Please follow me." "My powerful lord." Chao Xing nodded, and then led the team to follow Lab. The road was winding. Along the way, Chao Xing found 6 more ice phoenix flowers. Chao Xing walked over and collected them all. He looked at his backpack. Ice phoenix flower, blue, *33. Not bad. These ice phoenix flowers are enough to make more than 100 bottles of intermediate life secret medicine. And I can let Juliet plant them, and use the green-grade human face tree heart to accelerate the growth process. Plus, the pale tree is about to grow, which can accelerate the growth of those plants in the territory again. It won't be long before I can have more ice phoenix flowers, and realize the freedom of ice phoenix petals. Chao Xing thought happily. At this moment, Rab stopped in a dense jungle. There were dense vines here, which completely filled the area in front. Even Sarah couldn't force her way into the vines. It was like a wall blocking everyone's way. In front of this area, Chao Xing saw a series of strange buildings built with huge stones. Some looked like stone towers, and some looked like huge stone totems. On each stone, there were strange symbols engraved. A system prompt appeared. "You have discovered a special place, Wild Boar Tribe." "Oh, found it?" Chao Xing had a happy look on his face, and then asked, "Labo, is this the Wild Boar Tribe?" Labo nodded. "Yes, my powerful lord, but this is not the tribe we used to live in. We Wild Boar warriors are all descendants of the beast god, and we have our presence and gathering places in many primitive jungles. The tribesmen of this Wild Boar Tribe seem to have left." Chao Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Left?" Labo nodded, "Yes." What a good feeling. Chao Xing was preparing to purify the wild boar meat, and thought he would have to deal with the indigenous people of this tribe. Now it seems that there is no need to go through so much trouble. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Where is the beast statue of this tribe? Do you know?" Lab thought for a moment and said, replying to the powerful lord, "Our beast statues are usually inside the tribe, and you need to go inside to find them." Then Lab pointed to the area in front that was completely filled with vines and said, "This should be the inside of the wild boar tribe. We need to find the entrance to enter." Chao Xing nodded again after hearing this. "Very good. Let's go and look for it." After that, Assam and others began to act, including 4 wild boar warriors. They also searched around the area covered with various vines. At this time, the 4 wild boar warriors whispered, "Lab, although there is no one in this tribe, the inside of the tribe is our forbidden area, and only we wild boar warriors can enter. Isn't it not good to bring some outsiders now? Lab shook his head and said, "What do you know? We wild boar warriors are descendants of the beast god and believe in powerful power. The patriarch of our tribe also agreed to allow several powerful human knights to enter the tribe. And this lord is obviously very powerful. With the power he possesses, he is fully qualified to enter our tribe." Hearing this, the other 3 wild boar warriors had a look of realization in their clear eyes. Then they all nodded and began to search. Chao Xing was also wandering around. In addition to the giant stone statues and totems, there were also some small rooms made of stones. He walked into one of the rooms and took a look. It was covered with moss, and there were even vines growing on the walls. But because of the extremely low temperature, the moss here was covered with a layer of frost. In the corner of the small room, Chao Xing also saw a treasure chest entangled by vines. Huh? There's a treasure chest? Chao Xing walked over quickly, and a system prompt appeared in front of him. Bronze treasure chest entangled by vines. It can only be opened after the vines are removed. Do you want to remove the vines? That's quite simple. Chao Xing directly called Lu Muxua over, and asked her to cut off the vines with the fighter's short sword in a few seconds. Then, the treasure chest became openable. Chao Xing directly clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained, primary stone house construction drawings. Obtained, second level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll *1. Obtained, winter pumpkin seeds, green, *12. Obtained, fine iron *5. Obtained, small resource pack *2. Oh! Another recruitment scroll? And a stone house blueprint. As usual, he checked the properties of these new things. Basic stone house construction drawing. Armor, 200. Durability, 3000. Area, 82 square meters. Construction time, 7 hours and 32 minutes. Materials required for construction. Stone *200, wood *20, iron *10. Drawing description. The stone house built entirely of stone has higher durability. When the boar warrior rests inside, it recovers 0.05% of its health per second. Winter pumpkin seeds, green magic plant. It can grow in some extreme environments, and can absorb sunlight and moonlight, emitting bright white light at night, and can also be picked and made into winter pumpkin soup, which has a crisp and sweet taste. Seeing the introduction of these 2 new materials, Chao Xing was happy. This winter squash is just a light bulb. Right? But it can also be used as food, which is quite good. Putting these things into the backpack, Chao Xing continued to search in other stone houses. There are a total of 5 stone houses nearby, and Chao Xing opened one. 2 of the stone houses were empty, and the other 2 stone houses each contained a bronze treasure chest. Chao Xing walked over to open all of them. Opened successfully. Obtained, stone ladder construction drawings. Obtained, winter squash seeds, green, *15. Obtained, copper ingots *5. Obtained, small resource packs *2. Opened successfully. Obtained, second level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll *1. Obtained, mutated wild raspberry seeds, green, *7. Obtained, fine iron *7. Obtained, small resource packs *2. Another wild boar warrior recruitment scroll, not bad. However, the level of ordinary second level wild boar warriors is a bit low. The monsters in this forest are all of high level. Chao Xing was afraid that they would be killed in seconds after he summoned them. So he decided to wait until he returned to the territory to summon them. He checked the 2 new things he had obtained. Stone staircase construction blueprint. Area, 1 meter long *30 centimeters wide *20 centimeters thick. Durability, 500. Material required for construction. Stone blocks *4. Production time, 17 minutes. Drawing introduction. This blueprint can be used to build a stone staircase, which can be built next to a building or a city wall. Variant wild raspberry seeds, magical plants. Variant wild raspberries have a sweeter taste and a faster growth cycle. Not bad. So far, all the stone houses covered with moss and vines outside have been looted by Chao Xing. At the same time, Labu shouted beside him, "Lord, I found the gate." Hearing the voice, Chao Xing walked out. Then he saw Labu stopped in front of a vine. Chao Xing asked in confusion, "Is this the gate?" Labu nodded. "Yes, powerful lord, behind this vine, there is the gate to the tribe." Chao Xing nodded, then asked Lu Muxua beside him to take action and cut off the vines above. Swish! As Lu Muxua drew her sword. However, the sword which was always sharp, seemed to be chopped on steel, making a dull sound. Lu Mushu had chopped several times in a row, leaving only a few white marks on the vines. She said in frustration, axing, "I can't cut it." Chao Xing comforted her, and then asked Assam to try it. And the result was the same. Chao Xing was stunned at this moment. "Is this vine so hard? Even a third-level leader-level knight can't cut it?" Lab explained with a smile, "Lord, this is the giant vine of our tribe. Every tribe has it. It can protect our tribal territory from harm, and ordinary attacks can't hurt it. It will shrink back only if we use a specific spell of our tribe." Chao Xing nodded suddenly, and then said speechlessly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier if you knew it?" Lab laughed foolishly. Then, he pressed forward, muttering something. All the vines retracted, revealing a stone door with white moss behind. The 4 boar warriors all had a light in their eyes. It was the joy of returning home. At the same time, as Lab continued to chant the spell, a moment later, everyone felt a vibration under their feet. Boom! Then, the stone door in front of them began to rise gradually. As expected, the dim scene inside did not appear, but a ray of light appeared, and even a burst of warm air came. With a curious look, Chao Xing led everyone in. When they entered the stone gate, it was as if they had entered another green world. Everything here was completely different from the witch forest. All the vegetation outside was pale white covered with frost. But inside, it was full of green. There were all kinds of plants and flowers everywhere. The entire tribe was surrounded by a huge stone wall about 5 meters high, which was similar to Chao Xing's territory, but larger than his territory. The diameter is estimated to be 4 or 5 kilometers. And the walls are covered with dense giant vines, extending to more than 10 meters high, so it is equivalent to having 2 layers of protection. In addition, Chao Xing and his team heard the sound of gurgling water, and the chirping of insects and birds. It was so warm that it felt like returning to the forest in the blue planet. Chao Xing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 4 hours and 17 minutes. Current temperature, 12°C. Oh my god, it's actually a positive temperature. Reino, is the tribe you live in like this? Reino nodded proudly. Yes, powerful lord, our territory has always been warm. Why is it different from the outside? Chao Xing was a little confused. Lano replied, I don't know the details. Our chief said that the wild boar warriors are a race protected by the beast god. But I guess it may be related to the giant vine in our tribe. The giant vine protects our territory, and also creates a comfortable temperature for us. Chao Xing nodded and felt that Lab's speculation made sense. At the same time, he thought in his heart, this giant vine is a good thing. It can not only protect the entire tribe, but also change the ecological environment inside. It is probably a plant of epic quality. It would be great if I could get one to my territory. So, Chao Xing asked directly, Lab, can you find this giant vine? Or, can I take it away? Lab shook his head and said, My powerful lord, you can't take the giant vine away. It is the guardian given to us by the beast god. Even the warriors of our wild boar tribe choose the address to create the tribe according to the location where the vine grows. And every time we migrate, we have to find a new forest where the giant vine grows. Chao Xing nodded again, and at the same time felt a little regretful. Forget it. Let's keep going. They started to move forward. After passing through a small forest, the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. A moss-covered open-air square appeared in front of them. This square was located under the ground. It was like it was dug out of thin air, and it was 7 or 8 meters deep. It was similar to the Colosseum in Rome. But the square in front of them was larger and deeper. Around the square, there were several bluestone stairs leading down. In the center, there stood a 5 or 6 meter high stone statue. This is a wild male statue. He holds a giant axe in one hand. Wears a fur skirt. Looks like a hunter ready to slaughter a wild beast. Full of primitive style. Around the square, there are stone gates embedded in the soil. Lab said excitedly, We are here? Powerful lord. This is the square where our wild boar tribe usually holds various ceremonies. The one in the middle is the beast god statue you are looking for. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Wow, this is the statue of the beast god? It was so easy to find it. Lab smiled innocently, because we are here. Of course it is easy. If it is an outsider, it is impossible to enter our wild boar tribe, unless he has a stronger power than the giant vine, Lab said confidently. At this time, Lu Mushu pointed to the distance. which was an area opposite the square, and said, axing, "Do you see a gap there?" Hearing this, Chaoxing also looked over. Then, he saw a gap with a diameter of at least 3 meters. The wall of that place had collapsed, and the giant vine seemed to be broken by some terrifying creature, leaving a big gap. The cold air from the outside world came in, freezing the plants in that area into white frost. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 4 wild boar warriors shrank suddenly. Oh my god! They actually broke through the giant vines. These vines, even the 4th level creatures can't tear them apart. How strong is this intruder? At this point, Lab's eyes flashed with a look of realization. I seem to understand why there is no one in this wild boar tribe. They were targeted by this powerful invader, and the invader entered the tribe, and they had no choice but to leave here. Hearing this, Chaoxing's expression changed, because according to Lab, this invader is definitely a 4th level, or even above the 4th level strength. At this time, Sarah appeared silently in the darkness. Lord, I don't feel any danger here. This invader may have left. Hearing this, Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's gone. If he was, it would be another fierce battle. Then, Chaoxing said, Labu, the invader is not here, take us down. Okay, powerful lord. Labu held 2 swords, and then went down the stairs. Dong dong dong. Dubai also followed him down, and every time its thick elephant hooves stepped on the bluestone stairs, it made a heavy sound. Soon, the group arrived at the open-air square below. The architectural style here is the same as that of the wild boar tribe. The whole thing was made of huge stones, and the ground was covered with moss. Only on the statue, there was no moss growing. There was not even dust. It was as if the statue really had some kind of divine power. Chaoxing brought everyone to the statue of the beast god, and asked Lab, I have a batch of things that are invaded by the dark aura, and I need to use the power of the altar to purify the dark aura. How to do it? After listening, Lab turned around and said, Lord, if you want to use the power of the beast god statue, you need to offer a sacrifice first. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Fresh beast meat. The stronger the beast meat, the better. Lord Beast God will like it. After listening, Chaoxing fell into thought. Then, he took out a piece of snow bear meat, and asked, Is this kind of meat okay? After sensing the power contained in the bear meat, Lab nodded excitedly and said, Yes, Lord. Only 10 pieces of this level of meat are enough to activate the power of the beast statue once. Chaoxing showed joy on his face. He still had more than 100 pieces of bear meat left in his backpack. Great. This way, all the wild boar meat can be purified. Chapter 161 Looting the Tribe Resource Room. Opening the gold treasure box. Chaoxing showed joy on his face. This way, the wild boar meat can be purified. And Lab added again, because the beast god statue is not divine enough, it is not omnipotent, some powerful dark auras or other negative states cannot be purified. Chaoxing didn't think much after hearing this, after all. It was just a statue, and it couldn't be expected to have too much power. Then, he took out 10 pieces of snowstorm bear meat, directly from his backpack, and looked at Lab. Rab replied, Now, Lord, please place it in front of the altar. I will chant the spell, and the purification function of the beast statue will be activated. Chaoxing did as he was told and placed 10 pieces of snow bear meat at the foot of the statue. At the same time, Rab and 3 other wild boar warriors knelt on the ground. Then, they began to perform some ancient gestures, chanting something. As the ceremony progressed, a faint white light emanated from the beast statue, which looked even more energetic, as if it had really come to life. At the same time, the bear meat on the ground gradually disappeared, as if it had been eaten. Rab said, Lord, the beast statue has been activated successfully. Please take out the things that need to be purified. Chaoxing nodded. He first took out a large pile of green, blue, and purple wild boar meat from his backpack. He put them all on the ground. The wild boar meat was emitting bursts of black gas. Just one look at it showed that this thing could not be eaten. Then, the statue emitted white light, which gradually covered the tons of wild boar meat. The white light emitted by the statue and the black gas emitted by the wild boar meat canceled each other out. Then the black gas gradually disappeared. After a moment, the light on the statue also dimmed a little. Chaoxing looked at the pork on the ground, and a different prompt appeared. Fresh forest wild boar meat green. Beast meat containing weak power. After purification, the power has been slightly improved. For the first time, it can increase 3 points of strength, 1 point of agility, Fresh elite wild boar meat, blue. Beast meat containing power. After purification, the power has been slightly improved. For the first time, it can increase 5 points of strength, 2 points of agility. Fresh leader level wild boar meat, purple. Beast meat containing some power. After purification, the power has been slightly improved. For the first time, it can increase 7 points of strength, 3 points of agility. Seeing the above information, Chao Xing's face showed a strong joy. Ha. Not only was the purification successful, but the properties were also greatly improved. This is equivalent to, green-grade meat has the effect of blue-grade meat. And blue-grade meat even has the effect of purple-grade meat. This is too cool. Chao Xing was delighted. Because in this way, he can sell at a higher price in the trading market. He put all the wild boar meat on the ground into his backpack without hesitation, so as not to be sacrificed to him by the statue. Then, Chao Xing took out the soul of the invaded wild boar leader. Again, the holy light swept over again, and the black aura on the soul also disappeared. Chao Xing looked at the attributes. Soul of the forest wild boar leader. Can allow a third level or lower elite creature to advance to a leader level creature, with a success rate of 50% to 70%. Very good. This one was also purified successfully, and the success rate of the breakthrough was greatly improved. Although it was expected, it made Chao Xing very excited. At the same time, after being purified twice, the beast statue seemed to have exhausted its power and dimmed again. Lab turned back and said, "Lord, the power of the statue has been exhausted. If you want to use it again, it will probably take some time." "Okay, I understand. Anyway, everything in his backpack has been purified. So much beast meat is enough for him to make a fortune in the trading market." At the same time, Chao Xing held the boss-level wild boar soul, and his eyes stayed on Put Anna and Lab. On the field, only the two of them were at the elite level, and they met the conditions for using this soul. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to give this soul to Lab. Although Put Anna came first, it was Lab who led them to find this wild boar tribe, and it was also Lab who activated the beast statue. Chao Xing said, "Put Anna, I will let you break through next time." The 2-meter-tall woman said nonchalantly, "Lord, you don't have to worry about me. The blessing you bestowed on me has made me strong enough." Chao Xing said nothing more, and then handed the soul to Lab. After Lab received it, he said excitedly, "Oh, I feel it. This is something that can make me stronger. You are such a generous and powerful Lord. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Lab, has been improved. Current loyalty, 83. Chao Xing said, "Lab, use it. I hope you will become a stronger wild boar warrior." "Yes, Lord." After Lab finished speaking, he slapped the soul into his body without hesitation. The 3 wild boar warriors next to him looked at Lab with envy. They'd probably never thought that Lab would gain stronger power immediately after coming out of the summoning space. About a minute later, a sharp breath burst out from Lab. It was like a sharp knife out of its sheath, full of aggression. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Lab, has successfully advanced to a leader-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. And new skills learned, Blood-Sucking Blade. Blood-Sucking Blade, after activating this skill, it increases its own attack speed by 30%, reduces armor by 30%, and makes the next attack have a 30% blood-sucking effect. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Seeing this new skill, Chao Xing's pupil shrank. It's actually a status skill, and it also has a 30% blood-sucking effect. If this is combined with permanent ice healing, and you jump into the monster group and chop them randomly, wouldn't it be impossible to die? The most important thing is that the wild boar warrior has a bond, and when it reaches 100 people, a legion skill will be activated, Super Blood-Sucking Blade. The attribute of this skill is, when all wild boar warriors attack, they will have an additional 20% blood-sucking effect. Combined with the blood-sucking blade, it is a full 50% blood-sucking. Chao Xing didn't expect that after the wild boar warriors advanced to the leader, they could actually obtain such a powerful skill. It can be called a qualitative change. Too powerful. Chao Xing was delighted. It seems that after returning today, I will check the trading channel to see if I can get more boar warrior recruitment scrolls. Level 1 and 2 are fine. When the time comes, we can directly form a boar warrior army to cooperate with the Ascalon army. Our strength will increase dramatically. Lab also looked at his bulging muscles with satisfaction and said excitedly, "Oh, I have become so strong. This feeling is great." Then he held the two swords and knelt on one knee. "Thank you, powerful lord. Lab will use the two swords in his hands to cut off all the thorns for you." Xiaoxing nodded slightly. "Yes, Lab. Perform well. Follow me. And the leader level will not be your end, including other wild boar warriors. As long as you serve me well, you will get the opportunity to become stronger." Hearing this, the 4 wild boar warriors showed desire in their clear eyes. Possessing more powerful strength is an irresistible temptation for wild boar warriors. A force that advocates strength. Labo said directly, "My strong lord, I have something to report." Xiaoxing was stunned, then nodded and said, "Labo, you go." Labo said solemnly, "All the wild boar warriors in this tribe have left. As far as I know, each wild boar warrior tribe has a resource room. It will store weapons and some supplies. And the treasure chests we found in the forest near the tribe will also be thrown into the resource room. The natives of this world can see the existence of treasure chests. But these treasure chests, whether bronze or silver, they could not be opened, even if those strong men destroyed them with brute force. The things inside the treasure chests would be broken due to the destruction of the space structure." At the beginning, the natives also felt very strange. But after so many years, the natives of this world have become accustomed to this kind of treasure chest. Although it is still inexplicable, it is the power of the gods. Now they understand that these treasure chests are left for Xiaoxing and other lords of other worlds to open. Hearing the news about the treasure chest, Xiaoxing immediately became excited. "Is there such a place?" Lab replied, "Yes, Lord. I don't know if they took away the supplies in this tribe before leaving, but I can take you to open this resource room and have a look." Okay. Take me there." Xiaoxing became excited. This leader-level soul is worth it. After Lab's loyalty was raised, he directly sold all the resource room of this tribe. At this time, Xiaoxing looked at the other 3 wild boar warriors. "Do you know what is special in the tribe? I will reward you like I rewarded Lab." Xiaoxing took out the elite souls that exploded from the 3 hunters in his backpack. Although the success rate is not very high, it is just right to give it to the 3 wild boar warriors as a reward. Seeing the souls in Xiaoxing's hand, Raphael and others were immediately excited. "I sensed it. This is something that can make us stronger. Beast God. The Lord actually has so many." They quickly recalled it in their minds. Razby was the first to say, "Lord, I can take you to open the room of the tribe leader." The other 2 wild boar warriors also responded quickly. "I can open the rest room of other wild boar warriors in the tribe. I can open the food storage area of the tribe." Hearing their reports one after another, Xiaoxing couldn't help laughing in his heart. This group of wild boar warriors are really honest. With just a few elite souls, they revealed all the secrets of this tribe. Okay. Xiaoxing did not break his promise, and directly threw 3 elite souls to them. The 3 wild boar warriors took them excitedly. After carefully sensing it, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Oh, it is indeed something that can make us stronger. You are really a generous and wealthy lord. Yes, even such a magical thing. You can take out so many at once. You are worthy of being the lord recognized by me, Rabino." At this time, 3 loyalty increase system prompts appeared. The loyalty of these 3 wild boar warriors all increased to more than 80. Then, they slapped the elite soul into their bodies without hesitation. At this time, Xiaoxing looked at Lab next to him. "Lab, take me to open the resource room." "Yes, Lord." Lab, who had become a leader-level creature, quickly brought Xiaoxing to the side of the square, in front of one of the largest stone gates. Then, as before, he stuck to the stone gate and chanted something. However, this spell was different from the spell used to open the gate of the tribe. As he chanted, the stone gate in front of him began to vibrate slightly. Boom! The stone door opened again. A huge stone passage was revealed. "Lord, it's open. The resource room of this tribe is different from the one I belong to. You need to go in to see the layout inside." Xiaoxing nodded, and then they stepped into the huge stone passage together. The passage was not deep. After walking for more than 10 meters, they came to a spacious stone chamber. There were many collapsed cargo racks, open storage boxes, and many blackened wheat and unknown plants. Under the erosion of time, they have all rotted. Xiaoxing had some regret in his eyes. It seems that the warriors of this tribe took away most of the supplies before leaving. Looking at the messy stone room, Chao Xing ordered. Search everything and see if you can find anything useful. After hearing the order, everyone started to move, searching in every corner. Chao Xing also searched along the wall of the stone room. The walls here were also covered with various vines and mosses, which seemed very damp. At this moment, Chao Xing saw a few green boxes in the corner. The boxes were covered with moss. He walked over quickly, and a system prompt appeared. Moss-covered silver treasure chest *1. Moss-covered bronze treasure chest *2. Do you want to open it? Oh! There are actually 2 bronze and 1 silver treasure chest. Chao Xing directly clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained, Horned Eagle Bow, purple, *1. Obtained, Firepower Amplification Skill Book *1. Obtained, Primary Watchtower Construction Blueprint *1. Obtained, Small Resource Pack *4. Obtained, Medium Resource Pack *1. Obtained, Fine Iron *14. Obtained, Mithril *3. A purple longbow and a skill book appeared? This wave of luck is good. The harvest in the 3 treasure chests exceeded expectations. I was very satisfied. Then, I took a look at the properties of these 2 new things. Horned Eagle Longbow LV20, purple. Quality, rare. Wearing requirements, level 20 and above. Attack power, 254 to 278. Attached special effect 1. Agility plus 15, strength plus 5. Attached special effect 2. Continuous shooting. When attacking, there is a 25% chance of shooting 2 arrows in succession. Attached special effect 3. Summoning Horned Eagle. Summon a Horned Eagle with level 20 elite strength. Assist in combat. Horned Eagle has the function of flying. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Cooling time 30 minutes. Equipment introduction. Did you see it? That Horned Eagle is so big. Oh my god. It seems that there is a figure on its back. Explorer. Visery's Peck. Mechanical Improvement Skill Book. Cold Iron Mechanic Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect. Improve a friendly mechanical creature, increase its armor value and attack power by Spirit *0.8, and increase its movement speed by 20%, duration 6 minutes, cooling time 1 minute. Chao Xing praised. This mechanic has good skills, long duration, short cooling time, and with the power of eternity, it will exist forever. Chu Chu's level has also been raised. I can teach her after I go back. This is also one of the characteristics of the mechanic. In the middle stage, the survivors' territories have almost developed. At this time, some survivors will click on the technology factory to mass-produce some war robots. It is very important to have a cold iron mechanic in the team. He can not only enhance all robots, but also has functions such as quick repair and mechanical improvement. In addition, there are some exclusive powerful mechanical life and drawings, which require cold iron mechanics to create. As for the other Horned Eagle Longbow, its attributes are even more powerful. Not only does it have more than 200 attack power, but it also has a special effect of summoning Horned Eagles. Chao Xing looked at Rennies. Rennies, show me your current weapon. After hearing this, the archer handed the weapon in his hand to Chao Xing without any hesitation. He looked at the attributes. Ascalon Captain's War Bow, blue, is just a level 15 blue weapon, and its attack power is much less than that of Horned Eagle Longbow. So, Chao Xing directly gave the new weapon to Rennies. You can use this in the future. At this moment, Rennies held the Horned Eagle Longbow, and the white wings on both sides of the bow looked like an eagle spreading its wings, coupled with a patterned bow and the tight bowstring. It was full of power and beauty. She could feel that this longbow would make her attack more lethal. Rennies put her right fist on her chest, and then said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord. I will always follow your glory." Chao Xing smiled. Next, he continued to search in this resource room. In the end, he did not find other treasure chests. Others also did not gain much. When the wild boar warriors evacuated, they took away a lot of supplies. The remaining food and other resources also rotted and deteriorated due to the passage of time. Just as he was about to leave, Sarah suddenly cut off several vines by the wall. Then she said, "Lord, there seems to be a treasure chest here as well." After hearing this, Chao Xing walked over quickly. Under a pile of blackened debris in front of him, there appeared a treasure chest covered with moss, which had lost its original luster. It was unclear what grade it was. As he got closer, a system prompt appeared. Golden treasure chest covered with moss. Open it. It's actually a golden treasure chest. Chao Xing was immediately shocked. and an excited look appeared in his eyes, including Lu Mushua next to him. They all got excited. That's great. Xing. Chao Xing was also very excited. A golden treasure chest. This is the third golden treasure chest he has encountered. The first two golden treasure chests both opened up good things. Chao Xing was also looking forward to what could be opened here. At this moment, he directly clicked to open it. Open successfully. Obtain Extreme Ice Bloom Skill Book Gold. Obtain Intermediate Element Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint. Obtain Magic Pattern Stone * 5. Obtain Eternal Gold Ingot * 7. Obtain Advanced Magic Crystal * 6. Haha. Gold Skill Book and Intermediate Element Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint. And this skill book seems to be used by me. Chao Xing was even more excited. Then, he couldn't wait to check the properties of this skill book. Ice Blossom, Gold Frost Mage Exclusive Skill Book. Skill Effect, Condensing the Power of Ice, Summoning an Ice Elemental Magic Circle, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the magic circle by 50%. The magic circle will randomly burst out 12 ice pillars. Each ice cone causes 112% damage to the enemy hit. Finally, all ice pillars will explode, causing 227% explosion damage to the enemy. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Chapter 162 Black Snake Invasion, Forest Witch's Pet. Seeing the skill effect of Ice Blossom, Chao Xing's pupil shrank suddenly. So strong. This skill combines group attack, group control, and a very terrifying damage coefficient. 12 ice pillars attack, plus detonation damage. If a wave of explosions occurs in a group of monsters, I'm afraid it will take away the lives of a large number of monsters on the spot. Chao Xing clapped his hands, and directly clicked to learn. Skill successfully learned, Ice Blossom. Then, he checked the properties of the blueprint again. Intermediate Element Arrow Tower Blueprint. Can upgrade the primary element arrow tower in the territory to an intermediate element arrow tower. Attack power, 541 to 569, with a 25% chance of adding 110 elemental damage. Attack interval, 2 seconds/1 time. Maximum range, 1,200 meters. Armor, 100 points. Durability, 4,500/4,500. Floor area, 20 square meters. Building height, 18 meters. Materials required for construction. Primary element arrow tower, wood * 500, stone * 300, iron * 100, mithril * 5, intermediate element crystal * 5. Seeing the properties of the intermediate arrow tower, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction again. Compared with the primary arrow tower, the damage and maximum range of the intermediate arrow tower have been greatly improved. Especially the range, which has been doubled with Chao Xing's current territory. As long as he does not continue to expand, an intermediate arrow tower can carry out all-round attacks. Not bad. Not bad. This harvest is really good. Chao Xing put all these things into his backpack with satisfaction. Then, he led everyone out of the resource room. After coming outside, the 3 wild boar warriors were in the final stage of their advancement, and their auras were growing. After a moment, the auras of 2 of them stopped abruptly. Only one person's aura continued to rise. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rubino, successfully advanced to an elite creature and learned a new skill, Double Blade Wheel Dance. Rubino was the one who succeeded in the breakthrough. The other 2 looked frustrated. Chao Xing encouraged them. Don't be discouraged. One failure is nothing. Follow me. Each of you will get a chance to improve again. Hearing Chao Xing's encouragement, the other 2 wild boar warriors' eyes were bright again. Raphael took the lead and said, Lord, I will take you to open the rest room of other wild boar warriors. After that, he came to one of the stone doors and began to chant an unfamiliar spell. At this time, Chao Xing couldn't help asking, does each of you have a different spell? Lavo replied embarrassedly, Lord, these passwords, only the clan leader knows all of them. We know them because we overheard them. I overheard the password of the resource room. Rubino and others overheard the passwords of other places. Hearing this, Chao Xing rolled his eyes. Oh my goodness, so that's how it is. At the same time, Raphael's door had also been opened. Boom! Like the resource room, there is also a huge stone passage here. Having tasted the sweetness, Chao Xing became a little excited. He followed Raphael in and searched. There were lounges inside. However, except for some blackened quilts and other sundries due to moisture, there was no other harvest. Chao Xing did not think much about it, and walked out directly. Razvi also went over to open the door of the food storage room. As expected, the remaining food inside had all deteriorated and rotted. It can be said that nothing was gained again. At this time, there was only one wild boar warrior left, and the chieftain's room, that Rubino mentioned, had not been opened. After 2 consecutive areas without any harvest, Rubino himself was a little nervous. Chao Xing encouraged him. Rubino breathed a sigh of relief, and then went over to open the stone door of the chieftain's room. As usual, behind the stone gate was a huge stone passage. Passing through the passage, Chao Xing saw a room with complete furniture. Stone bed, stone table, stone bench. And in the corner, Chao Xing saw a storage box. His eyes lit up immediately, and then he walked over quickly. Found the storage box of the chief of the wild boar tribe. Blue, do you want to open it? Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's face showed joy again. Finally, I have another harvest. He directly clicked open. Opened successfully. Obtained. Second level Boar Warrior Recruitment Scrolls *12. Obtained. Second level Elite Boar Warrior Recruitment Scrolls *1. Obtained. Winter Pumpkin Seeds, green, *27. Obtained. Amethyst Fragments, blue, *4. Obtained. Peridot Fragments, blue, *2. Obtained. Chieftain's Crown, purple. Obtained. Book Blood Red Thorgil's Song. Haha. 12 Boar Warrior Recruitment Scrolls, and 1 Elite Recruitment Scroll. This wave of blood profit. Chao Xing was delighted. The things in this storage box are of great value. Looked at the properties of the newly acquired things. Amethyst Fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment, increases 5 points of physical strength, 10 points of magic attack power. Precious Amethyst Fragment, contains clear power fluctuations, requires intermediate forging technology to embed. Olivine Fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment, increases 10 points of physical attack power, 10 points of magic attack power. Rare Olivine Fragment, contains balanced fluctuations, requires intermediate forging technology to embed. Not bad. I have also opened 3 kinds of stone fragments in the treasure chest before, which are of the same type as this one. Chao Xing continued to check. Chief's Crown, purple, special equipment. Quality, rare. Requirements for wearing, Chief of the Boar Tribe. Attributes, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 15. Note, the Chief's Crown of the Boar Tribe can only be worn after being recognized by the giant vines and becoming the chief of the tribe. Book the Song of Blood Red Thorgil. Item attributes, after reading, you can get Strength plus 10, Spirit plus 10 attribute improvement. Reading time, 47 hours and 54 minutes, accumulative. Click to read. Not bad. Not bad, this chief's crown can actually increase strength and agility so much, but it's a pity that you have to become the chief of the boar tribe to wear it. And this book is also the book that adds the most attributes after reading it that I have encountered. Of course, it also takes the most accumulated reading time. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After checking the properties of these props, he walked out of the chief's room with satisfaction. This trip to the Witch Forest was really fruitful. Not only did it greatly increase his strength, but he also obtained some special props. Moreover, they have not even explored 1/10 of the area of this forest. It is conceivable that this huge forest contains so many opportunities. After a while, Chao Xing led everyone to gather in the central square. He announced, "It is more than 3 hours before dark. Let's continue to explore the forest for a while, and then return to the camp before dark." Assam and others replied, "Yes, Lord." The 4 wild boar warriors also said excitedly, "Oh, wild boar warriors like to explore the jungle." Just as they were about to leave, Sarah in the dark suddenly felt something was wrong. She quickly emerged and appeared beside Chao Xing, saying with a vigilant face, "Lord, be careful. I sense an evil aura approaching us quickly." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes became serious. The creature that could alert Sarah must be at least a leader-level creature of the same level. Everyone, be alert. Following Chao Xing's order, everyone instantly prepared for battle. The next moment, Chao Xing saw that a huge black figure quickly entered the gap outside the wild boar tribe. The black figure was covered with shimmering black scales and exuded a black aura. Wherever it passed, those plants and giant trees more than 10 meters high were all broken by its body. It gave people a feeling of a flood and a beast. Then, Chao Xing and others saw a huge snake head. A black snake's head. Its head was at least 3 or 4 meters long, and its body was even more than 40 or 50 meters. Such a big snake? Chao Xing was surprised. At the same time, the faces of others changed instantly. Hiss! The black snake raised its head, spit out its scarlet and black tongue, and stared at everyone. In the dark green snake's eyes, there appeared a look of staring at prey. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of the giant snake forest witch's pet, BB. Race Beast. Level 38, Level 4 Leader Level Creature. HP 148310/148310. Attack Power 5123 to 5331. Armor 972 to 1015. Skills: Black Scale Armor. The whole body is covered with hard scales. Armor plus 400. Fatal Poison. Use the giant mouth to bite the enemy. Inject fatal poison into it. Cause attack power *150% damage per second until death. Cooling time 40 seconds. Venom Spray. Open the giant mouth. Use the fangs to spray 2 streams of venom. Cause poison attack to the enemy. Cooling time 2 minutes. Swift Assault. Instantly burst the power in the body. Pounce on the enemy or escape at an extremely fast speed. Cooling time 2 minutes. Giant Snake Rage. Entering a violent state. Attack speed and movement. Speed increased by 50%. Defense value decreased by 30%. Effect lasts for 3 minutes. After use, it will fall into a weak state for 60 seconds. All attributes reduced by 30%. Cooling time 5 minutes. Dark Body. Special skill. After activating this skill, the black snake's life recovery speed is accelerated by 50%. The damage received is reduced by 30%. The attack speed and movement speed are increased by 100%. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. And the cooling time is 24 hours. Talent: Cold Resistance. Talent 2, Behemoth, breaking the limit. Becoming a behemoth with strong vitality. And the life value is increased by an additional 50%. Introduction: The pet of the witch of this forest. Because it is contaminated with a certain dark aura, it becomes extremely manic and aggressive. Please be careful. Good guy. 38 level leader level black snake. Yes, this guy is a snake, not a python. It also has toxic attacks. A level 38 leader monster. This is much more terrifying than that soul-eating demon, Labu, who was standing by, sensed the terrifying aura of the black snake and swallowed his saliva. Lord, I seem to understand why the warriors of this wild boar tribe left. Chao Xing also nodded. Obviously, the wild boar warriors of this tribe were targeted by this black snake, so they had to migrate. At this moment, the black snake's eyes swept over Chao Xing and others. The next moment, its body arched, like an arrow ready to be launched. Then, it pounced towards them. Boom! It was hard to imagine that such a huge snake could have such a terrifying burst speed. Chao Xing immediately ordered, "Everyone, listen to my command and get ready for battle." Braun, stop it! Braun rushed up instantly, and then shouted, "Indestructible." He was going to use his level 20 strength to block the attack of this level 38 snake. Moreover, Braun was 2 levels behind the black snake, and the attribute gap between them reached an extremely terrifying level. The snake's head was about to touch Braun's shield. The terrifying might was coming. Bang! The first wave of contact between the two sides. The holy shield on Braun was broken, followed by the second layer, and then the third layer. The 3 layers of holy shields did not even stop the black snake for a second. And just before Braun was about to be knocked out, he shouted, "The darker the night, the brighter the stars." Glacier crack. At this moment, Braun directly smashed the giant shield in his hand to the ground. A terrifying cold air burst out from the ground. On the ground, a glacier crack suddenly appeared. And this crack was still spreading at an extremely terrifying speed. Crack! Crack! The terrifying cold air instantly climbed up the black snake's scales, and then covered with a layer of frost. And on the black snake's head, a -477. Damage quickly appeared. However, the damage was not the main thing. The main thing was that the black snake's momentum was stopped. Not only that, the frost on the snake's body became more and more, even completely covering its dozens of meters long body. The next moment, Braun flew backwards, and a terrifying damage of -3,374 appeared on his head. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. If Braun had not had Frost Shield on him to reduce damage, and the weakening of the 3 layers of Holy Shield, I am afraid that this attack would have killed a 3rd level elite on the spot. Although Chao Xing's eyes were solemn, he did not panic. Instead, he quickly issued a series of orders. Assam, rush up, reduce its defense. Dubai. After Assam's holy shield is broken, you rush up and use mammoth trampling immediately. Renis, use storm arrow rain directly, give it a disabled state. Hilda, be ready to use the net and soul scream at any time. Others, follow me and output with all your strength. The incident changed too quickly. The pressure of this black snake was too terrifying. But fortunately, with Chao Xing's command, everyone seemed to have found the backbone. They immediately executed Chao Xing's order. Andrew entered the owl beast form, and then began to bombard Renis directly through a storm of arrows. Assam directly transformed into a sword energy more than 10 meters long, and slashed 4 times in a row. Including Hilda, Sarah, Putana, and the 4 wild boar warriors and Dubai, all rushed up. On the head of the black snake, a dense mass of damage suddenly appeared. -215. -247. -1754. -441. -330. -257. -334. The armor of this big snake is too high. If Assam's Sword of Justice hadn't cut its armor by 40%, the damage would have been even lower. However, despite this, the concentrated fire of the crowd also directly took away more than 4,000 health points of the snake, compared with its nearly 150,000 health points. It may not be worth mentioning, but it gave Chao Xing hope of victory. At the same time, the frost on the snake's body began to crack. It was slow, but in fact, it took less than 2 seconds from Brown being knocked away to the first wave of attacks by the crowd. The control effect caused by Brown is almost over. Glacier Fissure. This skill can control for 1 to 5 seconds. Obviously, this snake is too strong, and the control time is greatly reduced. Chao Xing's eyes focused and ordered, "Don't retreat. Continue the second round of output." The attacks continued to pour down. The snake's health dropped by 5,000 again. However, the control state on it has ended at this time. Snap! Snap! Hiss! The frost all over the body shattered, and the snake screamed to the sky. It seemed that the attacks of the crowd had made it angry. The next moment, it was about to launch an attack. At this moment, Chao Xing directly ordered, "Dubai, use mammoth trampling." Hearing Chao Xing's order, the mammoth executed it without hesitation. It rammed into the big snake, and then raised its front hooves high. Boom! -1023. The next moment, a dizziness mark appeared on the black snake's head, and the attack stopped abruptly. Seeing this scene, the 4 wild boar warriors, who were slashing wildly beside the big snake, and Putana and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they trusted Chao Xing, they were still a little scared because it was their first time dealing with such a powerful creature. Now it seemed that their new lord was very experienced in dealing with it. Before they could think about it, Chao Xing's voice appeared. "Attack with all your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's attacks came like a storm. Chao Xing also raised his staff and condensed various spells. The Big Ice Spear, the Ice Cone spell, were continuously released. Everyone was trying their best to cause damage to the black snake. I guess the black snake itself didn't expect that it would rush over aggressively, and thought it could kill as much as it wanted. As a result, as soon as they met, they were controlled by this group of people with all kinds of strange moves. 3 seconds later, the black snake's health had dropped by 20,000. At this time, it finally broke free from the dizzy state. Hiss! The black snake seemed even more angry. It hissed and swung its giant tail violently. Although Chao Xing did not control it, he still did not ask others to retreat. He directly ordered, "Ignore the black snake's attack. Continue to output. Sarah, throw the dagger of obstruction." Blood. Black smoke storm. At the same time, Chao Xing himself instantly condensed a group of ice arrows. The black snake raised its tail, and was about to sweep away the group of insects nearby. With its attack power, a single strike could severely damage these third-level wild boar warriors. However, because of Chao Xing's order, these wild boar warriors and Putana are all trying their best to inflict damage on this black snake. Only Assam's expression did not change at all, because he believed in Chao Xing's command. The huge tail swept across. A strong sound of wind came from my ears. Chapter 163. Fierce battle with the black snake. The high priest of light appears. The black snake's huge tail swept across, and a strong wind sounded in my ears. And at this moment, with a burst of shattering sounds, the crowd was not hurt, but a layer of the holy shield on their bodies was broken. Seeing this scene, all the newcomers breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Chaoxing again. At the same time, Sarah had thrown out the dagger of obstruction, hit the black snake, and greatly reduced its ability to move. Blot's black smoke storm also began to sweep, including Chaoxing's ice arrow rain. Various group attacks kept falling. At this moment, the black snake was covered by 2 group attacks, plus various negative states on its body. Although it could still move, it was like being stuck in a quagmire. Chaoxing said, "Keep attacking." Seeing this scene, the wild boar warriors were surprised. "Wow! I'll chop! I'll chop! Lord Beast God, please give me strength!" The 4 wild boar warriors screamed, while waving their double swords and slashing wildly. Dense attacks began to fall. Andrew's hands next to him were almost leaving after images. Moonfire and Starfire were bombarding wildly. -251. -283. -338. -365. -2744. -853. -257. And this wave of group control directly controlled Black Snake for 4 seconds. When the black smoke storm and ice arrow rain dissipated, Black Snake's health dropped to 120,000. From the beginning of the battle to now, only less than 15 seconds have passed. It has lost nearly 30,000 HP. This output ability is really too terrifying. At this time, the Black Snake was freed from the controlled state again, and it was already in a state of great anger. Its pupils gradually covered with blood, and it wanted to swallow all the ants on the field. However, its anger had no effect, because Chaoxing still had control skills. Zierda, Spider Web plus Soul Scream. Zierda also executed it instantly. A huge spider web, sticking half of the snake's body to the ground. Hiss! Hiss! The black snake began to struggle, and the spider web began to break. Obviously, a control skill could not control such a powerful creature. But Chaoxing was neither slow nor hurried. He raised his staff, and began to chant a spell. The flower of the abyss freezes time. Everything in the world is stained with the fierce color of ice and snow. Poor guy, rest in frozen memories. It sounds very childish, but this is the spell of extreme ice bloom. At the same time, as Chaoxing finished chanting, under the body of the black snake, a huge hexagram magic circle appeared. This magic circle exuded an amazing cold air. Then, the first ice column rushed out suddenly. Puff! -244. The damage was not high, but it covered the scales of the black snake with a layer of frost. Then the second ice column rushed out. A layer of frost appeared on the scales of the black snake again. Puff, puff, puff. Icicles rushed out one after another. And the big snake's ability to move was once again reduced to the lowest. It was controlled in place again. The other men were all stunned. From the beginning of the battle, this big snake came with great force. It even gave people a feeling of being unable to resist. However, under Chaoxing's command, they pressed it to the ground and beat it like a sandbag for nearly 20 seconds. Assam and others were fine. The 4 newly joined wild boar warriors, including Putana, were already dumbfounded, because they knew that a monster of this level could easily devour them. And now, they could attack the other party unscrupulously, just like hitting a steak. What a terrible lord. They even used the word terrible to describe Chaoxing. After the initial surprise, they also became excited. Rab shouted, "Big black snake, watch me avenge those tribal warriors you swallowed." Double blade wheel dance. The handles of the 2 long swords were connected, and then held in Rab's hands, spinning like a windmill. Swish, swish, swish. It chopped on the scales of the black snake, making a ding-ding-ding sound. At the same time, Chaoxing's extreme ice bloom was also released to the final stage. An ice crystal flower composed of 12 ice pillars appeared. Then, this ice crystal flower exploded instantly. Bang! -577. At this moment, the black snake's health has been suppressed by them to less than 100,000. This is Chaoxing's explosive power. As long as the various control skills are well connected, he can control the 4th level leader for more than 20 seconds. At this moment, the black snake directly entered the giant snake fury state. The black aura on its body rose up, and it was almost condensed into substance. A terrifying sense of deterrence came over him. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing directly ordered all melee retreat. Assam's sword was halfway swung. After hearing this, he gave up the attack, controlled the Frost Wolf without hesitation, turned around and ran. After the previous battle, the Wild Boar warriors and Putana also completely believed in Chao Xing. They turned around and ran wildly. At the same time, the black snake went completely crazy. The huge snake twisted its body and began to attack the surrounding creatures indiscriminately. A snake tail swept over continuously. Bang bang. There were bursts of dull noises coming from the empty wild boar tribe. Even the stairs and stone door beside it were blown up by its tail. The gravel flew everywhere. However, its attack did not have the expected effect, because Assam and others had already evacuated far away. The big snake targeted Andrew and others, twisting its body and rushing over frantically. Chao Xing ordered, "Andrew, switch to giant bear form and block this black snake. Assam, go over and help Andrew." The two third-level boss-level creatures executed without hesitation. Roar! A big white bear rushed forward. Assam jumped down from the back of the Frost Wolf and swept a sword directly. The black snake also launched a crazy attack on the two. Bang! The huge tail slammed on them, but did not cause any harm to them. It just knocked off several layers of holy shields on the two. This made it furious. The big snake opened its huge mouth and actually sprayed a mouthful of venom towards where Zierda was. Hiss! Zierda's blood poison had reached 10 layers. The black snake's head kept showing damage numbers. The blood poison made it feel extremely painful. That's why the black snake suddenly attacked Hilda. However, Hilda also gave up the attack and turned to run away. Swish! The snake venom fell on Hilda, melting a layer of holy shield. Seeing this scene, the black snake was furious again and was about to rush over to chase. Braun, whose health had been restored, stood in front of the black snake again. "Hey! Little snake, let's do it again." The black snake looked at Braun, still with a look in his eyes, like looking at a bug, and bit him directly. However, this bite hit Braum's shield. At the same time, Sarah, Hilda, Andrew and others' attacks had already come instantly. Not only that, Dubai also slammed into the black snake's head like a violent beast. Bang! -1044. The black snake's huge body was even knocked off balance by Dubai for several meters. Then Dubai and Braun dragged the black snake together, and the others began to attack crazily. The big snake was also constantly attacking Dubai and Braun. Time. Another 30 seconds passed. Braun's health was a bit dangerous, and he was attacked by this big snake and only had the last 2,000 points left. Lu Mushua next to him raised her hand and cast a holy healing technique plus 1042 plus 258. This bite of milk directly pulled Braum's health back. Not only that, because 60 seconds had passed, Braum had 3 more layers of holy shield. Black Snake saw the enemy's breath begin to weaken, thinking he could finally kill him. But he put on 3 more layers of holy shield. And Lu Mushua behind him had a holy shield skill in her hand, ready to refresh the holy shield for Braum at any time. Hiss! Hiss! Black Snake was almost furious. But Chao Xing, who was commanding from the back, had a smile on his face. The holy shield skill is really useful, especially for dealing with monsters with strong attack power. As long as it is used well, everyone can be a meat shield. After more than a minute, the black snake's HP had dropped below 70,000. At this moment, the holy shield above everyone's head was refreshed again. Not only that, the spider web of Hilda and the dagger of Sarah's obstacle had also finished their cooling time. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy. It is true that there is strength in numbers. It seems that I need to find a few more subordinates with control skills in the future. To deal with this kind of big boss, I can control it all the way to death. Of course, Chao Xing was just thinking about it. The same type of control skills, used multiple times in the same battle, will increase the opponent's resistance. For example, if you control the opponent for 3 seconds the first time, you may only be able to control him for 1 second the second time, and the third time may not have any effect. At this time, the snake is in a violent state, and its attributes in all aspects have skyrocketed. And because it has no control skills, the snake is rampaging in the tribe, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Chao Xing can only command while paying attention to avoiding the snake's attacks, and the damage efficiency is greatly reduced. In those close combats, except Braum and Sarah, others couldn't even get close. Without the protection of the holy shield, they would be blown away in an instant. After more than a minute of stalemate, the snake's health had been reduced to less than 60,000 by Chao Xing. Its body was covered with various bloodstains. Some of the glowing snake's scales were knocked off. And as time passed, the snake's violent state had only 1 minute left. Very good, as long as you hold on for another minute, the snake will fall into a weak state. Then, I will focus my firepower on it and kill it in seconds. Chao Xing had a happy look on his face. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to think in his mind. This snake is so huge, and its flesh weighs at least 10 tons. It is also a leader-level beast. This is the first time I have encountered it. I guess it will add more attributes. The scales on its body are also good things. I estimate that the grade is no less than purple, and a large number of scales can be made. As long as we kill it, we will really make a fortune. However, we still have to be careful of its last skill, the dark body. This skill is a bit scary. Chao Xing had a happy look on his face, and he was even thinking about the gains after killing this big snake. At this moment, the big snake seemed to sense the danger. It knew that its fury was about to end, and when it was weak, it would definitely not be a match for these people. So, the black snake hissed to the sky, turned its head, and rushed to the gap behind it. Chao Xing realized something in an instant and shouted, "Brawn! Dubai! Stop it!" Just as they rushed over and prepared to stop the black snake, Chao Xing suddenly noticed that more than a dozen figures quickly entered the gap in the tribe. The group of people held swords in their hands and wore vortex masks on their faces. Among them was a guy wearing a white robe and holding a staff. The white-robed priest raised the staff, and a terrifying light element gathered towards him. He chanted, "In the name of the god of light, lower the chains of bondage. Fix it for me." The next moment, a thick light chain suddenly fell from the air. Then it suddenly penetrated the black scales of the big snake and locked it to the ground. Bang! Minus 4,413. A terrifying damage number appeared. Hiss! The snake hissed again. At the same time, among the hunters, 2 archers shot arrows. One of them was aimed at the mammoth, and the other was aimed at Chao Xing. "Lord, please be careful." Sarah appeared beside Chao Xing in an instant. When the arrow flew over, Sarah saw the right moment and chopped it off with a knife. Ding! The arrow was cut off directly. Dubai next to him was hit by an arrow. Minus 2,133. Such high damage. Chao Xing instantly felt the threat of these hunters, and also realized something. This group of guys are the hunters who entered the witch forest, and the one in white robes is the white-robed high priest among the hunters. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Chao Xing's mind. So many people appeared at once. Could it be that these hunters have been eyeing us for a long time? This black snake, could it be that these hunters have been driving us against us? Now that the black snake is no match for me, so you are ready to attack? And at this moment, the white-robed high priest said with interest, "It actually stopped Mentai's attack, which is quite interesting." Then, he glanced at the struggling black snake and ordered, "Kill these people, don't let them leak the news." "Sir, Bino, you come with me and kill this black snake." More than a dozen hunters replied at the same time, "Yes." "Priest." The next moment, these people rushed towards Chao Xing. The white-robed priest and the 2 black-robed priests then faced the black snake. Fuck. Chao Xing cursed inwardly. He also understood the purpose of these hunters. They were not coming for him, but for the black snake. This group of hunters had been staying outside the tribe, observing the battle inside, and when they saw the black snake was about to run away, they were ready to attack. Chao Xing directly entered the demon transformation state, and then ordered, "Don't worry about the black snake. Kill these hunters." After that, Assam and others stopped moving. At the same time, 6 hunter-killers and 8 other hunter warriors rushed towards them. Those brought to the witch forest by the white-robed high priest were all elite hunters. Chao Xing glanced at them casually. Hunter Elite Warrior. Level, 33, Level 4 Elite. HP, 37640/37640. Attack Power, 2137 to 2189. Skills, Intermediate Sword Mastery. Sword of Faith. Swift Pursuit. Talent, None. Well-trained Elite Killer. Level 34, Level 4 Elite. HP, 36520/36520. Attack Power, 2274 to 2298. Skills, Intermediate Stealth. Killer Step. Backstab. Talent, None. Wow. They are all Level 4 Elites. Chao Xing was shocked. There are more than a dozen 4th-level elites here, plus the 2 black-robed ones next to the white-robed priest. In other words, this time, this group of hunters has at least 2 leaders, more than a dozen elites, and a more powerful high priest. It's a really strong lineup. However, although the opponent is very strong, Chao Xing is not a pushover. Damn it. You dared to take the initiative to attack me after stealing my monster. Today I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. After he finished speaking, he directly activated Soul Withering, and the black flames enveloped the dozen elites. Minus 574. Minus 544. Minus 553. Minus 871. Instantly, more than a dozen densely packed injuries floated up. The group of hunters all felt a horrible burning sensation in their bodies. Ah! What kind of flame is this? Damn it! I feel like my soul is about to be burned. The severe pain from the depths of their souls made them scream, and the momentum stopped instantly. Then, they noticed the changes in Chao Xing. It's that alien lord. Go and kill him! At this time, Chao Xing directly ordered, Dubai, use Mammoth Trample, and leave them for me. Assam, Braun, stop the group of hunter-killers. Others, kill all the hunters. After hearing Chao Xing's order, Dubai swung his trunk directly and rushed forward. Then he used a Mammoth Trample. Boom! The 5 hunter warriors were stunned instantly. And Assam and Braun then rushed to the group of hunter-killers with their weapons, and started a head-on confrontation. Taking this opportunity, the others began to attack with all their strength. Moonfire. Storm Arrow Rain. Double Blade Wheel Dance. Minus 1,184. Minus 1,654. Minus 2,733. Minus 1,328. Minus 678. Minus 1,054. Although they were at a different level from these 4th level hunters. But compared to the Black Snake, this damage is much more objective. At the first encounter, the 8 hunter warriors stopped charging, and the formation collapsed instantly. At the back of the team, 6 hunter killers saw this scene and gasped at the same time. Damn, these people are so strong. Go help Frederick and the others. Seeing that group of hunter killers wanted to break through Assam and Braun and rush over. And at this moment, a shadow blade flashed with cold light. Arc flash. Instantly, a terrible damage appeared on the heads of the 4 hunter killers. Minus 3,854. Minus 2,873. Minus 2,653. Minus 2,731. Hiss. The terrible damage made the group of hunter killers gasp. This dark elf assassin is so strong. Just now outside, didn't we see her being suppressed by the giant snake? How could she suddenly burst out with such terrifying power? They completely underestimated Sarah's fighting ability. Just now when they were watching the battle outside, they only saw the giant snake going crazy, making Sarah unable to get close to it. However, they didn't think about it. What level of creature is the giant snake? What level of creature are they? Chapter 164 Summon the Army of the Undead. Smash everything. These hunters don't even think about what level of creature is the big snake. What level of creature are they? At this time, Chao Xing directly ordered, Lab, lead the other wild boar warriors, assist Sarah to kill these hunter killers. Renis, the archers over there are in your hands. Others, kill these hunter warriors as quickly as possible. The 4 wild boar warriors listened to the order and rushed up with double swords. They are all 3rd level creatures, which is very different from these 4th level elites. However, because of their powerful buff, they were not at all inferior to such a powerful killer at this moment. Swish. 7 or 8 machetes chopped wildly without any explanation. This group of hunter killers were suddenly besieged by 4 wild boar warriors and Sarah and others. And the pressure suddenly increased. The battlefields in several other places also stabilized. This also means that the hunters' attack was resolved by them. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the white-robed priest didn't come. Otherwise, this guy would have at least the strength of a 4th level leader. And he is also a mage. And his lethality is too terrifying. At this moment, the white-robed high priest was waving his staff, constantly causing damage to the black snake. Huge balls of light fell one after another, making the black snake hiss continuously. Minus 3,751. Minus 3,364. Minus 3,571. One after another, terrifying damage numbers appeared. The white-robed high priest was at least at the level of a 4th-tier leader, and his damage was terrifying. Adding 2 black-robed priests at the level of leaders, the black snake's health had been suppressed to less than 40,000 at this moment. And the white-robed high priest also saw the scene below. The dozen 4th-tier elites he set out were suppressed. At this moment, the white-robed high priest took a deep look at this group of people. Through watching the battle outside just now, he had already highly regarded the strength of these people. Otherwise, they would not have sent out so many 4th-level elites at once. However, the opponent's strength still exceeded its expectations. At this moment, the black snake seemed to know that it would die in the hands of these humans if it continued like this. It raised its head high, and then hissed. Hiss! The next moment, an astonishing black gas suddenly burst out from its body, and recovery numbers appeared from its head. Plus 1,173. Plus 1,173. It was the special skill of the black snake. Dark body. Seeing this, the white-robed high priest felt nervous. Damn it! This black snake has activated the dark power in its body again. Interrupted. After hearing this, the 2 black-robed priests rushed up with their weapons. However, under the skilled dark body, the state of the snake has reached its peak. When fighting with Chao Xing before, it was not forced to use this method. Now that his health has dropped to a dangerous level, he had no choice but to use it. It repeatedly slapped the 2 black-robed priests in front of it, and even wanted to rush towards the white-robed priest. At the same time, the elite hunters below were also calling for help. High priest, these guys are so strong. We are no match for them. Accidents occurred on both sides of the battlefield at the same time. The white-robed high priest's eyes suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that he wanted to be the last Oriole, but found that whether it was the mantis or the cicada in front of him, their strength exceeded his expectations. The white-robed priest looked at the door, and there seemed to be a flash of entanglement in his eyes. Should we send everyone in now to besiege this black snake? After thinking for a moment, the white-robed priest immediately shook his head. No. The black snake that uses the power of darkness is very powerful, and we cannot stop it with our current strength. And the people outside are the means I left to prevent the black snake from escaping. This black snake is the key to the plan, and it must not be lost. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision and proceeded according to the original plan. He said in a serious tone, I order you to stop this group of humans at all costs. The church will remember your contribution. At this moment, he no longer cared about the life and death of the group of hunters below, but focused on dealing with the black snake. The staff was raised, and beams of light magic hit the black snake, causing terrible damage. In the blink of an eye, the black snake's health had dropped below 30,000. The black snake, a 4th-level leader-level creature, already had spirituality and extraordinary intelligence. It knew that if it stayed any longer, it would really die here. At this time, the black snake suddenly swung its tail violently. Bang! A huge force came, and the 2 black-robed priests were directly blown away. It ran directly towards the gap in the tribe. Boom! The momentum of the black snake's escape was amazing. The high priest was about to catch up. At this moment, a figure appeared near them. Chao Xing had reached a few hundred meters away from him at some point. This position was just the maximum attack distance of Chao Xing. Chao Xing said with a smile on his face, You bastard are trying to steal my monster. Right? If I can't get it, you can't get it either. He raised his staff and released the skill Ice Blossom. Again! In an instant, a 6-pointed star staff emitting cold air appeared, covering the white-robed high priest and the 2 black-robed high priests. Their ability to move has been greatly reduced. At this moment, the white-robed high priest could only watch the black snake drill out of the gap in the tribe. Then, he turned his head and looked at Chao Xing with a sinister look. Boy, do you know how long have we been preparing to deal with this black snake? If you let this black snake run away, I will make you live a life worse than death. Chao Xing mercilessly counterattacked. Old bastard, are you arrogant? You want to be the Oriole, but you don't have the ability, and you are still here in a rage? The white-robed high priest chuckled after hearing this. Do you think you can destroy and stop us from killing the black snake? You think too much. In order to deal with this black snake, we have prepared a lot of backup plans. The power of the Church of Light is far beyond your imagination. At the same time, there was a fierce battle outside the tribe. It seemed that there was another team fighting the black snake. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned. The white-robed high priest had a playful look in his eyes. Sir, Bino, you go over and Kill this ignorant kid. I'll go outside and kill the black snake. The two black-robed priests obeyed the order and rushed over with their weapons in hand. He himself rushed straight outside. Chao Xing's eyes widened. Huh? Want to leave? Sarah, stop him. The dark elf in the darkness appeared instantly and threw out a dagger of obstruction. Poof! Minus 2,367. The white-robed priest's ability to move was greatly reduced instantly. He limped and turned his head to look at Chao Xing angrily. You are looking for death. And Chao Xing looked at his angry look and became even happier. Sarah, keep holding him back, and make this old man angry to death. Assam, Mushwe, come and protect me. Sarah obeyed the order, appeared beside the white-robed priest, and launched a fierce attack on him. At the same time, the two knights heard Chao Xing's voice, and rushed over quickly. With the blessing of the queen's will, they moved very fast. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of the two black-robed priests, and the white-robed priest. Hunter Black-robed Priest LV33. Level, 4th level boss level creature. HP, 44337/56230. Attack power, 3251 to 3372. Skills, intermediate sword mastery. Bleeding. Rigidity breaking. Swift pursuit. Sword dance. Talent, none. Hunter Black-robed Priest LV35. Level, 4th level boss level creature. HP, 42731/58310. Attack power, 3388 to 3491. Skills, intermediate battle axe mastery. Giant axe fierce. Hit, parry, hack, axe of raging waves. Talent, none. White-robed priest, Alfonso Roca LV34. Level, level 4 boss level creature. HP, 73323/97690. Attack power, 4274 to 4576. Armor, 533 to 576. Skill, Sunlight Ray, concentrates the power of light to launch a focus beam, deal damage to enemies in a straight line, by attack power *143%, restores the same HP to friendly enemies, cooling time 40 seconds, Judgment Light Sphere, concentrates a ball of light, causes damage equal to 156% of attack power to enemies within the range, and causes temporary blindness, cooling time 30 seconds, Chains of Light, concentrates the power of light, sends out a powerful chain of light, attacks enemies, and binds them, cooling time 2 minutes, Shining Arc, choose a jumping shining arc forward, causing 1 layer of light mark to enemies hit, increasing light attribute damage received by 20%, lasts 100 seconds, cooling time 150 seconds, Judgment of Light, give the power of faith, summon the incarnation of light, cause 455% judgment attack to all enemies within 500 meters, cooling time 30 minutes. Talent, Light Element Affinity, stronger perception of light elements. Introduction. Alfonso was noticed by the Church of Light because of his keen perception of light elements since childhood, and then spent a lot of resources to cultivate him. In just over 10 years, he became a 4th level leader. Good guy. This white-robed priest is quite fierce. Chao Xing immediately raised his guard. A 4th level leader level mage, the power he could unleash was enough to cause heavy damage to them. And Chao Xing was not afraid of him, not to mention the trump card in his hand. Book of the Dead of Ascalon. It's not like he had never done that to a 4th level leader before. Didn't he almost kill that big snake? A 4th level leader, it's not worth him using the Book of the Dead once. At this moment, the white-robed priest was held back by Sarah, and the two black-robed priests were also stopped by Chao Xing's two knights. The fighting outside was getting louder and louder, and the white-robed priest seemed more and more anxious. This was not the case according to the original plan. They had already figured out the strength of this snake, and knew that it would have several violent stages. This lord of another world caused the snake to go into its first violent stage. This made the white-robed high priest feel that he had a sure win. So he decided to send some elites to kill this group of humans. Then he would lead people to intercept the snake, and cause it to go into its second violent stage. Even if the snake escaped, there were still a large number of hunters left outside, who could hold back the violent snake for a while. Then he would go out by himself, and kill the big snake with his own hands. However, this damned lord of another world stopped him. In this way, with the power outside, it is absolutely impossible to stop the violent big snake. At this moment, while fighting with Sarah, the white-robed priest hated Chao Xing in his heart. And Chao Xing hated this guy too. It was not easy to beat the black snake to a state of low health. But this group of hunters came out halfway and stole his monster. In this case, no one wants it. At the same time, there was a violent vibration outside the tribe. Chao Xing vaguely heard a few exclamations. After a while, the noise outside subsided. Everyone saw that. A large number of hunters came in from the gap. There were more than 100 people, one after another. Among them were 2 black-robed priests. Chao Xing immediately exclaimed, "Wow, how many people did the Church of Light bring in this time? This is almost as many as a squadron. Sarah, come here quickly." Chao Xing didn't want Sarah to be besieged by so many people. Assam. Mushi. Let's run. After saying that, Chao Xing threw an ice wall on the spot. They gave up the enemy in front of them and ran to the back of the battlefield. After the group of hunters came in, they quickly came to the white-robed priest. One of the black-robed priests said frustratedly, "High priest, we failed. The black snake's violent state was too terrifying. We dragged it for a long time. But you didn't come out. So we didn't stop it." Hearing this, the high priest became even more angry. "Damn it. It's all because of this brat. Since the operation failed, let's kill these people first. Then go to the forest to chase this black snake." After hearing the order, the more than 100 hunters on the field looked at Braun and others who were fighting in the distance. Fierce eyes appeared in their eyes. Then, more than 100 figures rushed towards Chao Xing and his men. At this moment, everyone felt a pressure. At this moment, the high priest looked at Chao Xing, who ran to the back of the team. He said angrily, "You little brat. Are you scared now? Don't think you can be safe by hiding behind. I will make you pagans pay a heavy price. Then when I catch you, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." After hearing this, Chao Xing's solemnity disappeared, and he suddenly laughed. "You old man. You really think you can beat me? Right? Just wait. Isn't it just more people?" After saying that, Chao Xing took out a book emitting blue undead light from his backpack. This is the Book of the Dead of Ascalon. Originally, I didn't want to use a chance on this white-robed high priest. But now there are too many people on the other side, and this old guy's attack power is too high, and there may be casualties if you are not careful. So Chao Xing decided to directly summon the undead and kill all these pagans. As he turned the first page of the book, everyone felt that a strong blue undead power emerged from Chao Xing's body. This undead power made his hair start to fly wildly. Then, Chao Xing turned the pages of the book while chanting a spell. "Get up! Get up! Warriors of Ascalon! Thrust forward with your spears, block with your shields. Raise your swords and fight. The earth will be stained with blood." Swish! The Book of the Dead in Chao Xing's hand was turning pages frantically. The entire wild boar tribe, as he chanted, began to be filled with the breath of the dead. The temperature began to drop sharply, and the surroundings turned into a bleak blue. This place is isolated from the world, and at this moment, it was instantly covered with frost. The white-robed high priest suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, and said in horror, "What are you doing? Don't worry about those people. Go and interrupt this lord of another world." However, how could Braun and others let them interrupt Chao Xing's chanting? They all rushed forward, intercepting the more than 100 hunters. The white-robed high priest looked increasingly anxious. He raised his staff and began to quickly gather the power of light. Chao Xing continued to chant calmly. "Charge now! Charge now! For the glory of the past! March forward bravely! Fight until the end of the world!" At this moment, the spell was finished. The entire battlefield suddenly stopped. The hunters were horrified to find that behind Chao Xing, more than 1,000 undead floating in the air appeared. They were wearing armor, holding swords and shields. They stood in place in unison. Moreover, every undead here gave them a strong sense of threat. Duke Paladin, wearing heavy armor and holding a sharp sword, stood at the front of the team. He looked at the situation in front and noticed the hunters and white-robed priests behind him. Paladin looked at Chao Xing and chuckled, "Lord Chao Xing, it seems that you are in trouble." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Yes, Duke Paladin. This group of crazy cultists seems to be carrying out some evil plan. But I accidentally discovered it. So they are furious and want to use the number of people to surround and kill me. Now, impose sanctions on these crazy cultists." The summoning of the Book of the Dead only lasts 60 seconds. So Chao Xing had no time to reminisce with the Duke. After hearing this, Duke Paladin chuckled again. "As you wish, Lord Chao Xing." Then, He drew the long sword from his waist. Ascalon warriors, follow me to charge. Kill all enemies. After the words fell, the other undeads made cold voices full of murderous intent. Kill! 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 Then, Duke Paladin rushed out first. Rumble. Like thousands of troops galloping. The blue undead army rushed over quickly like a tsunami. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Seeing this scene, the high priest's eyes showed fear. He shouted, "Run! Run!" He knew how terrifying this group of undead was. Among them, he even saw several beings that were no less powerful than himself. In particular, the undead wearing heavy armor and holding a sharp sword gave him a fatal sense of crisis. Hearing the high priest's voice, the group of crazy hunters gave up the battle in front of them and began to run towards the gap in the back. However, how could their speed be comparable to Ascalon's undead army? The ghost's battle blade passed silently. When the first hunter was submerged, hundreds of wounds instantly appeared on his head. -2,754. -2,273. -3,321. -3,251. -2,315. -2,523. -6,321. The hunter was chopped to pieces without even a bone left, as if half of his body had evaporated. The next moment, more and more hunters were submerged by Ascalon's undead army in a short period of time. Boom! Every hunter who was drowned, hundreds of wounds would instantly appear on his head. Ah! What kind of monsters are these? Save me! Priest! God of Light is above. Please save us! The screams were endless. However, their cries for help were soon drowned out. Even those elite hunter-killers, leader-level black-robed priests. After being drowned by the army of undead, they struggled for only a few seconds and were killed on the spot. 15 seconds, really 15 seconds, directly destroyed this squadron of hundreds of fourth-level hunters. Even their bodies disappeared directly. A wide variety of props appeared on the ground. After the death of these hunters, they exploded with a large number of souls, hearts of power, and various equipment. Hiss! At this moment, everyone on the field took a breath of cold air. Too powerful. It was really too powerful. What is invincible? What is unstoppable? This is the strength of the undead army. On the field, there was only one last hunter white-robed priest left. As a fourth-order leader, he could barely resist. However, he could only resist. His various magics were easily broken by the Duke of Paladin. At this moment, Chao Xing finally understood how terrifying the Duke of Paladin was. He was at least a fourth-order leader. The white-robed high priest kept screaming. Ah! You damned undeads! The God of Light will punish you. You guys, just wait. The new seed of light has appeared. It won't be long before we will welcome the new son of light. By then, all you pagans will be punished. The voice stopped abruptly. The white-robed priest was killed on the spot. From the launch of the charge to the end of the battle, the entire process took only 20 seconds. Chao Xing sighed again. These undeads are too powerful. They are even a bit of a waste of talent to deal with this fourth-level leader. This is a terrifying force that can turn a large-scale war around. At this time, the Duke of Paladin, who had already finished the battle, had returned to Chao Xing's side. Lord Chao Xing, I am fortunate to have fulfilled my mission. Chapter 165 A Large Harvest, The Staff of Light of Dawn. Lord Chao Xing, I have fulfilled my mission. Duke Paladin chuckled. Chao Xing also smiled and replied, Sir Paladin, the power of your Ascalon undead is amazing. Duke Paladin nodded. Yes, the enemy's purgatory cursed us, and also gave us powerful power. But even so, we still lost the war. Chao Xing heard the loneliness in his tone, and was about to say a few words of comfort. At this time, Duke Paladin suddenly said, Lord Chao Xing, in our time, we have never heard of the Church of Light. However, the person just said that the new seed of light has been born. I suggest you pay attention to it. Well, why? Because there may be the power of the gods behind it. Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this. The power of the gods? Duke Paladin nodded and said, yes. The seed of the gods is the spokesperson of the gods walking in the world. Back then, we in Ascalon met a spokesperson of the gods. And then, through his conversation with the gods, he obtained the ancient sword Magdel. If what he said is true, then it means that there may be a spokesperson for the gods behind the Church of Light. Chao Xing frowned and asked, is this spokesperson for the gods very strong? Duke Palatine shook his head. No. The spokespersons for the gods do not have much power. Their role is only to communicate with the gods. However, no one knows whether the existence that communicates with them is a real god or some unknown existence. Chao Xing fell into deep thought after hearing this. No wonder the hunters developed so fast. It turned out that there was a god spokesperson helping them. However, this so-called spokesperson is not sure whether it is true or not. Perhaps the god behind it is also some kind of evil existence. After all, Chao Xing has a task prop, which is marked with a fallen mountain god. He nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency the Duke." The Duke of Palatine smiled, without the coldness of the undead. "By the way, Lord Chao Xing, there's a hidden assassin over there. Do you need me to kill him? Or you can handle it yourself?" Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then looked over. There was a sudden movement in the bushes in the distance. At this moment, Chao Xing was surprised. He really didn't realize that there was a hidden assassin nearby. And the people inside seemed to realize that they were discovered. From the bushes, a masked figure quickly jumped out. He was just about to run away. The Duke of Palatine swung out a sword and slashed across several kilometers. Ah! Minus 11,377. After the scream, a terrifying damage number appeared. Seeing this, Chao Xing immediately ordered, "Hilda, Sarah, go and control this guy." The two leaders rushed over quickly and controlled the hunter-killer. Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Duke Paladin with gratitude. If it weren't for his reminder, I'm afraid the killer would really slip away from under their noses. By then, the other party witnessed everything, and then reported it to the Church of Light, and Chao Xing would be exposed. Duke Paladin nodded, and then said, "Lord Chao Xing, the power of space is no longer enough. We have to go back to the underground palace. Although I don't know how you are here, but I feel that this jungle is not simple. I can feel that there is a force in the depths of the jungle that is no less powerful than mine. You'd better be careful. If you encounter an enemy you can't fight, remember to summon us at any time." Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned again, and then thanked. "Thank you for your reminder and concern, Duke. This is the benefit of having a close relationship." Duke Paladin has already regarded Chao Xing as his own, and even takes the initiative to worry about his safety. After a while, the group of undead gradually dissipated, and Chao Xing fell into thought. Is it no less powerful than the Duke? That is, at least the 4th level leader, or the legendary 5th level strongman, or the commander. Whatever it is it not something I can defeat at this stage? Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes once again showed a solemn look. Just as the Duke said, this forest is not simple. Even the Church of Light sent so many people here, which shows how much they value this place. And their goal seems to be to kill the big snake, and it seems to be related to some kind of plan. And through the name of the big snake, Chao Xing knew that it was the pet of the witch in this forest. This means that the legendary witch does exist. It's getting more and more complicated. Chao Xing shook his head and put these thoughts aside. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by a large pile of things that fell on the platform below. Chao Xing saw equipment, souls, and various materials all over the ground. These were all things that exploded after the hunters died. Yes, although this group of undead killed the hunters, Chao Xing would not gain experience. However, their equipment still exploded. Chao Xing even saw that the staff used by the white-robed priest also fell to the ground. He was instantly excited. At this moment, he forgot all about the plan of the Church of Light and the forest witch. Chao Xing gave a direct order, "Assam, take people to clean up the battlefield." Assam obeyed the order and quickly began to pick up the spoils that fell on the ground. Chao Xing himself came to the side of Hilda and Sarah. At this moment, the hunter-killer still had an angry look in his eyes. His neck and chest were all cut by Sarah, and the wounds were festering, which was the effect of Eilena's permanent snake venom. In addition, he was bound by a spider web, so he couldn't escape. After seeing Chao Xing coming, the hunter still had a look of resentment in his eyes. Through the last experience, Chao Xing already knew that these cultists were brainwashed. They were so stubborn. But it didn't matter. Anyway, this guy fell into my hands. I would take him back to the camp and interrogate him slowly. Moreover, after being caught, this guy didn't commit suicide immediately, which showed that he was still afraid of death. This gave Chao Xing an opportunity. He took a look at the opponent's health. HP 13331/36440. Chao Xing said directly, "Sarah, give him 2 more slashes, and cut him to the point of near death. Sarah did it directly. Swish. Minus 4,763. Minus 5,213. Both slashes were vital attacks, and the killer fell into a semi-comatose state. After the system update, it will no longer be the same as before, even if there is only 1 drop of blood left. He can still be alive and kicking. Instead, when the blood volume drops to a certain level, they will become like the soldiers in the dungeon, dying, weak, and without any resistance. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. However, although this guy has temporarily lost his resistance, how to control these strong men is also a problem. After all, these guys have strong physiques and have the ability to recover on their own. So the best way is to control their actions. Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. In his backpack, there are thousands of strong vines. There are quite a few blue quality vines. They can be used to control this guy. So he took out strong vine blue from his backpack, and then asked Sarah to tie him up like a knot. His hands and feet were also tied separately. After doing all this, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Zilda, keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. TSK. Zilda looked disgusted, and then threw another spider web. At the same time, Assam and the others had also cleaned up the battlefield. They came over and gave all the things dropped by the hunters to Chao Xing. Looking at the pile of spoils in front of him, Chao Xing's eyes couldn't help but light up. He put them all into his backpack in one breath, and a lot of system prompts appeared. First, there is a wave of equipment. Obtain Dawn Light Staff Gold. Obtain Hunter High Priest Mask Gold. Obtain Ruba Skull Crusher Purple. Obtain Guardian Sword Purple. Obtain Gladiator Spear Purple. Obtain Hunter Priest Mask Purple *3. Obtain Boulder Hammer Blue *1. Obtain Deadwood Longbow Blue *2. Obtain Crystal Dagger Blue *5. Obtain Standard Long Sword Bow and Arrow War Blade Green *75. Then, there is a wave of reminders of souls and other things. Obtain Holy Light Priest Recruitment Scroll Gold *1. Obtain High Priest Leader Soul Gold *1. Obtain Black Robe Priest Leader Soul *2. Obtain Hunter Elite Killer Soul *4. Obtain Advanced Power Heart *1. Obtain Intermediate Power Heart *2. Obtain Primary Power Heart *5. Obtain Arrows White *372. Obtain Shadow Cloak Special Equipment *95. Obtain Coins *17331. Fuck. Holy Light Priest Recruitment Scroll? Leader Soul? And 2 gold equipment. At this moment, Chao Xing was amazed. This wave of harvest is too fierce. Killed a leader, 4 leaders, and a large group of hunter elites and ordinary hunters. Too many things were revealed. Especially the white-robed high priest. Directly contributed 4 golden items to Chao Xing. 2 golden equipment, 2 golden items. Chao Xing couldn't wait to check the properties of the 2 equipment. Dawn Light Staff Gold. Quality, Rare. Wearing requirements, Level 20 and above. Attack Power, 375 to 394. Additional Special Effect 1. Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 20. Additional Special Effect 2. Blessing of Light. When launching light magic attack, increase attack power by 20%. Additional Special Effect 3. Redemption of Light. When launching buff skills, additional buff effect by 20%. Additional Special Effect 4. Dawn Light. When launching magic, there is a 30% chance to reset the CD time of this magic. The special effect is triggered every 3 minutes. Equipment Introduction. A staff with a strong breath of light. It is a weapon given to Alfonso by the Bishop of Light himself. What a powerful attribute. Chao Xing was amazed. Every special effect of this Dawn Light staff, except the second one, can bring him great help. Especially the third special effect, Redemption of Light. Combined with the Blessing of the Sea of the Kingdom Holy Ring, it can increase the healing effect by an additional 70%. With Chao Xing's current mental strength, plus these 2 golden equipment, the recovery amount of ice healing can reach 363 per second. And this gain is more comprehensive. Even the armor of ice armor can be greatly enhanced. But unfortunately, the second special effect is not suitable for him. He is a Frost Mage, not a Light Mage. Chao Xing looked at his level. Level 19 57%. Not bad. Not bad. Just one level left. I'll go back to brush another wave of ice nests tonight. And I'll be able to reach level 20. Thinking of this, Chao Xing put it in his backpack. Then he looked at another golden mask. Church of Light, High Priest Mask, Gold. Attribute, Special Equipment. Equipment attribute, all attributes increase by 15 points. Note, the High Priest is already a high-ranking member of the Church of Light. And each High Priest is a key focus. If you are discovered, you will be hunted down by the Kingdom Knights. Please wear it with caution. Although this thing is very powerful, it will be hunted down. So it can only be used when performing skills at ordinary times. Then, Chao Xing continued to look at the properties of the other two golden items. Holy Light Priest Recruitment Scroll, Gold. After use, you can recruit a powerful Holy Light Priest, whose strength is at the 3rd level leader level. High Priest's leader level soul, Gold. It can make a leader level creature of level 4 or below advance to the leader level, with a success rate of 45% to 65%. It's actually a 3rd level leader level recruitment scroll. And it seems to be from the Holy Light system from the name. There is also a leader level soul. If this leader level soul can successfully break through, I can have 2 more leader level creatures at once. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was shocked. And then he couldn't hide his ecstasy. It's really awesome. I didn't expect that killing the white-robed high priest would give me so many things. This made Chao Xing want to kill a few more high priests of the Church of Light. This was simply a gift, boy. Chao Xing did not rush to use it, but continued to check other things. Then, there were 3 purple weapons. Rua Skull Crusher Axe, purple. Quality, rare. Wearing requirements, level 20 and above. Attack power, 312 to 327. Attached special effect 1, strength plus 30. Agility minus 15. Hit rate minus 15%. Attached special effect 2, primary strength increase, at the moment of launching the attack. There is a 20% probability of increasing 50 points of strength. Attached special effect 3, Skull Crusher, when the attack hits the enemy's head, the critical hit rate is increased by 50% additionally. Equipment introduction, under this axe, the heads of many poor ghosts have been chopped off. Executioner, Morris Willie. Guardian Sword, purple. Quality, rare. Wearing requirements, level 20 and above. Attack power, 287 to 293. Attached special effect 1, Spirit plus 15, Physique plus 20, hit rate minus 10%. Attached special effect 2, Guardian, in shield posture, additional 50 points of armor. Attached special effect 3, attack and defense switching, at the moment of attacking, there is a 50% probability of converting 50 points of spirit into strength. Equipment introduction, a powerful knight, must have both absolute defense and strong offensive capabilities. Unknown Knight. Gladiator Spear, purple. Quality, rare. Wearing requirements, level 20 and above. Attack power, 271 to 285. Attached special effect 1, agility plus 10, strength plus 10, attack speed plus 10%. Attached special effect 2, Spear Mastery, when fighting with this spear, attack speed increases by 30%. Attached special effect 3, retractable, the spear has a retractable function, can be freely switched from 4 meters to 1 meter. Equipment introduction, you said my spear can be retracted and is cheating? No. No. No, this is the new technology of the dwarves. Gladiator, Ecut Bergman. The attributes of the 3 purple equipment are all good, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Especially the spear, the function of free extension is quite unique. But unfortunately, Chao Xing has no spear-type soldiers. As for other blue and green equipment, Chao Xing was too lazy to look at them. Then, there are the other 6 souls. The effects are similar. I looked at the success rate. The boss level is 50% to 70%. The elite level is 55% to 75%. In addition, there is 1 advanced power heart, 2 intermediate power hearts, and 4 primary power hearts. If all these things are digested, Chao Xing's strength will increase again. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Chao Xing has exploded a high-level heart of strength. He looked at the attributes. High-level heart of strength. It can only be exploded in some powerful creatures above level 4. Item effect. It can allow survivors or territory members who have reached level 30 to advance to level 4 creatures. After advancement, all attributes will be improved by 100%. Advancement success rate, 65% to 75%. Chao Xing thought to himself. Does the high-level Heart of Strength also have a chance of failure? But it doesn't matter. After all, the probability of success is higher. He put the Heart of Strength into his backpack. Now, it's time to distribute these spoils. Chao Xing first gave Guardian Sword and Ruba Skull Crusher to Lu Muxue and Put Anna respectively. Then he gave a leader-level soul to Put Anna. Chao Xing also gave an elite-level soul to each of the other 2 Wild Boar warriors who had not advanced. Then there were 2 intermediate power hearts, which Chao Xing gave to Blot and Rennies. The last leader-level soul was also one of the biggest gains of this time. Chao Xing thought for a moment and gave it to Andrew. Now Andrew is the second output in their team. Chao Xing is looking forward to his transformation after becoming the leader. So far, almost all the harvest this time has been distributed. Chao Xing still has 1 leader-level soul, 2 elite-level souls, and a Holy Light Priest recruitment scroll. At this moment, everyone looked at Chao Xing with excitement. The other 2 Wild Boar warriors said excitedly, Razby, it's hard to imagine that the Lord actually gave us a second chance to become stronger. That's right. Rubino. This is just like a dream. And Put Anna next to him was holding the Ruba Skull Crusher and leader-level soul in her hands, and she was a little embarrassed. Of course, she knew the value of these 2 things. Put Anna had been a mercenary in the snowstorm for so many years, and her family could only buy a purple weapon. But now, Chao Xing gave it to her directly. Not to mention, there was also a more valuable leader-level soul. With her carefree personality, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 166 Recruiting Holy Light Priests, The Grudge Between 2 Women. After a moment, Put Anna squeezed out 2 words. Thank you. Chao Xing waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to care. Including Andrew, Rennies, Blot all looked at Chao Xing with gratitude. A long list of system prompts appeared. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Razby's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 88. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Rubino's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 85. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Put Anna Carson's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 89. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Blot Sulfur Stone's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full, now the other party will obey your orders unconditionally. Very good, another subordinate with full loyalty. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Then he said, now, you start using these things in your hands to make a breakthrough. We will continue to explore the forest for a while. After hearing Chao Xing's order, everyone replied solemnly, Yes, Lord. Then, they all slapped their souls into their bodies, or crushed their hearts of power. Most people on the field began to transform. And Chao Xing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall, 3:24. Current temperature, -53°C. There are only 3 hours left before dark. It will take at least an hour and a half to return to the camp, and the weather forecast says there will be a moderate snowfall today, so we have to go back a little earlier. That is to say, I only have about an hour left to explore. Although with their current strength, staying outside for a night is nothing. But now is the period of dragon awakening, and ice nests will descend near the territory every once in a while. So Chao Xing decided not to stay outside. This witch forest has a lot of hidden secrets. Even the Church of Light values it so much. It must be extraordinary. But with my current strength, I can't explore all the secrets of this forest. But, anyway, I have gained enough this time. Not only did I pick the Isolon flower, but I also harvested a lot of beast meat. When I go back at night, I can also use the heart of the man-faced tree to accelerate the growth of Volibear and the pale tree. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't wait to return to the camp. Just as he was thinking about this, the 2 wild boar warriors, their auras rose at the same time. The system prompt appeared. Your territory members, Rubino/Razby, have successfully advanced to elite creatures and learned new skills. Double blade wheel dance. Chao Xing was delighted. Very good, after a failed breakthrough, they can be considered successful. Now the 4 wild boar warriors are all above the elite level, and when my entire wild boar warrior army comes out, I will let them serve as team leaders to command. However, it is a pity that Putana's aura suddenly stopped. She failed to break through to the leader level. At this moment, the tall woman looked at Chao Xing with an apologetic face. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, It's okay, don't worry about it. Although he still has a leader-level soul in his hand, Chao Xing has other candidates. So put Etta can only be put aside. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye successfully advanced to the 3rd level creature, basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Blot Sulfur Stone successfully advanced to the 3rd level creature, basic attributes increased by 100%. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy again. Okay. Add 2 more level 3 generals. Looked at their attributes. Ascalon Archer, Rennie's Hawkeye. Race, human. Level 20/100000. Level 3 boss. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Black Smoke Shaman, brought Brimstone. Race, Char. Level 20/100000. Level 3 boss. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Not bad. All have more than 1,500 attack power. Now Rennie's can deal at least 2,000 damage with a critical hit. From level 2 to level 3, it is also an important transformation. Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Now, we just have to wait for the news from Andrew. This also made Chao Xing a little nervous. After all, it is still difficult to encounter a leader-level creature, not to mention a soul. He prayed in his heart, don't fail. However, it is a bit regrettable that Andrew's breath suddenly stopped. At this moment, Chao Xing was immediately furious. Damn it! A leader soul and a leader soul both failed. Andrew came over with an apologetic face, knelt on one knee in front of Chao Xing and said, Lord, Andrew failed, wasting such a precious breakthrough opportunity. Chao Xing patted him on the shoulder and said, It's okay, Andrew, it's not your fault. He also knew that the leader-level soul only has a 45% chance of success, so the probability of failure is greater than the probability of success. It is not easy to break through to the leader. However, although Andrew failed to break through, it did not prevent Chao Xing from having other items. So, he took out the Holy Light Priest recruitment scroll gold from his backpack. This was the 2nd leader-level recruitment scroll he had obtained after the ranking reward. The scroll alone exuded a strong holy light, giving people a strong sense of sacredness. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the Holy Light Priest recruitment scroll? Yes. The next moment, the recruitment scroll in Chao Xing's hand disappeared. At the same time, there was light coming from the sky. A holy beam of light, as if from the top of the sky, shot in front of Chao Xing. The entire wild boar warrior tribe, illuminated with incomparable holiness. Even the statue of the beast god next to it was emitting light again. This beam of light attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, Chao Xing saw white wings falling from above his head, and solemn singing echoed in his ears. Oh my, such a grand ceremony! This also made him look forward to it. The next moment, a tall and well-proportioned woman in a white dress floated down from the beam of light. Above her slender and white legs, she wore a waistband wrapped with a flower crown. Her upper body was covered with a light veil, and her figure was surging. Looking up, everyone saw a face that was so beautiful that it was beyond description. Her eyes were as bright as yellow gemstones and were piercing. Her pale yellow eyeshadow and delicate facial features were full of exotic style. In her hand, she also held a staff. An ethereal voice sounded. The blood of darkness once twisted my soul, making me fall into the abyss of sin. Until she came, she put her hand on my head and began to sing, giving me a holy blessing. Bathed in the holy light, I was completely purified. Follow the guidance of the holy light. Holy Light Priest, Isabel Gospel, greetings to you. The beauty of this holy light priest directly stunned everyone on the scene. She is as beautiful as Lu Muxue. In addition, the holy light emanating from her body was so dazzling that people could not look directly at it, which made her look extremely sacred. However, at this moment, the blood spider Queen Zierda said beside her, that glowing woman, restrain your aura. You are dazzling my eyes. Hearing this, the holy light priest looked at Zierda next to him, and smiled. Oh, Blood Spider Clan? You have a strong smell of blood. It seems that you have committed a lot of murders in the past. Zierda glanced at her lightly, and seemed to be disdainful of replying. The holy light priest looked at Hilda, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I seem to know your identity. In the invasion war 10,000 years ago, there was a blood spider queen who wreaked havoc in the Gandhara war zone. She destroyed 6 giant cities in a month, slaughtered all the creatures of the 2 principalities, and turned that area into a paradise for blood spiders. Because of the killing you committed, It even attracted the attention of our church. Later when I rushed there, I found that you had been killed by those invaders. After hearing this, Hilda sneered, "TSK. If it weren't for those, the guys besieged this queen, and called a necromancer to come over to target my self-destructing blood spider. Otherwise, this queen can directly devour all these guys." After hearing this, the holy light priest raised her staff. "Humph! Blood spider queen, don't think that this matter has passed. The sins of 10,000 years ago, even now still need to be repaid. Then now, let the holy light wash away your sins." After saying this, the holy light priest raised her staff, and the rich power of the holy light gathered towards her. Zierda on the side also entered the battle state instantly. The two women, who were both leaders, became tense. Chao Xing didn't know what was going on with these two women. What invasion war, what destroyed 6 huge cities, what Gandhara war zone. Chao Xing didn't understand at all. But as the lord of the two, he quickly stopped them and said, "Zierda, Isabel, you are all my subjects. Our attacks can only be directed at outsiders. Now I order you, all of you, to lay down your weapons." Hearing Chao Xing's serious tone, the two women confronted each other for a while. Then, the two turned their heads at the same time. "Humph! TSK." Chao Xing saw that they were no longer fighting each other, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, I, as a lord, still have some face. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Due to the disharmony between the people, the loyalty of your territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, to you has been reduced by 5 points. Due to the disharmony between the people, the loyalty of your territory member, Isabella God of Gospel, to you has been reduced by 5 points. Fuck. Chao Xing cursed inwardly. And at the same time, he couldn't help but feel indignant in his heart. Damn it. What does your relationship have to do with me? I finally cultivated Zierda's loyalty to more than 80. At this moment, Chao Xing kept taking deep breaths. Then he told himself, "Be calm, be calm." He kept a smile on his face and said, "Welcome, Isabel, let us build a territory full of holiness, full of salvation together." Isabel turned around and put on a gentle smile again. "Thank you, Lord, for giving me the opportunity to be reborn again. May the holy light guide you." Chao Xing nodded, and then began to check her attributes. Holy Light Priest, Isabel Gospel. Race, Human. Level 23-10054/1600000. Level 3 Leader. HP, 22760/22760. Attack Power, 2342 to 2451. Armor, 344 to 367. Attributes, Strength 551, Agility 602, Spirit 750, Constitution 663. Skills, Advanced Holy Light Control, mastering the power of Holy Light, you can freely transform it into various forms of attack. Confession, activate the power of the mind, let the target feel remorse for their sins. For targets whose spirit is not enough, control their spirit for 1 to 5 seconds. Note, if the target's will is on the verge of collapse, there is a chance that it will enter a deep control state. The opponent's thoughts and actions will be controlled by Isabel for 5 to 60 seconds. And the cooling time is 5 minutes. Chain of Holy Light, concentrate the power of light, shoot a chain of holy light, link 5 targets along the way, deal 154% damage to the enemy. Restore the health of Spirit *2.5 to the friendly target, cooling time 60 seconds, Holy Light Cinder Shield, concentrate the power of Holy Light. Summon a layer of light shield with a durability of Spirit *5 in front. And can move forward quickly, push the enemy, then cause 214% blast damage to all enemies in the range. Cooling time 2 minutes, Holy Ring, concentrate the power of Holy Light. Creates a ring of light with a diameter in front. The ring will shrink rapidly, bound all enemies within the range for 1 to 5 seconds, cooling time 2 minutes, rebirth him, centered on itself. Creates a large recovery array with a diameter of 20 meters. Restores Isabella's Spirit *5 blood volume per second, lasts 10 seconds. After the array ends, the recovery effect disappears, cooling time 10 minutes. Talent, Holy Heart, only those who have experienced the deepest darkness, and still maintain hope, can awaken this talent. When attacked by a mental attack, damage reduced by 50%. Satisfaction, 77. Loyalty, 63. Character Introduction. Isabel was once a villager in an unknown village. One day, the dark cult came to her village, and captured all the girls as sacrifices. They killed all their relatives in front of the girls, and crushed their bodies, then used the blood mixed with their relatives' body tissues to smear on the girls. The dark cult enjoyed the fear on the girls' faces, and enjoyed their pain and groans as hymns. Isabel watched the girls around her being tortured to death one by one, and then being sacrificed. When she was most desperate, she heard a voice for the first time in her life, which was the voice of the devil. The devil told her that as long as she gave her soul, she could have great power, the power to destroy everything. On that day, she became a witch of revenge, and killed all the people and livestock in the dark cult and the village. After that, Isabel was completely engulfed by the flames of revenge in her heart, and she started her killing journey. However, as Isabel continued to kill the dark cult, she felt more and more that she had lost herself. She could now kill all the people and animals in a village or even a city without any hesitation. Countless civilians died because of her revenge. Isabel felt confused and painful, but the desire to kill in her heart drove her to kill more lives. When she was in the most pain, she heard a voice in her ear for the second time in her life. It was a beautiful song. The voice asked her if she was willing to join the church, use her power to benefit the world, and wash away her sins. Isabel accepted. At this moment, the blood and wounds on her body disappeared. From then on, there was one less witch of revenge in the world. And one more, Isabel Gospel. Oh my God! Looking at the long character introduction, Chao Xing was shocked for a long time. This new leader-level holy light priest had a surprising background, and his life experience was also very rich and tortuous. This also created the current holy light priest who hates evil. Her skills are so powerful that they are terrifying. The most terrifying one is her new hymn skill. What does it mean to restore 5 health points per second? With Isabel's current attributes, it is equivalent to more than 3,000 recovery data per second. In other words, within these 10 seconds, Chao Xing and the others are almost immortal. However, except for a confession, the effect is a bit weird. Similar to the demon's mental control, Isabel's other skills are not weak at all. The Holy Light Cinder Shield can resist attacks, and then push monsters, and cause explosion damage. The Holy Ring can control the group, and can also gather monsters. Too powerful. Chao Xing was very excited. Moreover, he could make her even more powerful. Then, he suppressed his excitement and said solemnly, Isabel, you have a strong power of holy light. Now let me bless you. Isabel's beautiful eyes, with a puzzled look. Chao Xing did not explain much, but pulled Lu Muxua and Blot to impose a series of states on Isabel, including Hilda, who, under Chao Xing's order, reluctantly cast the queen's will on Isabel. Like everyone else, Isabel was surprised at first, and after feeling that those powers remained in her body forever, a strong shock appeared in her eyes. Even though she had a rich personal experience, she had never seen such a strange power. Isabel exclaimed, You are really a magical lord. Even in the Holy See, I have never seen such a magical power. If the Holy See has your help, the holy light will soon spread throughout the world. You helped Isabel Gospel improve her strength. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 71. Not bad. This wave increased 8 points of loyalty. It can be regarded as making up for the lost 5 points of loyalty. At this time, Isabel said softly, Lord, I wonder if you are interested in joining the church. The church? Isabel nodded lightly, and then said softly, The church is an extremely ancient organization. Our members are spread across 4 continents, even including the Permafrost Sea. From kings to nobles, from knights to civilians, there are members of our church. Hearing this, Chao Xing has not answered yet. Zierta next to him whispered TSK. That was 10,000 years ago. It is not certain whether the church exists now. Isabel smiled and looked at Zierta. Blood Spider Queen, you don't understand the church, and you can't understand how powerful the church is. It is one of the oldest organizations in the world. I can feel that the holy light is still guiding me, and it will also impose sanctions on evil creatures like you. Zierta still had disdain in her eyes. Seeing that the 2 girls were about to quarrel again, Chao Xing hurried forward to stop them. Chapter 167 Elder of the Human Face Tree, Powerful Holy Light Priest. Seeing that the 2 women were about to quarrel again, Chao Xing hurried forward to stop them. Okay, don't say it here. After hearing Chao Xing's order, the 2 women snorted again, turned their heads, and turned their backs to each other. No one looked at each other. Chao Xing was speechless, then said, Isabel, show me your weapon. Hearing this, Isabel hesitated a little. It seemed that the weapon in her hand was very important to her. Of course, this was also related to her loyalty of only 71 points. If it were Sarah and the others, they would give the weapon to Chao Xing without hesitation at this time. However, when Isabel thought of the powerful blessing Chao Xing had bestowed on her, she still gave him the weapon in her hand. Obtained, Holy Light Heart Forging Staff Gold. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Another golden weapon. As expected, for leader-level creatures, golden weapons are almost standard. Chao Xing took a look at the attributes, which were a little stronger than the Dawnlight Staff, in his hand, and it seemed to have the blessing of the church. Chao Xing thought to himself, I originally thought that this Dawnlight Staff was more suitable for light mages, and I could exchange it with Isabel. But now it seems that it is not necessary. So, Chao Xing returned the staff to Isabel. Then, he looked at his backpack and was attracted by a golden war blade. It was the king's war blade. Damn! I almost forgot that I have a level 20 golden weapon in my backpack. I put it aside because it was not high enough before. But now it is almost there. Chao Xing quickly checked the properties of the King's War Blade. King's War Blade Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment requirements, Level 20 or above. Attack Power, 347 to 368. Attached Special Effect 1, Strength plus 40. Constitution plus 40. Hit Rate minus 10%. Health plus 20%. Attached Special Effect 2, Intermediate Strength Enhancement, at the moment of launching the attack. There is a 50% probability of converting 100 points of spirit into strength. Attached Special Effect 3, Glittering Gold Gem, concentrate the power of the Glittering Gold Gem. For the next 60 seconds, the weapon will have an additional 2-meter long sword energy effect, and the attack distance will be increased. 2 meters, cooling time 10 minutes. Special Effect 4, Earth Gem, activate the power of the Earth Gem, insert the King's Blade into the ground to cause a violent vibration, causing all enemies within 100 meters to be disabled for 10 to 30 seconds, cooling time 10 minutes. Equipment Introduction. There are 2 precious gems on the gorgeous sword. Maybe you can find a senior blacksmith, remove them, and inlay them on a new weapon. Chao Xing showed a look of joy on his face, then he picked up the golden blade in his hand, and handed it to Assam. Obviously, this weapon is very suitable for him, especially the third special effect, which increases the attack distance. In this way, when Assam uses the Sword of Justice to sweep, he can attack more targets. Assam took it with some confusion. He said nervously, Dear Lord, this powerful weapon was once only the leader of our Knight's Order qualified to equip. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, No need to say more. Knight Assam, you have proved your strength. Now, use this battle blade to clear all obstacles for me. After hearing this, Assam was immediately excited and said, Yes, Lord. Assam will defend your honor with his life. Chao Xing silently glanced at Assam's attributes. After equipping the King's Blade, his attack power increased by nearly 200 again, and his health points also increased by more than 3,000, which was very powerful. After confirming that there was nothing missing around, Chao Xing said, Let's go. Let's go out now. Then, he led people to leave the wild boar tribe directly. As for the hunter-killer, who was already in a dying state, Chao Xing asked Assam to tie him to the big white back. The team began to move forward. This time, Chao Xing led people to leave the wild boar tribe through the gap where the big snake escaped. As expected, the forest outside was in a mess. It looked like a fierce battle had taken place. Many of the giant frost trees nearby had collapsed. Not only that, there was a deep gully on the ground, leading to the depths of the jungle. Following this gully, the location of the snake should be tracked. However, Chao Xing did not continue to track it, not to mention how terrifying the movement speed of the snake was. If it escaped to the depths of the jungle, there would be more powerful creatures inside, and even Chao Xing would not be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Chao Xing changed the direction of exploration. The crowd seized the time and walked through this huge jungle. After about half an hour, they continued to move forward 3 or 4 kilometers. On the way, they encountered 2 waves of ice crystal human-faced trees again. There were even 4th-level elite human-faced trees. After a wave of battles, Chao Xing thought secretly, sure enough, the deeper you go, the higher the level of monsters in the forest. He glanced at the small map. They have now penetrated into the witch forest for about 20 kilometers. However, along the way, their strength has also been greatly improved. and they are not inferior to these monsters at all. After going deeper for about 3 kilometers, Sarah suddenly appeared silently, and pointed to the front and said, "Lord, there is something wrong with the big tree in front." After hearing this, Chao Xing fixed his eyes on it. The big tree in front was ordinary, covered with frost, and looked no different from an ordinary big tree. However, it was thicker than any big tree they had seen before. The trunk's diameter even exceeded 5 or 6 meters. It was truly a towering tree. Chao Xing looked at Rennie's next to him. "Rennie's, shoot an arrow and see." After hearing this, the heroic archer pulled the horned eagle longbow without hesitation. The bowstring instantly tightened, making a creak, creak sound. After breaking through to the 3rd level boss, every move of Rennie's was full of the beauty of power. Swoosh! An arrow was shot out instantly. After hitting the trunk, it made a hollow thump sound. But Chao Xing saw a big damage number appeared. -2031. Chao Xing's eyes fixed. Sure enough, there is a problem. At the same time, after being attacked, the giant tree quickly began to turn around. Clatter! Branches fell all over the sky. Under the soil, it seemed as if thousands of roots were moving. On the field, at least 30 human-faced trees turned around at the same time. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the properties of these human-faced trees. Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Elder. Race, Human-Faced Tree. Level 32, Level 4 Boss Level Creature. HP, 53119/55150. Attack Power, 2572 to 2598. Skills, Strong Branches, Cold Touch, Cold Dance, Blood-Sucking Vines, same attributes as above. Life Drain. When the health of the tree's spirit elder drops to 30%, it will switch to a defensive posture, while all the roots absorb energy. Restore Life. Restore 1% of life per second, until the health is restored to more than 80% and the state is released. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Talent. 1. Longevity. Talent. 2. Vitality. Bond, Human-Faced Tree, 20. Activated. Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Guard. Race, Human-Faced Tree. Level 31, Level 4 Elite Creature. HP, 41210/41210. Attack Power, 1988 to 2051. Skills, Strong Branches, Cold Touch, Cold Dance, Vampire Vine. Ice Crystal Human-Faced Tree Guard. Race, Human-Faced Tree. Level 33, Level 4 Elite Creature. HP, 42780/42780. Attack Power, 2044 to 2079. Skills, same as above. Goodfellow, 1 Level 4 Boss, 2 Level 4 Elites. Chao Xing was not surprised by the strength of these human-faced trees. Instead, he was excited. Finally, I met a leader-level human-faced tree elder. Ha ha ha. Now I can get a higher-grade human-faced tree heart. Then, Chao Xing directly ordered, "Go! Kill these human-faced trees." After that, Assam and Braun had already rushed out. Braun took the lead and rushed towards the human-faced tree elder. And he shouted, "Braun, attack!" Not only was there a difference of more than 10 levels between him and the human-faced tree elder, there were also 2 large levels between them. But he still dared to charge forward, relying on his 3 layers of holy shield, and confronted this powerful creature. However, as a 4th level leader, the elder of the human-faced tree also had a terrifyingly fast attack speed. In an instant, more than a dozen branches came over. Bang! The 3 layers of holy shield on Braum were directly blown up. Seeing this scene, Braum's eyes showed a shocked look. Then, the remaining branches hit his shield. Snap! -1564. -1533. Even through the shield, it caused terrible damage to Braum. He only felt a huge force coming from his hands holding the shield. And then he was directly blown away. As Braum flew backwards, the elder of the human-faced tree stretched out its branches, as if he wanted to kill Braum in one wave. Chao Xing immediately ordered, "Assam, block the attack of these branches." Assam next to him heard it, and swung the golden sword in his hand. At the same time, the power of the shining gold gem was activated. A 2-meter golden sword energy suddenly burst out from the sword. Then, Assam slashed out suddenly. Several branches of the elder of the human-faced tree were instantly knocked away. At this time, there were still a few branches left to whip towards Braum. The critical moment. Isabel raised her staff, and a holy light cinder shield with a diameter of more than 1 meter, and a height of about 3 meters instantly appeared in front of Brown. Bang! Those branches hit the holy light cinder shield. The holy shield was broken, but it also successfully blocked the remaining attacks of the Elder of the Human-Faced Tree. After Brown landed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the holy light priest next to him and said, "Sister Isabel, thank you for saving Brown." Isabel chuckled. "You're welcome. The holy light will guide you." Then, Brown looked at Chao Xing embarrassedly and said, "Lord." Brown was whipped away again. "My power is too weak." He seemed a little frustrated. Chao Xing comforted him. "It's okay, you are too far behind this human-faced tree, and it's normal to be blown away. When you break through to level 3, you can withstand the attack of the level 4 human-faced tree. Now, go deal with the elite human-faced tree next to you." Braun's current level is 18th level 31%. It's not long before he reaches level 20, and breaks through level 3. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Braun stood up and jumped up. Then he rushed out excitedly. At the same time, Chao Xing continued to order, "Mu Shui, cast a holy healing spell on Brown." "Isabel, release the holy light link." After hearing the order, the two women acted at the same time. Instantly, 3 healing data appeared above Braum's head. Plus 1042 plus 257 plus 1875. His health was restored by a large amount. At the same time, the Elder of the Human-Faced Tree was twitching its branches frantically, attacking Assam and Andrew, and making them unable to get close. Seeing this, Chao Xing ordered, "Isabel, release the sacred ring." Isabel raised her staff, and a round golden ring instantly descended, covering the huge body of the Elder of the Human-Faced Tree. Not only that, the lock began to tighten rapidly, directly binding all the branches of the human-faced tree. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was happy. There is such an effect? I have to say, Isabel's skill is really useful. It is equivalent to another strong control. Then, he shouted, "Continue to output with all your strength. Assam, Andrew, you first hold back the human-faced tree elder. Others, kill those ordinary human-faced trees and elite human-faced trees first." At the same time, after the advancement, Rennies directly raised the horned eagle longbow, and then used the above special effects. The next moment, a hexagram teleportation array appeared in front of her. Then, a giant bird with a body length of 3 meters, and covered with gray-brown wings appeared. Its front half was similar to that of an ordinary eagle, but its back half was as strong and powerful as a beast. Its curved and sharp claws could even stand upright, and they were covered with gray storm scales. This was the horned eagle, a magical creature from ancient times. In fact, the horned eagle was not suitable for fighting in the jungle, as it was a high-altitude soldier. But now, it's not bad to have a third-level elite monster to help with the output. With a command from Rennies, the horned eagle's sharp eyes locked onto an elite human-faced tree not far away. The huge wings raised a strong wind, and then rushed over in an instant. Swish! The horned eagle's claws scratched the tough bark of the human-faced tree. -732. -757. The damage is not high, but as a summon creature, it is already good. Rennies is also shooting arrows continuously, including Blot, who has broken through the 3rd level, is also condensing black smoke to attack, causing high damage one by one. -1754. -2476. -1672. -1798. -5575. After the previous battle, the damage of everyone has undergone a qualitative change. The health of those human-faced trees has dropped sharply, since the Elder of the Human-Faced Tree was held back by Assam, Andrew, and Isabel. So the battle of others was basically stress-free. After a while, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Lab killed the human-faced tree LV33, gained experience value, 990. Combatant gained experience value, 495. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel killed the human-faced tree LV32, gained experience value, 960. Combatant gained experience value, 480. Your Chao Xing showed joy on his face. These level 4 monsters still give a lot of experience, but they now need more experience points to level up. From level 19 to level 20,100,000 experience points are required. After a moment, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, has been upgraded. Current level, level 19. Chaoxing glanced at the Blood Spider Queen, who was attacking in the distance. She was fighting with full concentration. This Blood Spider Queen actually has a lot of combat experience, but because her strength was greatly weakened before entering the summoning space, she could not exert her due combat power. Chaoxing thought to himself, one level away, Zilda can also advance to a third-level creature. After a while, the two elite human-faced tree guards, under the fierce attack of the crowd, also had their health reduced to the bottom one after another. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Ice Crystal human-faced tree guard LV32, gained experience value, 3,200. Combatants gained experience value, 1,600. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed the Ice Crystal human-faced tree guard LV33, gained experience value, 3,300. Combatants gained experience value, 1,650. Now, there is only one leader-level human-faced tree elder left on the field. And its health also dropped rapidly under the siege of the crowd. I looked at the health of the elder of the human-faced tree. HP, 23012/55150. Only 23,000 left. At this moment, this human-faced tree wanted to activate the skill of Extreme Cold Dance. Hundreds of thick branches began to wave wildly. Swish. Swish. The sound of breaking through the air continued to come. Whirling on everyone, many damage numbers appeared. Their health began to drop bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing gave the order directly. Isabel, use the Hymn of Rebirth. After receiving the order, Isabel raised her staff. And then a large recovery array with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared. A large amount of life breath gushed out from the array. The next moment, above Assam and others' heads, terrifying recovery numbers of plus 3,750. Plus 3,750 appeared one after another. From Chaoxing's perspective, Assam's health was just hit down. And it was immediately restored to full. And then it was hit down again. And it was restored to full again. This repeated, terrifying recovery ability. Almost despairing, Chaoxing was delighted. This recovery efficiency is really amazing. Within 10 seconds, as long as they are not killed instantly, they are almost immortal. And more importantly, everyone here has the Holy Light Redemption, applied by Lu Muxue. After being fatally attacked, they will be forced to retain a little life value. So there will be no instant kill. Chaoxing looked at Isabel next to him and praised, Isabel, your power is full of the breath of life. Which is really good. Isabel chuckled, Holy Light protects me. Lord, if you join the church, you can also have this powerful power. Chaoxing's face was full of weirdness. This woman is good in every way. But she is too fanatical about faith. He is always thinking about pulling himself into the church. Hilda on the side sneered, the power that the Lord has is unique in the world. Even though I have lived for so long, this is the first time I have seen such power. Why do you want him to join the church? To be your pope? Isabel said angrily, you are so bold. You are not allowed to slander the pope. Hilda chuckled, am I wrong? Does your church have power comparable to that of the Lord? If not, you let the Lord join the church. Do you want him to start as an ordinary clergyman? Chapter 168 Blizzard, Excited People. Hearing this, Isabel bit her lower lip lightly, looking at the Blood Spider Queen angrily. Because she really couldn't refute it. Chaoxing looked at Zierda next to him, and was immediately delighted. I didn't expect that this woman, who had always been so arrogant, started to speak for him today. Although it was a battle period now, Chaoxing couldn't help but secretly give Zierda a thumbs up. However, after seeing Chaoxing's gesture, the Blood Spider Queen made a disdainful TSK. He tilted his head to the side again. Chaoxing didn't care. At this moment, the health of the elder of the human-faced tree had been chopped down to the lowest by Sarah. In the Rebirth Hymn state, Sarah directly gave up all defenses and began to hack at the human-faced tree crazily. The damage numbers were shocking. The elder of the human-faced tree also knew that, if it continued like this, it would be hacked to death by the dark elf woman in front of it. At this moment, it took back all the paper slips, as if it wanted to enter the life-absorbing state. Under this skill, the elder of the human-faced tree will recover 1% per second, which is a recovery number of more than 5,000. At this time, Braum rushed over directly. Then he raised his shield and slammed it on the ground. Glacier crack. The terrifying frost spread, and instantly covered the whole body of the human-faced tree. And this, also interrupted the human-faced tree elder's life drain. Skill. Chao Xing praised. Brawn, well done. Brawn touched his head embarrassedly. 8 seconds later. The newborn hymn has not ended yet. The health of the human-faced tree elder has been cleared. The system prompt appears. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the human-faced tree elder LV-32, a 4th level boss level creature, gained experience value, 6,400. Combatants gained experience value, 3,200. At this moment, the branches of the human-faced tree elder also drooped down. Everyone withdrew from the battle. Chao Xing saw that at the root of the human-faced tree elder, a heart full of life appeared, and a bright soul. Chao Xing's heart moved instantly, and then ordered, Assam, as usual, first cut down the branches on these human-faced trees. Yes, Lord. Everyone began to do so. Chao Xing couldn't wait to come to the side of the human-faced tree elder, and picked up all the things on the ground. Obtained, heart of the elder of the human-faced tree purple. Obtained, bark of the elder of the human-faced tree purple. Obtained, top-grade tree sap, purple, *7. Obtained, advanced element crystal *5. Obtained, large book of agility *1. As expected, a more advanced heart of the human-faced tree has appeared. Ha ha. Chao Xing was very excited. Then he took a look at the properties of these materials. Heart of the elder of the human-faced tree, purple, a heart with great vitality. Effect 1, after taking it. It can increase the upper limit of life by 1,000 points, effective once at most. Effect 2, it accelerates the growth time of some magical plants or special creatures, ranging from 3 to 5 years. Bark of the elder of the human-faced tree, purple, an extremely tough material, which also contains some life breath of the elder of the human-faced tree. Can be used to make rare leather armor or other items, with a greater chance of adding special effects. Superior tree sap, purple tree sap containing magic, with a clearer taste. After taking it, you can restore a lot of mental power. It can actually increase the growth time by at least 3 years. This is too powerful. This time, not only can the pale tree be accelerated, but it can also allow the pale tree to grow for a few more years. You know, there will be 2 blessing effects after the pale tree grows out, which is very powerful. And as the pale tree grows, the strength of the blessing will increase. At this moment, Dubai also feels very eager for the heart in Chao Xing's hand. Now the blue quality human-faced tree heart has no effect on Dubai. But this purple human-faced tree heart can make Dubai grow again. Chao Xing touched its nose and said, Dubai, don't worry. I still have a use for this heart. Next time you come to the witch forest, I will find you a new leader heart. Understand? Woo. Dubai nodded gently, as if he understood Chao Xing's words. It suppressed the desire in its heart. At this time, Assam and his team had already cut down all the vines on the human-faced trees. However, on this leader-level human-faced tree, it took a little more effort. These vines are too tough. Then, Chao Xing also collected all the materials on the ground. Obtain, tough vines, green, *782. Obtain, strong vines, blue, *195. Obtain, ancient vines, purple, *113. Obtain, ice crystal human-faced tree guard heart, blue, *2. Obtain, ice crystal human-faced tree guard bark, blue, *2. Obtain, medium quality tree sap, blue, *36. Obtain. Chao Xing looked at his backpack. The total number of hearts of the human-faced tree of various grades exceeded 100. There were 102 green ones. There were 8 blue ones. There was 1 purple one. In addition, there were a lot of vines, bark, and sap. Chao Xing sighed again. Today's harvest is really a lot. He glanced at the time above his head. Due to nightfall, 1:53. Current temperature, -56°C. Current weather, moderate snow. Has it started snowing? Chao Xing looked up at the sky. However, it seems that because the vegetation in the witch forest is too dense, snowflakes cannot fall in. However, the temperature is constantly dropping. Chao Xing thought for a moment and said, Let's go. We are going to return to the camp. After that, he and Lu Muxue returned to Dubai's back. On Dubai's back, there was also a hunter-killer tied up. Boom, boom, boom. The mammoth's pace was not too fast, because the terrain in the forest was more complicated. There were more obstacles. If the natives of this world had a weak sense of direction, even a 3rd or 4th level warrior would probably get lost in the forest. But fortunately, Chao Xing had a small map that came with the system. With Chao Xing's guidance, they began to move forward, and it took about half an hour to rush out of the witch forest. On the way, they also encountered attacks from some human-faced trees and wild beasts. But Chao Xing didn't want to waste time, so he didn't get entangled with them. The moment he stepped out of the witch forest, Chao Xing saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, and the cold wind blew towards him instantly. Huh? Not only that, goose feather-sized snowflakes kept falling, almost filling all the scenes ahead. Chao Xing couldn't help but complain, "Oh my god, how can this be called moderate snow? Is this a blizzard?" Assam and others were also a little confused. The weather was fine when they entered the forest, but as soon as they came out, they encountered such a heavy snowstorm. Moreover, such heavy snow may cause some geological disasters. Chao Xing said, "We need to speed up. The snow is getting heavier, which will slow down our movement speed. From now on, you follow me, and move at full speed." After that, Chao Xing controlled Dubai and began to run out. The others followed the mammoth, concentrating their efforts on the road. Boom! 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 The mammoth stepped forward with its thick hooves, and each time it stepped down, it created a deep snow pit. Chao Xing didn't know how long the snow had been falling, but it should not have been more than 3 hours. The snow on the ground had once again covered Dubai's ankles, and was about 40 to 50 centimeters thick. Whoosh! Whoosh! The whistling cold wind blew in his ears, and the snowflakes in the sky dazzled Chao Xing's eyes. After a while, a layer of snow appeared on everyone's head or body. Even on Assam's armor, there were spots of white frost. In such a heavy snowstorm, visibility was no more than 20 meters. Even with a small map, it would not tell you what obstacles or traps were ahead. There were several times when Dubai rushed too fast and Chao Xing had no time to come in, and he almost crashed into a boulder. In desperation, Chao Xing could only let Dubai slow down. The medium snow greatly reduced their mobility. Until night fell, the heavy snow continued to fall. It took them nearly 2.5 hours to reach the territory. It was completely dark at this time. Chao Xing looked at the coordinates of the camp. It was still 30 kilometers away from their current location. Chao Xing said, "It's almost there. It will take about 20 minutes. The temperature has dropped to minus 60 degrees Celsius. And there is another more troublesome thing. That is, as night falls, visibility decreases again. In other words, their forward speed will be hindered." The group ran wildly in the vast snowfield in the wind and snow. However, Isabel, who had just joined, and Hilda were not sure what they were doing. The two women, one in front and one behind, seemed to be competing to see who could move faster. Chao Xing was speechless. These two women were fighting. Why did they have to compete in everything? As they ran, they even ran ahead of Chao Xing. At this moment, Isabel condensed a ball of holy light, which turned into the shape of a shuttle, and placed it under her feet. Then, she stepped on the light shuttle, as if sliding in the snow, and moved forward at a high speed. When passing by Chao Xing, Isabel whispered, "Lord, let me use the holy light to guide you forward." Although Chao Xing was puzzled, he nodded. At the same time, Isabel raised her staff, and the power of the holy light gathered, like a bright light bulb, illuminating the road ahead. Seeing this, Chao Xing said happily, "Can the holy light be used like this?" As a wizard, Isabel's control of the holy light has reached perfection. At least, Chao Xing himself believes that he cannot gather the power of holy light and use it as a skateboard. Even if he breaks through to the 3rd level, he cannot do this. After thinking about it, this may be related to Isabel's skill, advanced holy light control. The mage apprentice Aili in Chao Xing's territory has the skill primary water coordination. When their understanding and application of elements reach a new stage, they will become intermediate water coordination, and can master more advanced magic. Just like Assam's primary swordsmanship mastery. Through constant practice, he practiced from elementary swordsmanship to intermediate level, and then to advanced level. Every breakthrough made his swordsmanship more exquisite. With Isabel's guidance, Chao Xing and others' progress was greatly accelerated. At this time, Chao Xing saw that Zierda had begun to fall behind. Because of the difference in level, Zierda was soon left behind by Isabel. At this moment, Isabel, who was as holy as a goddess, turned around and chuckled. However, this made Zierda feel humiliated, but she was powerless. He could only angrily say, "Damn bitch. When I regain my original strength, I will tear your skirt to pieces and hang you upside down on the pillar. Seeing her angry look, Chao Xing said, don't be angry. When you reach level 20, I will give you a mid-level heart of strength, and you will be able to catch up with her. Hearing this, Sierra moved her 8 legs directly and came to Chao Xing. Really? Lord? Chao Xing nodded. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? At this moment, this proud blood spider queen, for the first time, showed a look of emotion in her eyes. A system prompt appeared. Due to your promise, the loyalty of territory member, Sierra blood kiss to you has increased. Current loyalty is 80. Chao Xing was stunned. I didn't expect that this could increase loyalty. However, I finally raised the loyalty of this difficult blood spider queen to 80. And at this moment, Sierra seemed to realize that her reaction was too excited. She tilted her head and snorted, TSK. Even without your heart of power, I would have overwhelmed that woman. Chao Xing was speechless. What a troublesome woman. Of course, this was just a small episode. Under the guidance of Isabel's holy light, the group continued on their way. 30 minutes later, they returned to the vicinity of the territory. Outside, it was snowing. Inside a territory surrounded by a 3 or 4 meter high wall, it was warm as spring. The drifting snowflakes fell on the ground or buildings in the territory, and were quickly melted by the temperature emitted by the furnace. So, except for the circle around the territory, the ground looked clean. The snow outside was almost piled up to 1 meter high. At the same time, there were many figures standing on the city wall. Most of the people came to the city wall, looking forward to it. After waiting for a while, De Zhuang, a polar man, couldn't help but said worriedly, why hasn't the Lord come back today? San Zhuang next to him echoed, yes, the Lord has never come back so late. Other people showed worried looks in their eyes. And Xia Yani next to him also held Tong Chuchu's hand. She saw the worry in her daughter's eyes, and then comforted her softly. Brother Chao Xing is so powerful. Nothing will happen to him. Don't worry. Chuchu. And I also sent him a message. They should still be on their way back. Tong Chuchu nodded vigorously. Yeah. Including the tree spirit sisters, Eilina and others. They were all waiting silently. In this territory, Chao Xing has become the spiritual pillar of many people. At this time, Elisa, who was standing on the watchtower, exclaimed, Moon God, I saw a mammoth. It seems there is also a glowing woman. It's the Lord who is back. Hearing this, everyone looked at it. It turned out to be just as Elisa said. A mammoth and a group of people were running wildly in the snow, in the wind and snow. In front of the team was a woman stepping on a light shuttle and glowing all over. When De Zhuang saw this scene, he immediately raised his hands excitedly. Ha ha! The Lord is finally back. Great! Everyone seemed very happy and excited. Outside the territory, the mammoths were running with amazing momentum. Even if the snow was almost 1 meter deep, it would not have any effect on Dabai's body. The gate had been opened in advance. After Chao Xing gave permission to the half-dead hunter-killer on his back, he led everyone directly into the territory. At this time, everyone saw Isabel bathed in holy light, and couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty. However, they soon focused their attention on Chao Xing. Just kidding, there are many beauties in this territory, they usually see a lot of them. In comparison, the return of the Lord is more exciting. The polar man De Zhuang held a hammer and said excitedly, Lord, you are back. The tree spirits next to him also said happily, Lord, welcome back. Elisa came directly to Chao Xing and said excitedly, Lord, you worried me to death. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing smiled and said, what's going on? Why do I seem to be unable to come back? De Zhuang touched his head and said naively, Lord, you have never come back so late. And it is snowing so heavily outside. So we are all worried about you. The leader Chao Yi also chuckled and said, yes. Little Elisa was ready to gather her archer team and go out to find the Lord, but was stopped by Mr. Mel. Hearing this, Elisa on the side suddenly widened her eyes and waved her hands quickly and said, I didn't. I stayed in the territory honestly. After hearing this, Chao Xing looked over. Elisa immediately lowered her head and said aggrievedly, I know I was wrong. Lord. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chao Xing smiled. Okay. I don't blame you. Don't do this next time. Okay? Just stay in the territory. At this point, Chao Xing remembered something. Also, didn't I leave a small communication device for you and Kandao? Why don't you use it to contact me? Hearing this, Elisa and the centaur looked at each other, and then suddenly realized something. Wow! I actually forgot about this. The centaur next to him also touched his head and said, Lord, we centaurs have never used this kind of thing, so we subconsciously ignored it. Chao Xing was speechless. At this moment, everyone laughed. The tree spirit sisters, and Xia Yani and her daughter, all had gentle smiles on their faces. The 4 newly joined wild boar warriors all looked at this scene in surprise. Oh! Our powerful lord seems to be deeply loved by the people. Yes. Lab. I feel that. This is a very good territory. On the faces of these people, I saw happy smiles. And the holy light priest next to him was thoughtful. Happy? In such a cruel world, happiness is something that people want more than warmth. Even the church can't make people feel happy. She stared at Chao Xing's back, seemingly thinking about something. At this time, Chao Xing saw Chao Yi, a citizen next to him, and said, Chao Yi, report today's work. The elderly Chao Yi walked over with firm steps and said solemnly, report to the Lord. Today we sent a total of 40 people to collect resources at 5 resource points outside. A total of 7,644 pieces of wood, 5,324 stones, and 1,455 pieces of coal were collected. Then, there are some metal ores. After processing, a total of 894 pieces of iron and 532 pieces of copper were obtained. Chao Xing nodded. These are the basic resources of the territory, and they are quite important. If the basic resources are sufficient, Chao Xing does not need to go to the trading market to exchange these things, but concentrates on exchanging for things that are helpful to improve strength, such as the Ice Dragon Mark, skill books, and blueprints. Chao Yi, continue. The leader Chao Yi said, after 2 days of mining, one of our small timber resource points has been harvested. Kandar and Cantel warriors found a medium-sized forest 5 kilometers away. The wood in it should be enough for us to mine for 7 days. But they found the footprints of jungle trolls in this forest. But because it was getting dark, they did not go in. In addition to these, we also built half of the intermediate city wall, 7 primary elemental arrow towers, and 5 frost arrow towers. However, we stopped after the bonfire was upgraded to level 12, because the precious metal of mithril is needed to upgrade to level 13. Chao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this, and then looked at the furnace in the center of the territory. Furnace, level 12. Furnace effect can increase the temperature of an area with a diameter of 1,500 meters by 27 C to 35 C. Consumption, 60 minutes/240 wood or 60 minutes/60 coal. Materials required for the next level, stone *1000, wood 500, iron *300, copper *100, mithril *20, primary element crystal *10. Introduction. A furnace that can provide a large amount of heat source. With it, you have the ability to survive in this extremely cold world. After the furnace is upgraded to level 12, the heating range is increased by 500 meters again, and the temperature is slightly increased. However, Chao Xing has no intention of expanding his territory at present. The current territory area is enough. It is indeed as Chao Yi said, the furnace is upgraded from level 12 to level 13, and mithril is needed. Chao Xing glanced at the reserves of precious materials in his backpack. Primary element crystal *472. Intermediate element crystal *87. Mithril *519. Eternal gold ingot *26. Magic pattern stone *6. Chao Xing thought to himself, the reserves of mithril are still quite sufficient, and can be used to build many things. And the eternal gold ingot and magic pattern stone are the materials used to build the hero altar, and there is a big difference. Thinking of this, he has made a decision, and then ordered, Chao Yi, continue to upgrade the furnace tomorrow, until it reaches level 15. Stop. Then build our 10 primary elemental arrow towers to the intermediate level. Others, just like today, collect resources with all their strength. Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, said respectfully, yes, Lord. At this time, Old Mel also came over. Lord, I have good news. The mood of the cloud yak has stabilized, and the first batch of hair can be collected tonight. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 169 Hope of the Pale Holy Tree's Revival. Hearing the good news from Old Mel, Chao Xing also showed joy on his face. Okay, Mr. Mel, I'll go to the cowshed to take a look later. Mel had a gentle smile on his face, and then quietly retreated back to the crowd. Chao Xing looked up. At this time, the sky was still snowing heavily. Everyone stood there for a while, and a layer of snow had already appeared on their heads. Although due to the temperature emitted by the stove, the snow would soon melt. But this will make the hair wet, which is still very uncomfortable in this weather. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, "Okay. There is nothing to do here. Let's do what we need to do. Blot. Mu Shui. Take our new members to their residence. De Hua. Prepare our dinner for today." After hearing this, everyone started to act. At this time, Chao Xing looked at the hunter-killer tied up on the Bai's back. Then he ordered, "Assam, put the guy on the Bai's back down, and lock him up in the basement. Lab, you guys will take turns to guard this guy, and then start the interrogation." Hearing this, the 4 wild boar warriors and Assam nodded at the same time. "Yes, Lord. We will pry open this guy's mouth." Then, Assam directly carried the hunter-killer on Bai's back on his shoulders. After arranging these people, Chao Xing looked at the tree spirit sisters. "Juliet. Neve. Come with me." The 2 women with white skin looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They seemed to have no idea why Chao Xing called them. However, they walked to Chao Xing without hesitation. Chao Xing got straight to the point. "Take me to see where the pale seeds are planted." "Okay, Lord." Juliet nodded slightly, then took Neve's hand, and led Chao Xing in front. Soon, they came to the back of the Lord's hut. Here, Chao Xing saw an area surrounded by a simple wooden fence. On the ground, there was a small hill made of ice crystal stones, which was constantly emitting cold air, and several moonflowers were growing quietly in it. And on the ground next to it, there were small square wooden boxes covered. In each small wooden box, there are seeds of another plant, the spirit breath grass. It was snowing heavily outside, but it did not affect this area at all. Juliet said softly, "Lord, I originally wanted to plan this place as the back garden area of the territory." "Back garden?" Chao Xing touched his chin and imagined it. "It seems not bad." Juliet nodded and said again, "However, because the pale tree has not grown out completely, it cannot provide shelter for these magic plants. After the pale tree grows out, the seeds of these magic plants will grow near it, and there is no need to worry even if there is a severe blizzard." Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this. "The pale tree has this effect?" Little Neve on the side rushed to say, "Yes, Lord. The pale tree is amazing. Within the range of its roots, all magic plants are not affected by any bad weather. Even some magic plants that grow in different environments can survive in the same soil. In the holy forests of our northern continent, magic plants of various properties grow. My sister and I can see all kinds of blooming flowers every day when we go out. They are so beautiful." Speaking of this, little Neve seemed to remember something sad, and her expression suddenly became a little lonely. Chao Xing understood her mentality. "Neve, although the original pale tree has been destroyed, its seeds have sprouted again under this land. It won't be long before new pale trees will grow here. With you 2 clever sisters, this territory will be full of flowers and become a new holy land." Chao Xing's voice was very calm. With a high favorability of 96, Neve trusted his words almost 100%. The girl's eyes showed a look of longing, and the loss in her heart was swept away. Neve said excitedly, "Yes, I believe in Lord. I will work hard with my sister, and strive to make our territory a new holy land as soon as possible." Juliet beside her also had a gentle smile on her face. As they talked, the 3 of them came to the central area of the garden. On the ground, there was a pale seedling. Juliet whispered, "Lord, this is the seedling of the pale seed. Last time, after watering the vitality of the snow demon heart, it was able to grow rapidly. I estimate that in another 1 or 2 years, the pale seed will enter the growth period, and then it can add a blessing effect to the territory." Chao Xing thought for a moment, then took out human face tree heart, green, from his backpack. According to Juliet, the pale tree seedling will only enter the growth period in the last 1 or 2 years. As for the green-grade human face tree heart, one can accelerate the growth time by almost 1 year. Even if the effect will be weakened, 3 can almost make the pale tree grow completely. At this moment, Chao Xing held a green, crystal-like object in his hand. This is the heart of the human face tree. It doesn't look scary at all, on the contrary. It exudes pure vitality. Looking at the green crystal in Chao Xing's hand, Juliet, who always has a calm expression, showed a little surprise in her eyes. Juliet whispered, "Lord, you may need 2 of these tree hearts to make the pale seed grow." After hearing this, Chao Xing took out 3 human-faced tree hearts. He had the most of these green-quality human-faced tree hearts. There were more than 100 of them. Juliet's eyes were filled with surprise. Neve, who was standing by, also became excited. "That's great, sister. We can finally make the pale tree grow again." "Yeah." The 2 girls seemed very excited. Then, Juliet took all 3 human-faced tree hearts from Chao Xing's hand, and then gently smashed them. The pure life force flowed along the branches of the pale tree, and into the soil. At this moment, Chao Xing felt it. The sapling was growing rapidly. Under the soil, there was a rustling sound, as if the roots were moving. And the sapling was also growing taller, from the original half-meter height, to more than 1 meter in just a few seconds. The next moment, a strong vibration occurred. Boom! Chao Xing even felt his feet become unstable. And the vibration was not felt in the area under their feet, but in the entire territory. Elisa carried her longbow and rushed to the city wall quickly, with a vigilant look on her face. She thought another ice nest had descended. Chao Xing also looked surprised. "Oh my god! A small sapling caused such a big commotion?" At the same time, the transformation of the pale tree was also coming to an end. Slender branches and snow-white leaves grew on it, and it looked very beautiful. The system prompt appeared. "Special plants in your territory. Pale seeds have grown completely and have now become pale trees. Growth period. Life blessing effect takes effect. All territory members increase their health by 10% and their life recovery effect by 10%. For every year of growth, the blessing effect increases by 1%, and the upper limit is 100%. Growth blessing effect has taken effect in the territory. All plants grow 5% faster. For every year of growth, the growth rate increases by 1%, and the upper limit is 50%. At this moment, Chao Xing clearly felt that a vitality descended into his body. His health increased by more than 200. On the status bar, there is also an effect of pale tree blessing. Moreover, it is not just him, but more than 200 people in the entire territory. They all felt that their health points increased significantly, especially the mammoth Dabai. Its health points are almost breaking through 40,000. The centaurs and Ascalon warriors, who were patrolling outside the territory, were surprised to see their changes. They understood instantly that this was the effect brought by the territory. Chao Xing said excitedly, "Good, good, good. It is worthy of being an epic magic plant. The effect is really strong." Juliet and Neve stood in front of the sapling at this time. Their eyes were full of emotion. After a while, she even had crystal tears. "Because you helped the pale tree grow again, your territory member, Juliet's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 97. Because you helped the pale tree grow again, your territory member, Neve's loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 99. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing also smiled. The sister's loyalty was almost full. Juliet said gratefully, "Lord, thank you for letting the pale tree grow again on the earth." Little Neve next to her was also delighted. "Sister, the Lord is really the best." Chao Xing chuckled, "Juliet, Neve, it's not over yet." Then, he took out 3 blue-grade human-faced tree hearts. Juliet and Neve opened their mouths at the same time, exclaiming, "Oh my god, there's more." Chao Xing said, "Juliet, look at these 3 tree hearts. How many years can they increase the growth time of the pale tree?" After all, according to the description on the prop, 1 blue-grade life tree heart increases 1 to 3 years. But because the same type of props, the effect is reduced after repeated use, Chao Xing is not sure. Juliet took it, and then thought for a moment, and said, "Lord, these 3 tree hearts can probably increase the time by 4 to 6 years." Chao Xing was immediately delighted. After all, 4 to 6 years is already pretty good. In other words, it means at least 4% of the maximum health bonus and life recovery effect. Very good, then you can use it directly on the pale tree. Juliet nodded lightly. Then she smashed the 3 blue-grade life tree hearts in her hand. The pure life force was poured on the pale tree. Then, the pale tree rose again at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the original 1 meter, or so, it rose directly to more than 2 meters. More pale branches and young leaves grew on the trunk. The system prompt appeared again. Your territory plant, pale tree, has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time is 6 years. Life blessing effect increased by 6%. Growth blessing effect increased by 6%. At the same time, Chao Xing felt again that the vitality in his body was more intense, and his life value increased. Not bad. Not bad, it directly accelerated the time by 6 years. Chao Xing was delighted. Just when Juliet thought it was over, Chao Xing took out a larger life tree heart. This life tree heart is glowing with green light, the size of the head. The above contains strong vitality. Okay. So big. Julie's small mouth slightly opened, reveal it. Chao Xing stunned, then he smiled and shook his head. Juliet, let's continue. Okay, Lord. Then, Juliet broke the heart of the life tree in his hand again. At this moment, the pale tree began to grow more violently than any previous. Its trunk quickly grew taller. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 5 meters. Not only that, hundreds of branches grew on the trunk, and more small branches grew on the branches. The white tender leaves began to grow rapidly into complete leaves. Extending out, it looked like a fine work of art, magnificent. The familiar vibration under my feet appeared again. Then the system prompt came. Your territory plant, pale tree, has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time is 5 years. Life blessing effect increased by 5%. Growth blessing effect accelerated by 5%. At this moment, the 3 tree hearts that Chao Xing obtained in the witch forest were all used on the pale tree. The effect is very good. His health increased by 21%. And the recovery effect of ice healing increased by 21%. Now he can recover 297 HP per second, and almost broke through 300. And next, as long as he reaches level 20, equipped with the golden staff, and then breaks through the 3rd level, the healing amount of ice healing may reach a terrifying number. At this time, Juliet whispered, Lord, you really exceed our imagination time and time again. It's only been a few days, and you have made the sacred pale tree grow to this height. With the power of Lord, one day in the future, it may even be possible for the pale tree to have its former power of foresight. Her tone was shocked. Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this. You mean, this pale tree can have the same ability as the one in the northern continent? Juliet nodded slightly. In theory, it is possible. But it is very difficult. As an omniscient sacred tree, the pale tree also foresaw its own death. However, the power of the ancient dragon is even higher than that of the gods, and even the pale tree cannot rewrite the fate of destruction. However, it cannot stop. It stopped the power of the ancient dragon, but left itself the hope of resurrection. Before the pale holy tree was destroyed, it placed its consciousness on 3 pale seeds, and these pale seeds would select a part of the tree spirits with special physiques, and place them on the tribesmen, waiting for the moment to take root again. In other words, these 3 pale seeds are all incarnations of the pale holy tree, but they do not have the corresponding divine power. Hearing this, Chao Xing had a look of surprise in his eyes. You mean, Neve is one of the tree spirits chosen by the pale sacred tree? Juliet nodded slightly. Yes, these are the secrets of our tree spirit clan, and they are of great importance. If all the pale seeds are destroyed, the pale sacred tree will no longer have the hope of reviving. Chao Xing was stunned. Then why did you tell me such an important thing? Juliet smiled. Because, we think the Lord is a trustworthy person. Neve on the side also clenched her fist and said, Yes, we all believe in the Lord. Chao Xing also smiled after hearing this. Juliet, tell me how to revive the pale holy tree now. To be honest, Chao Xing was looking forward to this sacred plant. If the pale holy tree could be revived in his territory, it would be a great benefit. After all, the ability to predict the future is already a plug-in. Juliet nodded. There are 2 ways to revive the pale holy tree. The first is to provide a safe growth environment for it. After a few thousand years, the pale holy tree may regain consciousness. The other method is more direct, which is to find various items that can accelerate the growth of the pale tree. Just like the Lord. After a certain degree, it may be possible to stimulate the pale holy tree to regain consciousness. Chao Xing nodded suddenly. According to Juliet, it is indeed quite difficult to revive the pale holy tree. One must constantly look for various props to accelerate its growth. But there is no specific number for how many. So this is equivalent to a bottomless pit. Unless, as Juliet said, one waits for thousands of years, and lets the pale holy tree in the territory grow slowly. Of course, Chao Xing will definitely not wait that long. And it is not certain whether he can live that long. Chao Xing said, Okay, I understand. Reviving the pale holy tree is not a matter of one day or one night. It can only be done slowly. The sisters of the tree spirit tribe smiled at each other. They naturally knew the difficulty. At this time, Chao Xing continued, "By the way, Juliet, I have something to trouble you with." Juliet smiled. "Please tell me." "Lord, Juliet can do anything." Chao Xing's eyes were a little strange. He shook his head, and did not think much about it. Then, he took out the winter pumpkin seeds, mutated raspberry seeds, and 41 ice phoenix flowers in his backpack. Seeing so many magical plants, Juliet's gem-like eyes flashed. Chao Xing said, "These ice phoenix flowers are more important to me. I am afraid that they will all die after a long time. So you need to transplant them as soon as possible. These plant seeds next to them. Plant them according to your situation." Juliet nodded. "Okay, Lord. I will take good care of them." Neve next to her also said excitedly, "And me? Lord. I will help too." "Okay. Good luck to you two sisters. Tell me if you need anything." After giving these instructions, Chao Xing prepared to leave. Chapter 170 The Transformation of Volibear. The disciple is better than the master. After giving these instructions, Chao Xing was ready to leave. And at this moment, Juliet whispered, "Lord, please wait a moment." Under Chao Xing's puzzled eyes, Juliet and Neve came to him together. Then the two beauties tiptoed gently, one on each side, and brushed the snow off his shoulders. After doing this, they also put their faces against Chao Xing's face. Two strange flower scents came from the tip of his nose, and the soft touch on his face. After a moment, the two sisters of the tree spirit tribe took a step back, lowered their heads, and blushed. Juliet whispered, This is the way our tree spirit family expresses gratitude." Chao Xing smiled. Then, he left. After Chao Xing left, the two girls patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at each other and saw the smugness in each other's eyes at the same time. In the territory, Chao Xing walked and thought, "Very good, it seems that the effect of the human-faced tree and tree heart is still very good. Next, I will go to Volibear to see if I can make this little bear cub grow up quickly." Chao Xing went straight to the sewing shop. Pushing open the door, I saw Xia Yani and her daughter working inside. Xia Yani sat on the sewing table. A pair of slender and plump legs constantly stepped on the pedals, and she looked very focused. And Tong Chu Chu, she was helping out beside him. Only Volibear was lying on a rabbit fur blanket, sleeping soundly. Seeing Chao Xing coming in, Xia Yani immediately stopped her work. She and Tong Chu Chu both had happy expressions on their faces. "My lord, big brother, you are here." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Well, I came to see Wally." Chu Chu heard it, and trotted to the white bear next to her, and pushed its body. "Get up quickly, little Wally. Big brother is here to see you." The big white bear lay lazily on a pile of leather, unaware of Chu Chu's voice. Not only that, it turned over and fell asleep again. Tong Chu Chu looked at the big white bear and pouted. "Little Wally, hurry up and get up." However, no matter how Tong Chu Chu called him, Wally was still lying on the ground. Chao Xing was also speechless. This little bear cub seemed to be getting lazier and lazier because of being raised by Tong Chu Chu. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing suddenly remembered something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he took out a heart of a human-faced tree from his backpack. At this time, Wally seemed to smell something. The curled-up body moved, and his eyes widened instantly. Then Wally turned over, and saw the green crystal in Chao Xing's hand. A hungry look instantly appeared in his eyes. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Do you want to eat, little Wally?" This little bear cub was very human. He actually understood what Chao Xing said and nodded. "If you want to eat, get up quickly." After hearing this, the little white bear turned over and climbed up from the blanket. He quickly came to Chao Xing's feet and pulled up his trouser legs. Seeing this scene, Tong Chu Chu behind him was speechless. With a pouty mouth, he said angrily, "Damn little Wally. He tricked you when he saw the food." Chao Xing smiled, looking at the eager eyes of the little bear cub. Then he threw a tree heart of the human-faced tree directly into its mouth. Wally opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp, just like Dubai. With a crisp sound of crunch, the tree heart of the human-faced tree was bitten into pieces by it. And then the pure life force flowed in its body. After a while, it took effect. Wally's body began to grow taller, and his limbs gradually became stronger. After a while, Chao Xing saw that the little bear had grown significantly bigger. From the original half-meter height, it had grown to almost 1 meter. The growth rate of the little bear in its infancy was very amazing. Xia Yanni and Xiao Chu-Chu were both looking at Volibear's changes in amazement. Xiaoxing waited for a while, but did not see the system prompt. This meant that Volibear had to continue feeding. So, he took out 2 more human-faced tree hearts and threw them all to the little white bear. Volibear bit down. Then, its body began to grow rapidly again. It broke through 1 meter in height and was almost as tall as Xiao Chu-Chu. Not only that, Wally's hair gradually became darker, and sharp claws grew on his limbs. Tong Chu-Chu said in surprise, "Little Wally. He has grown so tall." She didn't seem to expect that the silly little bear cub would grow so big in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Xiaoxing heard a system prompt. "Your pet, Wally Bell, has passed the infancy and has entered the growth period. The pet panel has been opened." Seeing the system prompt, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Okay. It's finally done. He couldn't wait to check Wally Bell's attributes. Xiaoxing's pet, Volibear. Race Beast. Level 3, First Order Elite Creature. HP, 432/432. Attack Power, 34 to 38. Attributes, Strength 17, Agility 15, Spirit 14, Constitution 18. Skills, Swift Rush. Volibear quickly pounces on the enemy and bites it. For creatures with less strength than Volibear, they will be pounced down. Lightning Claw. Volibear adds lightning power to his claws, causing an additional 10% lightning damage when attacking, lasting 180 seconds, and has a chance to paralyze the enemy for 1 to 3 seconds, with a cooling time of 5 minutes. Thunderbolt. Volibear at the designated location. Summon a bolt of lightning, causing damage equal to attack power *84, and a 30% slowdown effect to the enemy. If a friendly unit is within the range of the lightning strike, it will gain a shield, and the shield durability is 10% of Volibear's health, and the cooldown time is 3 minutes. Talent 1. Cold Resistance. Talent 2. Lightning Body. Inherited the lightning gene of the violent bear. As it grows, it can control more powerful lightning power. Status: Pale Tree Blessing. Extra health plus 21%. Satisfaction: 85. Loyalty: 90. Cultivated from childhood, it is naturally very loyal to you. After seeing the attributes of this little guy, Xiaoxing's eyes showed strong surprise. Oh my god! He's already elite right after he came out? And he's still so strong? Xiaoxing's eyes showed surprise. The 3 skills of this little bear cub are all very unique. The second and third skills add lightning power, taking into account output, control, and even auxiliary effects. The first skill can also be regarded as a control skill. After all, creatures knocked down by the white bear cannot get up. It's really powerful. Very good. This little bear cub has great potential. After Volibear entered the growth period, he still had a faint lightning power on his body, making Chu-Chu afraid to get close. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, and took out a human-faced tree heart, blue, from his backpack. Feeling in Xiaoxing's hand, this green crystal contained a stronger vitality. Volibear's eyes showed strong desire again. It lowered its body, came to Xiaoxing's side, and kept rubbing its head against his trouser legs. Xiaoxing also smiled, and touched its head. The thick bear's skin was very soft and warm. Then, Xiaoxing stuffed the blue-grade human-faced tree heart into Volibear's hands. It swallowed it with a crunch. The vitality contained in the heart of the human-faced tree was quickly digested by it. At the same time, Volibear's size began to grow again. From just over 1 meter before, it soared to 1.5 meters. It has completely surpassed Tong Chu-Chu. Its hair became darker, and the lightning power that was unintentionally emitted from its body made a sizzling sound of electricity. The system prompt appeared. Your pet, Volibear, has eaten the heart of the human-faced tree and has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time, 3 years. Xiaoxing took a look at Wally's attributes. Xiaoxing's pet, Volibear. Race Beast. Level 6, First Order Elite Creature. Xiaoxing was surprised and said, it has reached level 6. Haha. The 3-level upgrade has greatly improved Volibear's attributes. Not only that, Volibear's Lightning Claw. Additional damage has also increased to 20%, and the damage coefficient of Thunderbolt has reached 120%. Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly became clear. So that's how it is. As Volibear grows, the lightning in his body becomes more and more dense, so will the damage coefficient of his skills also gradually increase? Interesting, this is in line with the characteristic of growth. Chao Xing was delighted. Then he continued to take out 2 human-faced tree hearts blue. Wally was even happier when he saw that Chao Xing still had some. After being fed by Chao Xing, Wally's size increased again. From 1.5 meters, it suddenly increased to 2 meters. Your pet, Volibear, has swallowed the human-faced tree heart and has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time, 3 years. Volibear has grown to a new stage, awakened talent, Behemoth. Behemoth, health value increased by 20%. Oh my god, I can actually awaken a new talent. Chao Xing was even more surprised, and then he couldn't wait to check Wally's new attributes. Chao Xing's pet, Volibear. Race Beast. Level 90/9000, First Order Elite Creature. HP 2397/2397. Attack Power 223 to 236. Attributes: Strength 89, Agility 83, Spirit 79, Constitution 85. Skills: Swift Rush. Volibear quickly pounces on the enemy and bites it. For creatures with less strength than Volibear, they will be pounced down. Lightning Claw. Volibear adds lightning power to his claws, causing an additional 30% lightning damage when attacking, lasting 180 seconds, and has a chance to paralyze the enemy for 1 to 3 seconds. With a cooling time of 5 minutes, Thunderbolt. Volibear summons a lightning bolt at a designated location. Electricity causes damage equal to attack power *154 and 50% slowdown effect to the enemy. If a friendly unit is within the range of the lightning strike, will gain a shield. Shield durability is 15% of Volibear's health. Cooling time is 3 minutes. Talent 1. Cold Resistance. Talent 2. Body of Lightning. Talent 3. Behemoth, health plus 20%. Status: Blessing of the Pale Tree, extra health plus 21%. Satisfaction 100. Loyalty 90. This is too powerful. Not only the attributes are greatly improved, the values of those skills are also greatly enhanced. Compared to the snowstorm bear that Chao Xing encountered before, Volibear can be said to be better than the master. The skills and values are different. It is stronger than the original snowstorm bear. Chao Xing looked at his backpack. There are 6 elite souls, and 1 leader soul. These are what Chao Xing prepared for Volibear. Unexpectedly, it was an elite just after entering the growth period. This saved Chao Xing an elite soul. So, Chao Xing prepared to directly transform Volibear with the leader soul. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Because pet, Volibear is a first-level creature. The soul strength is insufficient, and it cannot withstand the transformation of the leader soul. It must break through to the second level before it can use the soul. So that's it. Is the highest level of a first-level creature an elite? No wonder I didn't see a first-level leader or leader. Chao Xing's face showed a look of realization. At this moment, Tong Chu-Chu and Xia Yanni looked at the giant beast Volibear in shock. For a moment, they were a little afraid to get close. However, this big white bear was very smart. It knew Tong Chu-Chu was a companion. Then it lowered its head actively, and came close to Tong Chu-Chu, letting her touch it. Little Wally, don't shock me. Tong Chu-Chu tentatively put her little hand on Wally's head. Not only did the big white bear not shock her, but it rubbed her face intimately. A happy smile appeared on Tong Chu-Chu's face. Chao Xing ordered, Chu-Chu, if there is an ice nest falling outside, you take Wally out to fight. It is only 1 level away from level 10, and then it can be advanced. Tong Chu-Chu nodded solemnly. Yes. I will. Chu-Chu is very powerful. The self-destructing robot I summoned today killed many ice nest monsters. Chao Xing also laughed, and then gave Chu-Chu the Mechanical Improvement Skill book. He also gave her an assisted pistol. There are no fixed professional weapons in this world. Mechanics can also pick up weapons to fight. Just like Chao Xing can use swords. It's just that the combat power is very weak. When the little girl saw the skill book and pistol in her hand, she was immediately excited. Wow! It's a pistol! That's great, big brother. In this way, Chu-Chu can use the skill of Mechanical Force Addition to increase the attack power of the pistol. Chao Xing nodded. This is also one of the characteristics of mechanics. Using hot weapons to fight can exert stronger combat power. He also had a Barrett and a Mastis shotgun. However, Chao Xing still needed the Mastis shotgun. As for the Barrett, this weapon was higher than Tong Chu-Chu's. However, even though it was just an auxiliary pistol, it could make this little girl dance with excitement. Seeing Tong Chu-Chu's happy look, Chao Xing and Xia Yanni smiled at each other. Then, Xiaoxing added ice healing, ice armor, frost armor, and other statuses to Volibear. Volibear, a level 9 Volibear, with so many statuses, was already stronger than some second-level elite monsters. Tong Chu excitedly took Volibear and walked out of the sewing shop impatiently. She seemed to be looking forward to seeing Wally's transformation. At this moment, there were only him and Xia Yanni in the sewing shop. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Then, sitting on the workbench, the woman who was as mature as a peach blushed and took off her wolfskin coat. Today, Xia Yanni was wearing a white undershirt made of silk fabric. She gently stood up from the workbench, folding her arms. A body with a protruding front and a curved back, and an extremely exaggerated figure curve appeared in front of Xiaoxing. Especially those two tall, white, and voluptuous legs, which directly attracted all of Xiaoxing's attention. Xia Yanni whispered, "My lord." Yanni once. As a young man full of vigor, Xiaoxing felt his throat dry when he heard this. Xiaoxing nodded, then turned around and closed the door of the sewing shop. Then, the two of them came to the bedroom next door. At this moment, the magic stone torch in the room was emitting a bright light. The fire crackled, and waves of warmth continued to come. The tall woman stood in front of Xiaoxing, and then shyly took off her top, revealing the fair skin on her upper body. She gently hugged her arms, supporting a pair of magnificent breasts on her chest. The large lace bra was very mature and tempting. As Xia Yanni stretched her hands behind her back, a pair of bras popped out. Although it was not the first time he saw it, Xiaoxing still couldn't help but marvel. It was too big. Then, Xia Yanni gently unbuttoned her tight jeans. A very mature figure appeared in front of Xiaoxing. Then, Xia Yanni served Xiaoxing gently as before. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaoxing felt that the eyes of the beautiful woman in front of him were getting more and more blurred. Then, Xiaoxing came to this tall and plump body. As mentioned before, Xia Yanni's height is very suitable for Xiaoxing. At this angle, she can even easily clamp him. Then, the two started a fierce fight. MMM. Xia Yanni's long legs were tense, and she made a low sound. Xiaoxing felt a completely different feeling. After a moment, she seemed to be unable to restrain herself any longer, and made a charming sound. My lord, my lord. After nearly an hour, the two of them fought on the battlefield for several times. And Xiaoxing, now a 19th level Frost Mage, had an amazing physique. Until Xia Yanni was completely exhausted and almost collapsed on the ground. Xiaoxing took this tall beauty back to the bed to rest. In the warm quilt, a plump leg gently rests on Xiaoxing's leg, stroking it constantly. Xia Yanni pressed against his warm chest, and her eyes showed an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security. At this time, the beautiful woman in his arms said shyly, "My lord, do you like Yanni's body?" Xiaoxing nodded. The beautiful woman in his arms had a hint of joy at the corner of her mouth, and then whispered, "Yanni's body belongs only to you. Whatever you like." Hearing this, Xiaoxing felt that his mood, which had just calmed down, was aroused again. Xia Yanni turned over gently, seemingly wanting to muster up the strength to fight with Xiaoxing again. However, because she had consumed too much energy in the previous 2 hours, she had no strength left. Seeing this, Xiaoxing chuckled and said, "Okay, come next time. Just have a good rest today." Chapter 171 Trading Moses Grass, Trends of the Legion's Development. Xiaoxing chuckled and said, "Yanni, come again next time. Take a good rest today." Xia Yanni looked shy, and then asked softly, "Sir, are you still busy?" "Yes, I still have something to do." "Yeah." The sensible woman nodded. Xiaoxing put on his clothes, and then kissed her on the lips, and left the sewing shop. After a while, Xiaoxing walked out of the sewing shop. On the way, he couldn't help thinking, next, I will go to the market and trade the meat I caught today with the survivors. With the quality of this batch of meat, I should be able to exchange for a lot of resources. Just as he was about to go to the market, he saw Elisa walking in front of him with a bow and arrow on her back. When Elisa saw Xiaoxing, she ran over like a little rabbit. "Wow! Lord, I finally found you." Xiaoxing asked in confusion, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Of course I have something. It's a good thing." After Elisa finished speaking, she threw the bag on her back to the ground. A large number of ice dragon marks and glacier fragments suddenly appeared inside. Since they didn't have storage bags, they could only transport materials in this way. Elisa clapped her hands and said, "Lord, This is the harvest from killing those ice nest monsters all day today. All the materials are here, not a single one is left out. I checked it several times with my brothers, hee hee. The little girl looked very proud, as if she was waiting for Chao Xing's praise. Chao Xing was happy, and then collected all the materials on the ground. Obtained, Glacier Shards * 1137. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark * 2031. Obtained, Ice Dragon Horn Small * 1. Obtained, Ice Dragon Horn Medium * 1. There were not many Ice Dragon Marks and Glacier Shards. Compared with last night, more than 40,000 Ice Dragon Marks were harvested in 6 hours. This efficiency was really low. However, Chao Xing also knew that this was normal. After all, there was no double explosion rate bonus, and the frequency of the ice nests to set was not high. What surprised him was that a new Ice Dragon Horn appeared this time. He looked at the properties. Ice Dragon Horn Medium. After using it, you can actively summon the power of the dragon. In the next 6 hours, all the ice nests within 60 kilometers of your territory will descend to your territory. 30 kilometers increased to 60 kilometers? Chao Xing was stunned. If this thing is used, it is not as simple as doubling the number of ice nests. From a diameter of 30 kilometers to a diameter of 60 kilometers. The area alone has increased by nearly 4 times. The population density and the number of territories here have increased by at least 4 or 5 times. That is to say, if Chao Xing uses this thing, in the next hour, the number of ice nests that will hit his territory will be at least more than 100. This is a very scary number. At this stage, Chao Xing does not know the situation in other areas. But no one in the entire 174th area should be able to withstand the impact of so many ice nests. But I am confident that I can handle it. Of course, it will also be more difficult. Chao Xing nodded silently. Then looked at Elisa and smiled. Elisa, you did a good job. Elisa smiled after hearing this, and then looked at Chao Xing eagerly. Chao Xing asked in confusion, is there anything else? Elisa said resentfully, Lord, where's the reward you promised Elisa? I've been looking forward to it all day. You didn't forget it. Chao Xing was stunned again after hearing this. Speaking of which, it seems that he really forgot it. When he left in the morning, he promised Elisa that she would behave well and reward her in the evening. But it was just a casual mention at the time, and the little girl really remembered it. Of course, Chao Xing would definitely not show it. So he smiled and said, don't worry. Of course, I haven't forgotten. After that, Chao Xing took out Elite Soul of the Hunter-Killer from his backpack. What do you think this is? Elisa looked at the soul in Chao Xing's hand and felt the powerful aura contained in it. Wow! I feel it. It seems to make Elisa even more powerful. The natives of this world, even after killing powerful creatures, will not explode soul, like a treasure chest. This is also a privilege of the Chosen Lord. Elisa asked tentatively, is this for me, Lord? Chao Xing smiled, and threw the Elite Soul in his hand to her. Elisa took it and said happily, thank you, handsome Lord. You really haven't forgotten Elisa. Due to your generous gift, your territory member, Elisa's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. You can now issue any order to her. Chao Xing touched his chin and looked at Elisa. This little girl joined the territory. And within a few days, her loyalty soared to 100. Her loyalty increased the fastest. Of course, this may also be related to the innocence of this little girl. At this moment, Elisa did not use the soul immediately after receiving it. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at Chao Xing with a strange look. Chao Xing asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Elisa laughed, hee hee. I don't know why. I see that the Lord seems to be getting more and more handsome. Chao Xing was speechless. Hurry up and use the breakthrough. I will have something for you later. Hearing the latter sentence, Elisa suddenly became excited. Long live the Lord. She nodded excitedly, and then directly slapped the soul into her body. Chao Xing waited for a moment. Not long after, an amazing chill rose from Elisa's body. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Elisa successfully advanced to Elite Creature. All attributes increased by 30%. Learn new skills. Ice Burst. Ice Burst. Condense Frost Power. Instantly shoot 4 to 6 arrows. Each arrow causes 125% damage, and there is a 30% chance of freezing the enemy for 1 to 3 seconds. Cooling time, 90 seconds. Seeing the introduction of this new skill, Chao Xing's eyes showed appreciation. The attributes are okay. And the damage coefficient is not weak. If all 6 arrows are fully loaded, it can even kill ordinary monsters of the same level in 1 second. Not bad. Alisa. After that, Chao Xing handed over the 2 blue-grade longbows that exploded from those hunters, plus 6 green-grade longbows. To her, Alisa held the pile of weapons, her face full of surprise. Wow! So many longbows. Lord, did you steal the blacksmith shop in Hog Village? Without waiting for Chao Xing to reply, Alisa said excitedly, "Thank you, handsome lord." After that, she dropped the longbow in her hand, and suddenly rushed over and hugged Chao Xing's waist. The fragrant breeze filled his arms, and Chao Xing was stunned. Speaking of which, Alisa is almost 17 years old this year. According to the customs of this world, girls are married at the age of 13 or 14. However, because Alisa is too naughty, old Mel has only one daughter, so he has never been willing to let her get married. Being hugged by this little girl like a little rabbit, Chao Xing felt a little embarrassed for a while, and didn't know how to respond. At this time, Alisa had a cunning smile on her face, and secretly looked at Chao Xing. Chao Xing noticed the girl's expression, and immediately realized that she did it on purpose. Then, in Alisa's surprised eyes, Chao Xing directly crossed her legs and picked her up like a princess. Alisa's eyes widened, as if she was surprised by Chao Xing's actions. Her pebble-like clean face instantly blushed. Before she could react, Chao Xing carried her on his shoulders again and slapped her on the buttocks. "I told you not to tease me." Alisa was slapped so hard that she kept begging for mercy. "Woo wow. My lord. I was wrong, don't hit me. My lord, Alisa shouldn't tease you. Woo woo woo." In fact, Chao Xing's strength was not strong, he just wanted to scare the little girl. As he patted her, Chao Xing found that Alisa's weight was really light. Of course, she was also very soft. Chao Xing pinched her twice subconsciously. Alisa seemed to feel Chao Xing's movements. She didn't react, but her legs gradually tightened. She stopped begging for mercy, and let him do what he wanted. The atmosphere seemed to become a little subtle. Then, Chao Xing put Alisa down. This lively little girl now stood there with a blushing face, hooked her fingers, looked at the ground, as if she didn't dare to look Chao Xing in the eye. Chao Xing coughed twice, and then said, "Okay, as the captain of the archers, then these weapons will be assigned to you, go over quickly." After hearing this, Alisa's eyes lit up immediately. The blush on her face faded, and she said excitedly, "My lord. You are right. I am their captain, and I have to be responsible for them. I will go over, my lord." Chao Xing nodded. Alisa quickly turned around, picked up all the longbows on the ground, and hopped away like a little rabbit. When she ran about 100 meters away from Chao Xing, Alisa stopped, turned her head, and secretly glanced at him. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes, and a bit of joy. Chao Xing went straight to the side of the market. He thought, "No one should bother me this time." Chao Xing shook his head, and then looked at the pile of animal meat in his backpack, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Very good, I harvested several thousand pieces of beast meat this time, enough for me to exchange for a large amount of resources. But before trading, I still need to see if there are any blueprints of Moses Grass and intermediate alchemy workshops." He opened the search interface, and then entered the keyword, Intermediate Alchemy Workshop. After getting 0 search information, Chao Xing did not feel regretful. After all, this kind of intermediate blueprint is still relatively rare. With the current strength of the survivors, it is normal that there is no blueprint. After that, Chao Xing entered the keyword Moses Grass again. What surprised him was that there were actually 2 consignment information this time. Great! Moses Grass finally appeared on the market. Chao Xing had a happy look on his face, and then he looked at the consignor and the consignment conditions. One consignment information was from a survivor lord named Wang Hao. He had 17 Moses Grass in his hand, and needed 170 pieces of blue-grade beast meat, or 1 purple weapon, and there was no bargaining. Seeing this information, Chao Xing knew that this guy obviously made such a deliberate offer, specifically for him to see. Now everyone knows that Chao Xing is buying Moses Grass and Ice Swan flowers. So, Wang Hao opened his mouth and was ready to make a killing. Chao Xing shook his head. Not to mention whether this thing is worth it. 17 Moses Grass. Not even enough for the cloud yak to chew. Then, he looked at the second consignment information. This time it was a survivor lord named Wu Xinghu, who had a lot of Moses grass. But he didn't say what he needed, but asked those who were interested to chat privately. Private chat? Chao Xing thought for a moment. Obviously, these two consignment messages were aimed at him. Moreover, Chao Xing was somewhat familiar with the name of Wu Xinghu. He seemed to be the boss of Tiger Hall. Tiger Hall was a gang, but the style of the people under him was pretty good. They would not bully ordinary people, and the members were relatively united. Chao Xing had not had any conflicts with them so far. It seems that Wu Xinghu should have something to ask me. So, Chao Xing directly opened a private chat. I am Chao Xing. How are you going to sell the moss grass in your hand? After waiting for a few minutes, the other party replied. Hello Chao Xing. I was delayed for a while just now, so I didn't see the message. Sorry. Nothing. Chao Xing didn't care. Wu Xinghu continued, I don't know. How much Moses do you need? Chao Xing replied, I'm not sure at the moment. But of course the more the better. The other party was silent for a moment, and then replied, Wu Xinghu, in fact, we found a patch of Moses today. There are a lot of them. Almost tens of thousands of them. This thing is actually not a valuable thing. It has no special use except that it can be eaten by people. I won't cheat you. If you want it, I can pull all the Moses out of this pile and trade them to you. And then you can name your own price. Chao Xing was stunned. There were so many. If it was a patch of Moses, it should be enough for 19 cloud yaks to eat for a while. Moreover, Wu Xinghu was quite honest, and he did not intend to cheat Chao Xing because of his identity. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and did not immediately offer a price, but asked first, what is your profession? Wu Xinghu replied, Polar Warrior. Chao Xing said directly, I will exchange these Moses grass with you for a level 15 purple weapon. How about it? He happened to have two weapons that Lu Muxua and Assam eliminated. They were the fighter's dagger and the ancient rapier. The other party thought for a moment after hearing this. Can you let me see the attributes first? Chao Xing directly pasted the attributes of the fighter's dagger. After a moment, Wu Xinghu's voice of surprise came. The attributes of this dagger are very good. Although I am a polar warrior, a two-handed sword is more suitable for me. But I can trade with you. Chao Xing nodded. Okay. Then trade. Go to the trading market to modify the information. At this time, Wu Xinghu said, wait a minute. Chao Xing. Before that, there is something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Chao Xing looked a little confused, thinking that the other party suddenly regretted it. Then, Wu Xinghu said, I wonder if you have ever heard of the Legion system. After hearing this, Chao Xing had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had certainly heard of the Legion system. This is a force that can be created by survivor lords. By creating a legion, you can invite survivor lords from the same district to join your legion and bring their territories into your sphere of influence. After joining the legion, lords are not allowed to fight each other. At the same time, the legion commander has the right to allocate resources and transfer personnel. And you can unlock some legion buildings, legion blueprints, such as legion transport vehicles, legion defense vehicles, etc. By continuously improving reputation, upgrading legion, even legion teleportation arrays, legion training camps, and other advanced blueprints will appear later. It is conceivable. With the development, some survivors will form legions, and then begin to develop their own forces. Of course, legion cannot be created casually, it requires certain conditions. To create a level 1 legion, you need a reputation value of more than 1,000, and you also need to pay 2,000 iron and 50,000 crowns. This condition can stump 99% of the current survivor lords. Chao Xing replied, I have learned about it. What do you mean? Wu Xinghu also replied, to be honest, I have established a legion this morning, called Bingyu. Currently, our level 1 legion can allow 50 survivors' territories to join, and I have almost recruited other brothers. The legion function is really convenient. When the survivor lords of the same camp rush to other territories, there will be a 20% speed bonus. Currently, there are still 2 vacancies for deputy legion leaders. If Boss Chao Xing is willing to join our legion, I can directly make you the deputy legion leader. At this time, Chao Xing understood Wu Xinghu's plan. It turns out that he wanted to pull me into his legion. Chao Xing smiled and replied, forget about the legion. I don't have this idea at the moment. Hearing this, Wu Xinghu did not force it. He said, okay. Chao Xing, when you have an idea, you can contact me. Or when you want to form a legion, you can also contact me. Maybe Chaoxing doesn't know that. In the World Channel, many regions have already formed legions. And they seem to be developing well. According to the development progress of this world, in the future, the difficulty of survival will become higher and higher, and some weak survivors' territories will be forced to join the legion for warmth. This is a big trend. In the later period, I estimate that there will be 1 or 2 giant legions in each region. They control the resources, population, and combat effectiveness of a region. In a short period of time, they will have the strength to compete with those indigenous forces. Chaoxing nodded. I have to say that Wu Xinghu's analysis is still very reasonable. It is a general trend for survivors to stick together for warmth. Strength in numbers is not an empty phrase. With various transport vehicles, it will no longer be so difficult to travel between survivors' territories. Chapter 172 Powerful Beast Meat, Sensational Trading Market. When the survivors' communication becomes less difficult. With the power of so many people, they can even build a city in a short time. Of course, this requires a lot of resources. Chaoxing replied, I'll talk about it when I have an idea. Now let's talk about Moses grass. Okay, wait for me for a while. I'll go and have someone pick the Moses grass. Wu Xinghu was also very straightforward, not continuing to dwell on this topic. Chaoxing was puzzled after hearing this. Isn't it snowing outside? Can you go out in this weather? Wu Xinghu smiled and said, It's okay. This was discovered by a brother of our Tiger Hall. It's near his territory. He also saw your acquisition information the day before yesterday. So he paid special attention to it. Chaoxing immediately replied, Okay. Then tell your brother to see if there are any grass seeds when harvesting these Moses grass. And bring them back together. I can also pay you for the grass seeds. With the grass seeds, Chaoxing can grow Moses grass in his territory by himself. Wu Xinghu replied, Okay. I'll talk to my brother. Both parties hung up the call. And then they waited silently. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wu Xinghu replied directly, All of them have been picked. There are more than 30,000 Moses grass. More than 10,000 grass seeds. Hearing this number, Chaoxing also showed joy on his face. He immediately replied, Okay. You put it on the shelf. I can make another blue weapon with those Moses grass seeds. For Chaoxing, grass seeds are far more important than Moses grass. And it's nothing to make another blue weapon. After hearing this, the other party smiled and replied, No need. Mr. Chaoxing, I'll keep the original price. We are all from the same region. And we may have contact in the future. Just treat it as a way to get familiar with a big man like you. Wu Xinghu's tone was very humble. And he completely put his status below Chaoxing. After hearing this, Chaoxing couldn't help but look up to this man. Compared with Fan Long, Zhou Bo and others, he seemed to have a better vision and was more far-sighted. Chaoxing didn't hesitate and replied, Okay. Then just put it on the shelf. After a while, the two sides completed a wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You got Moses grass, green. Asterisk 37764. You got Moses grass seed, green. Asterisk 13724. You lost fighter dagger, purple. Asterisk 1. Looking at the pile of Moses grass that suddenly appeared in the backpack. Chaoxing's eyes also showed joy. After the transaction was completed, Wu Xinghu sent a message back, Then don't bother me for now. Boss Chaoxing. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me, and I will try my best to help you complete it. To be honest, Chaoxing didn't expect that Wu Xinghu would be so easy to talk to. And it seems that he really wants to build a good relationship with Chaoxing. After all, as the head of a legion, this promise is still very important. Chaoxing also replied, Thank you. I will contact you if there is anything. Okay. After that, both parties hung up the call. Chaoxing was also lost in thought at this time. He was considering whether to create a legion. After all, as Wu Xinghu said, the various functions of the legion are still very convenient. And the legion is also a major trend of subsequent development. After a moment, Chaoxing shook his head and said, Forget it. With my current development speed, there is no need to create a legion at the moment. Besides, the eternal power is my secret, and I cannot easily expose it to people I don't trust. Chaoxing shook his head and threw away this idea. Then, his eyes were attracted by the pile of Moses grass in his backpack. He said with joy in his tone, Finally, I received the Moses grass. Let's take a look at its properties first. Moses grass, green magical plant, a kind of food containing weak magic power. After swallowing, It can replenish a small amount of satiety and water. Chao Xing was happy. It's just like what Wu Xinghu said. This thing has no special effect. It can just be eaten by people. Of course, the satiety restored is very low. Very good, so much Moses grass can feed these cloud yaks for a while. Then the other Moses grass seeds can also be planted, and with the accelerated growth of the pale tree, there should be no need to worry about food like Moses grass in the future. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Finally, another goal to be completed was completed. Next, it is to sell the wild boar meat caught in the witch forest today. Looked at the inventory reserves. Purified forest wild boar meat, green, asterisk 3883. Purified elite wild boar meat, blue, asterisk 817. Purified leader level wild boar meat, purple, asterisk 383. These wild boar meats, after being purified by the beast god altar, have improved their attributes. Green grade wild boar meat can increase 3 points of strength and 2 points of agility. Blue grade wild boar meat can increase 5 points of strength and 3 points of agility. Purple grade wild boar meat can directly increase 7 points of strength and 5 points of agility. More importantly, these 3 types of wild boar meat can be eaten together. Added together, it is 15 points of strength and 10 points of agility, which is equivalent to the attribute improvement of the 3rd or 4th level of a 1st level creature. Very good, so much pork with powerful attributes, enough for me to exchange for a lot of resources. Moreover, my green grade wild boar meat can also be sold as blue grade beast meat, which can be exchanged for more ice dragon marks. Since the opening of the dragon shop, everyone understands the value of the ice dragon mark, so the price has increased slightly. After this period of trading, many materials have also had a fixed market price. For example, 100 G of green grade beast meat with added attributes is almost equal to 2 ice dragon marks or glacial shards. In other words, a whole piece of green grade beast meat can only be exchanged for about 20 ice dragon marks. Of course, this is also a lot. You know, a survivor can only get about 200 or 300 ice dragon marks by killing ice nest monsters in a day. The price of blue grade beast meat is slightly higher, and one whole piece can be exchanged for 50 ice dragon marks. In other words, if Chao Xing sells all the more than 3,000 pieces of green beast meat at the price of blue grade beast meat, he can exchange for 190,000 ice dragon marks at once. Together with the ice dragon marks in his hand, he can directly exchange for 2 gold treasure chests. When he thought of this, Chao Xing's breathing suddenly stagnated. Of course, this is only an ideal situation. After all, he still needs to exchange for glacier shards, element crystals, ice crystal stones, and other materials. In fact, it would be good if the exchanged ice dragon mark exceeded 100,000. Suppressing his excitement, he clicked on the trading market, and then set the consignment information. Consignment item, purified forest boar meat, green. Stock reserve, large amount. Required items, ice dragon mark, glacial shard, primary element crystal, ice crystal. Consigner, Chao Xing. Seller's note, the attribute is equivalent to the blue grade beast meat. Good news for the strength profession. 100 G forest boar meat equals 5 ice dragon marks and glacial shards, equals 1 primary element crystal, equals 2 ice crystals, etc. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing added the wild boar warrior recruitment scroll. Because he wanted to build an army, he needed at least 100 wild boar warriors. And Chao Xing still needed dozens of recruitment scrolls. The price was set as 1 first level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll equals 10 pieces of beast meat. After all, at the current stage, everyone knows the importance of recruitment scrolls, and no one would easily sell such a prop that can enhance strength. Only a high enough price can impress the survivors. After a while, the survivors who were browsing in the market soon found the consignment information of the beast meat. There are many survivors who have obtained green grade meat. Every day, 1 or 2 lucky people can be seen selling meat. However, meat of the same type will only be effective when it is eaten for the first time. So what everyone needs now is new meat. Obviously, the purified wild boar meat in Chao Xing's hands has never appeared in the market. Adding his name, it soon attracted the attention of some survivors. They were discussing in the chat channel. Xiaohong, brothers, it seems that boss Chao Xing has put a new batch of meat on the shelves. This time it seems to be wild boar meat. Chung Yao, I saw it too, but boss Chao Xing sold it a little expensive this time. Why is the green grade meat sold at the same price as the blue grade meat? Zheng Wen, of course it is expensive. Didn't you see the properties of these meats? If Boss Chaoxing sells it according to the green grade standard, wouldn't he lose a lot of money? Indeed. Others echoed. Wang Ligong, haha. I'll go trade right away. Boss Chaoxing put a batch of beast meat on the shelves, and I'll buy a batch. Just buying beast meat from him allows me to increase my attributes by 2 or 3 levels. Siazaheo, me too. By eating this meat, my attributes surpass those of the ice nest monsters of the same level. After killing these monsters, a lot of ice dragon marks exploded. Baisher, brothers, go! The Star God's reserves are sufficient this time. In addition to feeding ourselves and our families, our subordinates can also eat it to improve their attributes. Hearing this, the other survivors realized something. Yes! Not only can they eat it themselves, the combat troops recruited, and even the polar people, can eat meat to improve their attributes. After seeing this message, Chaoxing also laughed. He couldn't help but admire. There are many smart people among the survivors in District 174. In this way, I can expand the potential market several times at once. You know, there are only more than 29,000 people left in District 174. And Chaoxing's meat can sell more than 30,000 portions. Even if each person gets one portion, it can't be sold out. However, now that they know that they can improve the attributes of their subjects, everyone will buy more beast meat. Because now most of the surviving lords have several combat units. In addition, these beast meats not only improve the attributes of the subjects, but also increase their loyalty, which is equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, Chaoxing instantly received a large number of transaction information. Trade successful, you get glacier flakes. Asterisk 100, you lose purify forest boar meat, green. Asterisk 2. Trade successful, you get ice dragon mark. Asterisk 200, you lose purify forest boar meat, green. Asterisk 4. Trade successful, you get ice crystal stone. Asterisk 30, you lose purify forest boar meat, green. Asterisk 1. Trade successful, you get primary element crystal stone. Asterisk 10, you lose purify forest boar meat, green. Asterisk 1. Trade successful. Since this time, Chaoxing only intends to use green grade boar meat to exchange for these basic materials, so most of what he received were these things. As time went by, more and more people got the news. Chaoxing was selling a large amount of meat with properties comparable to blue quality in the trading channel. Through the market in the past few days, the resources in the hands of the survivor lords gradually became richer. And because there was a set price, Chaoxing did not need to bargain. They just took the photo. Crazy trading information kept refreshing the screen. Half an hour later, Chaoxing sold 3,500 copies of purified forest boar meat, green. And Chaoxing also ended the consignment. There were more than 300 copies left, which he kept for himself and his subjects. After looking at the harvest, Chaoxing showed a strong joy on his face. Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 103100. Glacier Fragment asterisk 55420. Primary Element Crystal asterisk 1742. Intermediate Element Crystal asterisk 134. Ice Crystal, green, asterisk 532. First Level Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll asterisk 3. Plus some miscellaneous materials. Very good. A full 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Plus the number of Ice Dragon Marks in my hand. It's nearly 190,000. Now, not only is it enough for me to exchange for a gold treasure chest, but I can also exchange for more than 90 primary power hearts, allowing all the Ascalon soldiers to advance to the 2nd level. But it's a bit regrettable that I only received 3 Wild Boar Warrior recruitment scrolls this time. Chaoxing shook his head. He also knew that, like this kind of props, survivors would not easily take them out for trading. Chaoxing took a look and found that the survivor lords in the chat channel were still a little reluctant. And he was also ready to start the 2nd round of trading. Master Chung, Boss Chaoxing is really strong. Every time he sells beast meat, it is a transaction of tens of thousands. Wang Yuan, indeed, and the beast meat sold by Boss Chaoxing has very good properties. Just then, a survivor named Xiao Ji said, "It's not bad, but the price is too expensive. He has earned a lot of resources in the previous transactions. Now he doesn't know how to give us some benefits and make the price cheaper." As soon as this person said this, he was immediately refuted by other survivors. Fu Guangyang, the above. Do you know what you are talking about? Go to the World Channel and see how outrageous the prices some people in other regions sell them for. Especially in the early stage. A piece of meat can make a territory bankrupt. Qin Mingyang, you are right. Chao Xing's price is really conscientious. If it weren't for his beast meat that increased my attributes, I might have died in the early stage, and would not have been able to hold on until now. Lu Hanxin, that's right. I checked the World Channel, and the number of online people in many regions is much less than our 174th district. There are also several districts with less than 20,000 people left, and more than half of them have died. I am not flattering Chao Xing, but because we do have quite a few people who survive because of Chao Xing's meat. If it is like other regions, the price of a piece of meat is too high, then the other survivors cannot develop, and then they are swallowed by the ice nest monsters. Those people are happy in the early stage, but when everyone dies in the later stage, we will see what he will do. This is a virtuous circle. Chao Xing earns resources, and we can survive and get better development. After hearing this man's words, the other survivors nodded in agreement. Through the previous transactions, Chao Xing has established a good reputation. At this time, a survivor named Zheng Lu was surprised. Brothers, look at the market. Chao Xing has put new meat on the shelves. Oh my god. It's forest spore meat with properties comparable to purple grade. Fuck. There are so many properties added. Almost comparable to my 2-level improvement. The survivors were all very surprised. As if they didn't expect that Chao Xing could even trade such powerful meat. Let's see what boss Chao Xing wants. They looked at the market. They found that Chao Xing had already set the conditions. However, the transaction price was much higher. 1 piece of blue-grade wild boar meat equals 200 ice dragon marks, or glacier shards. 1 piece of blue-grade wild boar meat equals 20 pieces of mithril, or 10 intermediate element crystals. And Chao Xing also added a message. Collect various recruitment scrolls. Prioritize the wild boar warrior recruitment scroll. 1 first-level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll equals 5 pieces of blue-grade beast meat. 1 first-level scroll for recruiting any soldier equals 3 pieces of blue-grade beast meat. Including other material resources, they have almost increased by 4 times. Fortunately, they can still be traded in 100G. This is equivalent to, if the survivor lords offer 20 ice dragon marks, they can enjoy the attribute bonus. For a while, the survivors were pleasantly surprised. Haha. I still have more than 300 ice dragon marks left. I will just exchange a whole piece, and then give it to my beast warriors. Their loyalty will skyrocket. Wow, brother. Where did you recruit the beast warriors? Tell me. I am willing to exchange it with you for a mage recruitment scroll. The one above, take me with you. Those who have wild boar warrior recruitment scrolls are lucky. One can actually exchange for 5 pieces of beast meat. Haha. I happen to have 2. I'm going to make a fortune this time. As mentioned above, various recruitment scrolls are very precious. Basically, not many people would sell it. But as the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. Chao Xing's blue wild boar meat has too many added properties. Before this, no one had ever sold meat with such high properties. The survivors began to scramble for it. The transaction prompts that filled the screen appeared again. Transaction successful, you get ice dragon mark. Asterisk 200, you lose purify forest boar meat, blue. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful, you get glacier shard. Asterisk 20, you lose purify forest boar meat, blue. Asterisk 100G. Transaction successful, you get first level boar warrior recruitment scroll. Asterisk 1, you lose purify forest boar meat, blue. Asterisk 5. Transaction successful, you get intermediate element crystal. Asterisk 10, you lose purify forest boar meat, blue. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful, you get mithril. Asterisk 20, you lose purify forest boar meat, blue. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful. This time, because the meat sold was blue grade, Chao Xing also exchanged for some higher level materials. Intermediate element crystals, mithril, etc. 10 minutes later, all 700 pieces of blue wild boar meat that Chao Xing consigned were sold out. And he got it again. Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 68720. Glacier Fragment asterisk 55740. Intermediate Element Crystal asterisk 244. Mithril asterisk 3042. First Level Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll asterisk 17. First Level Imperial Warrior Recruitment Scroll asterisk 3. First Level Imperial Archer Recruitment Scroll asterisk 2. Second Level Beast Bone Light Armor Production Drawing asterisk 1. Second Level Leather Armor Production Drawing asterisk 1. Now, the Ice Dragon Mark in his hand broke through 260,000 in one fell swoop. Great. So many materials. completely enough to exchange for 2 gold treasure chests. Chao Xing's face showed ecstasy. However, this time he still only received 17 Wild Boar Warrior recruitment scrolls. Still can't put together a legion. Even though he offered a high price of 1 recruitment scroll equals 5 pieces of wild boar meat, he didn't receive many Wild Boar Warriors. After all, Wild Boar Warriors are relatively powerful among a large number of arms. Many survivors summoned them as soon as they got them. Chao Xing thought. However, although Wild Boar Warrior recruitment scrolls are very rare, there are tens of thousands of people in District 174. I don't believe that we can't even get a few dozen. It seems that we must use some hard goods. Chapter 173 Hard Goods. Buying a large number of blueprint skill books. It seems that some hard goods must be offered to make them take out the good stuff in their hands. Then, Chao Xing opened the market, prepared to put purified forest boar meat, purple, on the shelves. This is also the meat with the strongest attributes he has ever put on the shelves. It can directly increase 7 points of strength and 3 points of agility. A piece of boar meat is equivalent to a 2-level increase, very powerful. However, he didn't have much of this stuff in his hands, only more than 300 pieces. There is no way. Although that leader-level wild boar is as big as a small hill, most of its body is bones and internal organs. The total meat is nearly 400 kilograms. In fact, the meat yield is already very high. Things are precious because they are rare. So Chao Xing decided. This batch of purple-grade wild boar meat will only be used to exchange for recruitment scrolls, construction blueprints, equipment blueprints, and skill books, etc. So, Chao Xing began to set the transaction information. Consignment item, purified leader wild boar meat, purple. Inventory reserve, medium amount. Required items, recruitment scrolls, blueprints, skill books, etc. Seller's note, various recruitment scrolls, blueprints are needed. In addition, the skill books of Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, and Frost Iron Mechanic are also accepted. Privately chat with me for trading. Thinking for a moment, Chao Xing added the 2 high-level materials magic pattern stone, an eternal gold ingot, because he still had a golden architectural blueprint in his hand, called King's Altar, which could be used to revive the hero. But the materials needed were always difficult to gather. It was just right that he could take this opportunity to purchase these 2 materials from the survivors of the entire 174th area. At this moment, the chat channel fell into silence after seeing the beast meat that Chao Xing put on the shelves for the 3rd time. Then, there was a strong sensation. Hiss. Such a strong wild boar meat. It actually directly increases 7 points of strength and 3 points of agility. Yeah. Isn't this too outrageous? This level 5 green weapon in my hand only adds 5 points of strength. Wow. I'm going to take out all my ice dragon marks to buy this kind of beast meat. At this time, another survivor replied, don't think about it. Boss Chao Xing will not accept materials such as ice dragon marks this time. Only blueprints, magic pattern stones, and eternal gold ingots. After hearing this, the other survivors also laughed. Sure enough, Boss Chao Xing will not exchange such precious beast meat for ordinary materials. What are magic pattern stones and eternal gold ingots? I haven't heard of them. Brothers, check out the blueprints you have in your bottom box, trade with Boss Chao Xing, then come to the trading channel, exchange the purple wild boar meat for ordinary materials, and resell them. We will definitely buy them for you. Hearing this, the other survivors also suddenly realized something. That makes sense, you can make a lot of money by reselling. Who else has a boar warrior recruitment scroll? 1 scroll can be exchanged for 2 pieces of beast meat, which is equivalent to directly exchanging for 20 pieces of beast meat. I am willing to pay 100 ice dragon marks to buy 1 piece. 1 piece of beast meat can sell for 1,000 ice dragon marks. Haha, I have 2 boar warrior recruitment scrolls, I'm going to make a fortune this time. Chao Xing naturally knew that this kind of reselling phenomenon would occur. But he did not stop it. As mentioned before, he ate meat, and let others drink some soup. Chao Xing was unwilling to exchange this precious beast meat for ordinary materials, but other survivors were willing. Everyone got what they wanted, a win-win situation. Of course, Chao Xing had earned the biggest benefit. 3 consecutive transactions almost attracted the attention of most of the survivors in Area 174. Soon, he received a large number of private chat messages. Many people came up and sent their treasures at the bottom of the box. After a quick glance, I found a lot of skill books. For example, Primary Mechanical Affinity, Improved Self-Destruct Robot, Ice-Breaking Flying Blade, etc. Since Chao Xing was going to train Tong Chu, he added the skills of the mechanic this time. Most of them were ordinary skill books, and Chao Xing and Lu Muxue had already learned them. For example, the Frost Mage's Ice Wall, Big Ice Spear, Ice Ball, and the Aurora Knight's Holy Healing, Shield Counter, etc. However, there are some skill books that have not been learned yet, and the attributes are pretty good. After Chao Xing negotiated the price with these people, he started the transaction directly. Transaction successful. You obtained Primary Ice Control Skill Book. You lost Purified Leader Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 3. Transaction successful. You obtained Easy 6 Mark Chaser Skill Book. You lost Purified Leader Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 4. Transaction successful. You obtained Holy Shield Assault Skill Book. You lost Purified Leader Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 2. Transaction successful. The system prompts that refreshed the screen appeared. At this time, Chao Xing saw a blueprint that caught his attention. Intermediate Alchemy Workshop Construction Blueprint. This thing is the key to making an improved version of the secret medicine of life. Now Chao Xing only needs to build it, and then find an alchemist, and he can make the secret medicine of life in batches. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became a little excited. After some bargaining, Chao Xing finally traded with the other party for 11 pieces of beast meat. This was also the most expensive blueprint he had ever bought, but it was obvious that he made a lot of money from this deal. Transaction successful. You get Intermediate Alchemy Workshop Blueprint. You lose Purified Leader Wild Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 11. With the blueprint in hand, Chao Xing showed a strong sense of joy. Good. 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 Finally everything is ready. Only the alchemist is missing. Let's see the situation in the next 2 days, and see if we can find a town or village to bring back an alchemist. Chao Xing's face was full of expectations. Then, he continued to click on the private chat messages and check them one by one. He found a lot of things that interested him. For example, magic pattern stone and eternal gold ingot, and some architectural drawings, etc. Chao Xing also started to bargain, and then bought it at a reasonable price. Transaction successful. You got primary training ground construction drawings. You lost Purified Forest Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You got intermediate cattle shed construction drawings. You lost Purified Forest Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You got first level Boar Warrior recruitment scroll. Asterisk 1. You lost Purified Forest Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You got Eternal Gold Ingot. Asterisk 2. You lost Purified Leader Boar Meat, purple. Asterisk 1. Transaction successful. This time, Chao Xing used 324 pieces of animal meat in exchange for a large amount of supplies. Most of the meat was used to exchange for recruitment scrolls, eternal gold ingots, magic pattern stones, and other materials. He looked at the number of recruitment scrolls he got this time. First level Wild Boar Warrior recruitment scroll. Asterisk 71. First level Imperial Archer recruitment scroll. Asterisk 5. First level Imperial Soldier recruitment scroll. Asterisk 5. Very good, including the previous wave of transactions, and the recruitment scrolls I have. It is enough to put together a 100-man Wild Boar Warrior army. Chao Xing's eyes showed a satisfied look. Although these scrolls consumed a lot of his purple beast meat, it was obvious that this was a big profit. Then, there were the two materials Eternal Gold Ingot and Magic Pattern Stone. This time, I got a total of them. Eternal Gold Ingot asterisk 64. Magic Pattern Stone asterisk 31. It takes 100 Eternal Gold Ingots and 50 Magic Pattern Stones to build the King's Altar, and there is still a little short of them. Chao Xing felt a little regretful. However, this is normal. After all, Eternal Gold Ingots and Magic Pattern Stones are both very high-level materials. It was already good to receive so much in Area 174. In addition to these, Chao Xing also exchanged for 10 skill books and 6 blueprints. Then, he began to check them one by one. First, there were 3 skill books of the Frost Mage. They were Ice Soul Spear, Ice Breaking Flying Blade, Primary Ice Control. He glanced at the introductions of the 3 skill books. Ice Soul Spinning Spear, Frost Mage Exclusive Skill Book, Blue. Skill Effect. Throw a spear made of ice forward, make it spin at high speed like a windmill, cause multiple attack power asterisk 112% damage to all enemies along the way. Skill cooldown time, 60 seconds. Ice Breaking Blade, Frost Mage Exclusive Skill Book, Purple. Skill effect. Quickly condense 1 to 3 large ice balls with sharp icicles after hitting the enemy. Detonate to cause 273% damage. Then a large number of fragments splash out. Cause 87% piercing damage to surrounding enemies. Skill cooldown time, 90 seconds. Primary ice control. Frost Mage exclusive skill book, blue. Skill effect. Deepen the understanding of ice power. All ice attacks increase damage by 10%. Casting speed increases by 10%. At the same time, you can also try different skill combinations in actual combat. Tip. By continuously compressing the ice ball, the explosion damage can be increased. Too powerful. These 3 skill books, for Chaoxing, are all important skills for the Frost Mage. It cost him 20 pieces of beast meat. But it was worth it. It was worth it. Especially basic ice control, although it is just a blue skill book, it is a key skill. After learning this, you can initially understand the use of these ice magics and make different attack methods. For example, before learning skill books, releasing skills was just copying the answers. Now that you have learned basic ice control, you can understand how these answers are obtained and what the calculation formula is, so as to learn more advanced ways of using it. Chaoxing clapped his hands and studied the 3 skill books without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a large amount of memories pouring into his mind. Among these memories, there were various combinations of ice elements and chanting spells. It took nearly 1 or 2 minutes for Chaoxing to absorb these memories. He opened his eyes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in surprise, "Oh my god. Such a big reaction to learning a skill? I feel like my brain is almost full." Chaoxing clapped his hands and continued to check. Then, there are the 3 skill books of Aurora Knight. It also cost Chaoxing nearly 20 pieces of beast meat. They are Holy Shield Assault. Primary Swordsmanship Control. Defensive Stance. As usual, I checked the properties of the 3 skill books. Holy Shield Assault, Purple Aurora Knight exclusive skill book. Skill effect. Concentrate the power of Aurora on the shield, rapidly advance 5 to 30 meters, repel enemies on the path, and cause damage to them equal to attack power asterisk 89%, cooling time 30 seconds. Primary Swordsmanship Control, Blue Warrior, Aurora Knight and other melee skill books. Skill effect. Deepen the understanding of swordsmanship. When using sword weapons, attack power increases by 10%, attack speed increases by 10%. At the same time, you can also make different combinations in actual combat. Tips. When the Polar Warrior stab skill ends, follow it with the hamstring skill. There will be unexpected effects. Defense Stance, Blue Aurora Knight tactical skill book. Skill effect. Switch to full defense form. Cannot attack. Reduce the probability of being knocked back by 50%. Increase defense by 20%. No cooldown time. These 3 skill books are also very good, which can improve Lu Mushua's mobility, combat ability, and defense ability, especially primary swordsmanship control. The importance of this skill is almost the same as primary ice control. Not bad. According to the system's prompts, Chaoxing suddenly had a different idea. For example, after the Aurora Knight uses Holy Shield Assault, can he follow up with Shield Slam and quickly charge forward to control the enemy? Obviously, this is feasible. Interesting. Can different skill combinations produce different effects? Chaoxing suppressed his thoughts and decided to let Lu Mushua try again when there is a chance. Finally, there are 4 skill books for the mechanic. They are Primary Mechanical Affinity, EZ6 Mark Chaser, EZ8 Improve Self-Destruct Robot, G1 Corona. I looked at the properties. Primary Mechanical Affinity, Blue skill book exclusive to Cold Iron Mechanic. Skill effect. When summoning mechanical creatures to fight, increase the duration by 20% and increase the mechanical properties by 10%. And when the duration of summoning mechanical creatures ends, return 20% of the materials. EZ6 Mark Chaser, Purple exclusive skill book for Cold Iron Mechanic. Skill effect. Consume some materials and mechanical force. Summons a Mark Chaser robot that inherits 120% of the attributes of the mechanic. Mark Chaser has skills such as thermal tracking, thermal acceleration, cutting blade, duration, 5 minutes, cooling time, 10 minutes. EZ8 Improve Self-Destruct Robot, Blue exclusive skill book for Cold Iron Mechanic. Skill effect. Advanced version of Self-Destruct Robot, consume some materials, summons a durable. A self-destructing robot whose durability is its health value. It has simple attack skills. It explodes after the durability is exhausted. It causes 280% explosion damage to enemies within 5 meters. It can summon up to 2 robots at the same time. It lasts for 120 seconds and has a cooling time of 5 minutes. G1 Corona, purple skill book exclusive to Cold Iron Mechanic. Skill effect. Consumes a large amount of materials. It summons a permanent Corona robot. It inherits 100% of the attributes of the mechanic and has skills such as energy conversion, energy impact, and energy bomb. Note, if you need to summon a new Corona, you need to destroy the original Corona. Very good. The profession of mechanic is still very powerful, especially in the middle stage. After changing to a war mechanic, you will also learn 3 exclusive drawings of war machinery. Then through the machinery factory, mass produce these 3 machines, and 1 person can deal with a legion. Of course, the consumption of a mechanic in a battle is also an astronomical figure, and the production of these machines also requires a large amount of high-level materials. According to the current situation, a large region can probably only support 1 high-end mechanic. And with my talent, the profession of mechanic can even undergo another qualitative change and become the real king of war. Chao Xing thought excitedly. He did not feel any regret for not choosing the frost iron mechanic. In this world, every profession has its own strengths. In the later stages, the frost mage can destroy a city with a forbidden spell. Isn't that cool? In addition, there is also a mechanic Tong Chu Chu in his territory. Training her up is the same. After reading these 10 skill books, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, there are the blueprints. Remove the construction blueprints whose functions can be seen from the names of intermediate cowsheet, intermediate toilet, intermediate alchemy workshop, etc. Chao Xing checked the properties of the other 3 new blueprints. The first one is a training ground blueprint. Primary training ground construction blueprint. Building effect. A training ground can be built in the territory, allowing the people to train in it and increase experience points. Site area, 120 square meters. Armor, 40. Durability, 1,200. Maximum number of trainees, 20. Experience points gained from training, 1 hour/500 experience points. Materials required for construction, wood * 200, stone * 100, iron * 50, copper * 20. Primary element crystals * 20. Construction time, 8 hours and 43 minutes. Staff, instructor 0 to 1. Note, people with sword control, spear control and other skills, serving as instructors for training, have a small chance of enabling other people to learn the same type of weapon control. Chao Xing. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Interesting. This thing has a similar effect to the training barracks, except that it allows other people to learn skills and gain experience points. In this case, if Assam is the instructor, it is equivalent to other people learning the skill of Frost Wolf swordsmanship. But the probability is a bit small. Of course, it doesn't matter even if they can't learn the skills. When the level of those polar people is raised, their physical attributes will also be improved, which will make work more efficient. The appearance of this blueprint gave Chao Xing a different idea. In the future, when the polar people or Chao Yi and his men are free, they will be arranged to go there for training. When a battle really occurs, these people can join the battlefield by picking up their weapons. Not bad. Not bad. Chao Xing continued to check. Construction drawings of primary hot spring hall. Architectural effect. A hot spring hall can be built in the territory, which can be divided into male and female bathing pools. Site area, 270 square meters. Armor, 50. Durability, 1,500. Maximum capacity, 50 people. Materials required for construction, stone * 500, wood * 200, iron * 100, mithril * 10, primary element crystal * 20, electronic components * 5. Construction time, 17 hours and 32 minutes. Hot spring. This is a good thing. Chapter 174, Cleaning up the Harvest, the Benefits of a Master Blacksmith. Hot spring. This is a good thing. Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. In this cold winter, even taking a hot bath is a rare thing. Being able to soak in a hot spring is a life that only gods can enjoy. Moreover, when the hot spring is open, you can let Lu Mushua, Sarah, Juliet, and other beauties bathe in the same hot spring. Chao Xing seemed to think of some scenes that he shouldn't think of, and immediately interrupted his thoughts. Ahem. I can't think about it anymore. He quickly started to check the next drawing. Construction drawings of primary medical room. Building effect. A building with simple medical tools and facilities can be built in the territory, which can treat frostbite, colds, internal injuries, and other symptoms of the people in the territory. Site area, 150 square meters. Armor, 30. Durability, 750. Staff required, 0 to 1 doctor. Materials required for construction, wood * 200, stone * 100, iron * 30, copper * 20, mithril * 5, primary element crystals * 10. Construction time, 17 hours and 32 minutes. Yes, this is also an important building in the territory. Although because of my talent and the warm environment, the blood volume of the people in the territory has always been in a healthy state. But after going out to collect resources more often, some people with poor physical fitness will still get sick and have fever. So the medical room is also indispensable. Chao-Shing put all these drawings together, clapped his hands, and clicked to learn. At this point, the harvest of this transaction has been seen. The harvest is beyond his imagination. Successfully received Moses grass and a large number of Moses grass seeds. The number of wild boar warrior recruitment scrolls has exceeded 106, which is enough for him to recruit a legion. In addition, the number of ice dragon marks has reached 260,000, which can be exchanged for 2 gold treasure chests. There are also a large number of skill books and drawings. However, it is a pity that the materials for King's altar are still a little short. In addition, the progress of recruiting alchemists and doctors also needs to be put on the agenda. There are still many things to do, and not all goals have been completed because of one transaction. Moreover, through this transaction, almost all the good things in the hands of the survivors have been collected by Chao-Shing, and the market needs to be nurtured for a few more days. But in general, the resources obtained from this transaction, if all are digested, can make his strength soar. Chao-Shing patted his backpack with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. Now, it's time to go see my precious yaks. He remembered that. Old Mel said that the first batch of hair from the cloud yaks could be collected. Chao-Shing also wanted to put on the warm clothes as soon as possible, so he couldn't wait to come to the door of the cowshed. Creaky. The door of the primary cowshed was pushed open. Warm air mixed with the smell of hay and rushed to his face. However, except for a dozen cloud yaks lying quietly on the ground, there was no sign of Old Mel. Chao-Shing thought to himself, it seems that Old Mel has gone to rest. But it is normal to think about it, after all. It is already past 10 o'clock in the evening. In the entire territory, except for the fighters, who are on guard and guarding against the ice nest monsters, everyone else has gone to sleep. And at this moment, Chao-Shing suddenly saw a figure emerging from the middle of a pile of yaks. It instantly made him alert. Who is it? Chao-Shing asked. An old voice replied, It's me, Lord. Hearing the voice, Chao-Shing let down his guard. Then he said speechlessly, Mr. Mel, why did you go to sleep with the yaks? Mel smiled and shook his head. My lord, I'm not sleeping. I'm milking. Chao-Shing also saw the gloves that Mel wore, and the small wooden barrel under the yak's belly. He laughed immediately. Mr. Mel, do the yaks have enough fodder? If not, I'll ask someone to go to the nearby village to buy some. Mel replied, My lord, there is enough fodder, but we do need to prepare some. The weather here is changeable. Sometimes a heavy snow blocks the road, and you can't go out for half a month. At this point, Mel sighed. Chao-Shing also nodded, knowing that what Mel said was true. After all, it was still snowing outside. It was uncertain whether he could go out tomorrow. This was also the problem of most civilians in this world. Various bad weather conditions made their already difficult living environment even worse. At this time, Chao-Shing took out a handful of light purple tender grass from his backpack. Seeing the bursts of green grass smell emanating from it, Old Mel's eyes lit up immediately. This is Moses grass. Lord, you actually found this magical plant? Chao-Shing smiled and nodded, and then took out all the Moses grass directly. A large pile of Moses grass was piled on the ground, and it still smelled of soil. Mr. Mel, are these enough for the cloud yaks to survive for a while? Mel nodded and said, Yes, absolutely enough. With these grasses, if mixed with hay, it won't be a problem for the yaks to eat for another half a month. Chao-Shing also laughed after hearing this. Half a month should be enough for him to grow a new batch of Moses grass. When the time comes, he can plant new grass seeds. With the growth bonus of the pale tree, soon he won't have to worry about the food problem of the cloud yaks. Old Mel said, Lord. The cloud yaks have adapted to the new environment. Do you want to cut the first batch of hair now? Now, Chao Xing replied. Okay, dear Lord. After that, Old Mel took out a pair of big scissors and came to the group of cloud yaks. After this period of time, the yaks have remembered the breath of Old Mel. Even if he approached, he seemed very quiet. Chao Xing watched for a while and found that Old Mel's actions were very careful and serious. With his movements, pieces of blue and white hair with soft texture were cut off. Then, they were neatly placed on the mat by Old Mel. However, it took Old Mel more than 10 minutes to finish cutting the hair on the belly of a yak. According to this calculation, it would take at least half an hour to cut a yak. It would take until the late night to cut all 19 yaks. Chao Xing was a little embarrassed, and then said, Mr. Mel, let's do this today and continue tomorrow. Old Mel was about to refuse, but he heard Chao Xing say, by the way, this is an order. Hearing this, Old Mel also laughed, and then said, yes, Lord. After the two of them finished speaking, they left the cowshe together and closed the door. After arriving outside the territory, Old Mel returned to his residence, and Chao Xing was still patrolling the territory. At this moment, there was still heavy snow outside, and the cold wind was howling, but it was dispersed by the heat from the furnace. He didn't know how long the heavy snow would last, and thought to himself, according to the intensity of today's snowfall, it is estimated that the snow will be at least 1 meter deep tomorrow. It will be a bit troublesome to travel. Although, he now needs an alchemist and a doctor. But this is not an urgent matter. At present, for him, it is more important to digest the resources harvested tonight, and then improve his strength. Forget it. If I can't go out tomorrow, I will stay in the territory and use the ice dragon horn to level up. Chao Xing already had an idea in his mind. Then, he was ready to go back to the Lord's cabin to rest and end a busy day. Speaking of which, from the time he left home this morning to now, Chao Xing has been running for hundreds of kilometers without a moment's rest. Even after returning to the territory, he has been busy all the time. At this moment, Chao Xing sighed and said, the life of a lord is like this. Although it is busy, it is also very fulfilling. When he passed by the blacksmith shop, he suddenly heard the sound of ding ding ding. From inside, Chao Xing wondered, it's so late. Is Harold still working? After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to go to the blacksmith shop to have a look. It just so happens that I have harvested a lot of beast bones today, as well as human face tree bark and other production materials. The transaction just now also obtained 2 production drawings. I can let Harold see if he can make some equipment. When Chao Xing stepped into the blacksmith shop, there was a stronger heat coming from inside. A dwarf was holding a big hammer, sweating profusely in front of the forging table. Ding, ding, ding. The heavy knocking sound was endless. It can be seen that Harold was working very hard, and he didn't even notice Chao Xing coming in. Chao Xing said, Harold, are you still working so late? After seeing the figure, Harold wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said with a smile, Lord, aren't you still busy so late too? Chao Xing smiled after hearing this. At this time, Harold put down the hammer in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, Lord, the light armor you asked me to make today has been completed. There are about 60 sets of first-level fine-quality light armor, and only 5 sets of excellent-quality light armor. However, the rabbit teeth you gave me have made some second-level plate-tooth armor, which has a good defensive effect. In addition, I have also made 300 arrows, and I am rushing to make more arrows. But it should be noted that we don't have enough feathers in our territory. Harold reported his work today in one breath. Chao Xing praised, Harold, you have worked hard. After hearing this, Harold said embarrassedly, not at all. Lord, I heard from my wife that you took good care of her today. Not only gave her a rare weapon, but also gave her a precious soul. Although she failed to break through, we are very grateful for your cultivation. To be honest, we have been wandering outside for so many years, and have experienced many bad things. This is the first time we have found the feeling of home in a territory. At this point, the pupils of this rough-faced dwarf, whether it was smoked or for some other reason, were actually a little moist. Chao Xing also smiled. He knew that the couple had a good relationship. But at this moment, Harold's next words surprised Chao Xing. Pudenna also thinks that it is a blessing for us to come to this territory. When our children are born in the future, they will have a comfortable environment to grow up in. Hearing this, Chao Xing's pupils widened and he said in surprise, Harold, what did you say? Your child? Harold nodded and said, yes. Lord, Anna is pregnant. So we thought about finding a stable place. And then came to the Lord's territory. Chao Xing sighed, Harold, I didn't know about this. To be honest, if he knew, Chao Xing would definitely not let Anna go out to fight with him. If a fierce battle caused Anna's baby to fall out, it would be a lot of fun. Harold shook his head and said, it's okay. Lord, Anna also asked me not to tell you about this. But I think it will be exposed sooner or later. So it's better to report it to you first. At this point, Harold added, but Lord, please rest assured, Anna can still fight in the next few months. She has the blood of a half-giant and has a strong physique. And we will do our best to contribute to the territory. Even if Anna can't fight for a while, I will work harder and make up for her share. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled and said, Harold, it's okay even if Anna doesn't fight. Your contribution is enough. For Chao Xing, a second-level elite combat power has little impact, which is far inferior to a blacksmith. However, the dwarf said stubbornly, no, Lord, this is our duty. You have provided us with a warm shelter and a stable place. And we must also contribute to the territory. If Anna is left idle, she will feel guilty. Chao Xing thought for a moment and said, that's it. Harold, I will let Anna lead the soldiers and defend the territory. Don't think this is a special care for you, because I will take some of the combat power out, and the defense pressure is still quite high. Hearing this, Harold's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Then he nodded solemnly and said, thank you. Lord, we will defend your territory with our lives and hammers, because you care about your subordinates. The loyalty of the territory member, Harold Iceberg, has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 85. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. Because before this, Harold's loyalty had just reached 72 points. And this arrangement directly increased his loyalty by 13 points, which is the largest increase in history. Chao Xing shook his head and said nothing more. At this time, Harold solemnly picked up 2 pieces of equipment from the side and said respectfully, Lord, this is the finished product I made today. Please check it out. Chao Xing also became interested after hearing this, and then glanced over and took a look at the attributes. Light bone armor, green. Quality, excellent. Requirement to wear, level 10. Armor, 13 to 16. Additional effect 1. Agility plus 5, health plus 60. Additional effect 2. Lightly equipped, increases attack speed and movement speed by 15%. Light armor made of wolf bones, very light. Light bone armor, blue. Quality, excellent. Requirement to wear, level 10. Armor, 21 to 25. Additional effect 1. Agility plus 5, strength plus 5, health plus 100. Additional effect 2. Bear rage, when attacked, there is a 30% chance of increasing. Add 20 points of strength, lasts 10 seconds. Light armor made of bear bones, is both agile and defensive. Teeth armor, blue. Quality, excellent. Wearing requirements, level 15 and above. Armor, 37 to 41. Additional special effect 1. Agility plus 10, strength plus 5, health plus 200. Additional special effect 2. Teeth force removal, when attacked, reduces 15% of the damage received. Armor made of frost-throwing rabbit teeth, is light, and has good defensive power. Seeing these 3 types of equipment, Chao Xing glanced at Harold. Obviously, the attributes of these equipment are very good, at least for the same level and quality equipment. The attributes are higher. Harold made it very carefully. After changing to those Ascalon warriors, they can enhance their combat power. However, because Chao Xing's development speed is too fast, the level of those soldiers will also increase rapidly. So these equipment will be eliminated soon. But this does not affect it, because at this stage, most of the survivors are still around level 5 to 9, and only a small number of people have reached level 10. So at that time, Chao Xing can put these equipments on the market and exchange them for supplies. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's mouth showed a hint of joy again. Harold, the properties of this batch of equipment are very good, and you have amazing forging skills. Harold was a little embarrassed by Chao Xing's praise, and shook his head and said, Lord, you are too flattering. In fact, my forging skills are not the best among the dwarves. We dwarves also have senior forgers, expert forgers, and even master forgers. Hearing this, Chao Xing asked, Harold, how did you upgrade the forging skills of your dwarves? As Harold said, he was not a top forger. The higher the level of the forger, the faster the equipment can be made, and the better the quality. More importantly, an intermediate forger can only guarantee a high success rate when making blue or lower quality equipment. If you make purple quality equipment, there is a high probability of failure. Although Chao Xing does not have enough materials to make purple equipment in batches, it does not prevent him from making preparations in advance. Harold thought for a moment and replied, generally speaking, everyone improves their forging proficiency through a lot of actual combat. Of course, it also depends on talent. Some dwarves may work as blacksmiths for their entire lives and are only intermediate forgers. And some dwarves can become expert forgers in just a dozen years. Chao Xing nodded suddenly and continued to ask, is there any way to quickly increase proficiency? Hearing this question, Harold thought for a moment and replied, yes. There is. One is to read a lot of books on forging knowledge, some master's notes, etc. Then it is to create some advanced equipment. The more advanced the equipment, the more proficiency you will increase. And of course, the higher the failure rate. After listening to this, Chao Xing also understood the way the natives of this world upgrade these life skills. It doesn't sound difficult. The simplest way is to let him make a lot of high-level equipment. This is equivalent to spending money. But for Chao Xing, this is also the simplest way. Harold continued, among the pile of books collected by the Lord, I saw a book called The Life of the Kingdom Blacksmith. In this book, I saw many lost forging techniques and forging methods, and benefited a lot. With today's forging, I feel that it won't be long before I can become a high-level blacksmith. At this point, Harold seemed very excited. After all, a senior blacksmith is a talent wherever he goes. Chao Xing was delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect that there was such a good thing in that pile of books. He encouraged, come on, Harold. You must believe that in my territory. Senior blacksmith is not your end. In the future, you will become an expert blacksmith, or even a master blacksmith. After hearing Chao Xing's encouragement, Harold's eyes also showed a yearning look. I believe in the ability of the Lord. If I can become a master blacksmith in the future, even in the dwarf tribe, I will be a noble existence. Moreover, every new master blacksmith can go to the dwarf hall to receive an exclusive epic equipment blueprint. At that time, I will return to my tribe in glory, take the epic blueprint, and then create your epic equipment for the Lord. Hearing the latter sentence, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't know that training a master blacksmith would have such benefits. However, this goal sounded far away. Chao Xing could only suppress his excitement temporarily. Then, he took out a large pile of jungle boar bones, tusks, and human face tree bark from his backpack. Chapter 175 System Announcement, the upcoming merge update. Chao Xing took out a large pile of jungle boar bones, tusks, and human face tree bark from his backpack. These materials are all dropped by monsters above level 3. They can be used to create level 3, that is, equipment above level 20. In addition, there are also many materials dropped by elite and boss level creatures, which can be used to make a lot of blue equipment, and even purple equipment. Seeing the pile of materials on the ground, Harold's eyes showed a slight surprise. Lord, it seems that you have gained a lot from this trip. With so many materials, if I can forge them all, I will most likely be promoted to a senior blacksmith. Chao Xing smiled again. That's great, Harold. All these materials are at your disposal. You can use them to your heart's content. At this point, he reminded, however, with so many materials, it may take a long time to forge. You can take a rest or read a book when you are tired. You don't have to force yourself to work so late. Harold replied, I know. Thank you for your concern. Lord, let me see what I can do with the materials that the Lord brought today. Okay, you take a look first. Harold picked up a pile of materials on the ground and nodded as he looked at them. At the same time, there was a flash of thought in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking what these materials could be used to make. After a moment, he had the answer in his mind. Lord, let's do as we did yesterday. All the animal bones will be used to make light armor. These fangs will be used to make spearheads or short knives. As for these barks, to be honest, this is the first time I have seen this kind of material. Chao Xing smiled. It was normal that Harold had never seen it, after all. Creatures like the human face tree were rare on this continent. In other words, except for the witch forest, there are basically no human-faced trees anywhere else. Harold thought, these human-faced tree barks are most suitable for making leather armor. I sense the breath of life on them, so it should be good. Chao Xing nodded, because the system introduction on the human-faced tree bark also said that it was used to make leather armor. At this time, Harold continued to ask, I wonder if the Lord has the blueprints. If not, I will forge it freely based on the knowledge in my mind. Chao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this. To forge equipment in a blacksmith shop, you naturally need blueprints. But as mentioned before, this is a real world. Those blacksmiths, during this period, have come into contact with a lot of equipment, and they already have a lot of blueprints in their minds, so they can forge it based on their memories. And the 2 blueprints he just received are both second level. It would be a bit of a waste to use these third level materials to forge second level equipment. So, Chao Xing said, Harold, just forge it according to your own ideas. Yes, Lord. At this time, Chao Xing took out a large pile of vines. From the green grade tough vines, to the blue grade strong vines, to the purple grade elder vines. There are almost 7,000 vines in total. Chao Xing could only transfer them to the storage box next to the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for so many vines in the entire blacksmith shop. Looking at the vines in the storage box, Harold's eyes showed surprise again. He tried to pull them, but found that with his second level strength, he could not even tear the most common tough vines apart. Harold was shocked and said, What tough vines? Lord, did you kill a tribe of tree spirits? Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. No. This vine and that bark are made of the same material from living creatures. Harold, can you see that these vines can replace ropes to make catapult hooks? Harold said excitedly. Yes. With these vines, the catapult hooks can be more resilient, and can even catch more powerful monsters. After hearing this, Chao Xing was also happy. Very good. Then you can put other equipment aside tomorrow, and make a large number of catapult hooks first. Chao Xing was going to give each of these Ascalon warriors, wild boar warriors, and those archers a catapult hook. This thing is a good thing. Especially when dealing with those large beasts, hundreds of catapult hooks can be directly shot out, and the opponent can be trapped directly. The power of more than 100 second-level Ascalon warriors can even drag the 3rd and 4th level leaders, or even the leader-level creatures. Then Chao Xing can output without worry. Harold nodded. Okay, Lord, but making catapult hooks still requires a lot of copper. Just use it with confidence, Harold. But it's late today, you also remember to rest early. Harold said excitedly, Thank you for your concern. Lord, I will be ready to rest soon. Chao Xing collected all the equipment and arrows made by Harold. Obtain, Bone Light Armor, green, *65. Obtain, Bone Light Armor, blue, *7. Obtain, Plate Tooth Armor, green, *11. Obtain, Plate Tooth Armor, blue, *3. Obtain, Arrows *300. After finishing all this, Chao Xing left the blacksmith shop. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Chao Xing thought to himself, It's time to rest. We can talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the Lord's hut. Then he came to the shower room on the first floor. Chao Xing saw a black mechanical device here, and there was a large water tank next to it, which stored a lot of hot water. This was the magic energy water storage device, which Duan had built today. Chao Xing took a hot bath happily. Then he sighed, This thing is really convenient, now we don't need to boil water for a bath ourselves. After taking a bath, Chao Xing went straight to the second floor of the Lord's hut. At this time, Lu Muxue still had her big bright eyes open, as if waiting for Chao Xing to come back. As a survivor, she naturally saw the grand scene in the chat channel, and knew that Chao Xing had been busy trading with other survivors until now. After seeing him come in, Lu Muxue had a gentle smile on her face. Thank you for your hard work. Xing, come back and rest. The quilt is already warm. Then, she took the initiative to lift the quilt and patted the pillow next to her. Chao Xing smiled and said, Okay, I'll come right away. After that, he took off his clothes and got into the quilt. In the warm Lord's hut, the two of them slept in each other's arms. The next day, at about 8 o'clock, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue woke up together. Several system prompts appeared. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 3rd day of the official period. Because your region has reached 100 survivors at level 10. The level ranking has ended. 7 days after the official period. There will be the first small-scale merger, which will merge 10 regions in the nearby area into one region. And a new round of updates will be launched. Please be prepared. Weather forecast. Today's moderate snow will turn into light snow. It is not suitable to go out. Seeing this series of system prompts, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Lu Muxiu on the side asked in confusion, asking, "What is a merge?" As a woman who doesn't play games much, Lu Muxiu doesn't quite understand what a merge means. Chao Xing explained, "It means people from several large areas are merged into one large area. So we can go to farther places. I guess the system saw that many people died in each area. So it launched this update." Lu Muxiu's eyes suddenly became clear after hearing this. She asked softly, "Will the merger have an impact on us?" "It should have an impact." Chao Xing replied, "Merging has both advantages and disadvantages for us. The advantage is that there are more people, and there will be more resources on the market. The disadvantage is that because there are too many people, it will lead to a mixture of good and bad people, which will cause conflicts. But I looked at the world channel, and the survivors in other areas should not have developed their territories to our level. So the impact is not great." Hearing this, Lu Muxiu also smiled. She also knew that their territory development progress was far ahead of other survivors. At this time, Chao Xing handed the 3 Aurora Night skilled books that he had traded last night to Lu Muxiu. After Lu Muxiu saw the skilled books in her hand, she didn't say much. Instead, she put her arms around Chao Xing's neck and gave him a kiss. Chao Xing touched her head and said, "Learn the skill books, and then we'll get up." "Yeah." Lu Muxiu clapped her hands and directly clicked to learn all 3 skill books. Like Chao Xing, Lu Muxiu also took 2 or 3 minutes to absorb all kinds of memories this time. Then, the two of them put on their clothes, washed up briefly, and pushed open the door of the Lord's hut. The whistling cold wind blew. It was still snowing outside. As the weather forecast said, it was still snowing today, and it was not suitable to go out. Asking, "It's still snowing. We can't go too far today." Chao Xing replied, "It doesn't matter. We don't have anything important to do anyway. We can take this time to refresh the status of those Ascalon soldiers. Refreshing the status of more than 100 people is a big project and takes a lot of time. Of course, the benefits are also very high. More than 100 soldiers with various permanent states, with a bond skill, fearless charge, are very ferocious. In addition, Chao Xing is also going to use up the 106 Boar Warrior recruitment scrolls in his backpack today to form a Boar Warrior Legion. Then he has to exchange for the Heart of Power, exchange for the gold treasure chest, etc. These are all things to do. So, even if they don't go out today, they are very busy." After listening to Chao Xing, Lu Muxiu nodded and said, "Well, I will do my best." The two walked out of the Lord's hut together. Just like before, Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, and De Zhuang, a polar man, were waiting in the open space in the center of the territory. When they saw them coming, they all bowed and said, "Lord, I wish you good health. Madam, you are as beautiful as a fairy from the mortal world, and you are getting more beautiful day by day." Chao Xing was already used to the greetings from these citizens. Then he called Chao Yi over directly. "Chao Yi, look at the weather today. Can we continue to mine resources?" Chao Yi, a citizen, replied respectfully, "Of course we can, Lord. Most of us citizens work in the mines, and will not be disturbed by the wind and snow. As long as the snow on the track is cleared, it can operate normally." The polar man De Zhuang echoed, "That's right. Lord, we polar people work regardless of wind or rain." Chao Xing said, "Very good, then you can continue to mine resources today. Chao Yi, you take a group of people to lay the track near the forest. I will send people to clear the monsters inside." "Yes, Lord." After that, Chao Yi took De Zhuang and others out. Although it was still snowing outside, it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm for work. "Can't tell. Canar, you lead a few Imperial soldiers to the forest we found yesterday to eliminate the monsters. If you encounter danger, remember to contact me immediately through the communication device on your ear." The two centaurs straightened their bodies and nodded at the same time. "Yes, Lord." The centaurs are going to show their skills again. After that, they also took a few soldiers and walked out of the territory. Then Chao Xing looked at the polar man Duan. "Duan, I left 20 polar men here today, because your task is quite heavy. A serious look flashed across the resolute face of the polar man Duan. Lord, please give me your orders. Duan will do his best to complete the task you assigned. Very good. Chao Xing continued. Your task today is to upgrade the 10 elemental arrow towers to intermediate level first, then upgrade the Kaoshi to intermediate level, and the campfire to level 15. Prioritize upgrading the alchemy workshop to intermediate level. In addition, we need to build training grounds, hot springs, medical rooms, and other buildings. Oh! By the way, we also need to upgrade all our toilets to intermediate level. There are quite a lot of tasks. It doesn't matter if you can't complete them, you can do them one by one. Duan carefully wrote down every task Chao Xing ordered. Then he replied solemnly, Yes. Lord. The other polar people were also very motivated. Don't worry. Lord. We will definitely do our best to complete the tasks you have assigned us. Chao Xing nodded. Very good. Then you can go to work now. After receiving the order, all polar people and staff members had their work. At this time, Chao Xing was lost in thought, because he was thinking about one thing. That is, whether to spend 100,000 ice dragon marks, exchange for 100 primary power hearts, and let all Ascalon soldiers break through the second level. Although he had an idea last night, he was still reluctant. After all, 100,000 ice dragon marks are enough to exchange for an ice dragon gold treasure chest. And in the gold treasure chest, there is a high probability that golden items will appear. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to exchange. In comparison, 100 second-level Ascalon soldiers are more effective than a gold treasure chest. And now is the ice nest period. The sooner the breakthrough, the better. And they will all be able to reach level 20 soon. Thinking of this, Chao Xing shouted directly, All Ascalon soldiers, assemble. After hearing Chao Xing's call, less than 30 seconds, all the Ascalon soldiers came to Chao Xing and lined up in a neat and orderly manner. The quality of the soldiers was fully revealed. They stared at Chao Xing with fiery eyes, their new lord. Chao Xing first took out the dozens of first-level green and blue equipment in his backpack. Although Harold didn't make so many first-level equipment yesterday, but Chao Xing killed monsters before and dropped a lot of first-level armor. Added together, he barely made up 102 sets. Chao Xing said, Come here to get new equipment. There are some excellent grade armors in it, which are randomly selected. But the difference is not big. Hearing this, all the Ascalon soldiers came over one by one, took off their Imperial Standard armor, and put on brand new Animal Bone Light armor. It took 3 minutes for them to change their equipment. At this moment, this group of soldiers put on a set of Animal Bone Light armor, which made them look less serious and more barbaric. But they could all feel that these new armors could better protect them. On the battlefield, a good set of armor could greatly reduce casualties. At this moment, the Ascalon soldiers showed a look of emotion in their eyes. Thank you, Lord. You are really a good lord who cares about your subordinates. Then, hundreds of messages about loyalty enhancement appeared in front of Chao Xing. The loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers increased by 2 to 3 points. Chao Xing smiled. When the camp favorability is close, the loyalty will increase quickly. At this time, an Ascalon soldier named Carlos stood up and said, Lord, please tell us today's task. We can't wait to go out and fight. Other Ascalon soldiers also responded. Yes, with the blessing of the Lord, we feel that we are getting stronger every day. Chao Xing smiled and said, Don't worry. Your current level has reached a bottleneck, so today's task is to continue to improve. After that, he directly opened the dragon store, and then found the primary power heart to start exchanging. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Mark *87,000 and exchange for primary power heart *87? Chao Xing killed a lot of monsters yesterday and got 15 primary power hearts, which saved 15,000 Ice Dragon Marks. He clicked directly. Yes. Exchange successful. The next moment, the number of Ice Dragon Marks in Chao Xing's backpack decreased by 87,000, and the number of primary power hearts reached 102. Then, Chao Xing took out all the power hearts directly and placed them on the brick and stone slab in front of him. Seeing so many red crystals on the ground, the pupils of the Ascalon soldiers on the field suddenly shrank. These are items that can help us advance. Gods, there are so many. Their eyes were filled with strong disbelief. Even the dullest people know how precious the value of so many hearts of power is. Their lord must have paid a lot behind the scenes. For a moment, All the Ascalon soldiers looked moved. Chao Xing said directly, "It's still the old rules. Come and line up to receive these hearts of power." And then advanced directly. These Ascalon soldiers looked at each other. And the next moment, they knelt on one knee and swore loudly, "Thank you, generous and kind Lord. The glory of Ascalon will continue in you." At this moment, Chao Xing heard a lot of system prompts again. "Due to your generous gift, your territory member, Amato's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 87. Due to your generous gift, your territory member, Dwight's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 86. Due to you." Chao Xing's expression did not fluctuate, but he was already happy in his heart. The loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers, all raised to above 85. There are many of them above 90. This wave is not a loss. Then, Chao Xing watched them, one by one, line up to receive the Heart of Power. Under Chao Xing's command, they used these props directly to start the advancement. The next moment, a breath stronger than before rose from them. The scene of hundreds of soldiers breaking through the second level is quite shocking. Feeling the surge in the power of this group of soldiers, Chao Xing's mouth curled up. After all, last time, in the Witch Forest, Chao Xing saw the Ascalon Legion led by Duke Paladin, the scene of all the attacks. That strength, that momentum is full. Chao Xing was envious. So he wanted to have his own Ascalon Legion. Chapter 176 Immortal Thunder, all members upgraded. Chao Xing wants to build his own Ascalon Legion. Although now, the soldiers in front of him are still far from the undead legion led by Duke Paladin. But he has the talent of eternal power. In the near future, he will be able to build an army that is no less than the undead legion, and more powerful than them. At the same time, all Ascalon soldiers have been upgraded to the second level. They felt the power filling their bodies, and everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Chao Xing glanced casually, and found the attributes of one of the Ascalon soldiers. Ascalon soldier, a skin. Race, human. Level 10/0/10,000. HP, 2589/2589. Attack power, 247 to 259. Aurora Blessing plus 326 attack. Armor, 58 to 65. Attributes, Strength 104. Agility 97. Spirit 95. Constitution 107. Skills, Primary Swordsmanship Mastery. Moonlight Slash. Legion Skill, Fearless Charge. Talent, none. Bond, Ascalon Legion, 100-man skill activated. Status, Blessing of Courage, Queen's Will, Blessing of the Tree of Life. Hunger, 78. Loyalty, 89. Yes, because of Mu Shue's Blessing of Courage, any soldier has an attack power of 500 to 600. So, he randomly selected 3 Ascalon soldiers with slightly stronger basic attributes, and then said, "I will bless you now. Then, you will go to the training barracks and complete elite training. Next, you 3 will serve as squad leaders in the Ascalon army and lead others to fight." The 3 selected Ascalon soldiers suddenly received Chao Xing's order, as if they were hit by a huge surprise. There was ecstasy in their eyes, and their bodies began to tremble with excitement. "Thank you for your recognition, Lord. We will defend your honor with our lives." For them, becoming stronger is certainly exciting, but being recognized by Chao Xing makes them happier. It can be seen from the envious eyes of other Ascalon soldiers that they also wanted to be recognized by Chao Xing. The next moment, Chao Xing heard 3 loyalty upgrades. The 3 people he selected all had their loyalty upgraded to above 93. Then, after Chao Xing refreshed their status, he let them enter the training barracks. As for the remaining Ascalon soldiers, Chao Xing also let them go out to fight the Ice Nest monsters. Originally, he wanted to continue refreshing the status of these soldiers. But Chao Xing looked at his own level. Level 19, 78%. Only 22,000 experience points are needed to reach level 20. Beside him, Lu Muxua has already caught up with him because of the group buff. Now she has reached 89% of level 19. Both of them can reach level 20 this morning, and then advance to level 3 creatures. At that time, their attributes will increase significantly, and they will be much stronger after refreshing their status. So, all the Ascalon soldiers walked out of the territory here, and went outside to fight the Ice Nest monsters. At the same time, Chao Xing brought Lu Muxua, and came to the city wall. Boom! A meteor streaked across the sky, and the familiar vibration sound appeared again. Even though it was snowing outside, The ice nest still landed near the territory of all the survivors without any hindrance. Chao Xing saw, in the snow in the distance, an ice nest larger than the previous few days suddenly landed. A huge pit was smashed directly into the thick snow. Then, a group of huge ice nest monsters, almost 1 meter tall, drilled out from it. Now the level of monsters in the ice nest is gradually increasing, and the monster level is about 8 to 10. In an ice nest, 500 ice nest monsters can bring Chao Xing about 22,000 experience points, which is just enough for him to reach level 20. At this time, Elisa, after seeing the ice nest coming, had already rushed out with her archer team. This little girl has a high enthusiasm for fighting. And Tong Chu Chu also went out with a white shadow to participate in the battle. Boom! Boom! The white shadow ran with an amazing momentum, and its agile figure moved briskly in the snow, and blue electric light appeared from time to time on its body. It was Volibear, who had reached level 9 after the accelerated growth. Lu Muxue, who was standing by, opened her mouth slightly, and then said in surprise, "Oh my god! Is that little Volibear? How come it has grown so big in just one night?" Chao Xing smiled and nodded, and explained to Lu Muxue the effect of the human face tree heart. Lu Muxue's eyes showed a look of realization and then, together with Chao Xing, excitedly watched the battle outside the territory. At this moment, Volibear quickly came into contact with a group of ice nest monsters. It stood up, and then roared. Roar! The next moment, Volibear's claws swept over fiercely, with blue electricity. Swish! -144. -147. Since it did not receive Lu Muxue's blessing of courage and blessing of Aurora, Volibear's damage was not as exaggerated as expected. However, as a level 9 elite monster, this damage is already very high. And with its swift charge, it directly knocked down an ice brood monster, and then began to bite it madly. Roar! Roar! Volibear's ferocious roar came. -135. -138. -129. The ice brood monster was pressed to the ground by it, and it couldn't get up at all. Its health was just over 800, but it was knocked down by Volibear in a few hits. Then, it turned into a pile of ice debris and fell under Wally. Your pet, Volibear, killed the ice brood monster LV9, gained experience points, 90. Combatants gained experience points, 45. At this moment, although this big white bear is still in its growth period, its ferocious combat power has already begun to show its edge. At the same time, as Wally killed this ice nest monster, 3 or 4 monsters nearby rushed towards it at the same time. After seeing this scene, Wally did not panic at all. It stood up with human power, and then raised its claws. A ball of terrifying lightning power gathered between its claws. Zz zz. The sound of electricity sounded. The next moment, a bolt of lightning rushed down from the sky. Crack! The lightning fell directly on the spot, covering all enemies in the surrounding area of 7 or 8 meters. In an instant, dense damage numbers appeared. -247. -238. -246. Not only that, Volibear and Tong Chu Chu, as well as the robot next to them, all gained a layer of blue lightning shield. Then, Chao Xing heard the system prompt. Your pet Volibear activates the skill Thunderbolt, adds a shield to friendly units, and the talent Eternal Power takes effect, and the shield has become permanent. Note: after the shield is broken, there will be a 90-second refresh time. Chao Xing was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, this lightning shield is the same as the Holy Shield. Even if it is destroyed, it can be regenerated after a period of time. This is the horror of Eternal Power. As long as it is in a continuous gain state, almost everything can be blessed. The battle below is not suspenseful at all. Tong Chu Chu can directly blow up those ice nest monsters with one shot. After a while, Chao Xing has not upgraded yet. A white light rose from Volibear's side. Your pet, Volibear, has been upgraded to level 10. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's face also showed joy. Very good, Woolly Bell has finally reached level 10. Next, we can use the Heart of Power on it. Let it break through to level 2. Then use the Leader's Soul. He waved to Tong Chu Chu in the distance. Tong Chu Chu understood Chao Xing's gesture and quickly ran back with the big white bear. Big brother, Woolly Bell has reached level 10. Well, I know, well done, little Chu Chu. After that, Chao Xing gave all 4 mechanic skill books in his backpack to Tong Chu Chu. Looking at the skill book in her arms, the little girl was flattered. She asked tentatively. Big brother. Are these for me? Yes. Chao Xing continued. Study quickly. Little Choo-Choo. And become stronger quickly. I will take you out to fight later. Chao Xing was indeed planning to take Tong Choo-Choo with him when he went out later. The combat power of a mechanic is still very strong, especially in a territory like Chao Xing that is not short of resources. The mechanics trained there are even more powerful. As for the loyalty of the survivors, Chao Xing naturally doesn't have to worry about it. Without his resources and eternal power, talent, no matter how strong the mechanic is, it would not be able to stir up much trouble. After hearing the latter sentence, the little girl's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise. She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Yeah. I will work hard to become stronger, and then go out to fight with my big brother." After that, she studied all 4 skill books, and then began to absorb the memories in them. And Chao Xing opened the dragon shop, spent 1,000 ice dragon marks, and exchanged for 1 primary power heart, and came to Volibear's side, and directly used it on the white bear. Pure power flowed into Volibear's body. Chao Xing could feel that Volibear's breath began to surge wildly. Roar! Roar! Volibear kept roaring. After a while, the system prompt appeared. Your pet, Volibear, has completed the advancement, becoming a 2nd-level creature, and the basic attributes increased by 100%. Because you helped Volibear improve his strength, his loyalty has been improved, and the current loyalty is 93. Chao Xing's eyes showed joy. After the white bear completed the breakthrough, it also seemed very happy, and kept rubbing its head against Chao Xing's shoulder. Chao Xing touched its soft fur, and then said, "Little Wally, next, I will transform you into a leader-level creature." After that, Chao Xing took out a soul of the elder of the ice crystal human face tree. Before, in the wild boar tribe, Chao Xing had defeated a leader and a leader-level soul in succession. This time, he didn't believe he could fail again. So, Chao Xing directly slapped this soul into Volibear's body. The big white bear's body suddenly froze. Under the gaze of Chao Xing and others, the lightning power on Volibear began to burst out uncontrollably. Zzz. Zzz. The blue electric current raged around Volibear's body. So much so that Chao Xing had to retreat a few meters. After a moment, Volibear suddenly opened his eyes, and a more powerful lightning power rushed into the sky from his body. Boom! The thunder sounded. The huge movement even attracted the attention of Juliet, who was planting Moses grass. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your pet, Volibear, has successfully advanced to a 2nd-level boss creature, and has acquired a new skill, Heavenly Voice Shocks Fall. Heavenly Voice Shocks Fall. Volibear stimulates the lightning power in his body, and suddenly jumps forward 5 to 100 meters. After landing, it causes 274% lightning damage to all enemies within 30 meters around, causing them to fall into a paralyzed state for 0.5 to 5 seconds. And in the next 10 seconds, all of Volibear's attacks will have 100% lightning damage, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Seeing the attributes of this skill, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Wow! So powerful. What does it mean to jump 100 meters directly? If Chao Xing was at the same level, he would be caught up by Volibear almost instantly. Not only that, this skill also has a super large range of group attack up to 30 meters, and a damage coefficient of nearly 3 times, in addition to the subsequent additional thunder attribute damage. If it can be enhanced by eternal power, it is equivalent to doubling the damage of all attacks. This skill is really powerful. Good. 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 It is worthy of being the immortal thunder. Too strong. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of Volibear after his advancement. Chao Xing's pet, Volibear. Race, beast. Level 10/0/9000, 2nd order boss creature. HP, 6316/6316. Attack power, 591 to 608. Attributes, Strength 236, Agility 217, Spirit 209, Constitution 224. Skills, Swift Rush, Lightning Claw, Thunderbolt, Sound of Heaven. Talent 1. Cold Resistance. Talent 2. Lightning Body. Talent 3. Behemoth. Status, Ice Armor, Ice Healing, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Satisfaction, 87. Loyalty, 93. Strong attributes. As soon as it breaks through, it has more than 6,000 HP and nearly 600 attacks. This is the advantage of the beast. although they cannot wear various equipment to enhance their attributes. They are strong enough to compete with the major races in this world. At this moment, Volibear stood up and roared. Roar! It felt the lightning power in its body, which made it shout loudly. Then, a system prompt appeared. Because you helped the pet, Volibear improve its strength. Its loyalty has been improved, and its current loyalty is 98. Xiaoxing was amazed. This loyalty is rising so fast. However, this is also related to his raising it since childhood. As soon as he entered the growth stage, Volibear had a loyalty of 90. Now, he only needed 2 points of loyalty to reach 100. However, 2 points of loyalty were not a problem for Xiaoxing. He took out 2 special pet food green from his backpack. Sure enough, when Volibear saw the small meatball in Xiaoxing's hand, the ferocity on his face disappeared instantly. He turned into a well-behaved puppy. He lay on the ground, looking at Xiaoxing eagerly. Xiaoxing smiled and threw the 2 pet food directly to Volibear. The big white bear swallowed it directly. Your pet, Volibear, has eaten special pet food. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Malfunction is enabled. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. Now Volibear's loyalty is full. Then, Xiaoxing and Lu Muxua casually gave it a few status skills, and let Choo Choo take Volibear to fight. Next, I just have to wait slowly. Wait for my level to reach level 20, and then complete the 3rd level advancement. Time passed slowly. As all 500 ice nest monsters in this ice nest were killed, Elissa below had also finished the battle. At the same time, Xiaoxing and Lu Muxua, a white light appeared on their bodies one after another. Xiaoxing said excitedly, Great, I finally reached level 20. Then, Xiaoxing took out 2 fist-sized red crystals from his backpack. This is the intermediate power heart, which allows them to advance directly. Fortunately, I saved 2 for myself yesterday. This way, my level and Lu Muxua's level will not be stuck. However, what makes Xiaoxing a little headache is that although their level will not be stuck, Braun and Hilda will also reach level 20 soon. Xiaoxing is not ready for their intermediate power hearts for the time being. After all, it is snowing heavily now, and there is no way to go too far, and the dragon store can only exchange for primary power hearts. Xiaoxing thought for a moment, then opened the hunter map in his backpack. If it doesn't work, we can only continue to look for the hunter camps, kill a few more black-robe priests, and I guess we can get a few intermediate power hearts. For Xiaoxing, these hunter camps are resource points. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing directly gave the intermediate power heart to Lu Muxua. Then the 2 of them broke through together. Crack! As the power heart was crushed, a powerful force surged into Xiaoxing's body. He could feel that his strength, physique, and reaction ability had all begun to surge like never before. His hearing, vision, and even sense of smell had become clearer, including Lu Muxua next to him. Her already tall figure had actually grown 2 or 3 centimeters taller at this moment. Her beautiful features had a cold look, and she was holding a shield and an iron sword, giving people the feeling of a Valkyrie. The transformation from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage was also very fast, and it was completed in 1 or 2 minutes. The next moment, 2 system prompts appeared. Congratulations on your successful advancement. You have officially become a 3rd level Frost Mage, with a 100% increase in basic attributes. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua, has successfully advanced, and has become a 3rd level Aurora Knight, with a 100% increase in basic attributes. The 2 looked at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. At the current stage, most of the survivors are at level 6 to 9, and a small number of survivors have just advanced to the 2nd level. They have already completed the 3rd level advancement. This leading progress is simply a multiple crushing. This feeling of transformation is really good, Xiaoxing thought with satisfaction. Then, he equipped the Dawn Light Staff. The mental attributes and physical fitness increased again. I looked at my own attributes. Name, Xiaoxing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 20/100000. Level 3 Frost Mage. Detailed attributes, click to view. Chapter 177. The Boar Warrior Legion is formed. After looking at his own attributes, Xiaoxing was amazed. So powerful, I actually have more than 8,000 HP and nearly 1,500 attack power. This is almost comparable to the growth of Assam, who is at the boss level. Although, the Survivor Lord cannot improve his attributes by using various souls. However, with the blessing of a set of powerful equipment, Chao Xing is almost reaching the strength of a boss-level existence. The significant improvement of mental attributes has greatly improved Chao Xing's ice healing and ice armor. Data. I did some calculations. 331 points of spirit. If you wear the mask of the High Priest, add the Kingdom Holy Ring and the Dawnlight Staff, and the bonus of the Pale Tree Blessing, you can recover 529 health points per second. Chao Xing was shocked by this data. What does this mean? For example, cast an ice healing spell on those first-level recruited creatures. Their health is only 500 to 600. It means that as long as they are hurt, they can recover full health in the next second, almost in an immortal state. And the blood recovery in 1 minute even reached 31,740 recovery data. It only takes 1.5 minutes to restore the blood cow to buy to full. Moreover, ice armor has also been greatly improved, which can permanently increase armor by 249 points. You know, even if it is a level 20 golden armor, the increased armor value is about this data. This is equivalent to everyone having a permanent bonus of a golden armor. Too strong. Chao Xing's eyes were filled with strong joy. Then he looked at Lu Mushua's attributes, which were also very abnormal. Survivor, Lu Mushua. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 20/100000. Level 3 Aurora Knight. Detailed attributes, click to view. Lu Mushua's spirit is almost 290, and her physique has directly exceeded 300, in addition to the 11,000 health points. Her ability to resist attacks has even exceeded Brown. And with such high attributes, Blessing of Courage can increase the attack power by 430 points. Blessing of Aurora can add 230 points of damage to each attack. Add these two states to any level 1 creature, and its damage can even exceed that of a level 10 elite monster. This is the advantage of the Survivor Lord. Lords can enhance their combat capabilities by learning various skills. Although in terms of attributes, they are not as good as these natives. But with the combination of various skills, their combat methods are more varied and complex. And there are territories to strengthen their combat power. Chao Xing was very satisfied. After the strength increased greatly, he also became full of confidence. So, Chao Xing directly called Assam over. Assam, you go to the basement now, and guard the Hunter Scout instead of those wild boar warriors. Then call them all up. After hearing Chao Xing's order, Assam did it without hesitation. After a while, the 4 wild boar warriors in the basement, including the earliest wild boar warrior Blitz, all came to Chao Xing. Powerful Lord. You called us? Chao Xing nodded, and then asked, how is the guy down there? The leader-level lab replied, that guy is too stubborn. We interrogated him all night, but he didn't talk. But Lord, please rest assured, we didn't let him rest for even a minute. He will definitely collapse first. Chao Xing nodded secretly. He would not have any mercy on these crazy cultists. The wild boar warriors also knew this, so they would not show any sympathy during the interrogation. Chao Xing continued, next, I will summon a new group of wild boar warriors to form a warrior team. In the back, you will send 2 people to lead these newcomers to familiarize themselves with the territory, and then go out to fight. Others continue to interrogate the hunter-killer. After hearing this, several wild boar warriors said excitedly, God of beasts, are we going to have new partners again? Great. The more partners we have, the stronger we are. Chao Xing smiled, then took out the recruitment scroll from his backpack and summoned them. Do you want to use the boar warrior recruitment scroll? Yes. The next moment, in the open space in front of Chao Xing, more than 100 hexagram arrays appeared directly. Buzz! Buzz! Rays of light rushed out from these hexagram arrays. And in the light, figures holding double swords and wearing feather crowns gradually emerged. These boar warriors, each one is like a sharp blade out of the sheath. In the name of the beast god, temper our will in the most primitive environment, and train our combat awareness in the most cruel way. Boar tribe warriors, Kaluan Kosa / report to you. The light dissipated, and more than 100 figures appeared. At the moment when these wild boar warriors descended, the life blessing effect of the pale tree was bestowed on each of them. All the wild boar warriors felt that their lives had surged, and then exclaimed, what a strong vitality! God of beasts! This is a territory full of vitality. Look, there are several powerful wild boar warriors here, the aura of each of them feels stronger than the strongest wild boar warrior in our tribe. Hearing the voice, these newly joined wild boar warriors looked at Lab and others. Chao Xing didn't need to say more. Labu stepped forward and said, "Warriors from the wild boar tribe, I am Labu. Congratulations, you have come to a great territory. Although it is only in its infancy, in the near future, the name of this territory will spread all over the world. And you will all be the witnesses and creators of all this. The beast god is above, he will witness our group of brave warriors, step by step to the highest point. Even win the title of the legendary tribe." As a wild boar warrior, Labu's words are very contagious. And in the eyes of these wild boar soldiers, suddenly erupted strong glory. They were instantly lit their emotions by Labu. "Roar! Beast god is on. We want to be the strongest wild boar warrior. Fight for the strong Labu." At this time, Labu shook his head. "No, you are wrong, not fighting for me, but fight for our lord. This territory belongs to Lord Chao Xing. He has a magical power, be able to exert strong power for us. Including me, there are several other wild boar warriors. It is so powerful because of the strength of the Lord." After listening to Labu finish, those wild boar soldiers looked in doubtful. At this time, Chao Xing stood up at the right time. He didn't say much, but directly said, "Brave warriors, since you have come to my territory, you are part of my territory. Now, let me bestow a powerful blessing on you." Chao Xing looked at Lu Muxue and Zierda next to him. At present, only the two of them have group buff. The two girls understood what Chao Xing meant, and began to release group spells at the same time. With the advent of the blessing of courage and the queen's will, the group of wild boar warriors felt that their attack power had skyrocketed several times. "Oh! I feel it, my power is surging. What a terrifying power, I feel my blood boiling. Yes, with my current strength, the second-level wild boar warriors of the tribe will even be defeated by me with one blow." The wild boar warriors were very excited. Chao Xing continued, "These are just a few of the blessing effects of our territory. As long as you perform well, I will give you more and more powerful blessings in the future." Hearing this, all the wild boar warriors became excited. "Roar! Long live the Lord! I am willing to fight to the death for the Lord." Then, Chao Xing heard more than 100 system prompts. The loyalty of these wild boar warriors all soared to over 70. This wave of cooperation with Rab's speech was just a sudden idea of Chao Xing. It seems to be very effective. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. And Chao Xing casually glanced at the attributes of these wild boar warriors. "I found that the bond skill of the 100 people blood-sucking blade has been activated. With this skill, even without Chao Xing's eyes healing, they can now recover more than 100 HP with one knife. After all, Lu Mushua's blessing of courage can increase the attack power by more than 400. The effect of super blood-sucking blade is that it absorbs 20% of the HP of the attack." After doing this, Chao Xing asked Raphael and Razbi to lead the wild boar warrior army to fight. And Lab went back to the basement to continue interrogating the hunter scout. Chao Xing also wanted to start his big project, to refresh the status of everyone in the territory. He summoned Hilda, Lu Muxue, Blot, Eilina, Xia Yani, Tong Chuchu, and Volibear. All of these have various status skills. Then, Chao Xing said, "Do you understand? Our mission for the whole day today is to refresh the status of all the combatants in the territory. If you are running low on mental power, come to me to get sap to restore your mental power. This is a protracted war. Everyone must hold on." Hearing this, Xia Yani and Tong Chuchu clenched their fists and nodded excitedly. Eilina spit out her tongue, licked her lips and said, "Don't worry, Lord. The snake people are very persistent," including Volibear next to him. Everyone stood up and patted his chest. Chao Xing also laughed. Then he called back more than 100 Ascalon soldiers and asked them to line up and wait. Next, it was time to start the long and boring state refresh. Because the single state skills of everyone, the cooling time ranged from 1 minute to 5 minutes. Among them, the one with the longest cooling time was Lu Mushua's Holy Light Redemption skill, which took a full 20 minutes. So Chao Xing let Lu Muxue refresh casually. After all, although this skill was very important, the group of Ascalon warriors already had a lot of buffs, and it was basically difficult for them to die. Then, starting from noon until nightfall, Chao Xing and others took turns refreshing the status of these soldiers and themselves. Except for a short break during meals, no one stopped at all. As soon as the cooling time was up, they began to add status. During this period, a large amount of sap was consumed. This made Xiaoxing feel strange. They were like equipment on an assembly line, constantly adding various parts to those machines to enhance their performance. Although it was boring, it was fun. After all, after this time, the combat power of these Ascalon soldiers would undergo a qualitative change, and they could even be regarded as the same level of leader-level creatures. In other words, once formed, Xiaoxing would be commanding an army of 100 leader-level creatures, which would be enough to make him invincible. Time passed quietly. As night fell, De Zhuang and others who had mined resources for a day returned to the territory under the escort of the soldiers. Dahua and other cooks also prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Xiaoxing and the others also had a simple meal. During this time, Dahua found Xiaoxing and reported, "Lord, our territory is running out of food. The more than 1,000 kilograms of food you brought back last time were originally expected to be enough for us to eat for about a month. But because of the sudden increase in population in the past few days, we have to consume 200 to 300 kilograms of food every day. The new wheat and vegetable seeds have been planted, and it is expected that it will take some time for them to mature." After Dahua finished reporting, Xiaoxing nodded. This situation was also within his expectations. After all, the price of crazy military expansion is the consumption of a large amount of supplies. "I understand, Dahua. I will find a way to deal with the food issue." Dahua replied respectfully, "Okay, respected lord." After that, she retreated. Xiaoxing thought secretly, when the snow stops, I will go out to purchase a batch of supplies. But this time I plan to purchase on a large scale. The food reserves in Hog Village may not be enough. Are there any larger towns nearby? He opened the map and took a look. Due to the system's built-in map function, only the places that have been explored will be recorded on it. At present, Xiaoxing has only explored a small part of the snowstorm plain. However, this does not affect Xiaoxing's hunter map. Opening the snowstorm plain map, he saw a slightly larger town among the scattered sun signs. It is much smaller than Dwuluan Lake City, called Mayline City, although the distance is also relatively far, more than 500 kilometers. It is also much closer than Dwuluan Lake City. Xiaoxing decided to go to this malign city tomorrow to have a look. It just so happened that his territory still needed a large number of staff, as well as some special talents. With my current wealth, I should be able to buy a lot of supplies. Master Xiaoxing now has a huge sum of more than 1 million yuan, plus a lot of valuable accessories, which can be said to be full of confidence. Then, he continued to come out to refresh the status of those Ascalon soldiers, until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Even the snow became much smaller. Xiaoxing finally filled up the status of more than 100 Ascalon soldiers, combatants, and even some important personnel in the territory. Except for Hilda, Blot and Volibear, 3 creatures with group status. Everyone else was exhausted. After all, they had been exhausted time and time again, and had to use sap to recover. They had completely overdrawn their energy. Despite this, they still didn't have time to add status to the newly recruited wild boar warriors. Xiaoxing shook his head. Anyway, it was too late today, so we could only wait until we were free later. Okay, that's it for today. Let's go back and rest. After receiving Xiaoxing's order, everyone went back to rest. Including Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue, they also returned to the Lord's hut. When the lively territory gradually quieted down, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from them, 2 figures appeared. They stared at the territory in the snow, their deep eyes narrowed slightly, as if they had seen their target. The 2 looked at each other, and then disappeared. At night, Xiaoxing and Lu Muxue took a simple bath, and fell asleep in each other's arms. They were too tired today, so they fell asleep in a short while. In the territory, Assam brought 20 Ascalon soldiers, and just returned to the territory after the battle. Outside the territory, it was all white. After a day and 2 nights of heavy snow, the thickness of the snow outside was real enough to bury people. And at this moment, 2 black shadows approached Xiaoxing's territory silently. The 2 of them whispered through their masks. "Yuri, this alien lord's territory has many defensive arrow towers, which is much stronger than the territories of other alien lords. Do you think it might be the target that the high priest is looking for? I don't know. We'll know after we sneak in and take a look. Loic and the others have drawn the features of the alien lord and his subordinates. We'll check after we go in. If there's someone in the portrait, it's basically confirmed." Hearing this, The figure on the opposite side also nodded. Then, the two shadows entered stealth mode. In stealth mode, they could avoid the automatic attack of the elemental arrow tower, and would not be discovered. Soon, the two shadows arrived at the foot of the wall of Chaoxing's territory. Moreover, they also skillfully bypassed the area covered by thorny vines, and climbed up the wall without vines. The two hunter scouts squatted on the wall, and scanned the entire territory. At the same time, they were surprised by the defense level of this territory. So many arrow towers and sentry towers really shocked them. At the same time, the two also saw Assam, who was leading a group of Ascalon soldiers to patrol the territory. The eyes of the two hunters were instantly locked on Assam. They looked at each other, and then whispered, "Does this guy in armor look familiar? It seems very familiar. In the portrait given to us by the high priest, there is a knight wearing armor." The scout on the opposite side said, "Confirm it again. After all, there are so many knights wearing armor." The high priest said that our activities have gradually attracted the attention of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. At this juncture, it is not appropriate to take large-scale actions. Okay, then we will observe it again. After that, both sides continued to observe Chaoxing's territory. At this moment, Andrew opened the door and came to Assam, preparing to take over his shift, because he was on duty in the second half of the night. At this moment, the pupils of the two hunter scouts shrank. They whispered, "It's the druid. One of the targets in the portrait. We found the person the high priest is looking for. The lord of the other world who raided the priest Nadav. It turns out that this is his territory." Both of them showed excitement. The hunter scout next to him whispered, "Yuri, let's go back quickly and report this to the high priest." Okay. After that, the two hunter scouts were ready to jump off the wall. And at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came to their ears. An arrow shot towards them at a very fast speed. Chapter 178 Night Raid. Interrogating the prisoners. An arrow shot towards them at an extremely fast speed. One of the hunter scouts was about to dodge, but found that the arrow had hit his shoulder. He screamed, "Ah!" At the same time, a damage number -2672 appeared above his head. The hunter scout screamed instantly, "Damn it! We've been discovered. Go!" But at this moment, the second arrow had been shot. Swoosh. -2744. An equally exaggerated damage number appeared, and another hunter scout was also forced out. They all had puzzled looks in their eyes. Damn it! How did we get exposed? And who attacked us? The speed of this arrow is too fast, isn't it? What they didn't know was that the one who launched the attack was Rennie's, who was on duty in the first half of the night. Her hunting eye can see through hidden existences, so she saw the two sneaky people standing on the wall at a glance. At the same time, the stealth status of the two hunter scouts was broken. The elemental arrow towers and frost arrow towers in the entire territory also discovered the enemy, and quickly began to aim and attack. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows breaking through the air appeared. Assam and others also discovered the battle. He instantly drew out the king's blade and shouted, "There are enemies. Everyone be alert." At the same time, Chaoxing and Lu Mushua, who were sleeping, were also instantly awakened by the battle outside. The two looked at each other. A trace of doubt flashed through Chaoxing's mind. Someone approached the territory, which triggered a counterattack by Assam and others. Is it an ice nest monster? Or a wild beast in the snow? When he saw the battle information, his pupils suddenly shrank. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye caused 2672 damage to the Hunter Scout LV-28. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye caused 2744 damage to the Hunter Scout LV-27. Your territory building, Intermediate Element Arrow Tower caused 481 damage to the Hunter Scout LV-28. Damn! It's a hunter! Hearing Chaoxing's voice, Lu Mushua also realized the seriousness of the matter. The two of them put on their clothes as quickly as possible, and then rushed out of the Lord's hut. As soon as he came out, he saw Rennie's on the city wall, fighting with two black shadows in close combat. However, as an archer, she was not good at this kind of frontal combat. The two black shadows quickly got rid of Rennie's hands, and then jumped off the city wall, as if they wanted to escape. Chaoxing rushed over quickly, and shouted, "Stop them! We must not let these two guys run away." At this moment, Assam had jumped out of the city wall, holding the king's battle blade, and madly chasing these hunters. However, A black shadow moved faster than him. It was Sarah. This dark elf assassin showed unparalleled speed at this moment. Like an invisible wind, she quickly came to the city wall, and then kicked her feet, and jumped directly over. Then, Chao Xing heard the sound of metal collision, and the screams of the hunter scouts. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua looked at each other. Let's go quickly. The two quickly came to the city wall. Then they saw Sarah frantically attacking the two hunter scouts, and slowed down their pace. Rennies and Assam were also rushing over. After seeing this, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Because the opponent targeted by Sarah, as long as the level is not too much higher than Sarah, there is no possibility of escaping from her. And Chao Xing also quickly glanced at the attributes of the two hunters. Hunter Scout. Level 27, Level 3 Elite. HP, 7621/14230. Attack Power, 1165 to 1193. Skills, Stealth, Smoke Bomb, Take care of your feet. Talent, None. Hunter Scout. Level 28, Level 3 Elite. HP, 7442/15120. Attack Power, 1187 to 1205. Skills, Stealth, Smoke Bomb, Swift Cutting. Talent, None. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Just 2 Level 3 elites. Moreover, their HP had been suppressed to less than half by Sarah and Rennie's. At this moment, a series of doubts flashed through Chao Xing's mind. Why did this group of hunters sneak into his territory in the middle of the night? Did he reveal his killing of the white-robed priest in the witch forest today? Also, how did his position get exposed? Did the Church of Light know that I was against them? So they wanted to get rid of me. More and more doubts appeared in his mind. Seeing the health of the two hunter scouts being cut lower and lower by Sarah, Chao Xing shook his head and threw these thoughts aside. Then, he quickly ordered, Assam, Rennies, go over and hold the two hunter scouts. Sarah, don't kill them, just beat them half to death. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Sarah stopped attacking, just kept disarming them with a shadow blade. After all, her attack was too high if she was not careful. She might kill the two hunter scouts on the spot. At the same time, Assam and Rennies had also arrived. Swish! The king's battle blade swept across with golden sword energy. -1874. -1854. -1923. -1891. High damage numbers appeared one after another, and the two hunter scouts were suppressed by the three generals under Chao Xing. After a while, their legs were chopped into a bloody mess by Assam, and they fell directly on the snow. And Chao Xing and Lu Muxua had already come to the two hunter scouts. He took a look at the status of the two guys. Status, bleeding, dying, fractures. The two seemed to want to struggle, but were knocked unconscious by Assam's sword. Chao Xing nodded. Very good, now they can't run away. Then, he took out 2 ancient vines from his backpack, and said to Assam, tie these 2 guys up. After hearing Chao Xing's order, Assam directly used the ancient vines to tie up the 2 hunter scouts. Then, Chao Xing quickly ordered, Sarah, follow the route of the 2 scouts, and quickly conduct a counter-reconnaissance. By the way, remember to erase all footprints when you come back. Chao Xing wanted to confirm what exactly was going on. How did these hunters find his territory? Was he exposed? This way he could make countermeasures. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Sarah did not hesitate at all, and quickly followed the route of the 2 hunters in the snow, and walked into the vast snow. She knew that she had to move quickly. It was still snowing lightly in the sky, and the traces on the snow would be covered up in a short while. After a while, Sarah disappeared from Chao Xing's sight. Chao Xing and Assam also brought the 2 dying hunter scouts back to the territory. At the same time, Andrew, Braun, Hilda and others were also awakened by the noise of the battle, including little Elisa. Ellie also quickly got out of the Lord's hut, and looked at the outside world with a vigilant face. These fighters all maintained a strong sense of vigilance. After seeing the 2 hunter scouts tied up on the back of the frost wolf, everyone frowned. Chao Xing said, don't be nervous. I have asked Sarah to go out for reconnaissance. Assam, continue to lock these 2 guys in another basement, and then let Lab and others interrogate them. By the way, tell Lab and others, you can use some extreme means to make them speak as soon as possible. Chao Xing quickly issued a series of instructions. Yes, Lord, Assam said, and dragged the 2 dying hunter scouts away. In the second half of the night, Chao Xing and others remained alert. Even little Elisa and Ellie were sleepless and insisted on staying up all night. Chao Xing didn't say much. After all, with their current physical condition, not resting for a night would not have any impact. Time passed quietly. Chao Xing quietly waited for Sarah to return. During this period, 2 or 3 ice nests fell down. But because Chao Xing's mind was now on the organization of the Church of Light, he had no time to care about these ice nest monsters. He directly asked Rennies to shoot these ice nests remotely. It was almost 2 or 3 in the morning. A figure silently climbed over the city wall and appeared in front of Chao Xing. It was Sarah. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of joy, and he walked over quickly. Sarah came to Chao Xing, then knelt on one knee and reported quickly. My lord, according to your instructions, I followed the footprints of these hunters for more than 10 kilometers, until the footprints completely disappeared next to a large rift valley. During this period, I found that they also stopped by the territories of several chosen lords, but did not go in. They seemed to be looking for something. After hearing this, Chao Xing thought quickly based on the information provided by Sarah. These hunters are looking for something. Now it seems that they are looking for me, but they are not sure of their location, so they observe each survivor's territory. Thinking of this, Chao Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief, because this shows that they have not been completely exposed yet. At least, these 2 hunter scouts have not sent back the news, and other hunters do not know their location. This gives Chao Xing a lot of room for maneuver. Thinking of this, Chao Xing said, Okay, let's all go and rest. Just leave 2 people on duty. Little Elisa was about to say that she would continue to be on duty, but Chao Xing said seriously, This is also an order. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking. After all, in this territory, Chao Xing's orders are everything. They gradually dispersed, leaving behind Hilda and Eilina, and a team of Ascalon soldiers on guard. And Chao Xing and Lu Mushua returned to the Lord's hut. They continued to sleep for a few hours. And because of Chao Xing's signal, wild boar warriors such as Lab and Raphael began to shift their firepower and began to torture the 2 hunter scouts. In the basement, the screams of the hunters continued to ring all night. Mowing. The next day, a system prompt appears. Survivors, please pay attention. You have passed the 4th day of the formal period. The power of the dragon gradually recovers. Monsters hatched in ice nest are about to break through the 2nd order. Please accelerate development progress. Weather forecast. Today's snow has stopped. Suitable to go out. Development territory. Please pay attention to the snow on the ground. After seeing the prompt, the 2 opened their eyes at the same time. Chao Xing thought, is the level of the Bingchao monster going to break through the 2nd order? First level to 2nd order, it is a watershed, after all. The increase of all attributes by 100% is not a joke. Chao Xing took a look and found that the survivors in Area 174 were all between level 7 and level 11. And only a small number of them had broken through to the 2nd level. If those low-level survivors did not speed up and catch up, it might be difficult to deal with them. However, with the Dragon Chop, they could exchange for the primary power heart at any time, and it would be relatively easy to break through. However, these were not what Chao Xing had to worry about. He was more worried about the threat from the Church of Light. Get up, Mushi. Let's go check on those hunters. Lu Mushua nodded. The 2 washed up briefly, and quickly walked out of the Lord's hut. When they arrived outside the Lord's hut, Chao Xing instructed Chao Yi, Dazhuang and others to continue mining resources and sorting ores as they did yesterday. As for the Polar Man Duan, he asked him to continue upgrading various buildings. After arranging these staff members, Chao Xing and others went straight to one of the basements. Chao Xing asked Dazhuang and others to dig several basements under the territory, which were originally intended to store food and wine. As a result, now, it seems to have become his dungeon. In the dim basement, Chao Xing saw 4 figures. 2 of them were wild boar warriors, and the other 2 were hunter scouts captured last night. At this moment, the wild boar warriors stared with bloodshot eyes. When they saw Chao Xing coming, they said respectfully, Good morning. Lord, good morning. Lady Lord. Chao Xing nodded, and then looked at the scene in the basement. There were 2 dying hunter scouts lying on the ground. There was also a lot of blood nearby. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot last night, and there were knife wounds all over their bodies. This scene even made Lu Mushua frown slightly. But she didn't think much about it, because she knew that if the 2 hunter scouts were not allowed to speak, then the threat would be to the safety of their territory. Chao Xing asked, How is it? These 2 guys still refuse to speak? Lab replied, Yes, Lord, they are all very stubborn, and have been seriously brainwashed. Chao Xing didn't speak, but went directly to one of the hunter scouts, took off the mask on his face, and revealed a middle-aged face. Tell me, who told you to invade my territory? If you answer me properly, I might spare your life. However, the hunter scout looked at Chao Xing, bloodshot in his eyes, and said frantically, You heretics, don't even think about making me say anything. Just wait. The will of the God of Light is about to come, and you will all be liquidated. Lab said beside him, Lord, these guys are like this. Their minds are full of their God of Light, and they are unwilling to say anything. Chao Xing nodded, and after trying again, he found that he really couldn't pry open this guy's mouth. For a moment, he was at a loss. He was thinking, what could be done to make these fanatical cultists speak? At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly had an idea. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. He remembered that the new member Isabel had a skill called confession. It could make the person who was about to collapse confess and control his thoughts. I wonder if confession could pry open the hunter's mouth? Chao Xing decided to give it a try. So he looked at Lu Muxue. Muxue, you don't have to stay here, go and call Isabel for me. Hearing this, Lu Muxue also nodded, and then quickly left the basement. After a while, Isabel, dressed in a long white gauze dress, and emitting holy light, came down slowly. Seeing the scene in the basement, Isabel's brows slightly frowned. Lord, we shouldn't use such cruel means on prisoners. But Chao Xing shook his head and said, Isabel, what if I tell you that these people are not good people, they are some cultists? Is it the same organization as the dark cult of your time? Since Chao Xing had read her character introduction, he also roughly knew Isabel's life experience. Hearing the words dark cult, this woman who was as holy as a goddess, her expression suddenly changed. Her pupils gradually turned blood red, and she exuded a terrifying murderous intent. Not only that, even the power of holy light on her body gradually disappeared. Chao Xing even saw waves of dark aura on her body. Isabel's aura was rapidly increasing, and it was even approaching the level of the Duke of Palatine. The two wild boar warriors on the field were stunned by Isabel's aura that burst out instantly. Huh? What's going on? Chao Xing was surprised. At the same time, he also quickly glanced at Isabel's panel. Dark Witch, Isabel Magic Sound. Level? Attributes? Skills? Talent? Turtle. Holy Light Priest turned into a Dark Witch. Chao Xing was surprised. At this moment, Isabel quickly returned to her original appearance. The dark aura on her body dissipated, and the power of holy light also appeared on her body. Then, she looked at Chao Xing with an apologetic face. Lord, please forgive my loss of composure. Isabel sincerely apologizes to you. Chao Xing waved his hand, but he didn't care. Through the scene just now, he seemed to have discovered the secret of his new member. However, Chao Xing did not say much. The most important thing now was to let the hunter scouts speak. The secret of Isabel could be slowly understood in the future. At this time, Isabel looked at the two hunter scouts on the ground and said, Lord, you did the right thing. For such crazy cultists, there is no need to have any mercy on them. They are just a group of sinful lunatics. Chao Xing nodded. You are right, Isabel. And this is why I called you here. They seem to want to do something bad to us, but I have no way to make them speak. I know you have a confession technique, so I want you to try it. At this moment, Isabel also understood what Chao Xing meant. She said solemnly, I understand, Lord. However, the success rate of confession is not high, but these two cultists seem to be on the verge of collapse, so we can give it a try. Chao Xing was delighted after hearing this. Very good. Let's start. Isabel heard this, without any hesitation. She raised her staff, and then began to chant. God said, there is darkness in your heart, and it is revealed by the light. You who are full of sins, remember where you have fallen from, and repent, and do what you did at first. As Isabel chanted, a ball of holy light appeared on her staff. The two hunter scouts fell to the ground, gritting their teeth and saying, Humph. Don't even think about getting any information from us. The high priest will definitely come to save us. However, Isabel ignored it. A holy light fell into the head of one of the hunter scouts. A look of struggle flashed in his eyes, as if he was trying his best to fight against something. Not long after, the blood color in the eyes of the hunter scout disappeared, and he gradually became confused. He shook his head, and his eyes became chaotic. The next moment, The hunter scout slowly knelt in front of Isabel, put his head to the ground, and said devoutly, I am guilty. The God of light is nothingness, and I have been killing people for this empty belief. I am deeply sinful. This scene made everyone present dumbfounded. Even the wild boar warrior next to him looked at Isabel with fear. Oh my God! It directly made some fanatical cultists change their beliefs. This confession is too scary. Chapter 179. Open the exclusive gold treasure chest. Get the ice dragon suit. Isabel smiled and said softly, the confession was successful, Lord, you have 30 seconds. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. Well done, Isabel. Isabel smiled lightly. Chao Xing didn't waste time. He squatted on the ground and looked at the hunter scout, then asked, who asked you to come here? At this moment, the hunter scout controlled by confession gradually raised his head. He said in a daze, yes, it's the high priest mantra. Chao Xing frowned. Another high priest? He continued to ask, why did the high priest let you come near my territory? The other party replied again. The high priest said, the base of the priest Nadav was destroyed by a lord from another world, with his men. Let us find the location of this lord from another world. At this time, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. He was not exposed in the witch forest. He was discovered by some hunters when dealing with Fan Long, so they realized his threat. But fortunately, his position was not exposed. Another hunter scout next to him saw that he actually said these things and immediately became anxious. Piers, what are you doing? Wake up! The God of Light will punish you for your actions. Hearing the God of Light, the hunter controlled by confession seemed to struggle. However, Chao Xing glanced at him and then said, Lab? Tell him to shut up. Lab next to him heard this, and without hesitation, he used the handle of his knife to hit the hunter's head. Bang! -273. Then, the hunter scout fainted. The controlled hunter also re-entered the state of repentance. Chao Xing continued to ask, is the high priest going to deal with me? The other party continued to reply, the high priest doesn't know your specific strength. Let's explore it first. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed joy again. He continued to ask, besides the high priest, is there anyone else who knows about this? Or has he reported this to a higher level? The hunter scout shook his head and said, the high priest said, these lords of other worlds are very weak. There is no need to report. Currently, only a small number of people in our camp know. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed more joy. Because this at least shows that Chao Xing has not attracted the attention of important people in the Church of Light. You know, in addition to the high priest, the organization of the Church of Light also has stronger bishops and archbishops. The high priest is already the lowest leader, and I really don't know how strong these bishops and archbishops are. However, as long as the news is not known by these high-level officials, Chao Xing still has room for maneuver. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing asked directly, tell me the location of your base. After hearing this question, the hunter scout seemed to be struggling. At this time, Isabel said, the time for confession is almost over. Lord. Chao Xing nodded and continued, tell me the location of the camp. As long as you tell me the location, you can pay for your sins. After hearing the latter sentence, the hunter scout finally struggled and said, I want to pay for my sins. Chao Xing listened and persuaded him. That's right. Think about how many people you have hurt. Every action of yours has made many innocent people homeless. These are all sins. Tell me the location of the camp, and you can end it all. After listening to Chao Xing's words, the hunter scout said, deep in the Great Rift Valley. After saying that, the hunter scout was released from the state of repentance. Then, he quickly covered his mouth and looked at Isabel with horror. But Chao Xing smiled. Although he only said one keyword, Great Rift Valley. But Chao Xing already knew the location of the other party's base. Great Rift Valley. How many Great Rift Valleys can there be nearby? The only one, which was the place where he had saved to buy before. On that map at that time, he did find a bigger sun symbol inside. Unexpectedly, there was a high priest's base here. Chao Xing looked at Isabel next to him. Can I continue to perform the confession? He still had several questions to ask, such as the strength of the high priest, and how many strong people there were in that camp. Isabel raised her staff, and after waiting for a few minutes, she tried it again on the hunter scout. As a result, the other party seemed to have antibodies, and this time the confession did not have any effect on him. including the unconscious hunter scout. They also failed to perform. Isabel shook her head and said, "No, they have already prepared themselves mentally in advance. It seems that the training of this evil cult has skills in mind control." Chaoxing nodded. "Forget it if it doesn't work. I already know the general situation anyway." He looked at the two wild boar warriors and said, "Keep watching them." Lab straightened his body, seriously replied, "Yes, Lord." Then Chaoxing looked at the holy light priest next to him. "Isabel, come with me to see another cultist." She nodded slightly, and then left with Chaoxing. In another basement, Chaoxing saw that although the hunter-killer was covered with scars, he still looked very imposing. There was even a hint of ferocity in his eyes when he looked at Chaoxing. Chaoxing didn't care, after all. This was a 4th-level hunter-killer, whose physique was much stronger than those 2 3rd-level scouts. Isabel shook her head and said, "He is in good condition now, and the confession can't succeed." Chaoxing nodded and said, "Okay, then continue to interrogate him for 2 days, and then use the confession on him." After that, he left the basement with Isabel. After returning to the Lord's hut, Chaoxing felt much more at ease. At the same time, he also began to think about how to deal with the threat of this group of hunters. Although, his current position has not been exposed, but he has already attracted the attention of a high priest. Obviously, the best way now is to directly raid the hunter's base. Before the news spreads, kill all the cultists of the Church of Light there. But the premise of doing this is that he needs to be strong enough. According to the information on the map, that place is a large camp of hunters, with at least one chief priest. If the strength of this chief priest is too strong, there may be some hidden masters inside. If Chaoxing rushes over now, it is equivalent to lighting a light in the toilet to look for shit. Therefore, before the raid, he needs to determine the strength of the camp first. So, Chaoxing called Sarah over again and explained the situation to her. This kind of reconnaissance mission is still the most suitable for her. After Sarah finished listening, she did not say much, but nodded lightly. Before leaving, Chaoxing said, "Sarah, be careful." After hearing this, the dark elf turned around and smiled with her thin lips. She whispered, "Wait for me to come back." Then, she disappeared from the spot. After Sarah left, Chaoxing thought to himself, "Very good. Now I will wait for Sarah to come back and consider how to deal with it. Whether to directly flatten this camp, or pretend not to know and continue to develop silently. It depends on the strength of this camp. Take advantage of this time. I will also try my best to improve my strength." So, Chaoxing walked out of the Lord's hut and went straight to the blacksmith shop. At this time, Harold was still working hard on the forging. After seeing Chaoxing coming in, Harold said respectfully, "Wise Lord, you are here." Chaoxing nodded, and then asked, "Harold, how many of our catapult hooks have been made?" Harold replied, "My lord, at present, 127 pairs of green quality catapult hooks have been made, and 11 pairs of blue quality catapult hooks have been made. However, the large hook sickle has not been made yet." Chaoxing's face showed joy. "It doesn't matter. The sickle is not in a hurry. Give me these forged hooks first." "Okay. Please follow me, Lord." After that, Harold took Chaoxing to a storage box. Chaoxing was inside, and saw more than 100 cylindrical devices. He looked at the properties. Ejection hook, green special equipment. Equipment effect, after pressing the switch, the sharp hook will be ejected instantly, hooking the building or the body of the prey, causing 644 points of damage to it. Maximum ejection distance, 60 meters. Ejection hook, blue special equipment. Equipment effect, same as above, and causes 1233 points of damage to the prey. Maximum ejection distance, 90 meters. Not bad. Not bad, there is actually an ejection distance of several dozen meters. Chaoxing praised, "Harold, your craftsmanship is amazing." The dwarf blacksmith touched his head and said embarrassedly, "Lord, you are too kind. I just put 100% of my enthusiasm into every piece of equipment." Chaoxing laughed. "Very good, keep up the hard work, Harold. Strive to break through the advanced blacksmith as soon as possible." Harold's expression became serious. "Yes, Lord." After taking the ejection hook, Chaoxing left the blacksmith shop. Then, Chaoxing waited for Sarah's news in the territory while leveling up the ice nest monsters. Yesterday's battle had already increased his experience bar a lot. He looked at his level. Level 20, 95%. Almost there. Only a few thousand experience points left to level 21. Sure enough, not long after, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 21. Attributes increased during this upgrade: Strength plus 6, Agility plus 7, Spirit plus 11, Constitution plus 8, Health plus 500. Huh? After level 3, each upgrade also increases health? Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. I was wondering why the health of those level 3 creatures was higher than the other. So that's how it is. Not bad. This way, each upgrade will increase the health more. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At this time, he seemed to remember something. By the way, I traded hundreds of thousands of Ice Dragon marks the night before yesterday. These Ice Dragon marks can also be used to improve strength. He looked at his Ice Dragon mark reserves. Ice Dragon mark * 181371. Glacier Fragment * 98281. The night before yesterday, his Ice Dragon mark was 260,000. And he spent more than 80,000 to exchange for the Heart of Power. Now he has 180,000 left. Chao Xing nodded and said, not bad. Enough for me to exchange for a gold treasure chest. So, he opened the dragon store and found the treasure chest exchange interface. The system prompt appears. Do you want to consume Ice Dragon mark * 100,000, exchange for 1 gold treasure box with cold light reflection, remaining exchange times 3. Note: this series of treasure boxes are Ice Dragon Zhuama expansion pack treasure boxes, which can open some exclusive props. To be honest, Chao Xing has been looking forward to the gold treasure boxes in the dragon store for a long time. Now, he can finally exchange for the first one. So, he directly clicked yes. Exchange successful, Ice Dragon mark -100,000. The next moment, a magic circle spewing cold air appeared in front of him. As the light burst out, a treasure chest with a cold glow and a light golden sheen appeared in front of Chao Xing. On this treasure chest was also carved a giant dragon with its eyes closed, which was lifelike. It had wings on its back, and its body was covered with ice spikes. Its huge claws seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Although the dragon had its eyes closed, it still gave people a strong sense of oppression. The system prompt appeared. Found a golden treasure chest with a cold glow. Do you want to open it? Yes. Open successfully. Obtain Ice Dragon Crown Gold. Obtain Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll Purple *2. Obtain Large Anti-Corruption Potion Purple *3. Obtain Ice Dragon Horn Medium *1. Obtain Dragon Rock War Gold *3. Oh my god. Except for this Ice Dragon Horn, these are all new materials that have never been opened before. Chao Xing was shocked. No wonder the system said it was a treasure chest exclusive to the Zhuama series. The contents inside are indeed different from other treasure chests. With anticipation, Chao Xing began to check the properties of these new materials. First, of course, it's the golden equipment. A crown made of ice crystals. It's transparent, with a gorgeous luster on the top, and feels cold to the touch. Ice Dragon Crown Gold. Quality, rare. Equipment requirements, level 20 or above. Armor, 37 to 41. Additional special effects 1. Spirit plus 30. Constitution plus 20. Casting speed plus 20%. Additional special effects 2. Frost Blessing, when releasing all ice magic or ice attacks, the maximum attack range increases by 30%, and the attack power increases by 30%. Additional special effects 3. Ice Dragon Will, when attacked by mental attacks, the probability of being controlled is reduced by 50%, and the mental damage received is reduced by 20%. Note: Ice Dragon Soul Set 1/3 can be combined with Ice Dragon Fong and Ice Dragon Ring to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, the set effect can be activated. Ice Dragon Blood Drain. After reading the introduction of this equipment, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Oh my god! This is actually a gold suit. What powerful attributes! Especially the second special effect Frost Blessing, which can increase the attack range of ice attribute magic, which is very helpful for frost mages like Chao Xing. The other special effects are also very good. This piece of equipment alone has such powerful attributes. What if you collect all 3 sets? For a moment, Chao Xing became even more excited. Then, he continued to check other things. Next, the two scrolls opened in the treasure chest. Ice Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll Purple. Use this scroll to recruit an Ice Dragon Blood Fighter with the strength of a 3rd level elite. 3rd level elite? Not bad. Although 3rd level elites are not very helpful to him, after all. He directly opened to this time. Moreover, this is a recruitment scroll opened from an exclusive treasure chest. The troops inside must be special. With a hint of expectation, Chao Xing continued to check. Large anti-corruption potion purple. Potion effect. After taking it, in the next 3 hours, the effect of condensed corruption will be reduced by 80%. Note, under the influence of Zwama's power, some powerful ice dragon minions will appear in the ice nest later. When these minions attack, they will have the effect of condensation corruption, and the enemy attacked will have their mobility and health limit greatly reduced. I see. This is a potion for the powerful ice nest monsters behind. Chao Xing put it in his backpack. Other than that, there is only one golden material left to look at. Dragon Rock Ore, gold special material. Effect, can be used to build some advanced buildings or equipment of the Ice Dragon series. I see. This is the same as the Glacial Shard. It is also a material for making, but it is more advanced. So far, I have seen all the new things in this golden treasure chest. In general, it is worthy of being the exclusive Zwama series, and nothing in it is simple. And Chao Xing, without hesitation, equipped the crown of the Ice Dragon, and immediately felt that his spirit and physique had risen again. Not to mention, equipped with the crown of the Ice Dragon, and holding the staff of Light of Dawn, Chao Xing really has the flavor of a great wizard. Well, not only has the attribute been improved, but also the temperament has been improved. Clothes really make the man. Chao Xing looked at his current outfit with satisfaction. As for the Snow Eagle helmet that he had replaced, he was going to give it to Lu Muxua later, which would also increase her attributes. Then, Chao Xing took out 2 recruitment scrolls from his backpack, and directly clicked on the summon. Do you want to use the Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll *2? Yes. The next moment, the 2 scrolls in Chao Xing's hand disappeared. Then, the sky shook again. It was as if 2 meteors fell from the sky. The 2 meteors turned into 2 huge ice blocks, and suddenly smashed in front of Chao Xing. Boom! The violent vibration made everyone in the territory look here, thinking that an ice nest had fallen. Even Chao Xing was shocked. Oh my god! Summoning 2 elite monsters with such a grand ceremony? Originally, he had no high expectations for these 2 recruitment scrolls. But now it seems that it is a little bit unusual. Chapter 180 Dragon Blood Fighters with amazing backgrounds, pre-war preparations. Now it seems that these 2 Dragon Blood Fighters seem to be a little bit unusual. Not only that, Chao Xing also saw that in the ice in front of him, there were 2 warriors wearing armor and holding spears. Although they closed their eyes, they looked mighty. They were nearly 2 meters tall, and the spears in their hands were more than 3 meters long. Then, the 2 warriors opened their eyes. Cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering continued. Then, 2 spearmen broke through the ice, and a vicissitudes and determination sounded in my ears. I feel it. The power of Zwama has appeared on this continent again. After so many years, this giant dragon of ice and persuasion, has it revived again? Humph! No matter how many times Zwama revives, our Norn clan will defeat you again, and seal you in the eternal frozen sea forever. As long as the ice dragon exists, the Dragon Blood Fighters will continue to fight. Hearing the lines of the 2, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. This Dragon Blood Fighter seems to be quite powerful. He even sealed the Ice Dragon Zwama, which is comparable to the power of a true god. Then, the 2 of them looked at Chao Xing at the same time with their sharp eyes, like ice tigers. In the name of the fighting clan, Norn, Ice Dragon Blood Fighter, Jonard/Josen, reports to you. Chao Xing said solemnly, Welcome, Jonard, Josen, let's take up arms together, and fight against the threat from the dragon together. Hearing this, the 2 raised their heads, and there was admiration in their eyes. You are the first lord we have seen who is not frightened by the power of the dragon. We are willing to follow you and fight the dragon to the end. At this time, another Dragon Blood Fighter named Jonard said, This brave lord, although your courage is commendable. But to deal with a dragon, not only courage is needed, but also strong power. I observed that although the power of our territory is still good, the dragon is too powerful. With Zwama's power, the opponent can easily freeze the area of 1,000 miles, including our territory, completely in one breath. Chao Xing nodded slightly after hearing this. He did not refute. After all, the ancient dragon has the power to destroy the continent. Then, he looked at the attributes of the two newcomers. Ice Dragon Blood Fighter, Jonard. Race, Norn. Level 251822/200000. Level 3 Elite Creature. HP 16141/16141. Attack Power 1218 to 1239. Skills: Dragon Slaying Spear. Attack power increased by 20% when attacking dragon creatures and their minions. Additional 30% attack damage. Dragon Spear Assault can be at any position, dash forward or in the air 3 to 20 meters. Cause 178% blast damage to the enemy hit. Cooling time 40 seconds. Ice Dragon Spear Break. Activate the Ice Dragon Blood in the body. Concentrate on the tip of the spear. Pierce all enemies in the 2*50 m path ahead. Cause 267% ice attribute damage to all enemies, and freeze it for 1 to 5 seconds. Cooling time 3 minutes. Talent: Body of Norn, a powerful fighting nation, born with the ability to adapt to various extreme environments. They have magical power flowing in their blood. Talent: Blood of Ice Dragon. The body is injected with ice dragon blood, which makes them always bear the kind of cold that penetrates the bone marrow, and also brings them powerful strength. Bond: Dragon Blood Fighter. When there are more than 10 Dragon Blood Fighters acting at the same time, the attack power increases by 20%. When there are more than 20 Dragon Blood Fighters acting at the same time, the movement speed increases by 20%. When there are more than 50 Dragon Blood Fighters acting at the same time, they cause an additional 20% damage to dragon creatures. When there are more than 100 Dragon Blood Fighters acting at the same time, activate additional skills. Dragon Wings. Satisfaction, 67. Loyalty, 63. Character Introduction. 10,000 years ago, the Norn tribe was enslaved by the ice dragon Zomar. The dragon and its minions froze the place where they fought, buried their land with ice and snow, torn their faith with huge glaciers, and a large number of Norn tribes were transformed into ice nest monsters. But among them, some Norn still kept their sanity. They did not fear the gods, did not fear the dragons, kept their enthusiasm for their tribe, followed the Norn Saint Zora, and resisted the whispers of the ice dragon. But the power of the dragon was too strong. The remaining Norns were constantly hunted by the ice nest monsters, and their tribe became increasingly scarce. Until one day, the Saint Zora of the Norn tribe had a conversation with the dragon, and she realized that with the current power of the Norn tribe, it was impossible to defeat the dragon. So Zora chose to inject Zhuama's blood into her body, using her Norn talent to force it to merge. She succeeded, and learned the dragon's weakness. At this moment, she understood a truth: the only way to defeat the enemy is to understand the enemy deeply. So, she began to create more Dragon Blood Fighters and batches, to fight Zhuama's minions on this continent. After paying a huge sacrifice, they finally won a short victory. The Ice Dragon Zora was sealed in the eternal frozen sea at the cost of her life, by the Saint Zora. The remaining Dragon Blood Fighters knew that the dragon would eventually revive. So they took the initiative to accept the seal, and entered the alien space, waiting for the moment when the Ice Dragon revives. These warriors who fought against the dragon will appear again, and fight with it to the end. This is the second time Chao Xing has seen such a long introduction. However, this time it is not about their personal experience, but about the Norn tribe. A fighting race that does not believe in gods, is not afraid of dragons, and only worships strength. They fought the dragon to the last moment, and paid a huge price, temporarily sealing the dragon. But despite this, they also knew that the war was not won. So, the moment the ice dragon revived, was the moment they returned. Spend the rest of your life fighting against the dragon race? A hint of respect appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. No matter what. Just the determination to integrate the dragon's blood into the body is not something that ordinary people dare to do. Moreover, the skills of these two Dragon Blood Fighters are really strong. Dragon Spear Assault brings extremely strong mobility and damage. The Ice Dragon Spear Break, at the back, is a combination of burst, control, group attack. You are indeed a fighting nation. Chao Xing praised. Jonard, Josent, you are all brave and tenacious warriors. I also know that what you said makes sense. The dragon is too powerful. With our current strength, we can't compete with it at all. But I want to tell you that this territory has a magical power, which is not even inferior to the gods. One day, our power will surpass the dragon. Chao Xing didn't know how powerful the gods were, but through the previous several times he had blessed, The native's exclamations had already shown them how terrible his gift eternal power was. So, Chao Xing continued, so, for you brave warriors, I will bless you. In the doubtful eyes of the two dragon blood fighters, Chao Xing directly raised his staff and cast ice armor, ice healing, and frost shield on them, feeling the ice power filling their bodies. The doubts in the eyes of the two dragon blood fighters instantly disappeared, and they became extremely shocked. My lord, what you said is true. This is an unimaginable power. With your power, I was able to temporarily suppress the backlash of the ice dragon blood on my body. Hearing this, Chao Xing's face was also slightly surprised. He didn't know that his talent had such an effect. Josen on the side was amazed. If the Norn clan had your support, we could even confront the dragon army head-on. The saint didn't have to sacrifice her life, and chose to seal the dragon for a short time. At this point, a trace of sadness appeared in the eyes of the two. But after a moment, they suppressed the sadness in their hearts. The fighting clan, only fighting in their hearts. The two dragon blood fighters said respectfully, you are a powerful lord. The dragon blood fighters are willing to offer their loyalty to you. Because you helped the territory member, Josen, improve his strength, the loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 74. Because you helped the territory member, Jonard, improve his strength, the loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 75. Both dragon blood fighters admire strength, so their loyalty has skyrocketed. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face again. Then he called Lu Muxue, Tong Chuchu, Yailina and others over, and imposed more statuses on them. The two dragon blood fighters are strong enough, especially when dealing with large-scale enemies. They can play a very good role. It is worth Chao Xing to improve them to the extreme. After doing this, Chao Xing said, the power of the dragon is gradually recovering. Now there are still some weak ice nest monsters outside. You can go out and adapt to the battle first. Hearing this, the two dragon blood fighters raised their weapons at the same time, and a shocking chill burst out from their bodies. Yes, Lord. We will smash all these dragon minions. Kill! They rushed out of the territory without hesitation. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, next, we just need to wait for Sarah to come back from the investigation, and then we can prepare for the next move. Then, he began to refresh the status of the group of wild boar warriors with Lu Muxue, Yailina and others. Time passed slowly. During this period, every few minutes, Chao Xing would hear an upgrade reminder. Your pet, Dubai's level has been upgraded, current level, 25. Your pet, Balabear's level has been upgraded, current level, 14. Your territory member, Zierda's level has been upgraded, current level, 20. Level is full, can no longer gain experience. Your territory member, Tong Chuchu's level has been upgraded, current level, 17. In addition to these main combatants, after a whole day of fighting, more than 100 first-level wild boar warriors all reached the first-level maximum level. Chao Xing was not stingy. He went directly to the market and sold a batch of resources. There were only a dozen pieces of snowstorm bear meat left. There were only a few dozen pieces of green and blue quality wild boar meat left. In total, more than 20,000 ice dragon marks were exchanged. 110,000 ice dragon marks were collected again. Then, Chao Xing directly exchanged 106 hearts of strength, allowing them to break through to the second level. In the excited eyes of the wild boar warriors, they raised their swords and shouted, in the name of the beast god, we will pay our loyalty to the Lord. The loyalty of all wild boar warriors soared to more than 75 points. Chao Xing also showed joy on his face. Although 100,000 ice dragon marks cost me a lot of resources, almost all the gains from the previous battles, but these resources are just sitting there, and it is the hard truth to transform them into my own strength. Moreover, with so many wild boar warriors, I can even use the ice dragon horn without interruption next time. 2 waves of soldiers will not feel tired even if they take turns fighting. In this way, the invested ice dragon marks will be earned back soon. Thinking of this, Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction again. At the same time, a white light also appeared on him, and Lu Muxue. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 22. Attributes upgraded in this upgrade, strength plus 5, agility plus 6, spirit plus 12, constitution plus 5, health plus 500. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxue's level has been upgraded, current level, level 22. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, very good, at this rate, I can even reach level 30 before the merge. At this time, Lu Mushua said with some excitement, axing, it seems that every time I level up, I can get an extra 1,000 health points. Hearing this, Chao Xing was surprised. Oh my god, so much? I only get 500 points when I level up. Lu Mushua seemed to be surprised. But after thinking about it, it is normal. After all, Lu Mushua is an Aurora Knight, a meat shield profession, and the growth direction is different. Therefore, the extra blood volume added each time you upgrade should be more. At the same time, except for Chao Xing and Lu Mushua, the levels of all combatants are rapidly increasing. Chao Xing occasionally looked through the battle information, and did not find any battle information from Sarah. So he breathed a sigh of relief, because this shows that Sarah has not been exposed yet. In the territory, everything is developing in an orderly manner. Duan led a group of polar people to build large-scale projects, upgrade intermediate arrow towers, build intermediate city walls. More polar people were outside collecting resources, and transporting materials continuously through railroad tracks. A thriving scene. Chao Xing thought happily. According to my current resource acquisition speed, it won't be long before I can prepare to expand the city wall again. Although the territory is too large, there are not so many buildings, but it can be used to build various vegetable greenhouses. In this way, we can almost achieve the effect of self-sufficiency in food production. For the prospects of the territory, Chao Xing maintained good expectations. Time passed. When night was about to fall, a black shadow returned to the territory silently, and then appeared in front of Chao Xing. Seeing Sarah appear, Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. Sarah, you are back? How is the situation? Sarah knelt on one knee and reported, Lord, the investigation has been completed. Just as you expected, there is a large hunter camp deep in the canyon. After a day of observation, I have a detailed understanding of the opponent's strength. There are about 600 people in this camp. Among them, there are about 561 ordinary hunters of the second and third levels. The number of elite hunters of the third level and above is 37. In addition, there are 4 black-robe priests with the strength of the 4th level leader, plus a white-robe priest of the 4th level leader level. In addition, I carefully investigated and found no hidden strong breath. After listening to Sarah's report, Chao Xing suddenly became excited. Great! Great! You have investigated so thoroughly. Sarah, you are awesome. Hearing Chao Xing's praise, the taciturn dark elf assassin turned his head a little embarrassedly. Sarah's investigation this time can be said to be extremely detailed, which also gave Chao Xing confidence. There are more than 600 people in this camp. It is a large stronghold. Among them, there are a large number of elites, leaders, and even a 4th level leader. Obviously, this is a very powerful force. At least in the snowy plains, not many forces dared to provoke them. But Chao Xing judged based on his own strength. He could completely flatten this territory, even if the number of the opponent was several times that of his territory, and even the level was much higher. But Chao Xing still had the confidence to defeat the opponent head-on. They had invested a lot of energy in the past 2 days, and the various states imposed on those combatants were no joke. So, Chao Xing immediately decided to take advantage of the nightfall to flatten this hunter camp. He said directly, Let's go. Sarah, let's go out. The two of them came out of the house together. Then Chao Xing shouted, All combatants, assemble. After hearing the order, in the entire camp, more than 200 combatants gathered. More than 100 wild boar warriors. More than 100 Ascalon soldiers. Neatly stood in 2 waves. And none of them were lower than the 2nd level. Next to them, Assam, Andrew and other corps members stood respectfully. They looked at Chao Xing with admiration. Chao Xing said directly, Get ready. We are going to raid a large hunter camp tonight. There are hundreds of people. The opponent is very strong. There are many 2nd and 3rd level existences. So this is a large-scale battle. There may even be casualties. These are all his men. Their loyalty is above 75. So there is no need to worry about the action being leaked. After learning that they will deal with such a powerful enemy at night, there was no fear in everyone's eyes. Instead, a strong will to fight burned in their eyes. The wild boar warriors were in high spirits. Oh! Can we finally show our skills? Great! Because of the Lord's blessing, our strength has increased several times. Those ice nest monsters outside are simply vulnerable. Now there is finally a strong enough existence to be our opponent. That's right, the wild boar warriors are eager for a strong opponent. Looking at their excitement, then Xiaoxing said, "This time, we are going to raid the opponent's camp. Pay attention to. I will take most of the fighting force with me, but I will still leave some people to defend the territory." After thinking for a while, Xiaoxing said, "Except for the staff. Raphael, Razby, you have to stay. And then take 80 wild boar warriors to guard the territory and resist the ice nest. Elena, you and Putena will also stay, responsible for patrolling the territory. During the time we are away, remember to contact me through the communication device if there is any situation. Others, all follow me to fight."